During the final playoff of the World Cup qualifiers, Howda sustained an injury that, while not severe, rendered him unable to participate in the second leg of the playoff. This unfortunate circumstance allowed Lin Zhiyuan the opportunity to emerge as a hero. Following the qualification for the World Cup, Howda did not rest for long. He returned to the field shortly after recovering from his injury, seamlessly integrating into the new season's Chinese Super League and the AFC Champions League group stage. The coaching staff, led by Shi Wuyin, remains uncertain about who should take the position of the starting goalkeeper for the national team, Howda or Lin Zhiyuan. Although Lin Zhiyuan displayed an impeccable performance in the last playoff match, he has exhibited inconsistencies and a tendency for unexpected mistakes. In contrast, Howda is known for his steadiness and wealth of experience. The selection of a starting goalkeeper is not solely based on technical proficiency. Thus, while Howda started in the previous match, Lin Zhiyuan was given the nod this time. Additionally, Zhang Qinghuan, who had only come on as a substitute in the latter half of the last match, was also included in the starting lineup, while the previously starting attacking midfielder, Guo Jianfu, returned to the bench. The variations in the starting lineups across these two matches suggest that Shi Wuyin is less concerned with the outcome and more focused on utilizing the warm-up matches to experiment with new personnel combinations and tactical approaches. In terms of strategy, adjustments were made. In the previous match against France, the team adopted a defensive stance with a counter-attacking strategy, which ultimately failed, leading to a significant loss. This time, facing Ukraine, a team deemed weaker than France, Shi Wuyin's tactics leaned towards a more aggressive and proactive approach. With Ukraine not having qualified for the World Cup, the Chinese players approached the match with increased confidence. From the outset, they launched a vigorous offensive against Ukraine's goal, aligning with Shi Wuyin's objective to evaluate the team's attacking prowess. Prior to the match, he instructed his players to disregard how many goals they might concede and to focus instead on penetrating Ukraine's defense. As Luo Kai received the ball on the flank, he faced Ukrainian defenders and, without hesitation, executed a sudden burst of speed to break through their ranks. His coach, Hifeng, barely finished his sentence before Luo Kai made a decisive move, catching the Ukrainian defenders off guard. After successfully navigating past them, Luo Kai chose not to deliver an immediate cross, but instead carried the ball into the penalty area before attempting a pass to the center. Unfortunately, his effort was thwarted by Ukrainian defender Roman Sergei, who was closely marking Hulai, resulting in a goal kick. Despite not scoring, Luo Kai's performance was markedly improved compared to the previous match. As the player with the most minutes on the field during the last game, he had received special attention from Shi Wuyin. Acknowledging that he had spent 3 months at Veronica with limited game time, and unlike other domestic players who had flown long distances from China, his fitness was not in question. Thus, Shi Wuyin afforded him the most playing time, substituting him only in the 77th minute. However, despite being the most utilized player, Luo Kai's performance left much to be desired. This left Luo Kai, who was eager to impress Li Qingqing before the match, in a state of utter frustration. Coach Shi had placed his trust in him, granting him the longest playing time, yet he failed to deliver any remarkable performance in return. The shame he felt within transformed into motivation during the match. It must be said, the strength of Ukraine pales in comparison to that of France. Despite having stars like Kodian in their ranks, assistant coach Li Zhifei remarked to Shi Wuyin from the sidelines. Nevertheless, they are still stronger than our Chinese team. Shi Wuyin glanced at the real-time score displayed on the big screen, noting that Ukraine was leading China by a score of 1-0. Indeed, our progress has been substantial. After conceding goals, the players performed significantly better than in the previous match against France. Their mindset remained stable, and their minds were clear. I find that quite commendable. This underscores the importance of having faced France first rather than Ukraine. Sometimes, the order of play holds great significance. By facing France first, the team experienced the rigors of the World Cup semifinals, which indeed exposed them to considerable challenges. Li Zhifei understood the meaning behind Shi Wuyin's words. It was true that, despite the humiliating defeat in that match, where they were utterly overpowered in both score and performance, such failures carry profound significance for the team, holding invaluable lessons. While the external media and fans might not immediately discern this, those within the team can sense the changes occurring among the Chinese players. Take Luo Kai in this match. For instance, he was evidently performing better than in the last game. With this thought, Li Zhifei approached the sidelines and called out to Luo Kai, "Luo Kai, Luo Kai." As someone who frequently substitutes for Coach Shi in delivering instructions from the sidelines, the players were quite familiar with assistant coach Li Zhiyuan's voice, allowing him to easily capture Luo Kai's attention. Expecting new instructions, Luo Kai was instead met with a thumbs up from Li Zhiyuan, who shouted, "Just play like that. Use your strengths. Rush them." Hearing these words from his coach, Luo Kai took a deep breath and nodded slowly. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. As if some internal shackles had been broken. After Chen Xingyi broke through on the left flank and delivered a cross, Luo Kai suddenly surged from the back post, leveraging his speed to leap high, beating the Ukrainian left back to the ball for a header. Fortunately, Ukrainian goalkeeper Valery Kotyeryev reacted swiftly, raising one hand to deflect the ball onto the crossbar as he turned to recover. "What a pity!" he phone exclaimed. "Luo Kai is in fantastic form today." After landing without scoring, Luo Kai clenched his fists to his chest and let out a frustrated shout, deeply vexed by his failure to score. Luo Kai's exceptional form has spurred the performances of other players on the Chinese team. The youth, after all, are often driven by a sense of competition. However, some young players measure their worth by their salaries, the luxury of their cars, or the allure of their romantic conquests. In contrast, these young athletes on the field are competing based on their match performances. With Luo Kai's remarkable display, how could Chen Xingyi possibly allow himself to be outshone? He simply cannot. After Chen Xingyi's impressive performance, Zhang Qinghuan observed that these youngsters were all vying for the limelight. Is this beneficial? It is not. Do they truly believe that the front line's attack can rely solely on their trident? Let us not forget that I am the one wielding this trident. If they do not deliver some noteworthy performances, how can I fulfill my role as their commander? As Zhang Qinghuan received the ball in the front line, he gestured towards the gaps behind the Ukrainian defense, directing Luo Kai to make an incisive run. Luo Kai comprehended the signal and darted in from the flank, causing the Ukrainian defense to contract. Yet, he sent the ball to the opposite side, catching the Ukrainian team off guard. Just as the Ukrainian players attempted to close in on Chen Xingyi, he struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it towards the right flank of the penalty area. That was precisely where Luo Kai had just made his run. Luo Kai was already poised to receive the pass. Hulai surged into the center, pointing at his feet, and shouted in Ukrainian, "Pass the ball to me." This exclamation momentarily stunned the Ukrainian center-back Roman Sergei, who turned to look at Hulai, contemplating how to defend against him. Yet, simultaneously, a perplexity arose in his mind. Why could he understand what the young man was saying? Suddenly, he realized that the boy was indeed speaking Ukrainian. But why would he speak Ukrainian to his teammates? Could they also understand Ukrainian? Before Sergei could fully unravel the questions swirling in his mind, Luo Kai had already received the ball and was preparing to shoot. Inside the penalty area, the ball transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the upper corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Kotyeryev, barely reached the ball as it flew past him. It's a goal. Luo Kai has scored. This marks his first goal in Europe. Chapter 231, a sigh of relief. Chen Xingyi. What a beautiful outside foot. Luo Kai. Beautiful. Amidst He Feng's jubilant calls, countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions erupted in cheers. This was the first goal for the Chinese team during their training in Europe, scored by Luo Kai, who was pursuing his career abroad. After scoring, Luo Kai was overwhelmed with excitement, sprinting towards the corner flag. He ultimately knelt down, gazing skyward in exhilaration. His national teammates rushed over, surrounding him in celebration. This goal held profound significance for Luo Kai, as well as for the Chinese team. After suffering a disheartening defeat to France in their opening match, the morale and confidence of the Chinese players had taken a heavy blow, and criticism emerged in the media, intensifying the pressure. In such circumstances, the entire team desperately needed a goal to uplift their spirits and relieve the pressure. Luo Kai's goal came at the perfect moment. Moreover, they equalized the score with this goal. Luo Kai felt a surge of emotion, more intense than anyone could imagine. For the weight of pressure upon him was greater than that on others. Since the news of his interest from Tramed emerged, he has been scrutinized under the magnifying glass of Chinese fans. When he proudly showcased the Tramed scarf to the media at the Red Top Stadium, he appeared to bask in glory, evoking dreams of his future in Europe, seemingly destined for a brilliant path. However, after 3 months of decline in Veronica, he faced a barrage of criticism. Rumors began to circulate online, suggesting that he was unable to endure with Veronica and intended to return to Hedong Thunder on loan from Tramed before the World Cup commenced. in hopes of stabilizing his performance and maintaining his form. Some even compared him to Hu Lai, accusing him of being blinded by the allure of a prestigious club and failing to make the wise choice that Hu Lai had, thus reaping the bitter fruits of his decisions, a true case of self-inflicted hardship. As the successor to Hu Lai, he bore the heavy responsibility of continuing the momentum of Chinese players venturing abroad, with many viewing his performance as a crucial factor in determining whether more Chinese players could follow suit in playing in Europe. In such circumstances, the public would not permit him to fail. Indeed, it can be said that the public scrutiny surrounding Luo Kai's departure was harsher than that which Hu Lai faced, as expectations were inevitably elevated by Hu Lai's earlier success. Prior to Hu Lai's departure, it had been quite some time since a Chinese male footballer had ventured abroad, and since he chose to join a relegation-threatened Premier League team, there were not overly high expectations for his immediate performance. Fans merely hoped he could secure playing time at Leeds City. As for how he would perform once on the field, there was no consensus. Opinions varied widely regarding when and how many goals Hu Lai would score in the Premier League. The subsequent events are well known. A month later, Hu Lai made his debut in the Premier League, scoring 5 goals in 3 consecutive matches, ultimately finishing the season as Leeds City's top scorer with 11 goals. Reflecting on the earlier speculations about Hu Lai, one cannot help but find them amusing. Fans had indeed been overly cautious. Against this backdrop, Luo Kai's overseas journey naturally came with high hopes from Chinese supporters. Yet, he disappointed the entire nation. Had it not been for the phone call from Coach Shi and the encouragement from Li Qingqing during their meeting in Paris, the immense pressure could have truly overwhelmed him. Nevertheless, regardless of the past, Luo Kai now harbored hope for the future. The energy he derived from Coach Shi's call, Li Qingqing's support, and the strength he gained from this goal was sufficient to sustain him through the darkness for a considerable time. He firmly believed that this time he would surely reach the shores of light. Just as Luo Kai was lost in self-reflection, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, Luo Kai. Your goal was thanks to my assistance." Luo Kai turned to glare at Hu Lai, puzzled by his remark. The attack had been initiated by Zhang Qinghuan, with Chen Xingyi providing the cross, which he received before taking the shot. "What relevance does the entire process have to you, Hu Lai? Hee. Did you hear me shout when you received the ball?" Upon seeing Luo Kai's expression, Hu Lai understood his thoughts and coldly inquired. Luo Kai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, he had heard it, and thus he nodded. "Do you know what I was shouting?" Luo Kai shook his head. "Who knows what gibberish you were uttering? I couldn't comprehend it at all." Hu Lai clapped his hands and laughed. "Exactly. I was speaking in bird language. Ukrainian to be precise, urging you to pass the ball to me. As a result, I successfully deceived the opposing center back, granting you an excellent opportunity to shoot. Had it not been for my shout, the opponent would have pressed you immediately, leaving you no angle to shoot. Don't you think I deserve half the credit for that goal?" Luo Kai was taken aback, surprised by the multitude of stories behind his goal. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you pulling my leg?" Hu Lai snorted coldly. "Do I need to deceive you? I helped you out of team spirit, believe it or not." With that, he turned and sprinted back to his half. Luo Kai gazed at his retreating figure, his brow furrowed in thought. As the Chinese team players celebrated Luo Kai's goal with fervor, Ukraine's captain, Vitaly Koyin, was questioning the center back, Sergei. "Roman, why did you hesitate and not rush to block his shot immediately?" Sergei wore an expression akin to constipation, opening his mouth to explain but unsure of what to say. Captain Koyin keenly sensed his discomfort and frowned. "What's wrong? Is there something you can't say? I fear you won't believe me if I tell you," replied Vitaly. "Just speak your mind." Koyin, in a foul mood after conceding a goal, spoke curtly. Sergei, still wearing a troubled expression, recounted everything he had encountered during the defense to Captain Koyin. After listening, Koyin mirrored Sergei's troubled look. "Are you saying that because you shouted in Ukrainian to pass the ball to me, you were tricked and failed to block the shot in time?" Sergei nodded. "Andrei heard it too. You can ask him." He pointed to his center-back partner, Andrei Arzanov, who nodded at Koyin. "Yes, Vitaly, I heard it as well. It was standard Ukrainian, just like what I hear in the news." Koyin shifted his gaze to the already distant Hu Lai. Everyone knew that Hu Lai was currently the most threatening player for the Chinese team, so they had devised targeted defensive strategies prior to the match. Under their defense, Hu Lai indeed found it challenging to seize opportunities. Yet, neither Koyin nor Ukraine's head coach, Viktor Yarmolenko, could have anticipated that their meticulously arranged tactics would ultimately be dismantled by Hu Lai's linguistic prowess. He may not have scored, but at the most critical moment, he indirectly assisted the Chinese team in achieving their goal, which erased Ukraine's lead. Before this match, Qualifiers had inquired of his club teammate Payet over the phone about his experience playing against the Chinese team, seeking to gauge the strength of this opponent. Pei casually remarked to him that the Chinese team was not particularly formidable. Their offense posed no significant threat to the French goal, and their defense was utterly incapable of containing him. He jestingly told Qualifiers, "Vitaly, the Chinese defense is as flimsy as a sheet of paper. I've scored 2 goals. Surely you can manage at least 1?" Qualifiers recognized this as Pei's humor. The Frenchman was indeed an amusing character, often indulging in such banter. Thus, he did not take Pei's words seriously, nor did he feel compelled to compete over goal counts. Nevertheless, he did believe that if the French team triumphed over China, Ukraine should also secure a victory. Despite China's qualification for the World Cup and Ukraine's absence, could the challenges of the Asian qualifiers truly be compared to those of Europe? Were Ukraine to compete in Asia, they would undoubtedly never miss a World Cup final. As the match resumed, the equalized Ukrainian team seized the opportunity from the kickoff to launch a fierce assault on the Chinese penalty area. The Ukrainian fans in the stands fervently cheered for their national team. The players, leveraging their physical strength and height, played in a rugged, straightforward manner. Yet, this simple and unrefined style often yielded commendable results. The midfield rarely engaged in intricate passing. Instead, they swiftly advanced the ball directly to the front line. The responsibility for the specific attacks fell to Qualifiers, who could either shoot to conclude the play or pass to a teammate in a more advantageous position. Acting as an offensive orchestrator, their first goal was executed in this manner, with Qualifiers drawing the Chinese defenders before suddenly distributing the ball for his teammate to score. Now, with China tightening their defense against Qualifiers while neglecting other Ukrainian players, he decided to take matters into his own hands. As the principal striker for Paris Ager, Qualifiers' exceptional individual capabilities allowed him to form a golden partnership with Pei, and it could be said that his talents were somewhat squandered within the overall strength of the Ukrainian team. Previously, for the sake of teamwork, Qualifiers had restrained his play, positioning himself as a facilitator for others. However, he resolved to unleash his full potential. For failing to secure a victory against China at home would be an act of irresponsibility towards the team. Chapter 232. Not wanting to owe you a favor constrained by the overall strength of his team, Qualifiers, who had long been a prominent figure in European football, had never had the opportunity to participate in a World Cup final. Many fans and media outlets considered this a significant loss for the tournament. Prior to each World Cup, media often selected the strongest lineups of players who had missed out, and Vitaly Qualifiers was invariably included among the strikers. Qualifiers was somewhat of an anomaly in the current Ukrainian national team, which favored a rough and direct style of play, standing at a height of only 1.75 meters. He was not the shortest on the team, but he could certainly be classified among the shorter players. Although he may lack advantages in height and strength, his footwork is exceptionally remarkable, seemingly at odds with the current style of the Ukrainian national team. However, under the guidance of head coach Viktor Yelevenko, he has seamlessly integrated into the squad, utilizing his exquisite skills to become the engine of the team's offense. At Paris Ager, Qualifiers is a lethal striker. Yet within the Ukrainian national team, he assumes the role of an attacking midfielder, prioritizing the orchestration of attacks over personal scoring opportunities. This does not imply he is incapable of finding the net. After all, possessing a sword and wielding it are 2 distinct matters. When the team struggles to break through, he often resorts to his individual prowess to resolve the situation. For instance, at this moment, Qualifiers executed a splendid turn, evading the defense of Gao Rumin, penetrating the penalty area to shoot. Accompanied by Hefeng's exclamations, Lin Zhiyuan lunged to the side, parrying Qualifiers' shot out of bounds. Seizing the moment, he rolled on the ground, sprang back up, and vigorously clapped his hands, rallying his teammates with shouts to boost morale. In the previous match, he played for only 30 minutes and still conceded a goal. In this encounter, he has again allowed a goal. However, at this juncture, he appears unconcerned with whether scouts from German Westing Athletic are scrutinizing his performance, nor is he troubled by conceding goals. His focus is singular, devoted entirely to his current performance in the match. Whether he catches the attention of Westing Athletic or has prospects of playing abroad is not within his contemplation. Following Qualifiers' outstanding display, Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei intensified their defensive efforts against him, resulting in Yin promptly passing the ball to a teammate, who then took a shot, compelling Lin Zhiyuan to make another save, deflecting the ball out for a corner kick for Ukraine. Yin's dual ability to pass and shoot poses significant challenges for the Chinese defense. Although he stands alone, he manages to hold the entire back line of the Chinese team in check. Despite not being particularly fast, his footwork is exquisite, allowing him to thrive against the Chinese team's compact defensive strategy. Unlike his striking partner Mendy Pei at Paris Ager, he does not require ample space or long sprints. As long as the ball is at his feet, whether dribbling, passing, or shooting, he can create considerable threats. Even when holding the ball in place, he instills caution in nearby defenders. This is the remarkable prowess of Vitaly Kotiyin. Kotiyin, be careful. Oh, what a close call. It's Kotiyin again. During this period, CCTV commentators He Feng and guest analyst Yin Kong have frequently mentioned Vitaly Kotiyin's name, as if he were the brightest star on the field. Naturally, Lin Zhiyuan's name has also been mentioned often. Despite Lin Zhiyuan's commendable performance, the defending side remains perpetually on the back foot. In the 58th minute of the match, Kotiyin feigned a pass to a teammate at the edge of the penalty area, successfully deceiving Wang Guangwei into lunging for an interception. However, with a swift pivot, he executed a remarkable scoop turn. Eluding Wang Guangwei, Kotiyin surged into the penalty area, and as the goalkeeper Lin Zhiyuan charged towards him, he opted for a delicate shot aimed at the far corner. The ball arced dramatically, evading Lin's outstretched fingers, seemingly destined to sail past the goalpost, only to curve back in. It found its way into the upper corner of the Chinese team's net. Oh dear. He Feng and Yin Konglu sighed in unison. Yet again, a goal conceded. Kotiyin's individual prowess was undeniably extraordinary. His feigned pass was executed with such amplitude that it was widely anticipated he would indeed pass in that direction, making Wang Guangwei's defensive effort seem justifiable. Who would have imagined that he could retract such a movement despite a severe shift in his center of gravity? This is indeed the hallmark of Ukraine's sole superstar, Vitaly Kotiyin. After scoring, Kotiyin raised his fists to rally his teammates for further efforts. The stadium announcer passionately declared, "A goal. Ukraine leads China 2-1. With the scorer being Vitaly. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting Kotiyin. Although he has never guided his national team to the World Cup finals, Vitaly Kotiyin holds an esteemed position in the hearts of Ukrainian fans. This is not a tactical issue. It is a victory of individual heroism," Shi Wuyin remarked to Li Zhifei. Even the French defense would struggle to contain that goal by Kotiyin. During the halftime break against France, Shi Wuyin made significant adjustments to the lineup. However, in this match, he chose not to substitute anyone at halftime. This decision underscores his more serious approach toward the second warm-up match compared to the first. Unlike the first match, where he aimed to gauge the atmosphere, in the second, he earnestly sought to test his team's tactics against Ukraine. Thus, he opted to maintain the integrity of the lineup rather than frequently rotating players for mere minutes on the field. Following Kotiyin's goal, Ukraine intensified their assault on the Chinese goal. In response to this, Shi Wuyin adjusted the tactics, instructing the Chinese team to adopt a more compact defensive posture and counterattack. In fact, a defensive counterattacking strategy would become the standard tactic for Shi Wuyin's plans for the World Cup. Given the inherent disadvantage of the Chinese team against more formidable opponents who would invariably press forward, seizing this opportunity to refine the team's counterattacking tactics was well within Shi Wuyin's strategy. He felt no regret or dissatisfaction over the goal conceded. The counterattacking approach was particularly well suited to the swift and capable players, Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, making it an ideal strategy. Having scored, Luo Kai was in excellent form throughout the match, and with the tactics aligning perfectly, he became even more dynamic. Wang Guangwei leapt in the penalty area, using his head to clear the Ukrainian cross. Hu Lai swiftly dashed to the second drop point, intercepting the ball with his foot before any Ukrainian player could reach it, setting it up for Zhang Qinghuan, who had ventured out of the box and adjusted his direction. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang unleashed a powerful pass, directing it towards the left flank. The liveliness of Luo Kai caused the Ukrainian defense to slightly shift its focus toward the right side where he was positioned, thus alleviating the defensive pressure on Chen Xingyi on the left. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang chose to pass to Chen instead of Luo. He did not deliver the ball directly at Chen's feet, but rather aimed to kick it farther away. allowing Chun to fully exploit his speed advantage in a sprint against the opposing fullback. Chun Xingyi was remarkably swift, accompanied by Hifeng's praise. Chun gradually outpaced the Ukrainian fullback, Gennady Sergeychuk, in a visibly exhilarating display of speed. The Ukrainian fans in the stands erupted in gasps, further fueling Chun's velocity. He reached the ball first and prepared to cross with his left foot. Sergeychuk, in a desperate attempt, threw his entire body weight forward to intercept the anticipated cross. Yet, Chun feigned a move. Despite the considerable swing of his leg, which seemed undeniably genuine, he deftly retracted it, much like the earlier maneuver by Kodian. With a swift motion, he redirected the ball in the opposite direction, nearly lowering himself to the ground for balance, using his hands for support to avoid slipping. However, Sergeychuk was not as fortunate. He fell, sliding past Chun. Magnificent. Chun used his hands to prop himself up, quickly rising to pursue the ball, which he deftly maneuvered inward, charging towards the Ukrainian penalty area. Simultaneously, he glanced inside. Luo Kai, who had previously been active on the right flank, had now surged into the center of the penalty area, positioning himself as a striker. He looked at Chun, who in turn saw him, and passed the ball over. At that very moment, Luo Kai accelerated fiercely, sprinting towards the near post, drawing along the Ukrainian center back, Andrei Arzanov. Meanwhile, Roman Sergey, stationed inside, glanced at Hu Lai and noted the vacant space in the flank, realizing he was still far behind and not following up. Confirming the ball was intended for Luo, he rushed in, forming a dual defense with Arzanov. The former aimed to disrupt Luo, while the latter sought to block any potential shot. As Luo Kai charged toward the ball, he swung his foot to shoot, but wait. He only executed half of the motion, lifting his leg but not following through, allowing the ball to slip through his legs. Did Luo miss it? Hifeng was astonished, as were the two Ukrainian center backs standing mere feet away. They were caught off guard. Roman Sergey's gaze shifted with the ball, only to find Hu Lai preparing to strike. Hu Lai, a direct shot without stopping the ball. The goalkeeper, Kodyalov, was deceived by Rokai's shooting motion. Now, as he attempted to shift his weight back to make a save, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the ball soared into his net. After Hu Lai performed his signature celebration, he embraced his teammates who rushed over to join in the jubilation. Chun Xingyi, Zhang Qinhuan, Gao Rumin, and even Wang Guangwei. He greeted each one warmly. Then, he found Rokai standing before him. Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Rokai to approach him for a hug, but soon realized he had misjudged the situation. Rokai was not there to celebrate with him. With a smirk, Rokai remarked, "You owe me half the credit for that goal. We are even now." Hu Lai countered, "You didn't even touch the ball. What is your claim here?" Rokai scoffed, "Well, you didn't touch the ball on my goal either." Surprised that Rokai waited for him, Hu Lai grinned, "You're so petty. I don't want to owe you anything." After saying this, Rokai turned and ran off. Hu Lai called after him, "You'll end up friendless with that attitude." Rokai glanced back and replied, "No, I simply don't wish to owe you anything." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai pondered whether it meant that in future national team matches, if he could just ensure this fellow owed him, Rokai would undoubtedly assist him in the game. Chapter 233. Kodian's advice. Hu Lai did not have the opportunity to put his speculation into practice, as he was substituted shortly after the goal, along with Chun Xingyi. Subsequently, Shi Wuyin replaced Zhang Qinhuan, significantly adjusting the attacking lineup of the Chinese team. Essentially, everyone was substituted except for Rokai. Shi Wuyin sought to seize every opportunity to allow Rokai more playtime. Indeed, Rokai's performance in this match justified Shi Wuyin's trust. Given Rokai's impressive display, it was only fitting to let him play a bit longer to build his confidence. With the attacking lineup largely overhauled, the Chinese team further consolidated their defense, taking advantage of Ukraine's aggressive pursuit following the equalizer to test their defensive capabilities. In Shi Wuyin's perspective, whether the outcome of this match was a win or a loss was inconsequential. Offensively, these young talents had demonstrated their prowess by scoring 2 goals. Now, it was time to assess their defense. Thus, despite the changes made to the attacking formation, Shi Wuyin kept the defensive lineup intact. He wanted to observe how this defensive setup would perform against Ukraine's relentless onslaught. The result? No goals conceded, until the final whistle from the referee. The Chinese team maintained their clean sheet. Lin Zhiyuan made spectacular saves in the closing moments, while Wang Guangwei and Yao Huaxing displayed unwavering resolve, sacrificing their bodies to block attempts. Ultimately, they managed to secure a 2-2 draw. At the conclusion of the match, Yin felt a twinge of regret for not clinching a victory, yet he was not particularly distressed. After all, it was merely a friendly match. He found Hulai, who had just come off the field to celebrate with his teammates, and inquired in Ukrainian. "Did you seek us out for warm-up because you are in the same group as Russia?" After posing the question, he fixed his gaze on Hulai's face, observing a momentary pause, not one of confusion, but rather one of recognition. It was evident that Hulai indeed comprehended Ukrainian. Subsequently, Hulai nodded and replied in Ukrainian. "That seems to be the case." Yin then asked, "Can you speak Ukrainian?" "Ah, I know a bit, just a little," Hulai responded. He understood that such reactions were common when individuals encountered him speaking a foreign language, yet he typically offered only perfunctory replies to these fleeting acquaintances on the pitch. He had pondered the idea of feigning ignorance or downplaying his linguistic abilities to avoid drawing too much attention. However, he quickly reconsidered. Why pretend to lack a skill he genuinely possessed? As for how others speculated about his multilingualism, that was beyond his concern. If pressed for an explanation, he would simply attribute it to an exceptional talent. After all, what kind of prodigy does this world lack? Was it so extraordinary that Hulai was not only a football genius, but also a linguistic one? Perhaps he was even a traveler from an alternate dimension. Wouldn't that be more surprising? Yin chuckled. A person with only a basic understanding wouldn't speak as fluently as you do. Frankly, I have no interest in how you came to know Ukrainian. I merely wish to convey that don't think a draw against us will amount to anything significant. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the celebrating Chinese players, particularly focusing on the exuberant goalkeeper. The level of excitement he exhibited made it seem as though the Chinese team had not merely drawn with Ukraine, but had triumphed in the match. "Your defenders still lack the physical prowess required," he remarked. "He is agile, but somewhat frail." Yin then looked at Wang Guangwei. The formidable Ivan, known as Terrifying Ivan, loomed ahead, and their defense would surely be overwhelmed. Hulai recognized immediately who Yin referred to as Terrifying Ivan, Ivan Romanov, the Russian football superstar, aptly nicknamed. Standing at 6 feet 5 inches and weighing around 200 pounds, he was a powerful striker. Just as Yin represented Ukraine, Romanov was the face of Russian football. Yin played in League One, whereas Romanov was a key player for the illustrious Serie A club in Subra. While Romanov's technical skills did not match Yin', his physicality and aerial prowess were more than sufficient to overshadow the fact that he was somewhat rough around the edges. Although the 33-year-old Romanov had passed his prime and faced an increasing number of injuries, he remained a formidable adversary for the Chinese team. What would they do? Concede in advance? Yin was taken aback by the young man's unexpected response, staring at Hulai in astonishment. Hulai maintained a smile, as if jesting with Yin. Out of goodwill, Yin harbored some dissatisfaction towards Hulai, furrowing his brow. Nevertheless, Hulai continued to smile and replied, "Of course. Regardless of the opponent, we must still play. If we are truly overwhelmed, we can address that when the time comes." After speaking, Hulai gestured for Yin to join his teammates, turning away decisively before Yin could utter another word. Watching Hulai's retreating figure, Yin frowned slightly, but soon shook his head with a smile, pondering. What right do I have to comment on someone who has already secured a place in the World Cup, given that I have never even participated? He too turned away. Hulai, why did you return empty-handed? When everyone observed the exchange between Hulai and Yin, they were no longer surprised at how easily Hulai could converse with Yin. However, it was Hulai's lack of any souvenirs that truly astonished them. If I didn't come back empty-handed, would I have to strip him of his clothing? Hulai retorted. Zhang Qinghuan shot him a disapproving glance. Stripping is inappropriate. That is called exchanging jerseys. Ah, I suddenly recall. Hulai, you have never exchanged jerseys during a match, have you? Chen Xingyi chimed in. After the finals of the national competition, I intended to ask you for a jersey exchange, but you turned me down. Hulai shrugged. I simply do not have the habit of collecting authentic jerseys. Goodness, how does something so normal sound so peculiar when it comes out of your mouth? Zhang Qinghuan remarked. Since you didn't go to exchange jerseys, what were you discussing with Yin for so long? Wang Guangwei redirected the conversation. Oh, it was nothing, Hulai replied, shaking his head. Nothing? You two have been chatting for ages. Wang Guangwei pressed, curiosity piqued. Chen Xingyi echoed his disbelief. Exactly, you can't just be idly chatting, can you? Did you eat? That shot you made earlier was truly impressive, my dear. Is that so? Has Yin become a capital dweller now? And by the way, little Xingyi, We capital dwellers don't typically speak like that. Zhang Xinghuan sought to correct Chun Xingyi's stereotypes about his hometown. He then turned to Hu Lai. I suspect it was Katian who approached you first. What did he want? Seeing the curiosity of the group, Hu Lai relented. Well, it was nothing significant. He merely mentioned that in the World Cup, Russia poses a greater challenge than Ukraine, cautioning us about our defense potentially being overwhelmed by the formidable Ivan. Is he disgruntled over losing to us and trying to take advantage of us with his words? Chun Xingyi exclaimed in discontent. Did he truly say that? Wang Guangwei inquired. Fixating on Hu Lai nodded. In truth, he meant well, coming to remind us. Zhang Xinghuan, who had previously thought Hu Lai was joking, now took a more serious tone. Actually, Katian does have a point. The style of play from Romanov can indeed pose challenges for us. Although we are facing Ukraine this time, their style is still distinct from that of Russia. If it were to be Russia's mindless crosses or long balls, both you and Team Yao would indeed face significant pressure. Wang Guangwei remained silent. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Hu Lai quickly clapped his hands. All right. When faced with an opponent, one must be prepared to defend. When challenges arise, one must adapt. With that, he turned and dashed towards the locker room. Chun Xingyi glanced at the retreating figure of Hu Lai, muttering under his breath in annoyance. Damn, it sounds as if we are destined to lose. Neither Zhang Xinghuan nor Wang Guangwei acknowledged his quiet complaints, as if they had not heard him at all. In the early hours of March 24th, Beijing time, the Chinese national men's football team concluded their 10-day training camp in Europe with a final friendly match. After a valiant effort, the young players managed to secure a 2-2 draw against the Ukrainian team. Head coach Shi Wuyin expressed in the post-match press conference that the primary objectives of this training camp had been largely fulfilled. The camp not only broadened the players' horizons and experiences, but also enhanced the team's capabilities in both offensive and defensive strategies. However, conceding 6 goals over 2 friendly matches raised some doubts and criticisms regarding the team's defensive performance. After the match against Ukraine, the national team players boarded a flight back home, where they would disband in the capital. The players would return to their respective clubs, as the Chinese Super League was set to reignite its competition this weekend. Meanwhile, Hu Lai and Luo Kai had also returned to their clubs in Leeds, England, and Volendam, Netherlands, respectively. With just over 2 months remaining until the World Cup commences, it is hoped that everyone maintains their form and health. The chapter concludes with Chapter 234, What gains were made from the training camp in Europe? Zhao Kongming encountered Wang Guangwei again on the training field. Having returned to Jincheng from the capital, Wang had rested for a night and joined his teammates for training the following morning. Nevertheless, Zhao prepared a targeted training regimen for those who had participated in the national team matches, focusing on restorative training to help them readjust their physical condition with minimal intensity. After training, Wang Guangwei approached head coach Zhao Kongming, stating, Coach Zhao, I have a request. What is it? Speak up, Zhao replied with a smile. Looking at the young man before him, I would like the team to arrange targeted strength training to enhance my physical resilience in confrontations. Zhao was somewhat taken aback, responding, Your physical resilience isn't lacking. Yet he quickly realized the underlying concern. Is it that after competing against players from France and Ukraine, you feel your physical confrontations are insufficient? Wang Guangwei shook his head. No, Coach Zhao. I want to prepare for the World Cup. We will face Russia, and I do not wish to be overwhelmed by Romanov during the match. Zhao had not anticipated that Wang's thoughts would extend to this concern. However, after his initial surprise, he had to concede that Wang's apprehensions were quite reasonable. Whether it was Yao Huasheng, Wang Guangwei, or even Mao Junzheng, none could be considered frail among Chinese players. Their physical resilience was indeed commendable domestically. However, to confront the formidable Ivan Romanov head-on, one might find oneself somewhat lacking. Indeed, few can stand against this peak northern giant in direct combat. Fortunately, it is evident that Romanov is beginning to decline. Otherwise, Zhao Kongming would have dissuaded Wang Guangwei from entertaining such notions. The match against Russia is undeniably a pivotal encounter for the Chinese team in the World Cup group stage. Should the defense falter against Romanov, it could spell considerable trouble. Reflecting on this, Zhao Kongming nodded. Your ambition is commendable, indicating that you are genuinely employing your intellect in the game. I will arrange for Coach Sun to devise a tailored strength training regimen for you, aiming to ensure that you can hold your ground against Romanov in the World Cup. Wang Guangwei's face brightened with a smile. Thank you, Coach Zhao. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Kongming nodded, watching Wang Guangwei depart from the training ground. Xing, how did your recent matches in Europe feel? Jorge Dillon asked, crossing his arms as he addressed Chen Xingyi in English. Jean Tao stood nearby, listening attentively but refraining from interjecting. The pace on the field was exceptionally rapid. Even faster than the AFC Champions League, Chen Xingyi replied, striving to articulate his thoughts in English. In the league, I typically have around 5 seconds to handle the ball. However, against them, I might only have 2 to 3 seconds. Often, my reactions are instinctive rather than deliberate. Upon hearing Chen Xingyi's remarks, Dillon nodded. You are absolutely right. Xing, it seems you have indeed perceived a different aspect of the game. The fast pace is a significant distinction between European and Chinese football, and it is a crucial factor in why you struggle against European teams. Nevertheless, I watched the match live, and your performance was quite commendable. Chen Xingyi beamed with a smile. That is all thanks to your excellent coaching. Dillon laughed heartily, giving Chen Xingyi a hearty pat on the shoulder. All right, off you go to training. As Chen Xingyi entered the training field, his teammates had concluded their rest and were rising to join him. Under the guidance of the assistant coach, the team commenced a small-sided attacking drill within the penalty area, where the attacking players were restricted to a maximum of 2 touches, one to receive the ball and another to pass it, ultimately aiming to score. This strict limitation on touches was designed to accelerate the pace, compelling players to minimize unnecessary adjustments and make swift, accurate decisions within a very brief time frame, thus eradicating the previously ingrained habit of a slower tempo. For the Deshun Gold Arrows players, this had already become a routine part of their training. Such demands were mirrored in other training sessions as well. Following Dillon's coaching, the Deshun Gold Arrows exhibited a remarkable transformation in their league performance. Certainly, the most notable changes were observed in young players like Chen Xingyi, who, due to their youth, found it considerably easier to rectify their previous shortcomings in play than their older counterparts. Chen Xingyi, currently undergoing training, appeared to navigate the exercises with remarkable ease. Dillon remarked to his translator, Yujin Tao, clearly, Xing's pace is significantly quicker than that of others. You nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, among all the trained players, Chen Xingyi's progress is the most rapid and substantial. A genius's talent is manifested not only in their technical prowess on the field, but also in their ability to assimilate new knowledge swiftly. Dillon appeared quite pleased with his promising protege. However, he recognized that the extent of progress achievable in China was nearing its limit. The overall level of the Chinese Super League remains rather low, and further advancement in such a league seems implausible. He must venture abroad. Once the World Cup concludes, I will have a thorough discussion with him. If he wishes to go abroad, I am willing to assist in making connections. As I have many acquaintances in Italy and Spain, Jorge Dillon stated while observing Chen Xingyi's agile figure. Zhiyuan, have you established contact with those at Westing United in Europe? Not yet, Uncle Chio. I have been preoccupied. What did Meyer say? He didn't say much. Only that your playing time is too limited and that he needs to continue observing. Let him observe. Lin Zhiyuan shrugged dismissively. What have you gained from this training camp in Europe? I feel that I possess the capability to establish myself in Europe. In the match against Ukraine, I managed to save shots even when Koshin seemed to have lost his mind shooting. So, I do have the strength. Of course, this is contingent upon Europeans not viewing me through tinted lenses. As you know, Uncle Chio, among all the teams in the top 5 European leagues, the starting goalkeepers are predominantly white. Lin Zhiyuan's observation indeed reflects a prevalent reality, which, if left unmentioned, often goes unnoticed by many. Yet, upon realization, the initial reaction is one of disbelief. How could there be no non-white starting goalkeepers among the 98 teams in the top 5 leagues? A glance at each team's roster confirms this unsettling fact. Does this imply a form of discrimination? It is difficult to ascertain, lacking concrete evidence. Decisions regarding starting positions are primarily based on skill rather than skin color. Nonetheless, this phenomenon undeniably exists. Although there has never been a scenario of exclusively white goalkeepers, the presence of black goalkeepers has been exceedingly rare. As for Asian goalkeepers taking on starting roles, historically, there has never been such an occurrence in European football. Chiu Xinrong is aware of this reality but feels powerless to influence the actions of European teams. His sole recourse is to reassure Lin Zhiyuan, urging him not to be overly concerned. You need not worry too much about this matter. Of course, I must care, Uncle Chiu. This is an incredible opportunity. Oh, incredible? What is so great about it? Chiu Xinrong was taken aback. If I could become a starting goalkeeper for a team in one of the top 5 leagues, I would be making history, not just for Chinese players, but for all Asians. Just like Lu Xiang back in the day, Uncle Chiao. Wouldn't that be amazing? Lin Zhiyuan said proudly, pointing to himself with a thumbs up, his head held high in self-satisfaction. The Lu Feixiang he referred to is the first Asian athlete in history to break the monopoly of European and American competitors in the championship of straight sprint races. A hero in the annals of Chinese sports and Asian athletics. It is evident that Lin Zhiyuan aspires to become the Lu Feixiang of Chinese football. At this moment, Qiao Xinrong suddenly realized that he should not be worried about Lin Zhiyuan at all. Was he truly someone who required consolation? Well, having dreams is undoubtedly a positive thing. Luo Kai, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stood at the entrance of the locker room at the training base. He reached for the doorknob, taking several deep breaths as if he had finally steeled himself for the moment. Suddenly, he twisted the knob and pushed the door open. As he entered, he noticed several pairs of eyes directed toward him, causing the words he had prepared to catch in his throat. A few gazes quickly retreated upon recognizing him. Oh, it was merely the only Chinese member of the team, known for his quiet demeanor and reserved nature, a fact that everyone had grown accustomed to. Thus, when they saw him, they paid little mind. However, those withdrawn gazes stirred something within Luo Kai. Each time he attended training, this scene unfolded. He would push the door open, and everyone would glance his way before returning to their own affairs. He would then make his way to his seat, listening to music as he changed, and once dressed, he would sit on the bench, engrossed in his phone. He felt like an invisible man, someone no one could see, and he secretly hoped to remain undisturbed. This way, he could avoid the anxiety of ineffective social interactions with his teammates. Today appeared to be no different. Yet, as he momentarily sighed in relief, he recalled the courage he had mustered outside the door, igniting a sense of determination within him. Why should Hulai be able to, while I cannot? With this thought, Luo Kai took a deep breath, stood at the threshold, and boldly declared in Dutch, "Hi. Good morning, everyone." At this, the teammates who had previously lowered their heads and withdrawn their gazes were startled into looking up, astonished at the sight of their Chinese companion. Chapter 235. Is God a Leeds City fan? With the national team's match concluded, the focus now shifts entirely to club competitions until the end of the season. While the league is of great significance, I must remind you, Hulai, to avoid injury during this period. Sometimes, even if it means not scoring, it is better to refrain from excessive exertion. Suddenly, Hulai's phone buzzed with a WeChat message from his agent, Yongjun. At that moment, he was in the recreational room of the training base dormitory, playing billiards and chatting with teammates Kamara, Williams, Porter, and Quinn. With the home match against the Navy Port scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, all players selected for the match roster were required to stay overnight at the training base, as mandated by Coach Clark since he took charge. Initially, the team had been unaccustomed to this rule, resulting in considerable discontent. However, they had since grown accustomed to it. The club has devised several measures to ensure that players reside in comfort and maintain a cheerful disposition, striving to avoid an atmosphere akin to imprisonment prior to matches. Though they have yet to reach the standards of elite clubs, which provide training facilities with accommodations rivaling five-star hotels, they have nonetheless enhanced entertainment options for players to unwind. In addition to a billiards room, there exists a gaming room furnished with several gaming consoles connected to televisions, allowing for spontaneous enjoyment. Of course, those players who prefer solitude may remain in their dormitory rooms to relish in the tranquil moments before a match. Ultimately, apart from the restriction against venturing out to bars for drinking or engaging in other distractions, players enjoy considerable freedom within the training base. At the billiards table, Charlie Porter gestured as he attempted to maneuver the cue ball around the yellow ball to strike the black ball at the corner pocket. Quinn mockingly remarked, "Don't break the table with that stroke." The others joined in the jest. "Charlie, if you manage to hit the black ball, I'll give you $20. Only 20? Is my exceptional skill worth merely that?" Porter cast his cue aside, declaring, "I won't play unless the stakes are raised." Quinn retorted, "You just can't make the shot, can you?" The billiards room buzzed with laughter, and Hulai glanced at the commotion before lowering his head to respond to Uncle Yong via his phone. "Rest assured, Uncle Yong. You know I take great care of myself." He refrained from disclosing that he possessed a system-produced damaged bare shin guard that greatly mitigated the risk of injury, opting instead to reassure Uncle Yong. At that moment, he felt particularly grateful for the persona he had cultivated, which had spared him from numerous troubles. "The world may mock my eccentricity, but I find amusement in their inability to see through it." He mused. Now is not the time for you to raise a flag. Danger often lurks nearby when such thoughts arise. In any case, it is imperative to maintain clarity of mind during competitions, discerning which plays to pursue and which to forego. I must convey a sentiment you may not wish to hear. Whether Leeds City secures the championship or whether you personally earn the Golden Boot this season pales in comparison to the grandeur of the World Cup. These matters are trivial in its presence. You are no longer playing solely for yourself. Hulai stared in surprise at the lengthy message from Uncle Yong. Although it was merely text, it was rare for Uncle Yong to engage in such a serious discourse with him. He had anticipated that a light-hearted quip would suffice to dismiss the topic, but to his astonishment, Uncle Yong was indeed correct. Compared to the monumental occasion of his first World Cup, the Premier League title and the league's Golden Boot seemed inconsequential. However, only children make choices. As an adult, I desire both. Most importantly, to excel in the World Cup, the points from the task rewards are indispensable. Yet, what troubled Hulai the most was his inability to convince Uncle Yong of his resilience against injury. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Uncle Yong, have you been hacked? Why the sudden seriousness? Johnson Law is injured too, Uncle Yong's message read, leaving Hulai wide-eyed at the revelation. Yongjun set aside his mobile phone and lifted his gaze towards the television, where the commentator Matthew Cox was exclaiming in a somewhat exaggerated manner, "The luck of the Stan Park Rangers is truly abysmal. Indeed, it is utterly lamentable. Who could have anticipated that their captain, Johnson Liao, would sustain an injury so early in the match? After enduring the first half, he ultimately had to be substituted." The broadcast then focused on a close-up of Brooks, the head coach of the Stan Park Rangers, whose furrowed brow and grave expression suggested a measure of composure, albeit one that had been achieved only after a moment of emotional turmoil. Yongjun had witnessed Brooks's reaction when Johnson Liao first went down. He was in a furious state, as if battling unseen adversaries in the air. The match had barely progressed 16 minutes when Johnson Liao, donning the captain's armband, collided with his goalkeeper, Victor Limos, during a defensive play and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Although he returned to the field after receiving brief medical attention, it was evident that his movements were hampered, his actions appeared awkward, and he refrained from exerting himself fully. Thus, at the start of the second half, the Stan Park Rangers made a substitution, with Johnson Liao not re-entering the game, likely following a thorough examination during halftime that confirmed he could no longer continue. This was indeed a heavy blow for the Stan Park Rangers, especially considering that this match was the Merseyside Derby. The Stan Park Rangers were hosting Liverpool United at a crucial juncture in their title chase. Encountering their local rivals Liverpool United was a situation fraught with tension, as Liverpool United was undoubtedly eager to thwart their city foes. Currently positioned 12th in the league, Liverpool United had no realistic hope of claiming the championship this season, nor even a theoretical chance of contending for European qualification. Yet, this did not diminish their resolve to sabotage the ambitions of their arrogant local rivals. The supporters of Liverpool United might endure a season devoid of trophies, but if they could manage to see the Stan Park Rangers, their proud adversaries, falter and lose the title, it would make their season worthwhile. Despite the evident disparity in strength between the two teams, the actual prowess of either side became inconsequential in the context of the derby. As the first half concluded with a score of 0-0, the home team, the Stan Park Rangers, found themselves unable to assert dominance over the seemingly inferior Liverpool United. "I now believe that God must be a supporter of Leeds City," remarked Sam Rander, the assistant coach, as all members of the Leeds City coaching staff gathered in the conference room to watch the live broadcast of the Merseyside Derby. His sentiment was met with agreement from the rest of the coaching team. The current circumstances undoubtedly lead one to form such an opinion. The league has progressed through 31 rounds, and since their resounding 4-3 victory against Stan Park Rangers, Leeds City has embarked on an impressive 7-match winning streak in the Premier League, establishing a new record for the longest consecutive victories in their history. Among these triumphs were a 2-1 win at home against Burnley, a 2-0 victory over Holt, a 3-1 win away against London Mars, a 1-0 success at home against Highlanders, and a commanding 3-0 away win against the league's bottom side, Peterborough United. Until the last round, Leeds City triumphed 2-1 against West Hearts away. The team's form has been nothing short of spectacular, buoyed by a streak of fortunate outcomes. Matches that seemed on the verge of slipping away ultimately resulted in victory. Their momentum has been unstoppable. However, The arrival of the international match day has brought a temporary halt to the league. For Clark's coaching staff, this is far from an auspicious development, as they fear that the team's impressive momentum may be disrupted. Fortunately, due to the limited number of national players in Leeds City's squad, the impact of the international break is not overly significant. In contrast, a prestigious team like Stan Park Rangers vividly exemplifies the so-called FIFA virus, which refers to club players suffering injuries and fatigue from international matches, leading to a decline in form upon their return to club duties and even absenting themselves from club matches altogether. Following their defeat to Leeds City, Stan Park was held to a draw by Peterborough, marking 2 consecutive matches without a win. Yet, they quickly rebounded, securing 5 consecutive victories. In the 27th round, they triumphed 3-2 at home against London Mars. In the 28th round, they achieved a 3-0 victory against West Hearts away. In the 29th round, they secured a 2-1 win at home against Boscombe. In the 30th round, they celebrated a resounding 4-0 victory away against Sydenham. In the 31st round, they managed a 2-0 win away against Holt. Based solely on these 5 rounds, Stan Park Rangers appeared to have emerged from the plight of their captain's injury. However, their leading scorer, Matty Palacios, sustained an injury during the international break. While it does not necessitate a season-ending absence, he will be sidelined for at least a month. The City Derby had yet to commence, and they had already lost a key player. Many believed that the misfortune of Stan Park Rangers had reached its zenith. But was that truly the end? No. Upon the commencement of the match, it became evident that the worst was yet to come, as Johnson Law was injured. The successive injuries to Captain Harry Bernard, Vice-Captain Johnson Law, and key forward Matty Palacios have dealt a severe blow to the morale of Stan Park Rangers. Some superstitious fans speculated whether this was a divine punishment, even as they pondered when they might have offended the heavens. This is also why Sam Landell, after observing the first half, expressed such sentiments, while Clark, who was fervently directing from the sidelines, adopted a more cautious demeanor. Let us refrain from such statements, Sam. Let us finish the match first. There are still 45 minutes remaining, and anything can happen within that time frame. 45 minutes later, the match concludes. The match has ended. The Stan Park Rangers, in their home ground, ultimately failed to secure victory in this match. They owe their gratitude to the undeniable weakness of Liverpool United. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been a mere 0-0 draw. With 7 rounds remaining in the league, the Stan Park Rangers have been impeded by their city rivals. They have played 1 match more than Leeds City, but only lead by a mere 7 points. During the televised broadcast, Matthew Cox exclaimed with palpable excitement. Initially, everyone believed the Stan Park Rangers, who once led Leeds City by 14 points, had their championship victory all but assured, yet unexpected turmoil has now emerged. I am uncertain whether Tony Clark is watching this match live, but I want to say to him, keep pushing. Your opportunity has arrived. In the conference room, the coaching staff of Leeds City exchanged glances. The final moments of the match felt akin to a roller coaster ride, with their emotions oscillating throughout the game. When the final whistle blew, confirming that the Stan Park Rangers were held to a 0-0 draw by Liverpool United, the anticipated cheers did not resonate in the conference room. Instead, silence prevailed. Perhaps it is true that God is indeed our fan, someone murmured. Clark pondered, remarking, this is indeed our chance. But only if we can secure a victory against the Navy Port. I had initially planned to bench Hu for this match, but it seems he must start now. I hope his stamina holds up. Fitness coach Anthony Clement quickly interjected, we have conducted a thorough examination, and he is in excellent condition, showing no signs of fatigue. Clark nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. He will start. We must win, no matter what. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 236. All and Tony Clark stood nervously on the sidelines, frequently glancing at his watch. The match had reached the 77th minute. With the score still tied at 2-2, Leeds City was momentarily locked in a stalemate with Navy Port on their home turf. He had exhausted all 3 of his substitution opportunities, with his final change seeing right-back Josh Lawler replaced by substitute forward Lloyd Cree. Consequently, Leeds City transitioned from a 4-4-2 formation to a 2-4-4. Yes, you read that correctly. It was indeed a 2-4-4, not a 4-4-2. The original left-back, Farrah Quinn, had not moved centrally to join Ben Grister and Teddy Brayford in a 3-man defense. Rather, he was pushed into midfield by Clark, transforming into a wide midfielder. Simultaneously, Ismail Kamara's position was further advanced, joining Hu Lai and Lorenzo, along with the recently substituted Lloyd Cree, to form a quartet of forwards. Cree and Lorenzo took up central roles, while Kamara and Hulai operated as inside forwards, flitting about the two strikers in search of opportunities. On the flanks, the playmaking Quinn took over Kamara's previous duties on the left, while Charlie Porter remained on the right, both leveraging their crossing abilities to deliver the ball into Navy Port's penalty area. Lorenzo and Cree would contest the first touches, while Hulai and Kamara focused on securing the second balls. Meanwhile, the midfielders Williams and Adams must promptly keep pace, reducing the distance to the forward line, controlling the third drop point, and preparing for a second attack, all while seizing the opportunity to take long-range shots. This was the audacious adjustment made by the eccentric Clark in the final minutes of the match. Apart from the goalkeeper and defenders, nearly all of Leeds United's players had crossed the halfway line. Even the two center-backs were positioned at the center line. Such a scene appeared truly magnificent. Commentator Matthew Cox chuckled, acknowledging that this was indeed the sort of modification that Tony Clark was capable of making. So reckless, so daring, truly emblematic of the madman Clark. Nicolas Dufresne, the French head coach of the Shipyard Port, observed the unfolding match and expressed his thoughts. It was entirely a display of a win-or-lose mentality. I suspect that in Clark's understanding of football rules, there are only two outcomes: victory and defeat. The assistant coach, Peter O'Connor, shook his head. I understand why he is so intent on winning, but doesn't he consider the possibility of losing instead? Should we not take advantage of their pressing opportunity to counterattack? The gaps in Leeds City's defense at this moment were as vast as the endless African savanna, and it was quite reasonable to aim for exploiting their weaknesses. However, Dufresne shook his head, saying, "No, Peter. At least not now. If we attempt to counter them instead of focusing on defense, we might concede a goal before we even get a chance to counterattack. Trust me, they have that capability." O'Connor conceded that Dufresne had a point and thus refrained from further discussing the counterattack. Last season, Leeds City did not leave him with such an impression, but this season, they have demonstrated their potential with the second most goals in the Premier League. Though he verbally dismissed his assistant coach's suggestion, Dufresne began to seriously contemplate the possibility of ambushing Leeds City. This season, Shipyard Port's performance has been rather dismal, ranking 9th in the league with only 43 points after 31 rounds. With 7 rounds remaining, the prospect of securing a spot in next season's Champions League, essentially finishing in the top 4, seems virtually impossible. Currently, the 4th place is occupied by Tranmere with 58 points. The gap between the two teams is 15 points, and with so many teams in between, it is unlikely that Shipyard Port can claim the 4th position. However, competing for 5th place, which grants qualification for next season's Europa League, remains within reach. The points between 4th and 5th are virtually 2 different tiers. 5th-placed North London Rangers have 49 points, just 6 more than Shipyard Port. So why not give it a try? Of course, this requires Shipyard Port to first defeat Leeds City in this match. With this thought in mind, Dufresne glanced at the match clock and said to O'Connor, "Let us withstand Leeds City's attack for now, and in the last 5 minutes of the match, we shall attempt to counterattack." O'Connor nodded in agreement. With the match approaching the 80-minute mark, there isn't much time left to wait. Shipyard Port may not be renowned for their defensive prowess, but holding out for 5 or 6 minutes should not pose a significant challenge. Clark adopted a rather radical approach, hoping to triumph over the naval port. However, this decision harbored potential risks. A surprise counterattack from the naval port could lead to an unfortunate defeat. He phoned. Observing the tense situation where Leeds City was relentlessly attacking while the naval port entrenched itself defensively, expressed his concerns. He indeed feared the implications of such a scenario. The Stan Park Rangers had drawn with Liverpool the previous day, and should Leeds City manage to overcome the naval port, the gap between the two teams would narrow from 6 points to a mere 4. Nevertheless, the true concern lay not in the points difference, as even in defeat, it would merely shift from 6 to 7 points. The more pressing issue was the disheartening sensation of watching opportunities slip through one's fingers, which could severely impact team morale. With only 7 rounds left in the league, a drop in morale could lead to a complete collapse in performance. Clark, as the head coach, possessed a certain madness, and it could be said that Leeds City's current position as the league's second was significantly influenced by his unique style. Yet, this madness served as a double-edged sword. As Yin Kong noted beside him, naturally, those who achieve great things often possess a touch of madness. However, one must be mentally prepared to bear the consequences of such madness while reveling in its benefits. "Jinx!" exclaimed Shi Wuyin, seated before the television. Unable to suppress her frustration at Yin Kang's words, she resorted to this manner of expression to alleviate her own anxiety. She ardently hoped her son would lead the team to victory in the Premier League, for it would be an extraordinary accomplishment. Under the potential for championship glory, what once seemed a commendable second place in the league now felt less appealing. She had never been the calm type of fan like her husband or the television commentators. Her allegiance was unwaveringly with her son, cheering him on. Thus, regardless of the actual circumstances or what should ideally transpire, her sole desire was for her son to win. However, during this period, her enjoyment of the matches had waned. Ever since Hulai scored the season's first Premier League hat-trick against Stan Park Rangers, the defensive pressure he faced in subsequent matches had intensified. After that, Leeds City won 6 consecutive games, yet Hulai managed to find the net only once. So much so that some media outlets remarked it was the least prolific period for Hulai since joining Leeds City. The scarcity of goals was one aspect. On another front, Hulai often faced intense defensive scrutiny, hindering his performance. As Hulai's most ardent supporter, Shi Wuyin found herself devoid of the previous thrill while watching her son play. Each time he returned without success, she felt a mix of anxiety and heartache. To help his wife maintain a level head, Lee Zhiyuan had even analyzed the situation for her, explaining that Hulai's outstanding performance this season warranted the attention he was receiving. Moreover, such scrutiny might not be detrimental for Hulai. It could serve as a valuable learning experience for his continued growth. Logically, Shi Wuyin understood her husband's perspective, yet emotionally, she remained unsettled. Initially leading the league's scoring chart by a considerable margin, the previous season's top scorer, Marvin Stones, has now had his position challenged. Having netted 19 goals, just 3 shy of Hulai, this development has rekindled suspense regarding the league's golden boot. Thus far in the match, 4 goals have been scored, none of which, unfortunately, were by her son, leaving Shi Wuyin somewhat dissatisfied. When Hulai assisted Kamala in securing Leeds City's second goal, the commentator jubilantly exclaimed, "This marks Hulai's second assist in the Premier League this season. What a splendid assist." Unbeknownst to Shi Wuyin, she found little solace in the notion of assists. If her son could score, why pass the ball? Gulixin cast a sidelong glance at his wife, recognizing her displeasure regarding Hulai's lack of goals. He had already conveyed all the rationale he could, and whatever sentiments lingered in her heart were beyond his purview. Therefore, he refrained from further persuasion, mindful of maintaining harmony in their marital life. As he redirected his attention to the match, the final 10 minutes loomed. After participating in 2 national team matches, his son remained on the pitch, having started and played the entire game without substitution. It was evident that Coach Clark placed considerable trust in Hulai, who, indeed, was drawing more defensive focus from the opponents, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates. While Shi Wuyin prioritized her son's goals as a means of securing victory for the team, Gulixin was less concerned about whether Hulai scored, as long as the team emerged victorious. In the televised broadcast, it seemed Hulai shared this mindset. He had just received the ball with his back to the goal in the penalty area and passed it back to the advancing Williams, who took a shot. Unfortunately, the penalty area was crowded, and Williams' attempt struck the leg of the defender Tima Blandon, deflecting the ball elsewhere. Gulixin heard his wife's discontented sigh, yet he nodded in approval. His son was not merely a solitary wolf fixated on scoring. As a poacher-type striker, Gulixin hoped his son would learn to share opportunities with his teammates, not solely for tactical reasons, but also to alleviate some of his own defensive burdens. He glanced at the upper left corner of the television screen, noting the match time, 80-48. The game had officially entered its final 10 minutes, with the score still tied at 2-2. Chapter completed. Chapter 237. A backward C-style header. Charlie Porter delivered a direct cross from the right flank. Leeds City's captain, Lorenzo, soared high in the center, managing to connect with the ball despite the close interference from Brandon, directing it towards the goal of the Naval Port. Fredrik Olm, the Swedish goalkeeper for the Naval Port, leapt into action, making a valiant effort to block the shot. The ball, however, did not sail out of play but instead landed back within the penalty area. Hulai had already surged towards the ball's anticipated landing spot before it even touched down, yet he still failed to make contact. The ball was kicked out of bounds by another central defender from the Naval Port, Argentine international Enzo Montoya. Just as Hulai's leg collided with Montoya's thigh at the moment his toe grazed the football. It can be said that had Montoya's movement been just a fraction slower, Hu Lai would have seized control of the ball. What a close call, Cox exclaimed, noting that Hu was on the brink of making a follow-up shot. Montoya displayed remarkable focus. The captain of the naval port, their forward Carlin Burt, lifted the fallen Montoya, patting him on the back with vigor as a gesture of gratitude and encouragement. In the face of Leeds City's relentless assault, the naval port required every act of self-sacrifice to safeguard their goal. Only through collective resolve could they withstand the onslaught from Leeds City. The naval port's performance this season has been rather lackluster, and against Leeds City, they certainly lack the privilege of maintaining pride and superiority. They must exert every effort, even if it appears somewhat awkward, rather than succumb to defeat. TSK. In front of the television, Xiaolon frowned upon witnessing the scene. This was one of the reasons she had been feeling discontented while watching her son play recently. There were chances she believed belonged to Hu Lai, only for them to be thwarted by the opposing team's positioning. When her son entered the fray, he could only collide with the defenders. At times, the referee would even call a foul on Hu Lai for the collision. Xiaolon found this utterly absurd. Is the referee blind? With my son's slight frame, how could he possibly knock over those tall and robust Premier League defenders? On the screen, He Feng and Yin Kong were discussing Hu Lai's performance during the recent attack. Hu Lai's ability to judge the trajectory of the ball is truly exceptional. He accurately predicted where it would land. However, Montoya was no novice either. He had also correctly anticipated the drop point, leveraging his physical advantage to push Hu Lai aside, successfully clearing the ball first. What a nuisance. The naval port's defense against Hu is incredibly stringent. They are giving him absolutely no space. They've been marking Hu closely for 80 minutes. Surely they must be exhausted? Don't they ever consider easing up? In the north stand, Levin was incessantly complaining. Beside him, John remarked, "Levin, your comments lack insight. The naval port knows that if they let up, they are doomed. So how could they possibly relax their defense against Hu?" "Of course, I know that. But isn't it human to make mistakes? Can't they afford to err?" Levin retorted. "Always relying on the opponent to slip up is not the mentality of a truly formidable player," John admonished. "I'm just a fan. Why should I care?" Levin countered, refusing to accept John's argument. The two were engaged in a verbal sparring match, while David Miller, standing nearby with his arms crossed, remained silent, though his expression betrayed his discontent. However, his displeasure stemmed not from their bickering, but rather from the fact that he hadn't had a chance to chant Hu's praises at Flanders for quite some time. The last time Hu Lai scored at home was back on January 18th during the 23rd round of the league, when Leeds City triumphed over Liverpool with a score of 2-1, and Hu Lai netted a goal in that match. Since then, Hu Lai has netted 4 more goals, all of which were scored away from home. Every time there is a home match, David Miller eagerly anticipates Hu Lai's goals from the north stand, longing to hear the Hu song, pinned by him, resonate throughout the Flanders stadium. As Miller furrowed his brow, lost in thought while his companions engaged in banter, a sudden commotion erupted in the stands, accompanied by cheers. Both John and Levin ceased their argument, turning their gazes toward the pitch. David Miller quickly regained his focus, directing his attention to the nearby area of the naval port's penalty box. Quinn. Amidst the thunderous applause from the stands, Kamara, cutting inside toward the box, unexpectedly delivered a diagonal pass toward the byline. Simultaneously, from behind him, the former fullback turned winger, Farrah Quinn, surged forward at great speed, racing toward the ball. The naval port's right back, Mark Murphy, who was originally tasked with marking Kamara, hastily abandoned his pursuit of the Frenchman to chase after Quinn. However, it was too late. Upon reaching the ball, Quinn did not continue dribbling. Instead, he sent a precise pass toward the goal. This marked yet another offensive attempt for Leeds City. While the fanfare was loud, it appeared to be no different from numerous previous crosses from the flanks. After Clark adjusted his tactics, going all in, the frequency of Leeds City's wing crosses had notably increased, yet the effectiveness was lacking. Defending against such crosses was relatively straightforward. At the back post, Leeds City's captain, the towering Italian striker Lorenzo, stood entangled with the naval port's center back, Brandon. Their arms were interlocked, shoulders pressed against one another as they leaped together. In the ensuing scramble, Lorenzo managed to make contact with the ball, but due to Brandon's positioning, he lacked the space to direct a header toward the goal. In that moment, he caught sight of Hu Lai at the near post and instinctively directed the ball in that direction. Upon noticing Lorenzo's header, Hu Lai prepared to leap. His reflexes were evidently quicker than those of Montoya beside him. Montoya had his focus solely on the ball until he saw it hurtling toward him. at which point he realized he needed to jump to contest the header. However, Hu Lai was already airborne. Montoya had no choice but to leap toward Hu Lai, attempting to use his tilted body to press against Hu Lai, hoping to disrupt his balance in midair and interfere with his header. He succeeded. Hu Lai was slightly pushed off balance. Witnessing this, Leeds City's goalkeeper, Lloyd Cree, quickly raised his hand, eager to alert the referee vocally. The referee, having noticed the incident, refrained from blowing the whistle. In his judgment, while Montoya had exhibited a collision, the force was minimal, making it difficult to assert that a foul had occurred. "Damn Montoya!" shouted anxious Leeds City fans from the nearest north stand, their frustration boiling over. To them, it seemed Hu Lai would once again miss an opportunity to score. Montoya's antics were truly vexatious, as everyone believed, including Montoya himself, that Hu Lai would be unable to make contact with the ball. Hu Lai, who was on the verge of losing his balance in midair, suddenly arched his abdomen and twisted his body backward, nearly contorting into a reverse C. In that moment of backward lean, the back of his head made contact with the incoming football. At the instant of contact, the core muscles of Hu Lai's abdomen and the muscles in his neck exerted their final ounce of strength to nudge the ball towards the goal behind him. Montoya, standing so close, was utterly unprepared for Hu Lai's ability to head the ball in such a precarious situation. He could only watch in disbelief as the football sailed past him, while Hu Lai lost his balance and tumbled toward the ground. Wait. Did that ball just go in?" He foamed, gasped at the sight, rendered almost speechless by the shock. As for the goalkeeper of the Naval Port, Ulm, he was so stunned that he didn't even attempt to make a save. He simply stood on the goal line, turning his head to watch the ball glide into the net. "Whoa, Hu Lai. Cox raised his arms in exultation, marveling at the unconventional manner in which Hu Lai managed to score, leaving even Montoya beside him in a state of astonishment. It was utterly unbelievable. I speak not only of the manner of this goal, but also of its timing. In the 84th minute of the match, Leeds City led Naval Port 3-2. As he uttered these words, the live broadcast displayed the current standings of the top 6 teams in the Premier League. The Stand Park Rangers maintained their position at the summit with 82 points. Leeds City remained in second place. Yet their point gap with the Stand Park Rangers had shrunk to merely 4 points, now standing at 78. In front of the home team's coaching area, Clark leaped from the technical area, charging onto the pitch before turning to the roaring Leeds City fans in the stands, shaking his fists in response to their cheers. Scott Brooks, seated before the television, leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling with a long sigh. All, in front of the television, Xiaolan could no longer contain her excitement as she screamed upon witnessing the football cross the line. She completely disregarded the fact that it was already past 1 in the morning. She merely wished to unleash the emotions that had long been pent up within her. On television, commentator Hefong gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This is Hu Lai. This is Hu Lai." Even though Naval Port strictly marked him throughout the match, he still managed to score. Yin Kong also gritted his teeth, adding, "And Hefong, strictly speaking, the defensive players of Naval Port did nothing wrong in their attempts to contain Hu Lai. Their defense was commendable. Yet, despite this, Hu Lai seized upon a fleeting opportunity to find the net. Montoya executed everything within his power during this defense. But his impeccable performance merely served as the perfect backdrop for Hu Lai's remarkable goal. This goal is one of Hu Lai's masterpieces. Never give up. Fight until the last moment. At any time, in any manner, he can score. After the shot, Hu Lai lost all balance and fell to the ground. He did not turn to gaze at the goal, but instead confirmed his score through the roaring cheers that erupted from the stands. Struggling to rise from the ground to celebrate, he found himself thwarted as enthusiastic players from Leeds City piled upon him, forming a jubilant heap right in front of the goal at the Shipyard. Amidst the resounding cheers, the North Stand was the first to chant the song of Hu Lai. Who had the what a goal? Who? Hu Lai's what a goal? Who? David Miller was no longer singing. He was shouting with all his might. At last, after 2 months and 9 days, the Leeds City fans at Flanders Stadium could once again chant Ho together. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 238. 4 points. As the Stand Park Rangers were held back in the Merseyside Derby by Liverpool, Leeds City seized their opportunity. This team, which had initially aimed for relegation survival at the start of the season, found themselves genuinely in the running for the league title. Although Leeds City officials had never publicly mentioned such ambitions, many, including commentator Cox, now believe that their goal was undoubtedly to contend for the championship. Prior to the match between Leeds City and the Shipyard, Manchester Athletic had already lost to London Bridge away, and although they remained in third place, they had played one more match than Leeds City and trailed by 9 points. Thus, even if Leeds City were to draw against the Shipyard, it would have minimal impact on their standing. As for Champions League qualification, Leeds City had already secured their place for the next season after the completion of the 31st round of matches. At that time, Leeds City had amassed 75 points, while the fifth-placed North London Wanderers had only 49, creating a staggering 26-point gap, with 7 rounds remaining in the league. This difference ensured Leeds City's qualification for the Champions League a full 7 rounds in advance, having successfully avoided relegation and now secured Champions League participation. One would think Leeds City should be devoid of any further desires. Yet, the fervent reactions from the team and supporters following Hulai's goal belied any notion of complacency. The undeniable truth emerged. Leeds City aspired to contest the league title against Stan Park Rangers. Ultimately, Hulai's goal became the last of the match, leading Leeds City to a 3-2 victory against the Shipyard, avenging a previous identical scoreline. Most importantly, they were now only 4 points behind Stan Park Rangers. 4 points, a margin that conjured a multitude of possibilities. Tony, is this what you meant when you said the time for hiding had passed? After the match, assistant coach Sam Rander inquired of Clark, who scratched his head in contemplation. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Rander was somewhat taken aback. What's the matter? Do you still wish to hide? It's not about hiding. I am merely contemplating that, with everyone believing we are in contention for the championship, even capable of clinching it, we must remain composed during this pivotal moment. Thus, I have decided to temper expectations at the post-match press conference. Rander smirked. So you still wish to conceal the truth? At the post-match press conference, addressing a throng of enthusiastic journalists, Tony Clark spoke in a calm tone and at a measured pace. Championship? I am not preoccupied with such thoughts at the moment. I am simply elated that we have secured another victory. Indeed, we currently trail the Stan Park Rangers by 4 points, but I do not believe that signifies much. After all, the Rangers remain ahead of us, and as long as they continue to win, they will retain their title. We can only focus on our own performance. The outcome of the championship is beyond our control. My singular objective is to ensure Leeds City wins every match. As for other matters, they are not our concern. A group of journalists exchanged glances, astonished by Clark's composure. At this stage, it was evident to nearly everyone that Leeds City possessed the potential for championship contention. Yet he managed to maintain such tranquility in front of so many media representatives. It truly prompted one to question whether the exuberant individual who had rushed onto the pitch in celebration after Hulai's goal was indeed the same person presently addressing the press. I genuinely wish to ask Clark if he believes in his own words. Assistant coach of the Stan Park Rangers, Stephen Brown, scoffed as he reviewed the media coverage of the post-match press conference. Brooks, however, appeared quite unperturbed, regardless of whether he believes it himself. He at least spoke a truth, that as long as we continue to win, the league championship will remain ours. Thus, there is no need for undue haste. I believe Leeds City exemplifies something we should learn from. They focus solely on their own affairs, striving to win each match without concern for anything else. If they can win every match, then indeed, there is no need to consider anything else. Brown couldn't resist retorting with a hint of sarcasm directed at Leeds City. This season, the Stan Park Rangers' lead over Leeds City had dwindled from a maximum of 15 points to a mere 4, and in the face of such a relentless pursuer, Brown found it challenging to maintain his composure. Brooks, aware of Brown's sentiments, smiled and shook his head, unbothered by his assistant's attempts at banter. For us, it isn't entirely bad news. At the very least, Harry is returning. Since sustaining an injury in the 25th round of the league, Harry Bernard had undergone 2 months of recovery and was now able to train with the team. The upcoming match where the Stan Park Rangers host Albion could very well mark the day their captain, Harry Bernard, returns to the field for the demoralized Stan Park Rangers. This indeed heralds monumental tidings. Their leader, their cornerstone, is coming back. Moreover, in the ensuing 6 rounds of the league, Leeds City will face both Manchester teams in succession, with each match proving to be a formidable challenge. In any case, we must remain focused on our own performance, as long as we secure victories in every match. The championship shall remain within our grasp. Brooks ultimately set the tone. When Neil Mullen pushed open the door to the locker room, he could feel several pairs of eyes instantly fixated upon him. He understood the implications of their gazes, yet maintained his composure under their scrutiny as he made his way to the beverage machine. At the beverage machine, he encountered Andy Wuyin, who stood directly in front of the Coke Mullen sought. Noticing Wumin's refusal to budge, Mullen said, "Step aside, Andy, you're blocking me." Wuyin regarded Mullen for a moment before finally shifting slightly to the side. However, as Mullen reached for his drink, Wuyin remarked, "This time, I merely obstructed your access to the Coke, Neil. Next time, it won't be so simple." Mullen turned to him. "In the 37th round of the league, Tranmere will thwart your championship dreams." Mullen shrugged, replying, "I've already stated, Andy, that I'm quite pleased with securing a spot in next season's Champions League. Even if we don't clinch the title, I wouldn't feel any regret." Wuyin scoffed derisively, "Hypocrite." With that, he turned and walked away. With a pop, Mullen pulled the tab on the can, watching Wumin's retreating figure as he took a generous gulp of the ice-cold Coke. "For points. We are only 4 points away. Could we truly win the championship?" At the White Rose pub, David Miller and his companions gathered, sipping drinks and eagerly discussing their perspectives on the league's dynamics. Following their successful early relegation, opinions diverged regarding the team's objectives for the season. Those lacking ambition felt that their current standings were commendable, believing that they would achieve whatever fate had in store. Their expectations were minimal. However, such individuals were in the minority. A larger faction oscillated between aspirations for the FA Cup and Champions League qualification. Yet, when Leeds City was eliminated from the FA Cup by Manchester Athletic, a consensus emerged: we must secure our place in next season's Champions League. This would mark Leeds City's inaugural participation in the Champions League. Merely contemplating this was exhilarating. Now, however, they had seemingly cast aside thoughts of Champions League qualification, with everyone fixated on the league title. After all, while there are 4 spots for the Champions League each season in the Premier League, there is only one champion. The value of the latter is undeniably clear. "I genuinely feel we have a chance. If we can continue winning, who knows what might happen," one suggested. "Or should we temper our optimism? Even if we are only 4 points behind, if Stan Park Rangers keep winning, we still remain 4 points adrift, right?" The critical point is that we no longer have any matches against Stan Park Rangers, and we can only rely on others' performances, John analyzed. However, Levin shook his head and closed his eyes, declaring, "I won't listen, I won't listen. The Stan Park Rangers have been thoroughly intimidated. As long as we can sustain our pressure on them, they are bound to make mistakes. Bernard will return to the Rangers for the next round of the league," John reminded him. Levin paused for a moment, taken aback. "So soon?" "Indeed, it has been more than 2 months." Levin furrowed his brow upon hearing this, his earlier exuberance dissipating. Any English football fan, even one who does not support the Stan Park Rangers, should recognize the significance of the name Harry Bernard. Despite the Rangers' recent 5-game winning streak following a 2-match winless run, all their victories were against considerably weaker opponents. When faced with a genuine challenge, they faltered. For instance, in the recent Merseyside derby, they were held to a draw by their city rivals Liverpool, who are far inferior in strength. Now that their cornerstone has returned, this news is undoubtedly uplifting for both the players and fans of Stan Park Rangers. Chapter 239. That man at the training base of the Stan Park Rangers. The first team training ground was abuzz with excitement. To an unknowing observer, it would seem like an open day at the club, with a multitude of ordinary fans and media reporters present. "Are you not concerned that allowing so many people in to watch the team train will affect the players?" Assistant coach Stephen Brown inquired of head coach Scott Brooks. Brooks shook his head, explaining, "Today is merely a recovery training session, a relatively relaxed format. So there's no risk of leaks. The key is that the team needs this kind of ritual. The fans do too. Both parties need to derive confidence from it." The reason so many media and fans gathered outside the training ground to observe the first team practice, despite it not being an open day, was due to the special occasion. When the players emerged from the locker room dressed and ran onto the training field, the fans gathered outside the wire fence erupted in cheers. Amidst the cheers, photographers aimed their cameras at one figure among the players, none other than the team captain, Harry Bernard. Today marked the day Bernard rejoined the team for training after 2 months of injury. This day holds profound significance for the Stan Park Rangers. The return of their pillar brings a much-needed boost to everyone involved, players, fans, and media alike. With the team's lead over Leeds United reduced to a mere 4 points, Confidence is of utmost importance. You're right, Scott. But I worry that this puts all the pressure squarely on Harry's shoulders. He is someone who has undergone meniscus surgery. Can he withstand such immense pressure? Brown whispered, covering his mouth. This habit of covering his mouth arose from the presence of media to prevent prying eyes from reading his lips. He certainly did not want his words to be reported, as that would create significant trouble for both himself and the team. I understand your concerns, Stephen. Do you believe this idea originated from me? Is it not so? Much like your own concept of the honor corridor. Brooks smiled and shook his head. The honor corridor was indeed my brainchild. Yet the matter at hand was initiated by Harry, who proposed it to me from the very beginning. Brown appeared somewhat taken aback, then directed his gaze towards Harry Bernard, who had already stepped onto the field, greeting the fans and media at the sidelines. He should be acutely aware of his physical condition at this moment. However, he is equally cognizant of the precarious position the team currently occupies. Thus, he has chosen to step forward and bear the banner of the team. This truly aligns with his character, and to be a captain of such caliber is indeed a remarkable achievement. I hope his sacrifices bear fruit, sighed Brown. We all share that hope. The two stood at the sidelines, their eyes fixed ahead. Under their watchful gaze, the fervent fans waved their banners, shouting at Harry Bernard as he approached to engage with them. Harry, we need you. Harry, lead us to victory. Bernard reached out across the wire fence, high-fiving the fans, proclaiming, I will, my friends. We shall be champions, I assure you. His response elicited a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Rangers, never give up. The simultaneous roar of hundreds reverberated across the training grounds, akin to thunder rolling in from afar. Rangers will never give up. The deafening cheers from the stands of Stamford Park were a tribute from the Rangers fans to their captain. Just moments ago, the newly recovered Harry Bernard unleashed a powerful strike from outside the penalty area, sending the ball skimming along the grass into the Albion goal. The deadlock was broken, and the Stamford Park Rangers took a 1-0 lead at home. Following the goal, Harry Bernard sprinted towards the Rangers stand, raising his arms and waving them incessantly, igniting a tremendous uproar. This is Harry Bernard, the eternal captain, the greatest captain in the history of Stamford Park Rangers, a symbol of English football. Beware, adversaries. The formidable Harry has returned. The stadium announcer boomed through Stamford Park. Cox was equally impressed that Harry Bernard managed to score in his first match back. Why do we say Harry Bernard is so vital to the Stamford Park Rangers? Look at that goal. In times of adversity, you can always look to that man, and he will never let you down. At this crucial juncture in the league, Bernard's return is a tremendous boon for the Rangers. If the Stamford Park Rangers were a stock, I believe the mere news of Bernard's recovery would be sufficient to propel their index by 10%. Just observe him racing across the field. Can you fathom that this is a man who has just undergone meniscus surgery? My goodness, the match has concluded, with Bernard's remarkable long-range goal upon his return from injury. The Stamford Park Rangers triumphed at home with a score of 2-0 against Albion. This victory has afforded them an advantageous position in the championship race against Leeds City, now placing the ball firmly at Leeds City's feet. For the first time before the match commenced, the atmosphere in the Leeds City locker room was not filled with music, but rather the commentary of the ongoing game. The players attentively watched the recently concluded match on the television within the locker room. At that moment, the locker room door swung open, and head coach Tony Clark entered. He too was drawn in by the commentary and the jubilant cheers emanating from Stamford Park. Stealing a glance at the television screen, he quickly shifted his gaze to his players, acknowledging their awareness of the events unfolding at the other stadium. The player, who had undergone a meniscus removal, astoundingly scored a goal in his comeback match, leading his team to such a splendid victory. Truly remarkable, even as an adversary. I must commend it. Clark clapped his hands, seemingly applauding Harry Bernard's performance. This is what I cherish about football. Everyone gives their utmost, showcasing their best selves, and ultimately, the championship is bestowed upon the one who performs best. The Stamford Park Rangers have provided their answer. Now it is our turn to respond. Go out there, lads, and give them a splendid reply, honoring the Hardman Harry. Clark clapped his hands vigorously. Amidst his applause, the players rose in unison, streaming out of the open locker room door towards the pitch. How's it going? Did I miss anything? Brooks inquired as he pushed open the door. The individuals in the room glanced back at him before turning their attention back to the television. The screen displayed a live broadcast of another Premier League match. No, you haven't missed anything. It's been over 30 minutes, and still, nothing has happened, Assistant coach Stephen Brown replied. Scott Brooks completed all necessary post-match procedures, including the press conference, but did not depart with the team. The players boarded the bus back to the training base, where they would disperse and then drive off in their luxury cars to relax at home. Typically, Brooks would accompany the players back to the training base. But today he remained at Stan Park, watching Leeds City's away match against Wolverhampton with his coaching staff. Following the Rangers' victory, the ball was now in Leeds City's court, and he was eager to see how they would handle it. Wolverhampton, initially positioned as a mid-table team in the Premier League, had performed exceptionally this season. After their recent away victory of 1-0 against Holt, they had climbed to 5th place in the league, temporarily securing a spot in the upcoming season's Europa League. To maintain this standing, they would undoubtedly exert every effort on their home ground. Consequently, Leeds City faced a challenging match away from home. This was evident, as 34 minutes into the game, the offensively strong Leeds City had yet to breach their opponent's defense. After settling into the seat reserved for him, Brooks devoted his attention to the live broadcast of the match. The commentator, Cox, was just mentioning his team not long ago. The Stan Park Rangers had triumphed over a Bun in a home match with a score of 20. The return of Harry Bernard was pivotal, as he had managed to anchor the team on the brink of a precipice. Currently, the Stan Park Rangers had played one game more than Leeds City, leading them by 7 points. Should Leeds City fail to secure a victory against Wolverhampton away, the situation would tilt back in favor of the Stan Park Rangers. Just as he spoke, the dynamics on the field shifted abruptly. Leeds City advanced into Wolverhampton's penalty area. Look at this play. Matthew Cox had to interrupt his lengthy discourse. The coaches of the Stan Park Rangers, watching on television, became tense. The screen displayed Williams from Leeds City threading the ball through. Kamara, after sidestepping the ball in the penalty area, surged forward. Approaching the byline, he delivered a cross. Suddenly, Hulai emerged from the side of Wolverhampton's central defender, extending his foot to poke the ball. The football was deftly nudged into Wolverhampton's net. Leeds City took a 1-goal lead away. What a goal! Hulai. He has scored in consecutive matches. His previous form seems to have returned. Under pressure, he bravely stepped up, easing the tension for the entire team with a signature goal. Amidst Cox's cheers, the coaches of the Stan Park Rangers exchanged glances. Brooks chuckled to himself. Well, that was quite timely. End of chapter 240. The ball is kicked back, Tony. I think we should prohibit players from watching the Stan Park Rangers matches before our games, Sam Randier suggested to Clark. You see, after watching that match, the players seem anxious on the field. That's not feasible, Sam. Wouldn't that imply we fear the Stan Park Rangers? By merely watching their matches, we would lose our sense of how to play. Clark promptly rejected the idea. Besides, if they can't withstand such minimal pressure, how can they aspire to win the championship? I believe we should gather the players and, whenever appropriate, have them watch the Stan Park Rangers matches beforehand. It's crucial to remind them of the strength of the opponents we aim to conquer. If we defeat them, we emerge even stronger. Have you considered what happens if we lose? A loss would simply indicate that we are not yet strong enough and must strive harder. Just as the two were conversing along the sidelines, Leeds City launched another attack into Wolverhampton's penalty area. Moments later, Hulai darted in front of the goal, and the ball found the net. Clark turned to Randier, who was staring in disbelief at the field. He burst into laughter, embracing Randier tightly, and exclaimed in his ear, "Huh, Sam, you can always count on who." As Randier regained his composure, a wry smile crept across his face. He felt that Hulai's goal was almost a slap in the face, arriving just as he had begun to worry about the team's performance. Hey, well played, he thought. Although the goal itself was hardly remarkable, it was the kind of goal that occurs in countless football matches. The ball was passed into position, a player ran into place, and with a swift kick, the ball found the net. It bore no resemblance to a spectacular strike. Yet, such extraordinary goals are rare. The majority of goals are rather unremarkable. However, in the context of this match, Hulai's mundane goal held significant importance. At a moment when the players of Leeds City were feeling the pressure, his goal steadied their nerves, allowing them to relax and play more fluidly. They began to dominate the match against Wolverhampton, making it seem as though they were the ones playing at home. Had the first half not concluded, they might have continued their relentless assault, potentially leading to another goal against Wolverhampton. During halftime, the coaches of the Stan Park Rangers engaged in a discussion about the first half of the match. Assistant coach Stephen Brown furrowed his brow and remarked, "I honestly thought Wolverhampton might offer more resistance to Leeds City. After all, They had previously triumphed over them at Leeds City's home ground earlier this season. In the 9th round of the season, Leeds City had faced Wolverhampton at home, only to be defeated 2-1. Given their commendable performance so far this season, having climbed to 5th place in the league with a chance of qualifying for next season's Europa League, Wolverhampton should have posed significant challenges for Leeds City at home. Indeed, at the outset of the match, Wolverhampton had appeared vibrant, successfully stifling Leeds City's play. However, everything changed after Hulai's goal. The dynamics shifted, and now it was Wolverhampton who found themselves under pressure from Leeds City. Brooks interjected, "You seem to be overlooking an important detail, Stephen. In that last match where Leeds City lost at home to Wolverhampton, Hulai was absent." Stephen Brown paused, momentarily taken aback, before recollecting, "You are correct. Hulai had been unavailable due to national team duties and was not even included in the squad." Thus, Wolverhampton's victory over Leeds City was predicated on the absence of Hulai. Brooks continued, "The stark difference with and without Hulai is that Leeds City becomes significantly more adept at seizing scoring opportunities, making it easier for them to convert chances into goals. In a match, being able to score more goals than your opponent gives you a tremendous advantage." The other coaches in the room nodded in agreement with Brooks' assertion. This was indeed an immutable truth. After all, the essence of football ultimately lies in scoring goals. Although Wolverhampton had scored first in their previous encounter with Leeds City, they had not managed to outscore them overall. Moreover, Hulai consistently managed to equalize the score each time they had just fallen behind, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the team's morale. Occasional occurrences of such a setback might be bearable, but when it happens repeatedly, the players of the Stan Park Rangers begin to doubt themselves. Following that match, the coaching staff reviewed the game and concluded that the pivotal moment transpired shortly after they had taken the lead against Leeds City for the second time, only to concede an equalizer a mere 3 minutes later. This incident inflicted the most significant damage to the team's spirit and confidence, igniting impatience among the Stan Park Rangers players and ultimately sowing the seeds for their defeat. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed play, with Wolverhampton rallying after a 15-minute halftime adjustment, launching a vigorous assault on Leeds City's goal. However, this surge of aggression did not endure for long, as Leeds City's offensive was even more ferocious. In the 67th minute, Leeds City once again found the back of the net. This time, it was the right winger Charlie Porter who scored, unleashing a spectacular long-range shot from outside the penalty area that pierced through Wolverhampton's defenses. Charlie Porter. This marked his inaugural league goal of the season, a truly momentous achievement considering he had already provided 9 assists. After scoring, Porter was elated, so much so that he immediately tore off his jersey. Despite being aware that this would earn him a yellow card, he disregarded the consequences, thinking to himself, "Let the yellow card come. I must showcase my tattoo imbued with mysterious Eastern power." Hulai had once told him that he could celebrate by removing his shirt, even if it meant receiving a yellow card, and since then, that plan had occupied his thoughts. The trade-off of a yellow card to reveal his unique tattoo before the cameras seemed utterly worthwhile. However, he had not anticipated the long wait for his league goal. With assists nearing double digits and goals still at 0, he was determined that no one could hinder him from flaunting his tattoo at this precious opportunity. Charging bare-chested towards the camera, Charlie Porter raised his arm, revealing his tattoo inscribed with Chinese characters on his side, while pointing with his other hand, exclaiming, "Look! Behold my Chinese incantation." Seeing this, Hulai rushed over to obstruct his tattoo. However, Porter forcefully pushed him away, declaring, "Don't block me, Hu. This is my moment of glory." Hulai, perplexed, wished to convey to Porter that his true moment of glory would actually arrive only after the match concluded. Nevertheless, he lunged at Porter once more, and this time, alongside his teammates, they managed to encircle Porter, obscuring the 8 characters of his tattoo, which read "Organic Air Conditioning Open." Hulai was uncertain whether fans back home had caught a glimpse of those 2 rows of text or discerned their specific content before he intervened. But he had done all he could. In the studio, Hefeng and Yin Kong exchanged a knowing glance upon witnessing the game footage on the large screen. Hefeng, with a questioning look, silently inquired how they should commentate on this. Yin Kong, in perfect synchrony, shook his head, signaling, "Let us not mention it. Let us pretend we didn't see it." It is indeed quite challenging for them to elucidate to the national audience the absurdity of the tattoos adorning Charlie Porter, and, more crucially, they suspect that these tattoos are likely connected to Hulai, perhaps even a prank orchestrated by him. How to phrase this? It would be unwise to offend anyone. Thus, they choose to remain silent and deftly shift the topic. Charlie Porter's goal has nearly secured victory. Leeds City, dominating both the game and the score, confidently received the ball after it was played over by the Stan Park Rangers, executing a stunning world-class strike. He Feng and Yin Kong vividly narrate the competitive spirit between the two teams, yet the viewers at home seem oblivious, fixated solely on one image. Charlie Porter, bare-chested, pointing at the two lines of text nestled beneath his ribcage, exuberantly shouting into the camera. Even the most oblivious observer can discern his pride in this tattoo. However, every Chinese football fan who comprehends the meaning of the tattoo feels a sense of embarrassment, as if their feet were encased in excavators. The Leeds City players revel in their goal celebration at the home of Wolverhampton. The cheers of the traveling Leeds City supporters even overshadow the home crowd's enthusiasm. Brooks shakes his head slightly and rises. That's enough. We need not watch any further. Let us call it a night. Everyone should head home to rest. Brown, somewhat surprised, responds, but the match isn't over yet, Scott. There's no need to wait for the final whistle. Leeds City has this match in the bag. Wolverhampton stands no chance against them, Brooks remarks as he turns and strides toward the door. Under the gaze of many, he swings open the door and steps outside. The remaining individuals in the room exchange glances, directing their attention toward assistant coach Brown. Brown glances back at the television screen, where the Leeds City players have concluded their celebration and are retreating to their half. The scene then shifts to Wolverhampton, revealing a series of dejected faces on the broadcast. Brown shakes his head in resolution. Let us go. It's time to rest. As everyone departs, Brown is the last to leave. He stands at the door, turning to gaze at the now turned-off television, its screen a void of darkness. Yet he feels as though the echoes of the earlier cheers from the match still resonate in his ears. The ball has once again been returned to Leeds City, with the next league match promising yet another confrontation. Chapter 241. The mysterious Eastern incantation. As soon as the match concluded, Hulai found himself surrounded by reporters, predominantly from China. However, the questions posed were not related to the game. There was little interest in the emotional journey behind Hulai's consecutive goals. Instead, the inquiries revolved around Charlie Porter's tattoo. Hulai, does Charlie Porter understand the meaning of that tattoo? Hulai cast a look of concern at the questioning reporter. Do you truly believe that if Charlie were aware of its significance, he would so brazenly display it before the cameras? His response elicited uproarious laughter from the assembled journalists, even prompting the questioning reporter to succumb to amusement. For the inquiry indeed bore a hint of absurdity. Did you not explain to him the meaning behind that tattoo? Another reporter inquired. Hulai shook his head, saying, when he introduced me to his tattoo, he was particularly proud and excited, and I simply felt it would be inconsiderate to dampen his enthusiasm at that moment. Laughter erupted once more. Amidst the mirth, another reporter raised his hand. Hulai, have you asked Charlie where he drew inspiration for this tattoo? It was from our team's video analysis coach, Matt. Initially, Matt traveled to China and captured photographs of the streets of Jincheng. Charlie saw the images and seemed quite intrigued by those flamboyant signs, which led him to choose a phrase for his tattoo. Hulai succinctly relayed the circumstances, leaving the reporters exchanging glances in disbelief at the casual origins of the tattoo. How indiscreet. He could have at least chosen something like strength, democracy, and freedom. Observing the expressions of the journalists, Hulai understood their thoughts, and thus he remarked, well, at least it's better than if he had opted for something related to a restroom. The Chinese reporters burst into laughter, drawing the attention of others around. Upon realizing that it was Chinese journalists interviewing Hulai, the onlookers casually diverted their gaze. In that match, Leeds secured a crucial victory, with Hulai himself scoring a goal, providing ample reason for the Chinese spectators to laugh heartily. As the laughter subsided, Hulai raised his hand, adopting a serious tone. I ask you all one thing. Please do not explain to Charlie the meaning of his tattoo. After all, he has always believed that it is a mysterious Eastern incantation, bestowing upon him exceptional performance on the field. If he were to learn the truth, it might undermine his confidence. Seeing Hulai's earnestness, the reporters nodded in agreement, promising, rest assured, Hulai, we certainly won't mention it. Let this remain a beautiful misunderstanding. Hulai gave them a thumbs up, feeling reassured that Charlie would not seek him out for clarification after hearing the truth from other Chinese reporters. After all, the idea of celebrating a goal by removing his shirt was something he had suggested to Charlie. If Charlie were to discover the true meaning of the tattoo, he would be in jeopardy. Thus, he aimed to eliminate that possibility entirely. The only individuals Charlie could communicate with who understood Chinese, aside from Hu Lai, were these Chinese reporters. Having firmly convinced himself that the tattoo was indeed a mystical Eastern incantation, Charlie would not proactively approach the Chinese journalists to inquire about its meaning, fearing they might inadvertently divulge the truth. With his request now made, Hu Lai felt assured of success. Having secured their promise, Hu Lai bid them farewell with delight and turned back to the locker room. Just as he departed, Charlie Porter, having completed his interview with the British reporters, approached the group of Chinese journalists. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted them. "Hi, how are you all?" Before the Chinese reporters could fully react, he eagerly inquired, "Did you see the tattoo on my side? What do you think?" "It's my Eastern incantation." The Chinese journalists exchanged glances, seemingly convinced that Hu Lai was indeed correct. Charlie Potter truly believed that the tattoos adorning his body brought him good fortune. The words of Hu Lai echoed in their minds. Revealing the truth might shatter his confidence. Consequently, the group of reporters forced smiles and gave enthusiastic thumbs-ups, proclaiming, "Indeed, quite impressive." Receiving the praise from the Chinese journalists, Charlie Potter beamed with delight, waving goodbye as he hummed a tune and swayed his hips towards the dressing room. As a collective watched his retreating figure, they couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, knowing less can indeed be a form of happiness. "Ha, Hu Lai." Charlie seemed genuinely proud of his tattoo. Yongjun, holding his phone, chuckled so hard his shoulders shook. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I just posted a photo of my tattoo online," he replied. Hu Lai, who was having a meal, was taken aback. "What? Take a look for yourself," Yongjun said, handing his phone to Hu Lai. Indeed, it was Charlie Potter's social media account, showcasing a half-body mirror selfie, with one hand lifting the hem of his shirt to reveal the tattoo. Accompanying the image was the caption, "Mysterious Eastern Incantation. The reason for my outstanding performance this season." With one hand holding the phone and the other covering his face, Hu Lai erupted with laughter. "Ha ha, isn't that amusing?" Yongjun remarked. "You didn't tell him what that tattoo signifies?" "I couldn't bear to shatter his romanticized view of Chinese culture," Hu Lai replied. Scrolling through the comments beneath Charlie's post, he noted that many Leeds fans were congratulating Charlie on scoring the season's first goal, while others inquired about the location where he got the tattoo, seemingly eager to acquire a similar one. "Is this Eastern incantation really that magical? My life has been terrible lately. I want to get one for myself." Wow, mysterious Eastern culture. How cool. Upon reading such commendatory remarks, Hu Lai couldn't help but smirk. While he appreciated the foreigner's admiration for Chinese culture, he thought to himself, this is hardly representative of Chinese culture. It could at best be categorized as a blend of Anton and Jinqing culture. As he continued to scroll and mentally critique, Hu Lai suddenly noticed a comment. "Huh? This is hilarious. Does anyone want to know what this mysterious Eastern incantation means?" His brow furrowed slightly, though the comment was in English. It seemed to have been posted by a Chinese individual proficient in the language, which filled him with apprehension. Sure enough, beneath that comment were numerous inquiries. What does it mean? The individual had provided an answer. The shop has mahjong machines for entertainment and air conditioning for cooling. Hu Lai rolled his eyes, thinking, so you think you know everything. Now, it was certain that Charlie would see this. I need to think of how to approach him during training tomorrow. After returning the phone to Yongjun, Hu Lai sighed. Yongjun, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, Uncle Yong. Just wondering if it's possible to take a leave from team training." Yongjun's expression grew tense. "Are you injured?" "Not at all." Hu Lai quickly waved his hand, realizing this was no matter for jest. "Why on earth do you want to take a leave?" Uncle Yong, looking completely bewildered, left Hu Lai at a loss for words. He could only sigh inwardly, feeling weary. Ultimately, Hu Lai did not truly request a leave. However, when he stepped into the changing room, he cautiously peeked through the door to confirm that Charlie Porter was not inside before slipping in. The others, observing Hu Lai's peculiar behavior, were filled with curiosity. Williams directly inquired, "What are you up to, Hu?" "Yes, indeed, why are you sneaking around?" Hu Lai chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing. Nothing." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Ho Wu." At first glance, it seemed to mimic the cheers of fans celebrating Hu Lai's goals. But in truth, that loud shout made Hu Lai shudder. Charlie Porter then lunged toward Hu Lai, seizing his shoulders. "Did you know all along?" Hu Lai feigned ignorance. "Know what?" "Hey, you understand the meaning of my tattoo, right?" Porter whispered, pointing to the side of his waist. Hu Lai, looking utterly perplexed, replied, "Isn't it an Eastern incantation? Stop playing dumb. You certainly know." Hu Lai, realizing he could no longer maintain the facade, shrugged. "What do you want me to say, Charlie? Should I tell you it's merely an advertisement for a tea house found on every corner in China? You were so thrilled and proud at the time. How could I bear to dampen your spirits? So it's my fault? What else? You didn't ask me before getting the tattoo, had you inquired? You wouldn't have made this blunder that Westerners are prone to. What now?" Charlie Porter lamented, his face clouded with despair. He had initially intended to flaunt his tattoo on social media, only to find that a translation beneath his post became the center of ridicule. Everyone was laughing at his tattoo, which turned out not to be an Eastern incantation at all, but rather a mere slogan. Hu Lai patted his shoulder, fully empathizing with his current predicament. It was akin to someone who doesn't understand English wearing a trendy shirt, intending to showcase their fashionable attire, only to discover, upon being informed, that the English phrase emblazoned on it meant something utterly embarrassing. "I think I should just get this tattoo removed," Porter said, visibly frustrated. Hu Lai shook his head. "Why remove it? Wouldn't that just give everyone another reason to laugh? If I were you, I'd leave it be. Even if it wasn't an Eastern incantation before, it can be one from now on." Porter widened his eyes at Hu Lai. "Is that even possible? Why not?" "It most certainly is. The significance and value of certain things entirely depend on your perspective. If you believe it to be an incantation, then it becomes one. Moreover, it has undeniably improved your performance this season. You are on the brink of achieving double-digit assists, which is far better than your performance last season. If you believe this phrase can bless you with luck and strength, then it enhances your performance on the field. So, continue to hold on to that belief. Regardless of what others think, Charlie, who says incantations must consist of those cliched phrases. Do you not wish to distinguish yourself from the ordinary? Would you prefer to associate with the mediocre?" Throughout Hu Lai's persuasive discourse, the expressions on Charlie Potter's face underwent a remarkable transformation. By the time Hu Lai concluded, the confusion and contemplation that had previously clouded Charlie's visage evaporated, replaced by a dawning realization. "You are absolutely right, Hu. I shall be the most exceptional individual. Regardless of how others perceive me, this shall be my fortunate mantra." Hu Lai erupted in applause. "Precisely, Charlie. Let them laugh if they wish. They may not comprehend you. But I do. You are the one and only Charlie Potter in this world. Do not lose yourself in a bid to appease the mundane." Deeply moved by Hu Lai's words, Charlie grasped Hu Lai's hand firmly. "You truly are my dear brother, Hu. Only you understand me best." As the revitalized Potter turned towards his locker, Williams leaned closer to Hu Lai and whispered, "I sense you are deceiving Charlie again, Hu." Lowering his voice, Hu Lai retorted, "Do not slander me, Peter. How could I possibly deceive him? I have merely articulated his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, would he be so exhilarated? Mark my words, Peter. Charlie will thank me for this." Indeed, scarcely had he spoken when Potter, having exited, turned to wave. "Thank you, Hu. See, I told you so." Hu Lai said to Williams, then nodded at Potter. "You are welcome, Charlie. Remember, always be yourself." "I will, Hu." Observing Charlie's grateful demeanor, Williams was left in contemplative silence. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 242. Struggles in the rain in the 34th round of the league. Leeds City's match commenced before that of Stan Park Rangers. Thus, the ball rested beneath their feet. Whether they could elegantly return it to Stan Park Rangers depended on the outcome of this contest. However, securing a victory in this match would not be an easy feat for them, even as the home team. Their adversary this round was none other than Manchester Athletic, currently positioned third in the league. Should Manchester Athletic triumph over Leeds City away, while Stan Park Rangers managed to defeat Burnley on the road, the reigning champions would re-establish a 7-point lead over Leeds City. With so few matches remaining in the league, this margin would provide a semblance of reassurance, implying that even if Stan Park Rangers were to lose 2 of their remaining 4 matches, they could still maintain their lead in points over Leeds City. Yet, how could Stan Park Rangers possibly afford to lose half of their remaining matches? In their hotel room, the coaching staff of Stan Park Rangers congregated in head coach Brooks's quarters, attentively monitoring the televised broadcast of the match between Leeds City and Manchester Athletic. Their focus extended beyond merely observing their championship rivals. They were also analyzing Manchester Athletic's performance and tactical approach. After all, in the upcoming round, it would be their turn to face Manchester Athletic away. For Leeds City, Manchester Athletic represented a formidable obstacle on their path to the championship. And for Stan Park Rangers, was it not the same? In the upcoming round, they are set to face Manchester Athletic away, even if Leeds City succumbs to Manchester Athletic in this round. Should Stan Park Rangers also falter against them next, the points gap between the two teams would revert to 4, maintaining a precarious situation. They must unearth a strategy to conquer Manchester Athletic in this match. Melly cast a glance at the television screen broadcasting the live Premier League match and then stole a look at his phone. There lay the conversation he had with Ramon Cantro before the game commenced. Cantro had once again invited him to watch the match, fervently asserting that this time he would shatter Hulai's dreams of Premier League glory. Rest assured, Melly, I will settle both old scores and new ones with him. He shall not ascend the throne over my fallen body. This was the last message Cantro had sent him before the match began. Shortly after this declaration, the game commenced. Thus, it is likely that he had left this message for himself in the visiting team's locker room. From the fervent expression in the final words, Melly could keenly sense his friend's resolve. Fortunately, this round's La Liga match featuring the Kings of Madrid did not coincide with Cantro's Premier League game, avoiding any conflict. Otherwise, he would have missed it entirely. In truth, Melly genuinely hoped that Cantro would succeed in thwarting Leeds City's championship aspirations. However, it was not out of a desire for revenge against Hulai, as Cantro had suggested. If revenge were to be considered, it would be Cantro's to seek, not Melly's. For he had yet to settle his own grievances. The reason he wished for Leeds City to fall short of the league title was that only then would he have a significant chance of encountering Leeds City in the upcoming UEFA Champions League season. Should Leeds City clinch the Premier League title, according to Champions League regulations, the defending champions, the previous season's Europa League champions, and the champions of the top-ranked leagues would automatically become seeded teams for the next season's Champions League. The Kings of Madrid have been galloping ahead in the league this season, although they have not yet secured the title, barring a miracle. Neither Catalan rivals nor the city's nemesis, the Pirates, could wrest the championship from the Kings of Madrid. Consequently, if Leeds City emerges as the Premier League champions while the Kings of Madrid claim the La Liga title, both teams would be seeded, making it impossible for them to be drawn together during the group stage. This complicates Melly's hopes of encountering Hulai in the Champions League. This is why Melly is so invested in the battle for the Premier League title, despite telling Ramon Cantro that he was merely cheering for his friend. His attitude has greatly encouraged Cantro, prompting him to express such fierce sentiments. Words may be eloquent, but the match itself has proven anything but beautiful. The first half has concluded, and now 15 minutes have elapsed in the second half. The two teams are akin to fighters grappling in a muddy swamp, unable to stand firm, resorting to embracing each other as they roll in the mire. Each movement in the swamp demands more energy, rendering their punches appear as though they are exhausted efforts. Such a struggle bears no aesthetic appeal. Similarly, this match, thus far, lacks any semblance of entertainment. The inclement weather today in Leeds, marked by a persistent downpour, undoubtedly contributes to the atmosphere reminiscent of a swampy skirmish. The torrential rain has rendered the pitch more slippery than usual, prompting both teams to adopt a more straightforward style of play. This adaptation does not significantly affect Leeds City, as they possess a towering center forward, Lorenzo, well-versed in such tactics. However, Manchester Athletic is a team that favors intricate ground play, heavily influenced by continental football, with numerous Latin American players gracing their roster. Their head coach, Hierro Gutierrez, a Spaniard, places great emphasis on the possession-based strategies emblematic of Spanish football. In previous seasons, Manchester Athletic has leveraged their formidable ball control to compete fiercely against several strong teams, including the Stan Park Rangers, without faltering. It is noteworthy that last season's Premier League champions were the Stan Park Rangers, while the title holder from the season before was Manchester Athletic, a perennial contender for the championship. Given the conditions, the impact on Manchester Athletic is notably greater than on Leeds City. Nevertheless, the overall strength of Manchester Athletic allows them to remain competitive with Leeds City, even under such constraints. While Leeds City enjoys the advantage of playing on home turf, and their style is more suited to the current environment, breaking through Manchester Athletic's defenses proves to be a formidable challenge. The stalemate persists into the second half, and at this juncture, it appears unlikely that the deadlock will be broken soon. What a fortuitous turn of events this weather is for us, remarked Stephen Brown, the assistant coach of the Stan Park Rangers, his face lighting up with delight as he noted how the heavy rain hampered the performance of both teams. However, we may also encounter similar weather tomorrow. Brooks turned to gaze out of the hotel room window, observing the droplets reflecting the glow of the streetlights, resembling glistening pearls. The rain here is not as intense as that in Leeds. Otherwise, it would resemble a curtain of water, akin to the heavy downpour currently enveloping Leeds. Retracting his gaze from the window, Brooks continued, "Moreover, this rain is indeed not in favor of Gutierrez's Manchester Athletic. Yet, it may not be as detrimental for Leeds City." Brown pointed to the television screen, expressing a differing perspective, but their offensive opportunities have been scant as well. Indeed, Brooks concurred with the assistant coach's assessment. But they do not require an abundance of chances like Manchester Athletic does. Have you forgotten who they have? Brown paused, momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned. Who? Almost simultaneously. The television commentator, Cox, erupted with excitement. Heu. They both turned their attention to the screen, witnessing Hulai sprinting to the edge of the penalty arc, then pivoting to face away from the attacking direction, poised to receive the ball. To his left stood Manchester Athletic center-back, William Nelson. While not far to his right was another center-back, Sam Hobson. Jay Adams observed that the central defensive duo of Manchester Athletic was somewhat pressed, leaving gaps behind them. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted a long pass from the center circle to his forward, Hulai, who was already making a run in anticipation of the pass. However, this interplay did not go unnoticed by Manchester Athletic's defense, as the two center-backs, Nelson and Hobson, swiftly positioned themselves beside Hulai, one to the left and the other to the right, forming a tight defensive blockade. Seeing this unfolding scenario, Adams accelerated forward, opting not to remain in the back line for defensive duties, but instead striving to get closer to Hulai for support. He surmised that once Hulai received the ball, he would find it difficult to turn with two defenders on his back. As a midfielder, it was imperative for him to advance and assist the forward, a directive emphasized by head coach Tony Clark during the match. As Hulai surged towards the edge of the penalty arc, he glanced back to see the ball descending and prepared to control it with a swift turn. Simultaneously, Nelson closed in on him, intent on disrupting his reception. Even if Hulai managed to stop the ball, turning would not come easily. Meanwhile, Hobson lurked nearby, poised to join in the double team against Hulai, signaling that Manchester Athletic prioritized Hulai above all other Leeds City players. Williamson, recognizing the predicament Hulai faced, mirrored Adams' urgency to press forward, calling out, "Back pass." He aimed to have Hulai return the ball to him, having spotted Captain Lorenzo in a position of space. Should Hulai deliver the ball back, Williamson could seamlessly relay it to Lorenzo. Yet, it seemed Hulai was oblivious to Williamson's pleas, fixated instead on the descending ball cutting through the rain. The torrential downpour drenched his face, and he squinted to shield his eyes from the rain, maintaining his focus on the football. With a deft lift of his right foot, the ball landed perfectly on the instep. He pivoted and sent the ball forward. In an instant, he transformed from facing away from the goal to confronting it, deftly maneuvering the ball into the penalty area. What a strike! The commentators exclaimed in astonishment as Hulai sprinted towards the ball, charging into the box. Meanwhile, Nelson was completely deceived by Hulai's unexpected maneuver, frozen in place. Hobson, who had previously been entangled with Hulai throughout their last encounter, reacted quickly but was still a step behind. In his desperate bid to recover, he grasped Hulai's shoulder while attempting to kick the ball. He missed the ball entirely, and due to inertia, collided into Hulai, sending him crashing to the ground. In the torrential rain, the Flanders Stadium erupted with a thunderous roar, penalty. Simultaneously, the referee's arm pointed unmistakably towards the penalty spot. The cheers from the stands drowned out the relentless patter of the rain, transforming the thunder into a tempest. The chapter concludes. Chapter 243, We Need This Goal. The television broadcast repeatedly replayed the moment Hobson fouled Hulai, ostensibly to clarify the nature of the foul. In truth, it served to allow viewers to relish the exquisite display of skill as Hulai deftly maneuvered past two defenders from Manchester Athletic with a seamless touch. "What a magnificent dribble!" exclaimed Matthew Cox. "That was simply breathtaking." Prior to Hulai's audacious move, there were no indications of his intent. Both Nelson and Hobson assumed he was merely positioning himself to receive the ball. It must be said, Hulai's control of the ball was exceptional. Not only did he master the initial stop, but he also anticipated his subsequent actions, allowing him to elegantly weave past Hobson, leaving him trailing in his wake. At that moment, Hobson had no recourse but to commit a foul, as Hulai had already found himself in a one-on-one situation against the goalkeeper, Korea, within the penalty area. Hobson's only option was to gamble on Leeds City's penalty miss. He believed the likelihood of Leeds failing to convert the penalty was greater than that of Hulai squandering his golden opportunity. Ultimately, Hulai's execution was both unexpected and flawless. A perfect stop involves not just halting the ball at one's feet, but also seamlessly transitioning to the next move. Well done, Hulai. From a technical standpoint, while Hulai's stop was indeed impressive, the brilliance lay in his foresight. He had evidently mapped out his next steps even as he prepared to receive the ball. A mind that anticipates several moves ahead invariably grants one an edge over opponents. In his previous tenure in the Chinese Super League, such performances were rare for him. However, since moving to the Premier League, his thinking has increasingly aligned with the European football ethos, marking his most significant advancement abroad. You are absolutely right, Yinqian. The primary distinction between European football and our own lies in the tempo. Their pace is relentless, leaving no time for players to pause and deliberate. They are required to foresee their next actions prior to receiving the ball, which is merely the baseline expectation. Exceptional players, the world-class ones, can even anticipate their next 4 or 5 moves. The Leeds City fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers, while on the pitch, the players rushed towards Hulai, lifting him up and enveloping him in their embrace, heartily patting his back and shoulders in celebration. In their warm embrace, Hulai beamed with joy. As for the fouled Sam Hobson, he had nothing to contest regarding the referee's decision. He refrained from protesting, fully aware that it was an indisputable foul. Arguing would be futile and might even result in a yellow card, which he was already carrying from this incident. Any further misconduct would see him dismissed from the game. He merely stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the throng of teammates surrounding Hulai, astonished by the latter's handling of the ball. Even as adversaries, one cannot help but commend the beauty of the play. With Hobson's foul drawing little dissent, the Manchester Athletic players expressed minimal opposition, their sentiments more rooted in frustration over the penalty call than anger. Thus, they accepted the decision with relative composure. However, the coaching staff of the Stan Park Rangers, watching from afar, was far from tranquil. What on earth was Hobson doing? He was a good 3 meters away when the ball was stopped. Why didn't he act immediately? In my opinion, Nelson's lapse was even more significant. As Hobson turned, he stood still like a statue. Had he intervened promptly, Leeds City would have only been awarded a free kick, not a penalty. Brooks remained silent, merely letting out a quiet sigh amidst the clamor of the coaches in the room. With both sides in agreement over the referee's call, the main official swiftly cleared the penalty area of all extraneous personnel. Yet, Hulai was summoned. Captain Lorenzo, holding the football, called out to Hulai as he exited the box. "Who? Come here." Hulai was taken aback. The team's primary penalty taker was the captain, and the head coach had never suggested that Hulai assume that role. Observing Hulai's moment of hesitation, Lorenzo approached and placed the ball in Hulai's hands. "You take this penalty." "But captain, you need this goal as much as we do," Hulai replied, but Lorenzo, with a knowing smile, insisted, pushing Hulai toward the penalty spot. Realizing the significance, Hulai did not hesitate. He was in a fierce competition for the league's golden boot with Stones, needing every goal he could muster. Before this match, Hulai had scored 24 goals, while Stones trailed with 21, a mere 3 goals separating them. Although Stones had been working hard as Manchester Athletic's leading striker, he had yet to score due to the constraints of the pitch and the team's overall performance. Now, Leeds City had been awarded a penalty, typically taken by Lorenzo, yet the captain had relinquished the opportunity to Hulai. Hulai understood the implications of this gesture. He did not decline the captain's offer out of a belief that penalties lacked technical merit. For him, whether from a penalty, a free kick, or any other means, as long as the goal was credited to his name, he welcomed the chance. "Oh, Lorenzo has passed the penalty opportunity to Hulai," Yifeng exclaimed, thrilled by the moment. He was well aware that Stones was closely pursuing Hulai. Every additional goal at this juncture was a boon. Outside the box, Marvin Stones watched with flickering eyes, understanding that Leeds City was doing everything possible to aid Hulai in his quest for the Golden Boot. He too aspired to retain his title, yet regrettably, he had yet to score in this match and could do nothing to hinder Hulai from taking the penalty, hoping instead that his teammate Zekaria might thwart the attempt. On the sidelines, Tony Clark turned to find Randall gazing at him and quickly clarified, "It wasn't me. I didn't discuss the penalty taker with Lorenzo." Had Lorenzo sensed something? "I have never discussed who should take the penalty kick in other contexts. I believe he merely wishes for Hula to score. Rander accepted Clark's explanation with a slight sigh. Lorenzo is truly a good person, but unfortunately, his form has declined this season. We should consider bringing in a new striker to replace him in the summer, Tony. I know, Clark nodded. We will have a proper discussion with Lorenzo once the season concludes. But for now, let us set those thoughts aside. Apart from goalkeeper Korea, Hula, and the referee, the others had retreated from the penalty area. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating. In the Flanders North stand behind the Manchester Athletic goal, the most fervent Leeds City supporters were drenched, yet they remained unconcerned. Some stripped off their shirts, bare-chested as they sang and danced in support of their team. However, at that moment, they fell silent, intently watching the penalty area below. Hula had positioned the ball, stepped back, and turned to the referee, awaiting the signal. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the sound of the rain cascading down. In the 66th minute of the match, Leeds City was awarded a penalty, with Hula stepping up to take it. Even Cox could not help but lower his voice. In the now quiet stadium, the referee's whistle sounded particularly crisp and clear. Upon hearing the signal, Hula did not hesitate. He charged forward without any feints. Korea spread his arms, slightly lowered his center of gravity, and coiled his knees like a compressed spring, ready to spring into action. He was fully prepared, his eyes locked onto the ball and the foot behind it. He attempted to predict the direction of the ball's flight based on Hula's movements and subtle shifts. However, the heavy rain obscured his vision, making it difficult to see clearly. At that moment, Hula reached the ball and struck it decisively. With no trickery or psychological games, he sent the ball toward the goal. The ball burst forth from the torrential downpour, suddenly appearing. Korea, unable to discern any clues, had to gamble and chose a side, leaping without hesitation to his right. But the ball soared to his left. He dove the wrong way. The ball struck the net, splintering the droplets suspended on the netting, scattering them in all directions. Hula scored. Magnificent. A goal. His 25th of the season. He propelled Leeds City to a 1-0 lead over Manchester Athletic at home. In the battle for the league championship, they momentarily held the advantage. The Flanders Stadium, which had just been eerily silent, erupted into a cacophony, as if the rain that had fallen within its confines could be dispersed by the overwhelming roar. This tremendous wave of sound echoed through televisions, resonating in hotel rooms. The coaching staff of the Stand Park Rangers stared at the screen, rendered speechless. Chapter 244. Merely's consolation. Hula's goal acted as a clarion call, invigorating Leeds City, who, now a goal ahead, pressed forward with renewed vigor toward the Manchester Athletic goal. Amidst a torrential downpour, the pitch became a quagmire, prompting Leeds City to adopt a straightforward yet aggressive strategy, relying on long passes from the back line to the front players, Hula and Lorenzo, or launching high crosses from the flanks into the Manchester Athletic's penalty area. By leveraging Lorenzo's aerial prowess in conjunction with Hula's exceptional anticipation of second balls, they posed a significant threat to Manchester Athletic's goal. This approach, while lacking in technical finesse, is considered one of the strategies most abhorred by Manchester Athletic's coach, Gutierrez. Since taking the helm at Manchester Athletic, the Spanish manager has expressed his disdain for the notion of allowing the ball to soar through the air, deeming it a desecration of the beautiful game. He famously questioned, "If God intended for us to pass the football through the air, why not relocate the pitch to the heavens?" It is well known how deeply Gutierrez detests such a style of play. Under his guidance, Manchester Athletic has primarily focused on intricate ball control and coordination. Upon his arrival in the Premier League, he even prohibited his players from executing aerial passes exceeding 30 meters, aiming to rectify some of the team's detrimental habits. Following his transformation, Manchester Athletic emerged as one of the few aesthetically pleasing teams in the Premier League. Although the current Premier League no longer favors the long ball tactics of years past, Manchester Athletic remains a unique entity within the league. British journalists have humorously suggested that Gutierrez's team ought to compete in La Liga rather than the Premier League. Nevertheless, Gutierrez is not an inflexible traditionalist. After 4 seasons in the Premier League, he and his team have gradually adapted to the English style of play, resulting in a blend of techniques. It has been a considerable time since he last lamented the referee's inaction regarding his players' infringements or criticized opponents who exploit physical advantages against Manchester Athletic. Instead, he occasionally voices his discontent with those opponents who park the bus and seldom venture forth in attack. Initially, the playing style of Manchester Athletic was perceived as somewhat soft. English media noted that the players seemed to spend more time complaining to the referees than focusing on the game, resembling petulant children. However, such behavior rarely garnered favorable treatment from officials, as the established refereeing standards in the Premier League have long been ingrained and are not easily altered for the benefit of a single team. Presently, while maintaining their delicate ball control and emphasis on passing, Manchester Athletic's style has become more robust. Overall, Gutierrez's Manchester Athletic continues to embody a continental flavor. When confronted with physically dominant opponents, Manchester Athletic often finds itself on the back foot. Yet, if they face a significantly weaker opponent, they can still leverage their superior capabilities to secure a victory, albeit with less aesthetic appeal. However, when matched against equally formidable adversaries, the challenges become more pronounced. As is evident in the current scenario, Gutierrez paced anxiously along the sidelines, his once impeccably tailored suit now soaked and clinging to his form, rendering him akin to a drenched chicken. This Spanish coach, known for his meticulous attention to image, found himself devoid of any semblance of dignity at this moment. Ordinarily, trailing by a goal would prompt Manchester Athletic to launch a counterattack, yet they were currently stifled by Leeds City's simplistic yet brutal offensive tactics. In truth, given Manchester Athletic's current points tally, a loss in this match would not jeopardize their qualification for the upcoming Champions League season, as they had already secured their spot. However, as a responsible head coach, who would willingly accept the prospect of their team succumbing to defeat, hence, Gutierrez's restlessness was entirely understandable. "This rain has truly been a boon for us," chuckled assistant coach Sam Randier from the sidelines. Clark, however, maintained a serious demeanor. "Now is not the time for levity, Sam. The match is far from over, and we lead by a mere goal." Realizing his oversight, Randier nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite Leeds City's dominance in play, the current scoreline was precariously thin for Clark. It would indeed be strange if he felt secure. The assistant coach approached the furrowed-browed Gutierrez and inquired, "Should we consider substituting Cabanca?" Gutierrez glanced at the bench, where the Brazilian prodigy sat, his expression grave. He shook his head. "Cabanca has just recovered from injury, and the current conditions do not suit his style of play. It is not worth the risk. Besides, with the World Cup approaching after the season, we must also consider his future." One of the primary reasons for Manchester Athletic's dismal performance this season has been the significant absence of their key player, Kendall Cabanca, who suffered a severe injury at the end of November, sidelining him for over 3 months until his recent return. Even since his comeback, he has yet to start a match. Though Gutierrez included Cabanca in the squad for this game, he opted not to field him from the outset for safety's sake. Cabanca's injury profoundly impacted Manchester Athletic, as his exceptional skills made him the midfield linchpin. He was capable of passing, dribbling, and scoring, rendering him a versatile asset in both attack and defense. Following his injury, the quality of the team's offense diminished significantly, leading to a decline in their overall performance. Initially, they could contend with Stan Park Rangers, but they now found themselves entangled in a fierce battle with Leeds City. As it stands, Manchester Athletic trails Leeds City by 12 points, a gap so vast that the tail lights are nearly out of sight. Had it not been for Cabanca's injury, Leeds City would not have had such an easy time securing the second position in the league. This season presents a rare opportunity for Leeds City to vie for the championship, especially given the struggles of the other teams in the Big Six. With the exception of Stan Park, whose performance has remained consistent, the rest have faltered, unable to pose a threat to Leeds City from the outset. Meanwhile, London Bridge and North London Rangers are embroiled in a fierce struggle, merely contending for a spot in the Europa League. The naval port has unfortunately plummeted to 9th place. Meanwhile, the consistently stable Stan Park seems to have fallen into misfortune ever since they were defeated at home by Leeds City. Their key players have been plagued by injuries, and the team's performance has been erratic, granting Leeds City the opportunity to catch up. Ironically, it is not Manchester Athletic that should feel aggrieved, but rather the Stan Park Rangers. Had it not been for the unexpected rise of Leeds City and the lackluster performances of the other members of the so-called Big Six this season, their defense of the league title would have been devoid of any suspense. Now, however, their dreams of back-to-back championships may be shattered due to the emergence of Leeds City. Gutierrez ultimately opted not to substitute in Cabanca, instead bringing on Belgian forward Regilacross for Ramon Cantaro. Cantaro, covered in mud, left the pitch looking utterly dejected. Upon returning to the bench, he forcefully hurled a water bottle to the ground. This marked his second defeat to Hulai. not the third. What a damn curse. Why? All I wanted was to avenge the Olympics, yet I find myself burdened with new grievances before settling the old ones. Sitting on the bench, Kantaro buried his face in his hands. Mealy, watching the live broadcast, felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Although the match was not yet over, Mealy suddenly lost interest in continuing to watch. Initially, he had merely wished to see Manchester Athletic thwart Leeds City. But with Leeds poised for victory and his friend Kantaro substituted out, he found little reason to stay tuned. Despite being momentarily captivated by Huli's stunning penalty creation, which had widened his eyes in amazement, it was the only highlight of the match. With this thought, Mealy switched off the television and rose from the living room. Simultaneously, he picked up his phone, believing he should leave a comforting message for his friend. Ramon would not see it until after the match, but he hoped his words of encouragement would ease Ramon's heart. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Manchester Athletic fought valiantly. Yet, the circumstances were not in their favor, and despite their efforts, they failed to score until the final whistle. A one-goal lead, which left Clark feeling immensely insecure, became an insurmountable barrier in this match. The game concluded. Leeds City triumphed 1-0 over Manchester Athletic, securing precious 3 points. Now, the ball was in the court of Stan Park Rangers. Amidst the heavy rain and cheers at Flanders Stadium, the Manchester Athletic players trudged off, heads bowed. Swiftly returning to the locker room, they dried themselves with towels, washed away the rain and sweat, and changed into fresh clothes. However, Kantaro did not follow suit. He immediately grabbed his phone. Unlocking it, he saw Mealy's comforting message. "It's all right, Ramon. The defeat in this match was influenced by numerous objective factors, and you need not feel guilty about it. Remember, what truly matters is always the next match." Upon reading this, Kantaro felt a surge of emotion. He was plagued by guilt and frustration for not fulfilling his pre-match promise to Mary. Yet, upon seeing Mary's message, a warm wave washed over him. Mary is indeed a kind-hearted person. Despite being the world's most formidable genius, he possesses such understanding and gentleness. Kantaro pressed his lips tightly together, striving to control his emotions. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his inner turmoil, only to suddenly notice that Mary's message was sent 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago? Kantaro found this rather peculiar. The match had not yet concluded at that time. Did Mary presume our defeat even before the match ended? Kantaro stared at the timestamp of the message for quite some time. Eventually, he set down his phone and leaned back against the wall. Chapter 245. Match kickoff at noon following Leeds City's victory over Manchester Athletic. The pressure shifted to Stan Park Rangers. However, even as the away team, facing a club like Burley was not an insurmountable challenge for Stan Park Rangers. Ultimately, they triumphed 2-1 amidst the drizzling rain, maintaining a 4-point lead over Leeds City. With 4 matches remaining in the league, Stan Park Rangers drew closer to their championship aspirations. Of course, they must first overcome Manchester Athletic on their turf. The Manchester Athletic team, having recently suffered a defeat, would undoubtedly not relinquish this match easily. Furthermore, as the 4th-place team, Tranmere secured a 3-0 victory over Holt in this round. Manchester Athletic's lead over their local rivals had dwindled to a mere 2 points. Although Manchester Athletic had already secured their place in next season's Champions League, if they were to be surpassed by Tranmere, dropping from 3rd to 4th, they would have to begin their Champions League journey from the qualifying rounds, affording them less preparation time than the 3rd-place team, significantly impacting their preseason training. Moreover, being overtaken by their local rivals would tarnish their reputation. Thus, having lost to Leeds City, Manchester Athletic would certainly give their all upon returning to their home ground. In the 35th round of the league, Leeds City played first again, facing off against Bochum, a relegation-threatened team currently sitting at 18th place with 20 points. Firmly in the relegation zone, they found themselves 3 points adrift of the 17th and 16th place teams. This scenario indicated that Bochum would fight fiercely against Leeds City on their home ground. Generally speaking, as the league approaches its conclusion, such relegation-threatened teams become increasingly formidable, often proving more challenging than those contending for the championship. After all, they are battling for survival. Leeds City understood this better than most, as they were also in the relegation battle last season. Stan Park Rangers hoped that Bochum would impede Leeds City's progress. Moreover, there exists a rather fortuitous circumstance. The match is scheduled to commence at 12:30. Although it has become customary for the Premier League to host midday fixtures nearly every round, No coach would deem this timing conducive to a successful game. The broadcast captures the intense sunlight glaring upon the seats of the opposite stand, where a once vibrant array of fans clad in red jerseys from Boscombe has been rendered a ghostly hue by overexposure. Observing this scene, Shi Wuyin inquires of her husband, "Hu Lisan, what time is it in England?" Hu Lisan glances at the clock on the wall, 1944. 12:44. Midday? Shi Wuyin furrows her brow, pondering. Does that mean they've begun the match without having eaten? They must eat, though it likely isn't much, Hu Lisan elucidates. After all, a full stomach is not conducive to performance. But what if they become hungry in the interim? She queries. They'll replenish their energy during halftime, he replies. It just feels like this isn't a proper time for a match, she mutters, brow still knitted. Hu Lisan chuckles at her observation. You're absolutely right. It is indeed not a conventional match time, as it coincides with lunchtime. Then why schedule it for this hour? She presses. It is to cater to Asian viewers like us, he explains. Despite the Premier League's matches being earlier than La Liga's, this timing is still quite unprecedented. The scheduling is dictated by television broadcasting, aimed at accommodating audiences in Asia by arranging numerous matches during midday and afternoon. Shi Wuyin interrupts. But why specifically cater to Asian viewers? Because historically, Britain had many colonies here, wielding considerable influence. Thus, it is only natural to consider the audience in this region. Football serves as a means to deepen Britain's influence over its former colonies, and it does so quite effectively. The match at 12:30 here corresponds to 7:30 in the evening there, perfectly positioned in prime time, allowing viewers to enjoy without the need for late-night vigils, thereby attracting a larger audience. The reason La Liga struggled to gain traction was precisely due to their matches being scheduled so late, often past 2 or 3 in the morning. Shi Wuyin nods, conceding that her husband's points resonate with her. Over the past year, she has seldom experienced the late-night thrill of watching her son play. Most occasions have mirrored today, occurring during the evening's golden hour. However, while she relishes the viewing experience, what must her son feel while playing? Surely, they must dine early and cannot indulge fully. Competing at such a sweltering time of day, what level of performance can truly be achieved? Her gaze returns to the television screen, where the match has progressed to 14 minutes with a score of 0-0. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. But Shi Wuyin perceives the players on the field as lacking vigor, akin to crops wilting under the harsh sun. Hu Lisan, aware of his wife's concerns, reassures her, there is really nothing to fret about. Consider this, a midday match may disadvantage Leeds, but Bournemouth may struggle to adapt as well. Thus, the timing affects both teams equally. The match is set to commence at 12:30, yet the team meeting is scheduled for 10 o'clock. I must extend my gratitude to the Premier League for not scheduling the game in the morning. Otherwise, our meeting would have been pushed to the early hours. Sam Rander quipped, casting a glance at the unfolding match. Clark chuckled at his remark. I thought you had grown accustomed to it. We've had our fair share of afternoon fixtures this season. He spoke the truth, as Leeds City has indeed been assigned numerous afternoon matches this season, including several starting at 12:30. It is well known that this is to accommodate the Chinese audience, allowing them easier access to witness the performances of their national football heroes. The quest for maximum television ratings means that such a substantial opportunity cannot be overlooked. That's different, Tony. Rander shook his head. The previous matches were inconsequential. However, we are now at a critical juncture in our championship pursuit, and I do not wish for external factors to influence the team. I believe it matters little, Sam. Thanks to Hu Lai, we have several afternoon matches this season, and the players will surely adapt better to this time slot than the Boscombe players. Just look at Hu. He is exhibiting great enthusiasm, Clark remarked, glancing at Hu Lai on the field. In Clark's eyes, Hu Lai was energetically sprinting under the blazing sun, signaling to his teammates for the ball. Hu Lai seemed well adjusted to playing at noon, as the time on the field reminded him of his high school years. During that period, he would undergo specialized training under coach Lin Zhiyuan at the empty school stadium every afternoon. Under the scorching sun, a splash of water over his head would quickly dry his damp hair. The artificial turf felt scorching to the touch, and falling to the ground necessitated a hasty recovery to avoid discomfort. Initially, the field was deserted, just him and the coach. Eventually, as more teammates joined, it grew into a larger gathering, culminating in the entire team training together. What began as Hu Lai's solitary training hours evolved into a tradition for the entire Dongchuan High School football team. It is said that the Dongchuan High School football team still trains at noon. So what is wrong with a match kicking off at 12:30? Nothing at all. It is perfectly appropriate. Playing at this hour feels like a homecoming for Hu Lai, reminiscent of his high school days. His body has developed muscle memory for this time period. At this juncture, he must once again express gratitude to his high school coach, Lin Zhiyuan, for the invaluable training that has benefited him from his high school years to his professional career. As Leeds City's right back, Josh Lawler, received the ball on the flank, Boscombe's center back, Roy McCadre, noticed Hu Lai suddenly accelerate towards the goal. Consequently, he too sprang into action, positioning himself between Hu Lai and the goal. Lawler passed the ball to Charlie Porter, who made a run along the sideline. McCadre swiftly turned his head to locate Hu Lai, and indeed, he observed Hu Lai making a retreat, pulling away to the outside, an attempt to outmaneuver him. McCadre immediately moved outward, positioning himself in the path of the ball that was directed towards Hu Lai. Simultaneously, he glanced toward the flanks, where Charlie Porter launched a cross. The Northern Irish player turned his head back for the third time to confirm Hu Lai's position, but this time, he saw nothing. Hu Lai had vanished from his line of sight. McCadre felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly turned to look in another direction. There he spotted Hu Lai leaping, arms outstretched for balance. As he directed the soaring ball towards the goal with his head, Hu Lai's header, McCadre, standing just slightly outside of Hu Lai, turned to witness his teammate, goalkeeper Piers Thompson, ascend into the air, reaching out with his arms in a desperate attempt to save the ball. But he failed. He did not make contact. Amidst the cacophony, the ball soared into the net. He scored in his fourth consecutive match, just when the team needed a goal most. The once fiery Hu Lai had returned. Amidst Matthew Cox's shouts, the scoring Hu Lai landed and turned back to confirm, then spread his arms and sprinted towards Charlie Porter, who had assisted him. The Eastern incantation worked its magic once more. Charlie, congratulations on your double-digit assists in the league. He embraced Porter tightly. Porter beamed with joy. I'm glad I listened to you, Hu. I didn't wash off the tattoo, huh? Be myself. Indeed, be yourself, Charlie. Williams, who approached to celebrate the goal, hesitated upon hearing their exchange, ultimately slowing his pace, unwilling to join these two fools. However, behind him, excited teammates surged forward, colliding with him and pushing him towards Charlie and Hu Lai. They huddled tightly, leaving Williams no escape. He was forced to join these two imbeciles in celebrating the goal. Chapter 246. Bad news. The bus of the Stand Park Rangers halted at the entrance of the Flijuo Stadium. As the players disembarked one by one amidst the cheers of fans waiting there, heading towards the away team's dressing room. But soon, amidst the cheers, a cacophony pierced through. Damn it. Leeds City is in the lead. Who scored? This noise inevitably reached the ears of the Stand Park Rangers players. They lifted their heads, casting glances toward the direction of the fans and reporters, as if seeking confirmation. At that moment, Harry Bernard loudly called to his teammates, "Don't linger. Hurry into the dressing room and change. Our preparation time is limited. Move." He pulled along his sluggish teammate David Conlon and nudged Bruno Martins forward. Finally, he managed to prevent the Stand Park Rangers players from congregating in the corridor. Yet Bernard still felt that his teammates must have heard that noise. Furrowing his brow, he walked towards the dressing room, a shadow of unease clouding his thoughts. Wasn't Boscombe the home team? Weren't they supposed to fight for survival? How could Leeds City score so early? The match had only just begun a few minutes ago. Bernard entered the corridor, burdened with deep thoughts, entirely unaware that his furrowed brow had been captured by the lenses of the media reporters. The atmosphere was foreboding. One journalist sighed as he gazed at the scene through his camera. Following the players emerged the coaching staff of the Stand Park Rangers. Assistant coach Stephen Brown was engaged in conversation with head coach Scott Brooks, their hands covering their mouths, rendering any attempts at lip-reading futile. However, no such efforts were necessary. The tension evident in their knitted brows indicated that their discourse was likely related to the disconcerting news from another stadium. As the pivotal clash between the Stand Park Rangers and Manchester Athletic approached, rumors of Leeds City taking the lead were hardly uplifting for the Rangers squad. Quickly change and head out for warm-ups. Do not concern yourselves with others. Remember, we are in the lead. As long as we avoid mistakes. Even if the opponent continues to win, they cannot claim the championship. In the visiting team's dressing room, assistant coach Brown clapped his hands, urging the players to maintain their focus. Under his encouragement, the players hastily donned their uniforms and exited the dressing room without delay. Ordinarily, such a transition would have been accompanied by lingering conversations, lively banter, and the transformation of the dressing room into a vibrant nightclub atmosphere. Yet today, their minds were elsewhere. Even without the assistant coach's prompting, they would not linger, for that would inevitably lead to discussions about Leeds City's match against Boscombe, a foe shrouded in mystery. Once the players were ushered out, Brown joined the field alongside other coaches to lead the team through their pre-match warm-up. During this routine, the players remained unusually quiet, devoid of chatter or frivolity. Everyone was focused on the exercises, steering clear of any discussions about Leeds City and Boscombe, which brought some relief to assistant coach Brown, yet also stirred a sense of unease within him. This was a stark contrast to the usual pre-match warm-ups, where the Rangers players would engage in jovial exchanges, a display of confidence befitting their status as Premier League champions. Brown could only hope that today's silence signified their concentration, rather than something more troubling. He raised his voice, reminding the players to concentrate on their warm-up drills, pushing aside his concerns. What initially seemed to be a seamless routine took a sudden turn when, shortly after the warm-up commenced, a cacophony erupted from the stands of Manchester Athletic's home ground, the Flyso Stadium. The sound was abrupt, arising without any apparent cause for such commotion. Even the Manchester Athletic players engaged in warm-ups paused, lifting their heads in confusion toward the stands. The players of Stand Park Rangers were no exception, casting their gazes upwards with equal perplexity. The sudden and deafening uproar sparked an immediate curiosity among everyone present, compelling them to discern the cause of the commotion. Assistant coach Brown also took notice of the tumult and instinctively admonished the players, "Do not pay attention. Focus on your warm-up." At that moment, from the stands nearest to the players' warm-up area, Manchester Athletic fans were vociferously calling out to the Stand Park Rangers players, "Hey, hey, who has scored again? Who has scored again? Leeds City is now 2 goals ahead of Boscombe. Did you hear that? Did you hear?" The Flying Shuttle Stadium is a quintessential professional football venue, with the playing area in close proximity to the spectator zone, separated only by an LED advertising board. Some players from Stand Park Rangers were engaged in warm-up exercises near the sidelines, and the voices of fans in the front rows were easily audible to them, especially now, as these supporters collectively shouted at the Stand Park Rangers players. Nearly all of them heard the chants clearly. There was no chance of mishearing, for the Manchester Athletic fans had repeated their declaration more than once. Upon comprehending the message from the Manchester Athletic fans, the faces of all the Stand Park Rangers players froze in disbelief. Who scored again? Following the initial shock, a wave of anger surged within them. How could a relegation-threatened team be so easily overwhelmed on their own turf? Boscombe was fighting for survival. Why could Leeds City manage to score 2 goals in such a brief span? From the moment they heard about Leeds City's goal until now, it had likely been less than 20 minutes. If this news were indeed accurate, it meant that Leeds City had taken a 2-0 lead over Boscombe before the first half had even concluded. Who said relegation teams were easy to deal with? Stephen Brown, too, had heard the fans' shouts. After a moment of initial astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and shouted to the players, "Ignore them. They are merely trying to distract us. That is false information." In truth, he was unsure whether it was false. Deep down, he suspected it was likely true. Yet, he felt compelled to assert that it was misinformation to redirect the players' focus and prevent them from spiraling into unfounded thoughts. Whether the Manchester Athletic fans were speaking the truth would soon be revealed after their warm-up, for once they returned to the locker room, they would have their phones, access the internet, and confirm the information. With this thought in mind, Brown glanced towards the sidelines in search of head coach Brooks. To his astonishment, he discovered that Brooks was not present. He was absent from the sidelines, while no rule mandated that the head coach must remain on-site during pre-match warm-ups. At this critical juncture, Brown felt an unsettling premonition that Brooks' disappearance might be linked to the shout of the Manchester Athletic fans. Who? He scored twice in 18 minutes. Leeds City had doubled their lead from 1 goal to 2. The course of this match has indeed taken many by surprise. Prior to the game, it was widely believed that Leeds City would face a formidable challenge when visiting the relegation-threatened Boscombe. Yet, astonishingly, before the first half had even concluded, Leeds City had already established a 2-goal lead. Cox narrated the scene of the Leeds players celebrating their goals. There was little to say about Hulai's second goal. It stemmed from a rather unremarkable attack that culminated in the penalty area. After Lorenzo headed the ball down, Hulai, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to poke the ball into the net, even managing to score past a defender. Had it not been for the slow-motion replays, one might have initially thought that a Boscombe defender had inadvertently scored an own goal under Hulai's pressure. However, multiple angles of the replay clarified that it was indeed Wuyin who had struck before the opposing defender could react. Cox did not dwell excessively on the goal itself, but rather focused his commentary on the championship race between Leeds City and the Stan Park Rangers. As a neutral commentator who seemingly relishes chaos, he firmly sided with Leeds City from the outset, hoping for their victory to intensify the title race and make it more captivating. After all, what makes a match thrilling if not the suspense that lingers until the very end? He was pleased that Leeds City had not faltered at a crucial juncture, maintaining the pressure on the Stan Park Rangers. The live broadcast displayed real-time scores, since the match between Stan Park Rangers and Manchester Athletic had not yet commenced. Their points remained at 88, following the conclusion of the previous round. Meanwhile, with the current score, Leeds City climbed to 87 points, just one behind the Rangers, having played one additional match. If Leeds City could preserve this score until the final whistle, securing a full 3 points against Bochum, it would be akin to delivering a powerful strike toward the closely looming Stan Park Rangers, leaving them to ponder their response. Chapter 247. The block and roll. Scott Brooks stood in the empty locker room, gazing up at the television mounted on the wall. It was broadcasting highlights from the first half of the match between Leeds City and Bochum. Wuyin's 2 goals played on repeat, and amidst this footage, commentator Cox jested. I cannot ascertain whether Leeds City will triumph away against Bochum, but it is evident that the Stan Park Rangers are feeling the pressure. I cannot believe they are unaware of the developments transpiring here. Upon hearing Cox's amused tone, Brooks switched off the television. He was uncertain about what the second half would bring, but given Leeds City's momentum, unless they collectively succumb to a lapse in judgment, they should not falter against Bochum. It would be quite an achievement for Bochum to manage a draw against Leeds City at home. After turning off the television, Brooks lowered his gaze and stood lost in thought in the locker room. He contemplated how best to address the players upon their return, aiming to minimize the impact of the situation. Concealment of the past is an impossibility. The players are not naive, with a mere glance at their phones. The truth is laid bare before them. This is not a bygone era where, upon entering the locker room, one remains oblivious to the world outside. Even a coach as esteemed as Brooks cannot impose a ban on mobile phone usage without appearing intimidated by Leeds City. Thus, it is wiser to embrace transparency. Faced with players who are already aware of Leeds City's 2-goal lead over Bochum, how can one transform misfortune into opportunity? Guys, you've performed admirably. Yet, this is not the moment for celebration, exclaimed Tony Clark as he entered the locker room, clapping his hands vigorously. Surrounding him, Leeds City players were engrossed in changing clothes, removing shoes and socks, creating a lively atmosphere that somewhat softened the impact of the coach's voice. Nevertheless, this did not imply that his words fell on deaf ears. In truth, they understood that it was premature to rejoice. Is a 2-goal halftime lead a secure position? Perhaps other teams might believe so, yet for the Leeds players, who have been thoroughly indoctrinated with Clark's fervent mindset, a 2-goal advantage at halftime does not equate to safety. After all, in their perception, scoring 2 goals in 45 minutes is not an insurmountable feat. Clark, while delivering this message, did not require the players to halt their activities and turn to him. He was confident they were absorbing his words. Always remember, this is their home ground, and they are fighting for survival. In the first half, we caught them off guard, but we have also awakened them. Hence, in the second half, they will undoubtedly retaliate. Let them come at us. We shall counter their attacks. It is far too early to concede. There is still an entire half to play. Though Leeds City boasts formidable offensive prowess, their defense is notoriously weak. Bochum's coach, Alex Schimmel, animatedly gestured with his arms, employing exaggerated movements to amplify the impact of his words. Currently languishing in the relegation zone, Bochum has no room for retreat if they wish to remain in the Premier League. Each opportunity to play at home is invaluable. Securing all 3 points is essential to their hopes of survival in the remaining 4 matches. However, the team's sluggish start allowed Leeds City to seize the initiative, netting 2 quick goals. And I assure you, Leeds City must believe victory is within their grasp. They will inevitably relax in the second half, and that will be our moment. So do not surrender. Keep pressing forward. Schimmel bellowed with an invigorating tone, as if his fervor could infuse the players with renewed energy. After a 15-minute halftime break, the second half commenced. Neither team made substitutions. From the outset, Bochum launched a fierce assault on Leeds City. The players were acutely aware that they had been driven to a corner, with no avenue of escape remaining. Aside from their victory over Leeds City on home turf, no other alternatives exist. As the team launched a desperate offensive, the Bochum fans in the stands continuously rallied with their chants and shouts to encourage the players. Although dissatisfaction lingered regarding the team's performance this season, in crucial moments, the supporters remained steadfastly united with the squad, as relegation was a fate none wished to face. Bochum's reaction was anticipated by Clark. It was no secret. Anyone with a modicum of football knowledge could predict Bochum's strategy. The Leeds City players, adhering to their coach's halftime instructions, prepared to counter, inviting the opposition to advance, then striking back. With players like Kamara, known for their speed, they were well suited to execute rapid counterattacks. Following a series of relentless assaults, Bochum earned a corner kick. The corner was taken, and center-back McOtter rose to the occasion. Delivering a powerful header, the ball soared toward the right post of the goal, and Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, was unable to intervene, left only to watch in despair. However, positioned beside the post, Leeds City's right back, Joshua Lawler, leapt just in time to deflect the ball, steering Bochum's effort away from the goal. Wow! Lawler had saved the day. He exhaled audibly upon witnessing the play. Despite Leeds City currently leading by 2 goals, conceding even a single goal to Bochum would still leave them in the lead. Yet, in the home ground of a relegation-threatened team, it was prudent to extinguish any flicker of hope. Otherwise, the relegation battlers would risk everything to survive. Should they score, their morale would surge, and their offensive onslaught would double in intensity within moments. A misstep could see Leeds City relinquish their 2-goal advantage. At that point, the momentum would shift entirely, and there would be elements beyond Leeds City's control. Bochum continued to earn corner kicks, a period that posed considerable danger for Leeds City. They must withstand this, Yin Kong remarked from the sidelines. Bochum seemed invigorated by their near goal from the previous corner, pressing forward with almost their entire lineup. Only goalkeeper Piers Thompson remained back, while their left back, Noah Dale, also advanced beyond the halfway line. 5 Bochum players crowded into Leeds City's penalty area, with 3 more stationed at the edge of the box. As the corner was taken, Bochum players in the box endeavored to push Leeds City's defenders toward the goal, while 2 teammates at the edge of the area surged forward, preparing to head the ball. Yet, they failed to make contact, as the ball was headed away by Leeds City's defensive stalwart, Gregor Grist, who cleared it with great force, sending the ball soaring high, over 20 meters, towards the center of the pitch. Observing this, the Bochum player, Noah Dale, who had lingered back for protection, rushed forward, lifting his foot to control the ball. However, upon attempting to settle this high ball, he misjudged, allowing it to bounce once it landed. Seeing this, Dale instinctively moved forward to regain control, only to find a figure charging toward him. At that moment, he realized, Kamara? Amidst the cacophony, Dyer lifted his foot to strike the football. However, Kamara, quicker than him, lunged forward, risking a blow to the face, and headed the ball away just before Dyer could make contact. Off balance, Dyer fell to the ground, although he quickly scrambled to his feet and turned to pursue. Kamara had already left him far behind, a distance of approximately 6 or 7 meters separating them. He was racing towards the ball. What a magnificent display from Kamara. Leeds City launched a counterattack. The din above the pitch instantly shifted to jeers. Nearby, Hulai gritted his teeth and sprinted forward, determined to follow. Though his pace was nowhere near enough to catch up with Kamara, even as the latter dribbled the ball, it was difficult to imagine that once Kamara surged ahead, becoming the standout player for Leeds City, he would still find the opportunity to pass the ball. Nevertheless, Hulai did not relent, pushing himself to the limits of his moderate speed, running diagonally and gradually converging towards the center of the pitch. Previously, Li Weiluo, the defensive midfielder for Bochum, had been retreating with the ball but, upon seeing Kamara intercept it for a counterattack, hastened his pursuit. He and Dyer became the 2 closest Bochum players to Kamara, with the greatest likelihood of catching up. Yet, as they raced alongside one another, they suddenly noticed someone else emerging from the side, gradually encroaching upon their path. It was Hulai. Striving to keep pace with Kamara, he seemed oblivious to the collision that loomed. He was the first to block Dyer, forcing him to break abruptly and sidestep Hulai. Hulai, seemingly unaware of the chaos behind him, continued to angle into their path, unwittingly obstructing Wilmot, before slowing down as if exhausted. Wilmot had no choice but to hit the brakes as well, nearly colliding with Hulai. Damn! Wilmot cursed inwardly at Hulai's reckless maneuver, changing lanes without signaling. The obstruction caused by Hulai meant that both he and Dyer had completely lost sight of Kamara, helplessly watching as Kamara charged into the penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper Thompson, Kamara lifted his left foot, executing a delicate shot that arced past the fallen Thompson and into the net behind him. What a splendid goal from Kamara. What a sharp counterattack. Leeds City orchestrated a textbook rapid counter, with Kamara sprinting over 50 meters to breach Boscombe's goal. 3-0. Leeds City had taken a commanding lead in this away match, and the outcome had nearly lost all suspense. Given Leeds City's current form, it was almost inconceivable for Boscombe to mount a comeback. Matthew Cox shouted with all his might. After scoring, Kamara bypassed the goalkeeper and sprinted towards the corner flag to celebrate, glancing back to see Hulai behind him. Delighted, he gestured enthusiastically towards him. Unbeknownst to Kamara, while he was racing forward with the ball, events unfolded behind him. Hulai burst into laughter as he rushed over, embracing Kamara in jubilation. Meanwhile, Dyer knelt on the grass, hands clasped atop his head, lamenting the mistake that had allowed Leeds City to score from a counterattack. Wilmot, however, directed a resentful gaze at Hulai, recalling how Hulai had inserted himself between him and Dyer just moments prior. He suspected that Hulai had intentionally maneuvered to obstruct their defensive efforts against Kamara. While it is customary for a center forward to charge into the penalty area during a counterattack in an attempt to contribute to the offense, Wilmot had a nagging intuition that this young man had ulterior motives. Indeed, both he and Dyer were disrupted by Hulai's movement, failing to catch up to Kamara before he struck. Had he managed to reach Kamara outside the penalty area, he would have preferred to be sent off with a red card rather than allowing Leeds City's swift counterattack to culminate in a goal. However, though he remained on the pitch, the score had shifted to 0-3, and the morale and fighting spirit that Bochum had painstakingly built in the second half began to wane with this classic counterattack from their opponents. During the replay of the goal, Hifeng and Yin Kong could not help but chuckle at Hulai's audacious running path that brought him alongside Wilmot and Dyer. Hulai's positioning is truly cunning, one remarked. Indeed, I believe he wasn't merely seeking to support Kamara, but was strategically obstructing the defenders, huh? At home, Xiaolon turned to her husband and inquired, could he really have intended that? Hu Lisin shook his head, I cannot say. However, his running path was undeniably clever. On the screen, their son was celebrating with Kamara, his face radiating a brilliant smile reminiscent of his father's. Chapter 248. Destiny already sealed when the players of Stan Park Rangers concluded their warm-up and returned to the locker room. They were met with disheartening news. Leeds City was leading Bochum 3-0 away from home. This revelation was imparted by their head coach, Brooks, who took the initiative to inform them. The assistant coach, Stephen Brown, looked at Brooks in astonishment, puzzled as to why he would voluntarily disclose such information. Did he not realize the profound impact it could have on the players? Brooks was indeed aware, yet he felt he had no other recourse. He could not genuinely conceal the news from the players, nor could he intentionally neglect to mention it. With mere access to their phones, the players could easily ascertain the live score between Leeds City and Bochum. If Brooks acted as if nothing had occurred and deliberately omitted this information, what would the players think? They might conclude that their coach was afraid. Such an impression could lead to an even graver outcome. In weighing the two evils, Brooks ultimately chose the more magnanimous path, proactively sharing the scoreline from Leeds City with his players to convey his stance. I am indifferent to what the score is over at Leeds City. I care not what they achieve, my friends. Whether they score 30 or 40, it matters not. For as long as we secure victory in our match, all their efforts shall be rendered futile. What truly matters is not the state of Leeds City, but how we perform on our side. Continuing along the thread of Leeds City, Brooks asserted, when you set foot on the pitch, remember that our adversary is Manchester Athletic, not Leeds City. By defeating Manchester Athletic, we shall also conquer Leeds City. Thus, the matter is quite simple. Focus on our opponent in the match, and let Manchester Athletic taste our prowess. He gestured vehemently, repeatedly emphasizing, do not concern yourselves with Leeds City. Do not concern yourselves with Leeds City. Do not concern yourselves with Leeds City. Yet, amidst his fervent reiteration, how could his players possibly disregard Leeds City? Initially, one might have anticipated that Bochum would successfully thwart Leeds City in their home ground during the 29th round of the league. Previously, Stan Park Rangers had faced Bochum at home, concluding that match with a 2-1 triumph over Bochum. Although victorious, Bochum's tenacity during the match left a profound impression on the Rangers players. It is noteworthy that even at the Rangers' home ground, Bochum managed to lose narrowly with a score of 1-2. Now returning to their own turf during this critical relegation period, would Bochum not strive desperately against Leeds City? Yet, how could the outcome diverge so starkly from expectations? The match is not yet over, and 3 goals have already been conceded. What can be accomplished with the scant remaining time? Do they truly expect to equalize with 3 goals in just over 20 minutes? As the time for play approached, many of Stan Park Rangers players, amidst the cheers from their head coach and assistant coach, exited the changing room, their minds still preoccupied with the match between Leeds City and Bochum. They could not fathom how Bochum, battling for relegation on their home ground, could concede 3 goals. The Bochum supporters shared this bewilderment, questioning why their team would surrender 3 goals at such a crucial juncture. Once the match resumed, the atmosphere in the stadium grew noticeably subdued. Bochum's fans were no longer vociferously rallying for their team, but instead silently observing the field, baffled by the 0-3 scoreline. Indeed, while we may have taken a moment longer to find our rhythm in the match, surely that should not have led to a score of 0-3. As they pondered, it became clear that Leeds City's first 2 goals had been particularly devastating. Had it not been for those 2 conceded goals, Bochum's players would undoubtedly have approached the game with a far more composed mindset. They would not have launched themselves recklessly at the onset of the second half, ultimately affording Kamara the opportunity to score during a counterattack. Thus, when all is said and done, it all boils down to those 2 goals by Hulai. It could be asserted that the 3rd goal bears significant relation to Hulai. After the video of Kamara's goal was uploaded online, many observers noted the subtle brilliance of Hulai's positioning. Clearly, he intentionally made his run towards Dyer and Wilmots, aiming to obstruct their efforts to retreat defensively. His strategy proved effective, allowing Kamara to face Bochum's goalkeeper Thompson one-on-one without any interference, resulting in a facile goal. There is a notion circulating online suggesting that Hulai scores far more goals than he provides assists, indicating that he is an exceedingly selfish player. Apart from his goals, his contribution to the team's overall offensive play is nearly negligible. He relies on the entire team to serve him, yet fails to reciprocate for his teammates, thus rendering him a rather inefficient forward. However, Kamara's goal serves as evidence that even without a direct assist, Hulai's contribution to the team's attacking efforts remains substantial, as he is deeply involved in nearly every offensive play. Without Hulai's earlier 2 goals, how could Kamara have been afforded such a favorable opportunity for a counterattack? If Hulai had not made his diagonal run, obstructing the return of Bochum's 2 defenders, how could Kamara's counterattack have proceeded so smoothly? Thus, regardless of the disparaging remarks circulating online, Hulai remains a player coveted by many coaches. Clark said to Randall, "Sam, please remind the players to maintain focus and not to become complacent. We only lead by 3 goals. The match is not yet won." Randall wished to retort but conceded that Clark was correct. Nonetheless, the statement was rather annoying. He then approached the sidelines, gesturing to the Leeds City players to avoid premature celebration. After completing this task, he returned to Clark's side, covering his mouth with his hand while playfully teasing, "You might be the only one in the world who believes that leading by 3 goals with 20 minutes remaining is not secure." Clark glanced at his partner, who also shared the sentiment that a 3-goal lead was not safe. Randall was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. He widened his eyes at Hulai on the field, pondering whether his statement was a ploy to avoid substitution while hoping to score more goals. Regardless of the motive, I believe he speaks truthfully. You two are truly kindred spirits. Indeed, throughout history, there have been instances where a 3-goal lead has been overturned. However, such occurrences are rare and should not be regarded as a consistent trend. Yet, Clark's concerns are not without merit. After conceding 3 goals, Bochum, having initially succumbed to frustration and chaos, did not relent. After all, this was a time for desperate measures. Conceding defeat prematurely would negate the very essence of their struggle. Their valiant efforts culminated in a goal during the final 10 minutes of the match, yet the earlier deficit proved insurmountable. Ultimately, Leeds City secured a 3-1 victory against Bochum, achieving invaluable points. Now, the pressure shifts to the Stan Park Rangers. Stones. Malvin Stones. Good heavens. This marks his 2nd goal of the match. His remarkable brace propelled Manchester Athletic to a commanding 2-0 lead against Stan Park Rovers at home. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shout, Stones, the goal scorer, sprinted towards the sidelines, passionately embracing his teammates and coaches. Although Manchester Athletic's hopes of clinching the league title have faded, Their star striker Stones can still vie for the golden boot against Hulai of Leeds City. In the previous round, Hulai netted a goal while Stones remained scoreless, leaving a 4-goal gap between them. Yet, hope is not entirely lost. In this round, Hulai scored twice, and Stones swiftly responded with a brace of his own. The difference remains 4 goals, and with 3 matches left in the league, overturning Hulai's lead and reclaiming the golden boot is not beyond the realm of possibility. The players of Manchester Athletic are engaged in wild celebration, with only the cheers of their fans resonating above the pitch. To the supporters of Stan Park Rovers, this scene felt akin to hell. The players of Stan Park Rovers appeared to be out of sorts from the very start, perhaps influenced by Leeds City's 3-1 triumph over Boscombe. Before the first half concluded, they had already conceded 2 goals, continuing in this manner. Defeating Manchester Athletic on their turf seemed nearly impossible. Stan Park Rovers found themselves cornered. Should they lose to Manchester Athletic, Leeds City would only trail by a single point. With 3 matches remaining in the league, an exceedingly precarious situation. On the television broadcast, the Rovers coach, Brooks, was seen furiously shaking his fists on the sidelines, as if battling an unseen foe. Yet, his anger could only be vented into the void. In truth, once the news of Leeds City's 3-goal lead over Boscombe reached the ears of the Stan Park Rovers players, the outcome was all but sealed. Chapter 249. The Championship Trophy. Just recently, the Premier League finally approached its most critical juncture this season. In 2 matches held this afternoon, Leeds City first took to the field, triumphing 3-1 against Boscombe. The match involving Stan Park Rovers commenced shortly thereafter, but they were evidently out of form, trailing Manchester Athletic by 2 goals at halftime. Despite their captain, Harry Bernard, pulling one back in the second half, it proved futile, as the reigning champions ultimately succumbed to Manchester Athletic with a score of 1-2. Consequently, Stan Park Rovers now lead Leeds City by a mere point, with 3 matches left in the league, rendering the situation highly unpredictable. Upon Leeds City's return home, the coaches have been anxiously awaiting the outcome of that match. Remarkably, Bernard scored again, his 2nd goal since returning from injury. What an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this news, Sam Rander reflected on Bernard's goal, which salvaged some pride for Stan Park Rovers, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, he is a formidable adversary, and even Matt Dawn, rarely in agreement with Rander, concurred with his sentiments. I must utter an unflattering remark. It is fortunate that he sustained an injury, otherwise, we might not have been afforded such an opportunity. Upon hearing Matt's words, Rander and the other coaches nodded in agreement. Although this sentiment may come across as harsh, it undeniably holds truth. It can be argued that the turning point in the Stan Park Rangers' quest for championship glory this season occurred with Harry Bernard's injury. Had Leeds merely secured a straightforward victory against the Stan Park Rangers away from home, it likely would not have wrought such a significant impact on the team. Given the strength of the Stan Park Rangers and their prior lead in the standings, they would have potentially lost just a point or 2 at most, certainly not allowing Leeds to reach their current standing. With Bernard on the pitch, the Stan Park Rangers possessed a steadfast anchor, particularly in perilous moments when composure is paramount. Harry Bernard is a formidable adversary, yet his presence is both a boon and a bane for the Stan Park Rangers. He is so integral to the team that they cannot afford to miss even a single match without him. Tony Clark remarked that while Bernard has become a symbol and banner of the Stan Park Rangers, he has also placed himself in a challenging position. It is precisely due to Bernard's serious injury that the subsequent match plans for the Stan Park Rangers were disrupted, delivering a heavy blow to the players. It seems that without their captain, they are rendered incapable of playing. Harry Bernard's significance within this team is simply monumental. From being a lifelong supporter of the Stan Park Rangers to joining the ranks of the team itself and dedicating his entire professional career to them, he embodies the very essence of this club. Every player who joins the Stan Park Rangers, regardless of their previous fame or status, must inevitably defer to Harry Bernard. Such a player, when faced with any disturbance, undoubtedly has a profound impact on the Stan Park Rangers. One could even assert that should Bernard merely sneeze, the Stan Park Rangers would catch a cold. This logic is sound, Tony. However, if his presence or absence yields no difference in the team's performance, how can he be deemed worthy of such accolades? Sam Rander holds a differing perspective. Clark nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, recognizing the validity of Rander's viewpoint. As the cornerstone of the team, if his absence does not affect the squad, he cannot truly be considered a cornerstone. Moreover, No team can function effectively without its core. Everyone understands that reliance on a singular individual is precarious, often leading to an unhealthy dependency. Yet, knowing this and implementing it are two entirely different matters. In this world, many truths are widely recognized. However, mere awareness does not guarantee a fulfilling life free from mistakes. After all, while truths are lofty and ideal, life itself is grounded and nuanced. There are many situations where individuals are aware that actions should align with established principles. Yet how many can genuinely adhere to such guidelines? It is not a matter of desire, but rather the challenge of execution. Take, for instance, the reliance on a key player. It is well understood that the absence of such a core individual can severely diminish a team's competitive edge. However, in the absence of a pivotal player, one fears that the team may falter before the core is even missing. Leeds City is not devoid of key players upon whom they rely. For instance, they depend heavily on Hulai's goals in their offensive line. Hulai has not disappointed them, netting 27 goals in the league, leading the scoring charts while simultaneously securing vital points for the team, making him an indispensable contributor in their pursuit of Stan Park Rangers. Such reliance on Hulai's scoring raises concerns. If he were to be sidelined or underperform in the future, would the team's goal tally plummet? Undoubtedly, this is a possibility. Yet, could Clark refuse to designate Hulai as the offensive linchpin based on future uncertainties? Certainly not. It is illogical to let potential future events dictate present decisions. Harry Bernard has earned his status as the emblematic core of Stan Park Rangers through years of high-level performance and consistent game-changing contributions. The core cannot simply be assigned by the coach's whim, with only a single point separating them. We must remind the players to remain composed and not indulge in premature celebrations. They should focus on preparing for their next opponent, Albion, and guard against any internal arrogance, especially considering Albion's comparatively weaker strength. Ultimately, Clark has made new arrangements for the upcoming preparations. Why must we wait 9 days for the next round? I can hardly contain my excitement. In the training facility's locker room, the players of Leeds City are changing and gearing up for a day of training. Naturally, they begin discussing the current hot topic in the locker room, Stan Park Rangers' recent defeat to Manchester Athletic at home. Although they still lead, it is by a mere point over Leeds City. This solitary point has spurred the Leeds players' eagerness to commence the next round of matches, intent on closing that gap. In the upcoming match, Leeds City will host Albion, currently ranked 15th in the league, while also watching the clash between Stan Park Rangers and Dockyard. This is to pave the way for the FA Cup final. Thus, Stan Park Rangers receive a 10-day respite, which is rather frustrating. If we were to clinch the league title, would the club organize a celebration? After winning the championship, I am determined to have the trophy tattooed on my calf. It would signify my first Premier League title. In the locker room, the players excitedly exchange their dreams of the championship while changing. Charlie Porter approaches Hulai and nudges his shoulder. What are your plans after we win the title? Hulai gazes thoughtfully at the ceiling before turning to Charlie. I wonder if the Premier League trophy can be kept at home? Charlie Porter. Hey, old Hu. Where do you think the Premier League trophy should be displayed? Xiaolon stands at the doorway of her son's honor room, casting her gaze towards the rows of glass cabinets. Hu Lisan thought he had misheard and asked again, what did you say? The Premier League trophy. Where should it be placed? Nowhere is suitable. Hu Lisan waved his hands dismissively. Do you think the Premier League trophy belongs to your family? Do you wish to keep it at home? If you do, what will happen to Leeds City Club? Is it impossible to temporarily bring it back for display? Xiaolon felt somewhat wronged. I just wanted to take a photo and share it on social media. No way. Hu Lisan firmly extinguished his wife's implausible notion. Doesn't the Premier League award each champion player a small trophy? Like in the Chinese Super League, when Shining Star won the championship, didn't each player receive a miniature trophy? As she spoke, Xiaolon pointed to the small trophy in the cabinet before her, which was indeed the miniature trophy she referred to. In the Chinese Super League, apart from the club receiving the Dragon Cup, every registered first-team player is awarded both a champion medal and a scaled-down version of the Dragon Cup. It serves as a memento for those champion players who cannot obtain the full-size trophy. A mini version at home would suffice. Thus, Xiaolon thought, given that the Premier League is the foremost among the top 5 leagues in Europe, with broadcasting fees reaching billions of pounds each season, it should be a trivial matter for them to allocate some funds to create a small trophy for each player. However, Hu Lisan simply shook his head. No, the Premier League does not do that. The only award for players is a medal. How stingy. It's not about being stingy. They aimed to uphold the prestige and sanctity of the championship trophy. Shi Wuyin expressed her disdain for her husband's reasoning with a scoff, then stood still, her eyes darting around the cabinets. Observing his wife's wandering gaze, Lin Zhiyuan realized she was concocting some mischievous idea and hurriedly warned her. "I advise you not to entertain any crooked thoughts. This is not a joke." Shi Wuyin shot him a glare. "You're the one with the crooked thoughts." After saying this, she took out her phone. "What are you going to do?" Lin Zhiyuan inquired nervously. "I'm going to see if there are any replicas of the Premier League trophy for sale online." Lin Zhiyuan's voice rose in alarm. "You still claim you're not having crooked thoughts?" Chapter 250. Luo Kai's path. The atmosphere at the Warrendan Football Stadium, which can accommodate only 6,000 spectators, was rather subdued. Although the seats in the stands were mostly filled, the crowd remained silent, merely observing the field with minimal noise. The newly promoted Veronica confirmed their relegation after the last round of matches. With 2 rounds remaining in the league, this was their final home game in the Eredivisie. While many fans attended, they did so with the mindset of bidding farewell to the top league, reminiscent of a farewell ceremony for the deceased. In such a mood, how many Veronica supporters could muster the strength to cheer and sing? Clad in Veronica jerseys, they stood in the stands with arms crossed, gazing blankly at the match unfolding on the field. Though their hearts were heavy with sorrow, after a week of reflection, this sadness had settled to a point where it no longer easily manifested outwardly. If one were to focus closely, the hidden sorrow buried deep within their vacant gazes would become apparent. Luo Kai competed under the watchful eyes of these despairing spectators. The Warrendan Football Stadium, accommodating 6,000 spectators, may not be large, yet it is often abuzz with activity. This quaint fishing village, though modest in population, is filled with familiar faces from daily life. When they congregate at the football ground, they create an undeniable commotion, cheering for the team as if they were rallying for their own friends and family. Although Luo Kai had not been with the team for long, he could sense that every home game for Veronica felt akin to a festive celebration. Even a loss would not significantly dampen their spirits. Perhaps it was because they understood their team's shortcomings, recognizing that nearly every opponent in the league surpassed them in skill. Winning a single match was a grand occasion, and failing to do so did not tarnish their weekend merriment. Initially, Luo Kai deemed these supporters to be lacking ambition, thinking such enthusiasts could hardly propel the team to greater heights. However, after the team faced relegation, he glimpsed the sorrow and anguish etched on the faces of the silent fans. They were not devoid of aspirations. Rather, they feared the mockery that accompanied failure. In this oppressive atmosphere, the match itself lacked brilliance, with both the relegated Veronica and their opponents, Arnhem, displaying a lack of zeal. Positioned in the lower tier of the league, Arnhem had little to gain this season, rendering the outcome of the match inconsequential. With Veronica already lacking motivation, Arnhem saw no reason to exert themselves, leading to significant rotation within their lineup. Thus, Luo Kai perceived the defensive pressure he faced during the match to be minimal. With this in mind, when he received the ball again, he feigned a turn to the left, successfully deceiving Arnhem's defenders, who shifted their weight accordingly. In a swift motion, Luo Kai used the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball to his right side, executing a genuine turn. He glided past the defender, who was positioned to his left. As he turned, Luo Kai lifted his gaze to assess the situation ahead, seemingly poised to pass towards the center. The Arnhem players, believing this to be his intention, hesitated to pressure him, with one player positioned centrally stepping forward to intercept his passing lane. Instead, Luo Kai executed a clever feint, using his left foot to pull the ball back and drive it along the right flank. It was only at that moment that the previously silent Veronica supporters seemed to awaken from a trance, erupting into gasps of astonishment. Amidst their exclamations, the Arnhem players regained their focus, hastily regrouping to block Luo Kai's advance. In response, Luo Kai opted for a bold confrontation. He propelled the ball forward, increasing his pace, and forcefully maneuvered past them. Seizing the moment while the defenders were still adjusting, he deftly used his right foot to cut the ball inward, slicing through and positioning himself ahead of the opposing player. The opponent hastily slammed on the brakes, simultaneously raising both hands to indicate that he was not in motion. However, in doing so, he inadvertently allowed Luo Kai to penetrate the penalty area. As he surged into the restricted zone, Luo Kai ceased to observe the positions of his teammates. His gaze was solely fixed upon the goal. Confronted by an advancing player from Arnhem, he lifted his left foot, preparing to shoot. Just as he deceived the defender into extending his leg for a block, he deftly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, evading the defender before raising his left foot once more to strike. The ball traced a graceful arc, gliding past the fingertips of the Arnhem goalkeeper and finding its way into the net from the far corner. From the moment Luo Kai entered the penalty area, the stands at the Woudenberg Stadium seemed to awaken gradually, the atmosphere swelling into a crescendo, culminating in a full-blown eruption. The long-awaited cheers resounded within the confines of this modest stadium. Oh, it's a goal. The deadlock has finally been broken. Veronica now leads Arnhem 1-0. Chinese player Luo has scored his inaugural goal for Veronica. Following 2 assists in previous matches, he has finally celebrated his first goal in the Eredivisie during this game. The Dutch television commentator, witnessing this moment, erupted with excitement, only to quickly pivot. Unfortunately, both his assists and this goal have come too late. This Chinese prodigy, on loan from Traumade, has spent considerable time adapting to his new team and environment, only finding his rhythm as the season nears its conclusion. While Veronica has already faced relegation, yet Luo Kai's agent, Sui Xin, held a different perspective. While cheering for Luo, his anxiety began to dissipate. Although Luo had taken longer to acclimate to the team and his form arrived too late, scoring a goal and providing assists is certainly preferable to a blank statistical record. Despite failing to aid Veronica in avoiding relegation, his performances in the matches of April should enable him to secure a commendable loan opportunity upon returning to Traumade. With the transitional adaptation period at Veronica now behind him, Sui Xin firmly believes that Luo Kai will undoubtedly excel in his next team. Finally, the ordeal has been endured. Those trials that did not defeat you shall ultimately render you stronger. As Sui Xin observed Luo Kai celebrating his goal, he felt a profound sense of relief. The darkness has passed, Luo Kai. The light is just ahead. As Hulai holds hopes of clinching the Premier League title. News from the Eredivisie also brings joy. Our player Luo Kai scored his first goal in the Eredivisie during the 33rd round of the league, helping Veronica secure victory against Arnhem at home. With a victory, Luo Kai bid farewell to his last home match in the Eredivisie. His goal was a quintessential display of his individualistic flair, truly exquisite. Following the goal, Luo Kai exuberantly celebrated, expressing his inner emotions with fervor. With this goal, he has become the 6th player in the annals of Chinese football history to score in a European league. Now, let us turn our attention to the Premier League. The day after tomorrow, the Stan Park Rangers will welcome the Navy Port at home, while later that same day, Leeds City will also commence their match against Albion. These 2 fixtures are the focal points of this round of the Premier League. Although Leeds City currently has the opportunity to vie for the league title, it is essential to acknowledge that the Stan Park Rangers remain at the top of the standings. Thus, it is prudent not to place undue pressure on Hulai. Similar to this sports news, even though Luo Kai has netted his first club goal during his stint abroad, the spotlight remains predominantly on Hulai. After all, while Luo Kai's goal might have garnered a brief flurry of cheers online, it is Hulai's championship pursuit in the Premier League that has been the prevailing narrative this season. It resembles a suspenseful drama series, approaching its climactic conclusion, with the mysteries poised to be unveiled. Naturally, everyone is eager to witness the finale, leaving little room for concern over other matters. Will Navy Port be able to thwart the Stan Park Rangers away from home this round? The Rangers have enjoyed a 10-day respite. How are the players faring in training regarding their form and injuries? Will forward Mata Pelayo, who was injured during the national team matches at the end of March, make his return for this match? Could his comeback provide the Rangers with the opportunity to triumph over Navy Port at home? Can Leeds City secure a victory against Albion? Will Hulai emerge victorious in his race for the Golden Boot against Stones? Such inquiries are what truly captivate everyone's attention. As for Luo Kai's goal, what? Luo Kai scored? Incredible. Why must we wait 2 more days for the 36th round of the Premier League? This reaction encapsulates the sentiment towards Luo Kai's goal. Do not take the online reactions to heart, Akai. This goal is immensely significant for you. It will facilitate more fruitful discussions with Tramed at the season's end. Sui Xin seemed apprehensive that Luo Kai might be affected by the indifference surrounding his goal online. Having scored signifies a promising future. And this goal has garnered you a measure of trust from Tramed. Luo Kai interjected, I understand, Uncle Sui, but I wish to continue my journey with Veronica next season. Sui Xin was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? I am not crazy, Uncle Sui. I have finally adapted here. Moving elsewhere would mean starting all over again. Lukai replied, "Do not say that. It is precisely because you have acclimatized to Europe through your play here that I have greater confidence in your next step. What can you achieve by staying with Veronica, competing in the Dutch second division? While Hulai contends for the Premier League title, you would still be playing in the lower division. That is simply untenable. I do not care about him, Uncle Sway. I am indifferent to matters of pride. This season at Veronica has left me with little dignity. I believe that rather than being loaned to a new team and starting afresh, it is far more beneficial to remain with a familiar team that knows me well, where I can secure stable playing opportunities that will aid my future development." Rokai looked at Sway Xian earnestly and said, "Playing in the Dutch second division is acceptable. What truly matters is the consistency of my participation in matches." Upon witnessing Rokai's resolute demeanor, Sway Xian was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Are you serious?" Rokai nodded. "I've been contemplating this since the end of the match. I believe my intentions are sincere." Sway Xian fell into a contemplative silence, while Rokai resumed perusing his phone. Nearby, Sway Xian alternated between leaning back on the sofa and gazing at the ceiling, and sitting upright to observe the street view of the town of Volendam. After an indeterminate period, he finally spoke. "All right, just prepare yourself mentally. I will have a thorough discussion with Tramed and Veronica to negotiate a potential extension of your loan for another season." Upon hearing this, Rokai set down his phone and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Sway. What are you thanking me for? This is a gamble, Akai. Should the odds turn against you, do not blame me for failing to warn you of the risks," Sway Xian retorted with a wave of his hand. "I won't hold you accountable, Uncle Sway. I am well aware of what I desire. Coach Sure is right. I am not Hulai, and I cannot tread the same path as him. So I must forge my own way. What does it matter if I play in a lower division? As long as I can compete, I will inevitably find my way back, much like when I was loaned from Thunder to Nanhai." Hearing Rokai's words, Sway Xian reflected. "I heard Wang Xiao mention that you insist on choosing the hardest path." Rokai offered a faint smile and refrained from further explanation. Chapter 251. The match. Over there, seated on the sofa, Xiaolon suddenly glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. She then set down her phone, picked up the television remote, and switched the TV on. Simultaneously, she shouted towards the bedroom, "Old Hu, come watch the match." "What match?" Hu Lisin's voice called out from within. "The match between Leeds City and Albion starts at 11. Let's watch the match between Stan Park Rangers and Warship Harbour first." What is interesting about their match? Although Hu Lisin voiced his reluctance, he soon emerged from the bedroom to keep abreast of the latest developments of our opponents. "Hurry." Xiaolon patted the cushion beside her, creating a soft thud. "You can wait until the match concludes to know the result." Hu Lisin grumbled, yet he obediently sat down. "That lacks a sense of ritual. Life requires a touch of ceremony, and watching a game should too. What does that have to do with ritual?" Hu Lisin frowned, directing his gaze towards the television screen, where the live broadcast from Stan Park Stadium had commenced, with both teams' players poised to take the field. The captain of Stan Park Rangers, Harry Bernard, stood at the forefront, adorned with the captain's armband, holding the team flag in one hand, while the other grasped the hand of a young ball boy. The young ball boy, led by his hand, gazed up at Bernard with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief that he was holding hands with a player from the Stan Park Wanderers. Sensing the boy's gaze, Bernard looked down and offered him a smile. The boy, receiving the gesture, was so elated that he nearly sprang into the air. At that moment, the procession began, and the players took to the field. His wife, Cheryl, excitedly chattered beside him. "After this match, our son's game follows. Tonight truly is a football feast." If the Stan Park Wanderers were to win, however, it would not be a feast at all. Hu Lisin turned to glance at his excited wife, hesitating to voice his thoughts aloud. When Hu Lai and Charlie Porter knocked on the door of Williams and Kamara, they discovered the television in the room was broadcasting the match live. "Oh, you're still watching the game? We're about to head out," Porter exclaimed. "What is the score?" Hu Lai peered at the screen and noted the score was still 0-0. Following the conclusion of the match between the Stan Park Wanderers and Gunship Harbour, the Leeds City match against Albion would commence. However, since Leeds City was playing at home, they were residing in the dormitory adjacent to the stadium, thus avoiding the need to travel by bus from a hotel for an away game. This afforded them the luxury of departing for the stadium a bit later, allowing everyone a chance to watch the match between Stan Park Wanderers and Gunship Harbour. Not only Williams and Kamara, but many other players from Leeds City were likely keeping an eye on this encounter. Even the coaches of Leeds City were similarly engaged. Once Hu Lai and Charlie entered, they sat on the bed together, engrossed in the match. The first half had progressed to 35 minutes, with the Stan Park Wanderers pressing forward. Yet, as their attack neared the Gunship Harbor penalty area, it was intercepted by the defender Timoth Brandon. Brandon then passed the ball to the right back Mark Murphy, who swiftly surged down the flank. Gunship Harbor launched a rapid counterattack. The 4 spectators in front of the television, initially taken aback, erupted in unison. What an opportunity! They watched as Gunship Harbor executed a textbook quick counter, completing 2 passes to carry the ball across the halfway line and into the Stan Park Wanderers' half. Despite Bernard's desperate attempt to cover the flank and risking a foul, he could not thwart Gunship Harbor's advance. The referee signaled for an advantageous attack, and the play continued forward. Soon, the ball reached the edge of the Stan Park Wanderers' penalty area. The American forward Carl Lambert, receiving a pass from a teammate, made a clever change of pace, evading the defender Eric Jacobs, who sought to block him, and then unleashed a shot from the edge of the box. The ball skidded along the grass towards the bottom right corner. Despite the valiant efforts of Stan Park Rangers goalkeeper, Victor Lemos, who leaped and dove with all his might, he was utterly powerless against Lambert's exquisitely cunning shot. Splendid. Before Cox could utter a sound, the 4 Leeds City players before the television already raised their arms in jubilant celebration. Simultaneously, they heard cheers emanating from other rooms in the dormitory. Clearly, they were not the only 4 engrossed in this match. Lambert's shot was magnificent. Marvelous. Fleetwood Town had taken a commanding 1-0 lead against Stan Park Rangers away from home. Remarkable. Splendid. Cielon joined in the celebration alongside the commentator, he foamed. Why was she watching the match between Stan Park Rangers and Fleetwood Town? She had been waiting for this moment. Fleetwood Town had scored a goal, and it would be absolutely ideal to defeat Stan Park Rangers on their home turf. Yet, even a draw would suffice. Surely, it was preferable to allow Stan Park Rangers to score first, right? Perhaps this goal from Fleetwood Town might disrupt Stan Park Rangers' plans and unsettle their players. Just as in the previous round, when Stan Park Rangers appeared dazed after learning that Leeds City had triumphed over Boscombe with a score of 3-1, sitting beside Cielon, who Leeson evidently pondered these possibilities as well, and thus could not resist applauding from the sidelines. Seeing this, Cielon triumphantly pointed at the television screen and asked her husband, "Do you think watching this match is worthwhile? Can knowing the outcome after the fact compare to experiencing it live?" Leeson nodded. Yes, you are absolutely right. Cielon straightened her back on the sofa, placed her hands on her hips, and laughed heartily. The commentator, Yin Kong, was analyzing for the viewers. Stan Park Rangers are overly eager to win this match. They have pushed forward to attack since the very beginning, a strategy that is rather reckless. However, under the pressure exerted by Leeds City, even Stan Park Rangers seem to falter. Just the thought that they are only 1 point ahead of Leeds City is likely to unsettle the players. Fleetwood Town adeptly exploited Stan Park Rangers' urgency, launching counterattacks against their offense, and indeed found success just before the end of the first half. In front of the home team's coaching bench, Stan Park Rangers head coach, Scott Brooks, after an initial outburst of anger, turned to his assistant coach, Brown, and instructed, "Have Palacio warm up quickly. I want him in the locker room at halftime." Brown understood that Brooks intended to substitute the recently recovered Palacio at halftime to bolster the team's offensive capabilities. In reality, Palacio's physical examination results before the match had not been particularly favorable, which was why Brooks had not included him in the starting lineup. However, given the precarious situation, Brooks could no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. He must deploy Palacio to strive for an immediate equalizer. The longer Fleetwood Town maintained their lead, the more detrimental it would be for Stan Park Rangers. Brown was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Without uttering a word, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the bench, summoning Palacio from his seat to commence his warm-up. The cheers from the stands of Stan Park were somewhat disordered, mirroring the hasty footsteps of Palacio as he made his way to the warm-up area. "Ah, what a pity. Why couldn't T. Lambert have converted that chance?" Williams lamented, his voice tinged with disappointment. Indeed, just a single goal would have sufficed. No wonder such a forward struggles to net even 20 goals in a season. Charlie Porter spat at the television screen in frustration. Carl Lambert had scored 17 goals in the current Premier League season, making him the top scorer for the Shipyard team, which further elucidated their underwhelming performance in the league. They were referring to an attacking move that occurred just before halftime, where the Shipyard team once again posed a threat to the goal of Stan Park Rangers. However, Lambert's final shot was lackluster. more akin to a back pass to the goalkeeper than a genuine attempt on goal. Kamala halted Hu Lai, who was preparing to leave, and inquired in English. If it were you instead, would you have scored that? Hu Lai turned back with a smile, replying, of course. What a question. He then urged the three others. Are we going or not? If we're late, the boss will have us all on the bench. The three hurriedly followed Hu Lai out of the dormitory, making their way towards the corridor above. As the Leeds City players commenced their warm-up, Flanders Field was filled to capacity with Leeds City supporters, eager to witness history at such a pivotal moment. While awaiting the start of their own match, they tuned into the broadcast to glean updates on another game, only to hear about Stan Park Rangers equalizing the score. The fans momentarily lost control of their emotions, erupting in boos as if they were right there at Stan Park, believing the Rangers had leveled the score right before their eyes. The Leeds City players, who were warming up on the pitch, looked up in astonishment, with some even pondering if the Stan Park Rangers had taken the lead. However, assistant coach Randall quickly interjected, sternly admonishing them for their inattentiveness during warm-up. What are you doing? Focus on your own tasks. If you don't warm up properly, do you intend to get injured as soon as you step on the pitch? Randall understood the players' speculations, and realizing that mere words would not suffice to refocus them, he clarified, it's south, just that Stan Park Rangers equalized in the 85th minute. Now back to the half. Amidst the thunderous cheers in Stan Park, Captain Harry Bernard was waving enthusiastically to rally his excited teammates. Meanwhile, the goal scorer, Palacio, cradling the ball, was also making his way back, flanked by his fellow Stan Park Rangers players. The players of the Stan Park Rangers in the backfield remained steadfastly in their positions, refraining from advancing. Palacio's goal in the 85th minute provided a fleeting reprieve for the team, which was teetering on the brink of despair. However, this merely served to slow their descent. Without another goal, their fate remained sealed. At that moment, Leeds City must have been watching intently, and it was imperative not to give them the impression that an opportunity had arisen. On the sidelines, Brooks wore a grave expression, devoid of the joy typically associated with a goal. For the Stan Park Rangers, a draw bore no distinction from a loss. Only a victory could preserve their lead over Leeds City. A win would allow them to observe the ensuing match between Leeds City and Albion with a sense of detached amusement. Despite knowing that the Rangers had merely equalized, the warming-up players appeared somewhat distracted. After all, the Rangers were buoyed by a surge of morale, and in those final minutes, the possibility of scoring again and achieving a complete turnaround loomed large. The prospect was indeed significant. After all, it was Stan Park, a venue previously untouched by defeat. Competing there would undoubtedly confer a certain advantage upon the Rangers. Thus, even amidst a reprimand from the assistant coach, the players could not help but entertain fanciful thoughts, yearning for the big screen at Flanders Stadium to display a live broadcast of the match between the Rangers and the Armada. In this atmosphere, each passing minute seemed interminable. Suddenly, the stadium was enveloped in a resounding cheer that erupted from every corner of the stands, swiftly permeating the entire arena. The Leeds City players, engaged in their warm-up, looked up to behold all the fans, regardless of age or gender, exuberantly celebrating. It dawned upon them that the match across the way had concluded, and the Stan Park Rangers had failed to secure a victory over the Armada. The match has concluded. The Stan Park Rangers were unable to triumph at home against the Armada. Ultimately, the two teams settled for a draw, shaking hands at the end. Oh, how the tides have turned. As the announcer's astonished voice echoed, Stan Park Stadium fell eerily silent compared to its usual vibrancy. Many Rangers supporters watched in stunned silence, while the Armada players, having not won the match, refrained from celebrating. After all, a draw was hardly cause for festivity. They are not Liverpool FC and do not need to pull their city rivals down from the pinnacle of glory. This season has been a dismal one for the Naval Port, as they have failed to secure a position in the top four of the league, and have not even qualified for next season's Europa League. Their attempts in both the League Cup and the FA Cup have also ended without triumph. A season devoid of any accolades is a bitter pill for a prestigious club like Naval Port to swallow. Furthermore, this marks their fourth consecutive season without any championship honors and their second consecutive season absent from European competitions. Nicolas Dufresne, the French coach who has been at the helm for 14 years, finds himself ensnared in a crisis of confidence, with rumors of his impending dismissal surfacing intermittently. However, the predicament faced by Naval Port is certainly not as dire as that of the Stan Park Rangers. As the final whistle blew, The players of Stan Park Rangers struggled to contain their emotions, weeping openly. Those who succumbed to tears were quickly admonished by Harry Bernard, who urged them to regain their composure, to not lose heart, and certainly not to display such vulnerability in front of so many spectators. Regardless of whether the Rangers ultimately clinched the league title, shedding tears at this juncture would invite ridicule. Thus, they must not reveal their weakness. As Bernard released a sobbing teammate and turned to seek others to uplift, he realized that he was now alone. He glanced around, seeing not only his despondent teammates, but also the heartbroken fans in the stands. When was the last time Stan Park Stadium felt this quiet and oppressive? In his memory, it seemed like an eternity ago, even during the 25th round of the league. When they lost at home to Leeds City while he was injured and had to leave the pitch, the stadium had not felt this way. Yet, at this moment, the relentless Warriors suddenly comprehended that perhaps this time, their fortunes had truly waned. Had his sacrifice of a torn meniscus not been enough to preserve the league title for his team? No. Bernard quickly dismissed this thought. The league is not over yet. The match between Leeds City and Albion has not commenced. Although they are playing at home with every advantage, football is unpredictable. Who can guarantee a victory? Especially knowing that they had not triumphed over Naval Port. Perhaps that would affect Leeds as well. Leeds City is a young team. When have they ever faced such pressure? Opportunities that seem readily available often test one's resolve the most. There are countless cautionary tales of teams relinquishing favorable situations. With this in mind, Bernard re-energized himself and sought out his teammates one by one, encouraging them and instilling confidence. The battle is not yet over. The Rangers shall never surrender. Graham Webster. Oh, he has scored. What a surprising turn of events. After the Stan Park Rangers were held to a draw at home by the Navy Port, everyone believed that Leeds City had a golden opportunity. To their astonishment, it was Albion who scored first. This was eerily reminiscent of the recently concluded match. The Stan Park Rangers, too, conceded the first goal on their home turf. Was Leeds City destined to repeat this misfortune? Exclaimed commentator Cox. A chorus of boos erupted from above Flanders Stadium, directed at Albion by the home team supporters. They had anticipated a resounding victory and deemed Albion, having already secured their safety, should not disrupt their aspirations at this juncture. However, Albion displayed no such restraint, although they had indeed fulfilled their objective of avoiding relegation. This newfound freedom allowed them to perform with greater finesse, entering the match with more urgency than the Leeds City players, whose minds were preoccupied with the notion that a victory would propel them above the Stan Park Rangers in the standings. Such distractions hindered their performance. Thus, it was Albion, the visitors, who found the net first. "Damn it!" exclaimed head coach Clark, visibly enraged upon witnessing the goal conceded. He stormed to the sidelines, shouting vehemently and gesticulating wildly. He aimed to convey to every Leeds City player just how displeased he was. Following the last round of the league, he had repeatedly emphasized to the players that the season was far from over, with the Stan Park Rangers still in the lead. Now was not the time for complacency. Despite his earnest admonitions, the players remained lost in their thoughts. Indeed, after the Stan Park Rangers had been held to a draw by the Navy Port, all we needed was to secure a victory against Albion to ascend to the top. Yet the troubling fact remained. We had not yet won. To entertain thoughts of what to do after claiming the league title before even securing a win is akin to those fools who ponder how to squander their lottery winnings before the draw. Calm down, Tony. The match is not over. We still have a chance. Randall quickly urged Clark, recognizing his intense frustration. As the head coach, one must occasionally maintain composure, lest it instill negative psychological cues in the players. "I am fully aware that we still have an opportunity, Sam," Clark retorted, recalling Scott Brooks' similar sentiments when his team conceded first. But what was the outcome? Clark glanced at his watch. If we conceded another goal before halftime, it would spell disaster. The Stan Park Rangers would not grant us a second chance. Hearing the menace in Clark's voice, Randall refrained from mentioning that even securing second place would exceed our initial expectations. Approximately 5 or 6 rounds ago, Randall had genuinely held this sentiment, although he supported Clark's championship ambitions professionally. However, in his heart, he felt indifferent. While achieving such success would be a cause for joy, failure to do so would not be catastrophic. At the very least, we should be able to secure a spot in the Champions League, or perhaps even finish as runners-up, a commendable feat for a team that had been fervently battling relegation the previous season. Yet now, even he found it difficult to remain composed. After experiencing the journey of the Stan Park Rangers, who saw their lead diminish from 7 points to a mere 1. Randall now reflects on the potential disappointment of not securing the championship. It would indeed be a tremendous pity, rather than merely settling for the league's runner-up position. When one has devoted so much effort towards the goal of winning the league title, how can they possibly concede to anything less than victory? The notion that failing to clinch the championship and merely attaining second place, while at least preserving qualification for the Champions League, is nothing more than a self-soothing delusion following the disappointment of not winning the league. If the opportunity to seize the championship is within reach, why should one settle for being a runner-up? Leeds City's performance in the recent match was undeniably subpar. Perhaps they were genuinely affected by the Stan Park Rangers' unexpected draw against the Fleetport at home. In such crucial moments of title contention, the pressure mounts significantly for those who play later. In the previous round, Leeds City triumphed over Bochum, which resulted in the Stan Park Rangers being caught off guard. Now, it is Leeds City that finds itself facing a similar backlash, lamented Hifong. He does not believe that the players of Leeds City displayed an unforgivable performance. After all, this is human nature, especially for a young team like Leeds City, which lacks prior experience in title contention. Their achievement of reaching this point is commendable. Therefore, he finds it difficult to criticize the team as some Chinese fans online do, even if they ultimately fail to secure the championship. This season remains a remarkable one for Leeds City. He merely feels a sense of regret, as they truly had the opportunity to create a miracle, the first genuine underdog team to ascend to the pinnacle of the Premier League 35 years after its inception. Prior to this, 34 Premier League titles were almost exclusively dominated by the so-called Big Six, with the exception of the North London Wanderers, who have never won the championship. The other 5 teams have collectively seized 33 seasons of Premier League glory, while one season's title belongs to the Lancashire Rangers, who created the Rose Miracle. However, although the Lancashire Rangers were a newly promoted team at that time, they were not, strictly speaking, considered underdogs. Before the establishment of the Premier League, during the era of the English First Division, they had dominated English football in the late 1970s and early 1980s, establishing themselves as a formidable force. Their relegation was an unforeseen event, and they quickly returned to the top flight. Upon their promotion back to the Premier League, the club invested significantly in acquiring star players. And this influx of talent and substantial financial backing enabled the Lancashire Rangers to achieve the last championship victory by a newly promoted team in English top-flight history. However, the bloom of that Rose Miracle soon withered as the capital backing the club withdrew, forcing the team to sell off their star players, leading to a continuous decline in performance. After struggling in the Premier League for 5 seasons, they ultimately faced bankruptcy and relegation. Today, following years of ups and downs, the Lancashire Rangers find themselves mid-table in the English League One, with a considerable gap to the mid-tier of the Premier League, making any dreams of a return to the top flight seem like a distant fantasy, with the risk of slipping further down into League Two. They have now become a quintessential underdog team, yet during the season of their championship triumph, the Lancashire Rangers were by no means ordinary, nor was anyone inclined to regard them as such, despite the media and fans incessantly proclaiming the Premier League as the most fiercely competitive league. Even the so-called Big Six could stumble when facing mid to lower-ranked teams. Yet, no matter how many missteps occur, the ultimate victors are invariably the aristocrats of the sport. While underdog teams may revel in their triumphs over the Big Six for an entire year, the prospect of clinching the league title remains an elusive dream, utterly unattainable. This vast chasm of class disparity cannot be easily traversed. Seated before the television, Xiaolon furrowed her brow, silently engrossed in the live broadcast. Beside her, Hu Lixin cast furtive glances her way, hesitant to voice the thoughts swirling in his mind, choosing instead to silently watch the screen. In the past, his wife often chided him for his pessimism, questioning why he always insisted that football is a round game, where anything can happen. Hu Lixin, well aware of the countless historical instances of teams faltering at critical moments, refrained from speaking too optimistically, often anticipating the worst to avoid the sting of disappointment. In the small room at Stamford Park, the coaching staff of the Rangers gathered around the television, eagerly watching the match between Leeds City and Albion. Youth. Huh. Assistant coach Stephen Brown chuckled. The young players possess zeal, yet in such moments, they often struggle to maintain composure, risking the loss of hard-earned advantages. The atmosphere in the cramped space was one of lightheartedness, The previously furrowed brows of the coaches now relaxed, filled with renewed confidence for the future. Although they had been held to a draw by the naval-based team, should Leeds City falter against Albion at home, the Rangers would still retain their lead. Brooks, however, wore a serious smile, refraining from reminding his fellow coaches not to celebrate prematurely, as their joy in that little room would have no bearing on the outcome of Leeds City's match. While the coaches relished the opportunity to unwind and alleviate their stress, Brooks felt he could only truly relax once the match concluded. If, at that point, Leeds City were to succumb to Albion, then a genuine smile would finally grace his face. Wuyin sensed that his teammates had been jolted awake by Albion's goal. Yet they resembled individuals abruptly roused from slumber, hearts racing, limbs heavy, minds still foggy, completely unaware of the unfolding events. They recognized their prior mistakes, having indulged in arrogance and underestimated their adversaries, and now they faced the consequences. They understood the necessity of fortifying their resolve to swiftly equalize the score and regain control. Yet executing such a strategy in the immediate aftermath proved daunting. In such circumstances, if the opposing team pressed forward with fervor, they risked conceding yet another goal. Falling 2 goals behind in the first half would spell genuine trouble. It was imperative to stabilize the team's morale. Yet, how could he achieve that? He was not the captain and could not rally the troops with a commanding call to calmness. Were he to attempt such a feat, he might only instill further panic among his teammates. Was Wuyin to be abducted by aliens and replaced with a counterfeit? Every individual possesses their own unique approach to handling matters. Wuyin's strategy is rather straightforward. If we can equalize the score, won't that stabilize everyone's emotions? Thus, scoring becomes imperative. Yet, how does one score? It was presumed that the team was out of sync, and Leeds' offensive organization lacked coherence. Unexpectedly, Williams, with his prominent features, appeared flustered at a critical moment, despite having previously exhibited remarkable composure. It seems even someone of Williams' caliber is not immune to the allure of championship glory. Is it merely a league title? You country bumpkins. In crucial moments, one must rely on someone experienced in championship pursuits like myself, Wuyin mused. Though Wuyin believed he was the linchpin in pivotal moments, he faced stringent scrutiny from his opponents in this match. When his teammates faltered, he too was closely guarded, making it challenging to find the back of the net. Throughout the current season in the Premier League, Wuyin has netted a remarkable 27 goals, leading the scoring charts. If the opponents were oblivious to the necessity of marking him closely, they would be woefully inadequate. Although Albion may have no aspirations, they certainly do not wish to lose. The relentless pursuit of victory is an inherent trait of professional athletes. Even if they harbor no animosity towards Leeds, they will strive to defeat this team, even if it means jeopardizing Leeds' chances at the title. After all, what concern is it of theirs whether Leeds secures the championship? After being closely marked in the penalty area, Wuyin attempted to draw defenders out and maneuver more freely outside the box. Although he was still being defended, he could distinctly perceive the difference in defensive intensity from Albion compared to that within the penalty area. They were not on the same level. Over the course of the season, the majority of his goals have originated from inside the box, leaving a profound impression. It is not merely the media or fans who recognize this. Other Premier League teams are also aware that Wuyin poses a greater threat the closer he is to the goal, even though he has scored from distance during matches. The frequency of goals from outside the box pales in comparison to those scored within it. Thus, opponents tend to regard Wuyin's long-range goals as mere strokes of luck. Wuyin rarely attempts shots from outside the box, which serves as compelling evidence of his lack of proficiency in long-range shooting. After scoring from distance against London Bridge, he managed to net another long-range goal only against London Mars. Out of his 27 league goals this season, only 2 were from long range. Does that not speak volumes? What they fail to realize is that Wuyin has refrained from utilizing long-range strikes, reserving them for moments of necessity. And now, that moment has arrived. Moving out of the penalty area, Wuyin began to seek opportunities for a long-range shot. Soon, he took a shot. However, the attempt veered off target, failing to even earn a corner kick. After the miss, Wuyin appeared quite frustrated, letting out a roar, seemingly displeased with his own attempt. As the scene unfolded before the television screen, Stephen Brown, the assistant coach of the Stan Park Wanderers, shook his head and remarked, "It appears that Leeds City is indeed in a desperate situation, resorting to long-range shots with players like Hu. They have been driven to the brink. I have always pondered this, Tony, who dedicates 2 days each week to practicing long-range shots, Yet why does he seldom attempt them during matches? Sam Rander observed Hu finally attempting a long-range shot, only to miss the target, and inquired of Clark. Clark seemed somewhat surprised. You don't know, Sam? Isn't he trying to outwit his opponents? However, he had already scored with long-range shots in matches against London Bridge and Mars, as well as for the national team. How could that be considered outwitting? Clark chuckled. Did you not notice that after scoring a long-range goal against Mars, he reduced the frequency of such attempts? What does that signify? It indicates that he wishes to deceive once more. As Clark spoke, laughter escaped him. This was indeed a conclusion derived from our discussions. I believe that as long as he can score efficiently within the penalty area, there is no need to overindulge in long-range attempts. Neither of us desires for long-range shooting to become a label affixed to him. He is, at his core, a player of the penalty area, and if everyone assumes he cannot score from outside it, then all the better. Listening to Clark's eloquent discourse, Rander smirked. Is it you who wishes to deceive, Tony? Certainly not. Clark waved his hand dismissively. This is still from the Art of War. Rander quickly interrupted. Let us not speak of that book any further. I know it possesses great merit. Let us return to the match. The first half is nearing its end, and we have yet to equalize. At the mention of this, Clark's demeanor shifted, his brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. I must deliver a stern lesson during halftime. Rander attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he halted, casting his gaze toward the field. Simultaneously, Clark remained equally fixated on the game. Leeds City launched yet another offensive, and this time, it appeared somewhat different. Who followed the team's surge into the penalty area, only to be met with close marking from the players of Albion, who even entangled him with their arms, making it difficult for him to extricate himself swiftly. Nevertheless, Who did not cease his movement. He continued to maneuver within the box. After making a diagonal run into the penalty area, he traversed horizontally across it, with opponents persistently shadowing him. Ultimately, he changed direction and exited the penalty area. The Albion defenders, however, did not pursue him further, remaining stationed in their positions. Observing this, Who gestured to Charlie Porter, who was positioned on the flank, urging him to pass the ball his way. Porter noticed Who's signal but did not immediately comply. Instead, he feigned a direct pass into the penalty area for the towering striker, Lorenzo. This ruse successfully deceived the Albion defenders into attempting a block. Yet, Porter deftly shifted the ball to his left with his right foot, evading the defenders before finally directing the ball toward Who, positioned outside the penalty area. Due to his feigned cross, he not only deceived the defender from Albion, but also drew in the defenders positioned near the edge of the penalty area. Consequently, when Hulai received the ball, there were not many Albion players around him. He deftly controlled the pass from Charlie with his left foot, causing the ball to gently roll to the right as it struck the inside of his left foot. Next, Hulai lightly nudged the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, adjusting his distance from it before he swung his leg again to take a shot. Just outside the penalty arc, a long-range strike. The ball did not soar high from Hulai's kick. Instead, it skimmed the grass towards the goal. Despite the goalkeeper of Albion attempting to make a save, he was unable to stop the ball. Who. Cox shouted excitedly as Leeds City equalized just before halftime. Hulai's unexpected long-range goal surprised everyone. No one anticipated that he would take a shot from such a distance. Hulai found the net with a long-range effort when no opportunity presented itself in the penalty area. But the Stan Park Rangers need not panic. Leeds City had merely equalized, and they still maintained a 1-point lead in the standings. The coaching staff of Stan Park Rangers exchanged glances, surprised by the mockery from commentator Cox while watching the match. Can a 1-point lead truly be considered a lead? Why else would we be so anxious? Witnessing Hulai's goal, nobody in attendance felt at ease. Brooks let out a quiet sigh, reflecting the reason behind his previous reluctance to cheer or smile, fear of celebrating prematurely. Hulai stepped up when the team was in crisis. His goal helped level the score, which was more than just an equalizer. It stabilized the morale and spirit of Leeds City. During halftime, Coach Clark could now make tactical adjustments with greater composure. One could say that Hulai's goal was invaluable. If Leeds City were to ultimately secure the championship, this goal would undoubtedly be pivotal. Heafong continuously praised Hulai, bringing immense joy to Xiaolon, who was watching from home. What parent wouldn't relish hearing praise for their child? And to have it broadcasted to a national audience made Xiaolon positively radiant. Hulisen, noticing his wife's unabashed happiness, found himself similarly uplifted by her cheerful laughter. Deep within, He felt a sense of relief. At least Leeds City had halted their downward trend. After Hulai's goal, Clark and Randier exchanged a glance and embraced in celebration. "Aha, Sam. What did I tell you? His long-range shots are only needed at critical moments. And this is clearly one of them," Clark exclaimed, hugging Randier. Randier thought to himself that he had been proven wrong by Hulai yet again. But why was he feeling so elated? Ah, yes. It was because they still held hope of winning the championship. So let Hulai continue to prove him wrong. If it meant reclaiming a championship, I would endure any amount of humiliation. The entire Flanders stadium erupted with exuberance, as if an earthquake were shaking the very foundations of the arena. Amidst the cheers, Hulai sprinted towards the corner flag, performing his signature celebration. Not long after Hulai's goal, the first half of the match concluded. Indeed, Hifeng was correct. This goal held immense significance. Had Leeds City entered halftime with a score of 0-1, Coach Clark would have approached his tactical considerations with a mindset of trailing. Now, however, he could focus on how to overtake the score rather than merely equalizing it. A change in perspective alters the demands placed upon the team. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Upon returning to the locker room, the Leeds City players were met with a severe reprimand from Coach Clark. "What on earth are you doing? Do you truly believe you've secured the league title? Not only is the league still ongoing, but we are also still behind Stan Park Rangers." He thundered. "What the hell? Your performance resembles that of Stan Park Rangers in the previous round, who, upon hearing we had won, were utterly lackadaisical. What gives you the right to look down upon them?" Clark paced the locker room, vociferously admonishing his players. Head bowed, they dared not meet his gaze. Having led the team to safety last season and achieving commendable standings this season, Tony Clark had garnered considerable respect among the players. Unlike when he first took over the team, they were now more inclined to heed his words, accepting his scoldings without resentment. "You must understand. We are challenging a behemoth of this nation's league. They are a prestigious club with over a century of exceptional tradition. Competing against such opponents demands our utmost effort. Any hint of complacency could lead to our demise. Why do you think the Premier League champions have been monopolized by the Big Six for the last 34 years? Is it merely because they possess wealth and can afford the finest players? Foolishness. It is because they are giants, backed by ample experience and tradition that allow them to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. Were they giants from the outset? Certainly not. They have risen to prominence through a history of championships and the relentless pursuit of excellence in challenging circumstances. We must confront such teams, if we cannot surpass them. What right do we have to claim the championship? Do you think it suffices to merely ponder this in your minds?" Clark glared at the players in the locker room, showing no leniency due to Hulai's equalizing goal. After all, that solitary goal did not alter the fact that the team had performed poorly in the first half. It merely indicated that Leeds City had been fortunate. Stan Park Rangers had erred after our victory against Boscombe. Must we then replicate their mistake? This is a football match, not a medieval knightly duel. Everyone, lift your spirits. In the second half, I will not permit you to continue in this lethargic manner. You are merely a breath away from etching your names in history. However, should you squander this opportunity through your own folly, it is a regret you shall carry for life, I assure you. After reprimanding every player thoroughly, Clark finally commenced strategizing for the second half. In truth, the areas for tactical adjustments were limited. The foremost issue plaguing Leeds City was the players' mindset. Hence, the strategies devised for the first half barely came to fruition. Once they rectify their mentality and adhere to the pre-match tactics, Leeds City still stands a considerable chance of clinching victory. After all, the gap in strength between Albion and Leeds City is substantial. In their last encounter, Leeds City triumphed over Albion 20-0, even while playing away, at a time when the season had just commenced, and Leeds City was not yet at their peak form. Now, after a season of acclimatization, Kamara, Adams, and Grister have seamlessly integrated into the team, significantly bolstering its strength. Otherwise, how could they contend with Stan Park Rangers? If they cannot secure a victory against Albion at home with their utmost effort, then aspirations for the league title are futile. Considering that Albion might adopt a more defensive posture, Clark made some targeted adjustments. Although they conceded a goal in the dying moments of the first half, your performance was commendable. Unlike Clark, who unleashed his fury during halftime, Albion's head coach, Kian Scully, lavished praise upon his players in the locker room. Initially, after securing their safety from relegation, Albion had little to strive for. Yet now, they have unearthed a new ambition. Gentlemen, prior to this match, We may not have envisioned ourselves as pivotal figures in determining this season's league champion. If we can defeat or at least draw against Leeds City away, it is highly probable that they will miss out on the championship title. Following this round of fixtures, only 2 rounds remain in the Premier League. Stan Park Rangers face a challenging match at home against London Bridge in the next round. Meanwhile, Leeds City's upcoming fixture against Tranmere is no walk in the park either. Therefore, if Leeds City wishes to surpass Stan Park Rangers, today's match presents the finest opportunity. After all, Albion appears to be a far more manageable opponent than Tranmere. If Leeds City cannot secure a win against Albion, their hopes of overcoming Tranmere away are slim. Thus, when Kianskali proclaimed Albion as the decisive players in the league title race, he was not mistaken. Years from now, when people reflect on this season's Premier League title race, our names will undoubtedly be mentioned. However, their judgment will hinge upon your performances in the match. Should Leeds City best US, glory will rightfully belong to them, while Albion will merely serve as a stepping stone. Who among you is willing to be a stepping stone? He inquired loudly, his eyes wide as he scanned the room. In the changing room, the players of Albion gasped and exclaimed, "We refuse. We refuse to be mere stepping stones." They resolved to staunchly defend their goal in the second half, vowing not to allow Leeds City to score, especially not who. Otherwise, they would not only serve as a stepping stone for Leeds City's championship, but also for who's pursuit of the Premier League Golden Boot. In the match held yesterday, Manchester Athletic triumphed over Boscombe with a score of 2-1, with Malvin Stones netting a goal. However, Hulai also scored in today's match, maintaining a 4-goal lead over Stones. With only 2 rounds remaining in the league, such a gap is substantial. Should Hulai manage to extend the lead to 5 goals or more in the second half, the race for the Golden Boot would lose all suspense. Whether in the championship or the Golden Boot contest, the fate of it all rested upon the shoulders of this ordinary team, Albion. It seemed as though destiny had conspired to place the weight of historical choices upon them. As the second half commenced, everyone noticed a strategic shift from Albion. They tightened their defense, prompting Stan Park Rangers assistant coach, Brown, to observe after a while, is Albion truly attempting to hold onto a score of 1-1 until the final whistle? This is indeed good news for us. In response to Brown's enthusiasm, Brooks remained skeptical. If they could truly achieve that, it would be splendid. But can Albion withstand the relentless onslaught from Leeds City in the second half? He felt uncertain. This team was not particularly adept at defending, and they had likely not undertaken specific defensive training against Leeds City's attack. The tactical disparity between the two has indicated that Albion had hastily decided to cling to the 1-1 scoreline. As Albion adjusted their tactics, they adopted a more defensive approach, with players executing simple plays in the backfield. When in possession, they opted to advance the ball forward. If they could launch a counterattack, splendid. However, if that proved unfeasible, they would ensure the ball lingered as little as possible in their half, even conceding throw-ins to Leeds City without concern, as Feng and Yin Kong analyzed. This strategy did not bode well for Leeds City. Albion's voluntary relinquishment of possession appeared self-destructive, yet for a team of Albion's caliber, it might ironically be the correct decision. By concentrating on fortifying their defense, they could focus all their energies on protecting their goal, which was preferable to being caught in a paradox of aiming for a draw while also seeking victory. Upon hearing the analyst's commentary, Shi Wuyin turned to her husband and asked, "Is that so?" Lisin nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed. But isn't Leeds City renowned for its formidable attacking prowess?" With 77 goals scored thus far, Leeds City boasted the highest tally in the Premier League this season, dominating in offensive strength. In truth, if Albion could endure for just half an hour, they might genuinely have a chance to secure a point away from home. As time dwindled, if Leeds City continued to find the back of the net elusive, anxiety would surely set in. After the player's mindset underwent a transformation, scoring became increasingly elusive, Lisin explained to his wife. "Half an hour, and Leeds City hasn't scored a single goal?" Shi Wuyin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It's hard to articulate," she continued. "Some things are just difficult to clarify. Who would have anticipated that Queen's Park Rangers, leading Leeds City by 7 points, would find their advantage reduced to a mere single point?" Shi Wuyin interrupted her husband. "I understand now. Football is round, after all." With a dismissive pout, she returned her focus to the match. Hulai ventured out of the penalty area, receiving a pass from a teammate and attempting a long-range shot. However, as soon as he received the ball, he was closely pursued by an Albion player from behind. Not only was a long-range shot out of the question, but he could hardly even turn his body. He had no choice but to pass the ball while facing away from the attacking direction, lest he risk losing possession. After scoring with a long-range shot in the first half, he soon found that Albion had intensified their defense against his long-range attempts in the second half. With all their players retreating, Albion now had a greater presence both inside and outside the penalty area, preventing him from receiving the ball in a position where defenders couldn't close in, unless he could retreat to near the center circle for a long-range shot. The problem was that Hulai simply couldn't score from that distance. The notion of allowing Hulai more long-range shots now seemed misguided, as Sam Landell sighed. If they're going to park the bus, they will certainly neutralize our most threatening attacking players, Clark remarked without surprise. The penalty area is crowded, and so is the space outside it. It won't be easy for Hu to find openings. Space is ever-changing, Sam, Clark said, eyeing Albion's penalty area. If we merely pass the ball back and forth, it will indeed be challenging to create new space. However, we still have Kamara. His dribbling and breakthroughs can indeed generate openings. Landell remained silent, directing his gaze towards Ismail Kamara on the field. Back when Kamara was playing in the third tier of French football, he could never have imagined that within a single season he would have the opportunity to touch the Premier League trophy. His life had transformed dramatically in this season. He had evolved from an unknown player into a superstar. Well, not quite a superstar, but certainly a player of note. Although he still fell short of the true giants of the game, it was undoubtedly a significant leap for him. In truth, he still couldn't comprehend how he, once an obscure player in the French third division, caught the attention of a Premier League club. Yet, that mattered little. What was important was that his performance justified the team's faith in him. In times of difficulty, he needed to step up, just like Hulai, who consistently emerged to lead the team to victory during crises with his goals. That goal in the first half was a prime example. Without it, our situation would be considerably worse now. Yet, because of that very goal, Hulai now found himself ensnared in the opposing team's defensive web, with little room to maneuver. He understood that players like Hulai would inevitably attract the attention of defenders, becoming ensnared in a tight encirclement. Thus, it is at this moment that I must step forward. It's your time to shine, Ismail. When Kamara received the ball on the flank, he found himself surrounded by opponents. Apart from one Albion player directly marking him, the penalty area was congested with players from both Albion and Leeds City. With Albion adopting a defensive strategy, the space for Kamara to exploit his speed had virtually vanished. If he attempted to accelerate and outpace his adversaries as he usually did, he would only end up dribbling the ball into a crowd. Yet, as he surveyed the dense throng before him, Kamara couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who says my only weapon is speed? Having recently arrived in the Premier League, Kamara's flashy footwork had once drawn ridicule online, being labeled as a showboating player. His extravagant moves were not only superfluous but also yielded little effect, resulting in underwhelming performances. However, after enduring a painful period of adaptation and synergy, he gradually discovered his rhythm, minimizing unnecessary flamboyance, marrying his speed with more practical techniques, and transforming into a formidable winger. Yet, this does not imply that Ismail Kamara, hailing from street football, is incapable of dazzling tricks. As the right midfielder of Albion noticed Kamara with the ball, he promptly rushed to defend, positioning himself to prevent an easy breakthrough. Kamara deftly flicked the ball to his right with the outside of his right foot, seemingly intending to maneuver horizontally through the center. The defender advanced, planning to intercept the ball between Kamara and himself, thereby disrupting his control. However, just as he stepped forward, Kamara's right ankle suddenly flicked, and he spun back, using the inside of his foot to whip the ball to the opposite side. The opponent was caught off guard. Oh, what a move. Brilliant. Amidst the eruption of cheers from the stands, Kamara surged forward to chase the ball, attempting to penetrate the penalty area from the flank. Two Albion players rushed to block him. Kamara accelerated sharply, using the outside of his left foot to strike the ball, seemingly aiming for a breakthrough along the baseline to deliver a cross. The first Albion defender, closer to the baseline, leaned slightly forward, ready to pursue, but quickly questioned whether this might be a feint. Therefore, he hesitated. Indeed, Kamara's left foot merely circumvented the ball without making contact, revealing it to be a clever ruse. Just as the Albion defender congratulated himself for his cautious decision, he saw Kamara's right foot approaching again, this time striking the ball from the right side as if to guide it towards the baseline. The defensive player noticed that Kamara's center of gravity had significantly tilted towards the sideline, indicating that he was genuinely committed this time. In an instant, he took a swift step forward to block the interception. However, to his surprise, Kamara feigned a shot, allowing his right foot to glide over the ball without making contact. Before the Albion defender could react, Kamara's right foot discreetly maneuvered around the ball, twisting his ankle to deftly nudge the ball towards the right side. Simultaneously, he came to an abrupt halt, leveraging his formidable core strength to counteract inertia, preventing his body from leaning towards the sideline, instead coming to a standstill. Quickly recovering from his rigid posture, he outpaced the defender, gently nudging the ball forward to the left before the second Albion player could intervene. The opponent missed entirely. Meanwhile, Kamara used one hand to push against the first Albion defender, momentarily gaining leverage as he slipped through the narrow gap between the two defenders. "Ah, Kamara! Kamara!" This was his moment. Matthew Cox exclaimed with excitement. The atmosphere at Flanders Stadium was electrifying, filled solely with cheers, drowning out all other sounds. The Leeds City fans, unlike the viewers at home who could see Kamara's South actions up close, merely perceived him trapped between two defenders, seemingly ensnared in a dead end. Yet in an instant, he broke free. They erupted in applause, celebrating his remarkable display. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Kamara surged into the penalty area. However, within the crowded confines of the box, space for Kamara was virtually non-existent. As he approached the ball, an Albion player collided into him from behind, using his body to shove Kamara towards the sideline. Kamara had to decelerate and bend down to shield the ball, striving to avoid being easily toppled. "Pass the ball," a voice echoed, and although Kamara heard it, delivering a pass was increasingly challenging. He was facing the sideline, his back to the field, unable even to lift his head, let alone execute a pass. To whom could he pass? How could he pass? Realizing the predicament, Williams swiftly pointed to Quinn, who had drifted towards the sideline, shouting, "Send the ball to the flank." Instead of passing, Kamara hooked the ball with his left foot, suddenly pivoting while sending the ball through the legs of the Albion defender. A delightful nutmeg. Cheers erupted once more. Yet, the penalty area was congested. After performing the nutmeg, Kamara merely transitioned from one circle of defenders to another. As he held onto the ball longer, more Albion players closed in around him. They are astute, avoiding direct fouls and refraining from excessive movements. Instead, they rely on subtle physical pressure to encroach upon Kamala, persistently nudging him within the bounds of reasonable contact, gradually causing him to lose his balance. Ultimately, as the inertia accumulates to a critical point, Kamala will find himself unable to maintain control over the football. At that moment, the actions of the Albion players will be irrelevant. Kamala will falter due to his own mistakes and relinquish possession. Thus, within the penalty area, the shrewd defensive strategy is to await the offensive players' errors rather than to engage proactively. Under their siege and interference, Kamala indeed struggles to retain possession. Regardless of his exceptional footwork, sustaining control amidst such confinement has reached its limits. At this juncture, a thought crossed Kamala's mind. If I were to fall, might I earn a penalty? After all, there is considerable physical contact between the opposing players and himself. Yet, as this notion emerged, he recalled past failures. What if the referee does not call it? Would all his prior efforts merely serve as a pretext for a theatrical fall? Kamala, already precariously balanced, began to topple forward. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of Hulai within the penalty area, having attracted a sufficient number of Albion players, rendering the space around Hulai comparatively open. Despite the presence of defenders, he recalled the question he had posed to Hulai before the match. If the ball were in your possession, would you score? Of course. With his center of gravity nearly lost, Kamala propelled himself forward, striking the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it soaring from the encirclement towards Hulai's direction. "Show me a goal, Hu." Kamala passed the ball. Hulai dashed towards the approaching football, raising his left leg as if to shoot. An Albion defender, closely trailing him, lunged to intercept the ball and thwart Hulai's attempt. Yet, he was unable to succeed, for Hulai's shooting motion was merely a feint. After a deceptive maneuver, he deftly redirected the rolling ball with his left foot, swiftly pivoting to the right. The opposing player lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Hulai? All eyes in the stadium were fixed upon him. As he evaded the defender, he flicked the ball to the right with the outside of his right foot, evading a second Albion player rushing to block him. Finally, he swung his right leg, striving to connect with the ball he had just redirected. He made contact. but his body lost equilibrium, and he fell backward. However, his left leg bore the weight of his entire frame, and just as he propelled the ball toward the goal, he crashed down. Yet it mattered not, for the football soared into the net. The Albion goalkeeper, sprawled on the ground, failed to notice the ball nestled within the goal. Instead, turning to gaze at the equally fallen Hulai, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hulai? Hulai? What a magnificent play. Hulai? He has scored twice. Leeds City leads Albion 2-1. They seize the initiative in the championship battle against the Stan Park Rangers. After scoring, Hulai rose from the ground, eager to celebrate. Yet, amidst the crowded penalty area, how could his teammates allow him to escape? Before he could even leave the box, his teammates had already caught him. The first to embrace him was Ismail Kamara. Having lost his balance and fallen after passing the ball, Kamara, upon witnessing Hulai's goal, excitedly struggled to rise, colliding with the oncoming Hulai. He wrapped his arms around Hulai and, with a vigorous tug, the two tumbled together in the Albion penalty area. Soon, more Leeds City players rushed in, enveloping them in a jubilant embrace. The players on the field celebrated exuberantly, while the Leeds City fans in the stands raised their arms in fervent cheer. Even the substitutes and coaches on the sidelines joined in the festive revelry. The entire stadium transformed into a sea of celebration, with every cheer blending into a symphony of roaring waves. The live broadcast displayed the real-time scores, revealing Leeds City, now leading Albion with 90 points, had ascended to the pinnacle of the Premier League table, overcoming a 1-point deficit to Stan Park Rangers. As the real-time scoreboard flashed on the screen, the coaches of Stan Park Rangers collectively sighed. When Albion tightened their defense, they had hoped for a draw against Leeds City. However, it now appeared that placing their hopes on Albion was a grave miscalculation. After all, Albion was not renowned for their defensive prowess. Managing to hold out for 25 minutes in the second half was commendable, yet ultimately, they succumbed to Leeds City's offensive onslaught. Prepare for the worst, gentlemen. Brooks' voice echoed in the room. In the next round, we must defeat London at home. Otherwise, we bid farewell to the league championship. The others in the room fell silent, with only the jubilant cheers from the Flanders Stadium and Matthew Cox's excited commentary resonating from the television. This is the first time this season that Leeds City has finally ascended to the top of the league table. We shall see if they can maintain this position until the season's end. The entire Flanders Stadium was engulfed in a frenzied celebration, yet Clark quickly regained his composure. As the Leeds City players concluded their celebration and returned to their half, they spotted their head coach Clark standing on the sidelines, signaling for them to continue their offensive. Clearly, holding a mere one-goal lead was insufficient for the coach, and frankly, it was quite precarious if Albion were to score again. Leeds City's hard-earned 3 points could easily diminish to 1. Since they had already found the net, they must seize the opportunity, maintain their momentum, and strive for another goal. The Leeds City players had come to understand their coach's style well. Even without reminders from the sidelines, they were aware that a one-goal lead was inadequate, and they would continue to launch relentless attacks on Albion's goal in the ensuing match. The reason Albion chose to defend resolutely was their belief in maintaining a stalemate with Leeds City. They were convinced that by steadfastly holding their ground, they could secure a vital point. However, with the equilibrium now shattered, they found themselves trailing. The very foundation of their defensive strategy had crumbled. With Albion no longer fortifying their goal, what was there for Leeds City to fear? Indeed, they were poised to unleash their fury. Faced with a Leeds City emboldened by their newfound lead, Albion's defense was under immense strain. Ultimately, in the 77th minute, they conceded once more. This time, it was not the twice-scorer Hulai who netted the goal, but Jay Adams. Seizing the moment while Lorenzo and Hulai drew the attention of Albion's defenders within the penalty area, he made a sudden incision into the box, receiving a pass from Williams, and delivered a low shot that found the net. 3-1. Leeds City was on the brink of securing victory. The euphoria from the stands seemed to eclipse even the cheers following Hulai's brace, as Adams' goal allowed many Leeds supporters to exhale the tension that had been lodged in their throats. With just a few minutes remaining, a 2-goal lead indeed afforded them a sense of relief. At this juncture, they dared to cheer louder and celebrate unabashedly. The chorus of Leeds City fans resonated continuously until the final whistle. Following Adams' goal, neither team managed to score again. Albion soon relinquished their role as fate's orchestrator, ceasing their desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Leeds City began to prepare for their upcoming away challenge against Tranmere, substituting key players, including Hulai. The last 10 minutes of the match unfolded in a tranquil manner. The match concluded. With this victory, Leeds City surpassed Stan Park Rangers, ascending to the pinnacle of the Premier League. However, the season was not yet complete, and a formidable contest awaited Leeds City. Should they fail to triumph over Tranmere on their turf, they risked relinquishing their hard-won position at the summit. Tranmere's home ground was notorious for its challenges. Before Stan Park Stadium, it had been renowned as a formidable fortress in European football. I am certain that Tranmere's supporters would not permit Leeds City to approach the championship throne by treading upon their fallen hopes. Conversely, the London Bridge would not yield easily at Stan Park Stadium, as they vied for qualification for next season's Europa League against North London Wanderers. A defeat to Stan Park Rangers in the next round could see them overtaken by their rivals. In summary, the battle for this season's Premier League title has entered a fiercely competitive phase. Do not rejoice too soon, my friends. In the home locker room at Flanders Stadium, Clark, with a serious demeanor, addressed the players who had just exited the pitch. I hope you remember the mistakes we made prior to this match. Do not stumble over the same stone twice. It is premature to declare ourselves champions, for Tranmere will be a tough opponent. If you aspire to be crowned Premier League champions, then give everything you have in the next match against Tranmere. We must not only exert ourselves fully, but also channel 200% of our energy. Only in this manner can we hope to triumph over Tranmere at the Red Roof Stadium. We stand merely 2 matches away from securing the league championship. Should we achieve victory in both, the title shall be ours. This would mark the inaugural Premier League championship for many, if not all, members of our team. I urge everyone to endure just 2 more rounds of the league, as we endeavor to create history together. The media asserts that Leeds City may potentially become the first working-class team to clinch the Premier League title in its 35-year existence. And there exists a rationale for this claim. It is not solely due to the club's modest budget and revenue, which pale in comparison to those of the footballing elite. Furthermore, our squad lacks superstars. Players like Hulai are merely emerging talents, not yet distinguished as superstars. Although Jay Adams gained early recognition, he has yet to fulfill the lofty expectations set for him, thus rendering him a notable figure but not a superstar. None of our team members, including both starters and substitutes, possess the accolade of a Premier League championship. Even Jay Adams, during his tenure at London Bridge, could not secure such a title, having been loaned out during the season when London Bridge triumphed. Consequently, despite his years of prominence, Jay Adams' honor roll remains devoid of a Premier League championship. This fledgling squad, in stark contrast to the lavishly assembled Lancashire Rangers, who were hailed as the strongest promoted side in history and achieved the remarkable Rose Miracle, is indeed an epitome of the underdog. It is essential to recognize that Lancashire Rangers' expenditures during their championship season were unparalleled in the Premier League. The current financial budget of Leeds City Football Club ranks 15th among the 20 teams in the Premier League. If fiscal resources were a definitive indicator of a team's final league standing, Leeds City would barely escape relegation. At the season's inception, the club's objective was merely to avoid relegation, a goal in line with their financial expectations. Yet, the team's performance has significantly exceeded both the club's and the public's anticipations. Should they indeed seize the championship, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking event in the Premier League's 35-year history. A milestone to be etched into the annals of football, a true victory for the common people. At the post-match press conference, Clark remained as composed as ever, exhibiting a calm demeanor that surpassed even that of the attending journalists. The league is not yet concluded. We are merely 1 point ahead of Stan Park Rangers. It is worth noting that Stan Park Rangers once held a 1-point lead over us. Thus, our current advantage does not signify a definitive outcome. Admittedly, the situation is favorable. Yet we must secure victories in the forthcoming 2 matches. The next fixture against Tranmere will be challenging, especially as we are playing away. Therefore, I shall refrain from discussing the prospect of winning the Premier League. My sole focus is on the next match. A journalist raised a hand to inquire, Mr. Clark, if Leeds City ultimately claims the championship, it would be the first instance of a truly working-class team winning the Premier League title. Do you believe this signifies a victory for the common people? Clark cast a glance at the reporter and remarked, I have previously stated that I shall refrain from discussing matters pertaining to the Premier League championship, hence I am unable to respond to your inquiry. The reporter, growing impatient, pressed on, hypothetically speaking, let us assume. I do not engage in hypothetical scenarios that have never transpired. My apologies, sir, Clark interjected. shaking his head with unwavering resolve. A group of journalists exchanged incredulous glances, suppressing eye rolls. If we cannot discuss the Premier League championship, then what is the purpose of this interview? This is undoubtedly the topic of utmost interest at present. Seemingly aware of the reporter's thoughts, Clark smiled and said, "Let us instead converse about Kamara's performance. Did you witness his magnificent assist during the match? He single-handedly dismantled the entire defense of Albion. Frankly, given his performance in the Premier League this season, I believe he is more than deserving of a spot on the French national team. Of course, if he ultimately is not selected, I can accept that. At the very least, we will have a well-rested Kamara for the next season." After the press conference, the reporters expressed their frustration, noting that Clark was excessively cautious. It was well known that Leeds City was vying for the championship. With only 2 rounds remaining in the league, the team sitting in first place, just 1 point ahead of the second-place team. Yet he hesitated to even utter the words potential champions. Was it truly necessary? Honestly, Tony, I find it somewhat perplexing. You are being overly cautious. If I did not know you well enough, I would almost think you lack confidence in winning the title, remarked assistant coach Sam Rander. Clark merely smiled and responded, "Sam, I have learned a new term from Who, called failure to be admirable. What is that?" Rander inquired, bewildered and unable to comprehend the term. "You may interpret it as a lack of caution that ultimately leads to not achieving the desired outcome." "I understand now. It means overreaching," Rander replied. No, it does not refer to overreaching. Overreaching implies excessive pride. However, failure to be admirable signifies that even if you merely express your goals candidly, without any boastful intent, it could still result in eventual failure. In essence, you cannot even articulate your aspirations. At the very least, you must refrain from publicly declaring them. For the moment you vocalize them, the task is destined for failure. Rander stared in disbelief, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. "I have always suspected who is deceiving you. Is he not spouting some mysterious Eastern incantation? Much like how he tricked Charlie Potter. Previously, I had only perceived Potter as slightly foolish, but I did not anticipate that you, Tony, would also fall for this." Clark interrupted Rander's ramblings. "Initially, I too thought he was spouting nonsense, Sam. However, he recounted to me his experience of winning a league championship in China, which profoundly moved me." Rander responded, intrigued. He shared that, at the start of the season, his team had also set survival as their primary goal. "Does that not mirror our situation?" Rander nodded in agreement. "Yet, in the end, they became champions of the Chinese Super League. Their head coach has consistently emphasized before the media that the team's primary objective is to avoid relegation. Unlike myself, who boldly declared a championship ambition within the team, this Chinese coach kept his true intentions concealed until the very end, harboring the desire for victory privately, fearing that such aspirations might lead to a loss of integrity. His cautious approach indeed guided the team to clinch the league title, making them the first promoted team in the history of the Chinese top league to achieve such a feat, thus creating a miraculous bloom in Chinese football." Clark appeared to have much to say, continuing his discourse. "After hearing this story, I have given it considerable thought, Sam. At first glance, this notion seems absurd. Yet upon deeper reflection, it reveals a certain scientific rationale. When we openly broadcast our goals, we inadvertently slip into a state of hubris, often unaware of it, as the repercussions of losing one's integrity are not immediately apparent. Conversely, if we maintain a constant reminder within ourselves to avoid complacency and arrogance, we are unlikely to engage in any unbecoming behavior. Thus, while my insistence on refraining from discussing the championship may seem irrational, it serves as a reminder to keep my mind clear and composed. It is an anchor, Sam, an anchor within my heart, as long as this anchor remains. I will not misjudge the situation due to overconfidence." When he uttered the final sentence, Clark's expression turned serious, as if discussing a matter of great sanctity. Randall wanted to interject, but found himself speechless, opening his mouth only to exhale a sigh. "God, I don't even know whether what you said is right or wrong." Clark chuckled heartily. "Then let us just assume I'm right, Sam." As the month draws to a close, a plea for votes is made. Chapter 257. Focus. Welcome to today's Season in Progress. Let us discuss the most pressing topic in the Premier League. Do you believe Leeds City will ultimately defeat Stan Park Rangers and become the league champions? In the studio of the renowned English football program Season in Progress, host Bobby Klein posed this question to 2 guests. He first directed the inquiry towards the first guest. adorned with a thick beard. Hector, what are your thoughts on this matter? Seated beside this bearded gentleman, a bald man chuckled at the question, prompting Hector to shake his head with a wry smile. As a former player for Stan Park Rangers, what do you think I would say, Bobby? This bearded figure is none other than Hector Ingram, a celebrated alumnus of Stan Park Rangers, whose likeness now graces the Hall of Fame after retirement. Once a fearsome presence on the pitch, he now sits elegantly attired in the studio as a television commentator. Klein laughed heartily. But I truly wish to hear your perspective. Hector, that would make it all the more interesting. Hector Ingram glanced at the bald man beside him, who was equally amused, and decided to redirect. Peter, don't laugh. Your team will be facing Leeds City next round. Once a midfield star for Tramed, Peter Nelson, who spent a decade with the club and secured 4 Premier League titles alongside 1 Champions League victory, listened to the conversation without a hint of anger, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Then you should plead with me, Hector. Pray that Tramed can help you thwart Leeds City. Ingram was not swayed by his antics. What do I need to beg you for? You have no power to determine the outcome of the match. He shrugged and continued, in any case, if you manage to defeat Leeds City, we shall bask in the glory. But if you lose to Leeds City, well, Ingram flashed a smile. We are indeed 2 unfortunate souls. The grin on the bald-headed Nelson finally faded. For Tramed, the upcoming match posed a dilemma. Winning against Leeds City would likely assist their rivals, Stan Park Rangers, in claiming the championship, while losing would render them a significant stepping stone in Leeds City's historic ascent to the Premier League throne. Regardless of the outcome, Tramed would find it difficult to save face. Klein, observing the banter between the two guests, erupted into laughter. The viewers at home were equally entertained, many likely enjoying the spectacle. This is the essence of the show season in progress. After all, why would Nelson and Ingram, fierce adversaries on the field, become regulars on the program? Audiences relish watching their comedic rivalry unfold. Klein often plays the role of the instigator, as he did with this topic. The discussion surrounding Leeds City's potential championship victory was rife with intrigue, and within this grand narrative, poking fun at Stan Park Rangers and Tramed delighted the viewers. As both teams had endured hardships at the hands of Leeds City this season, the struggles of Stan Park Rangers are well documented, as their entire season has been a battle against Leeds City. Tramed's tension with Leeds City stems from a contentious penalty decision last season, creating a fraught relationship this term. So far, the two teams have only faced each other once this season, with Tramed succumbing to Leeds City in an away match. Klein seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of rivalry, remarking, "It is indeed astonishing how Leeds City has performed this season. Yet, upon closer examination, one might argue that their true ascent began with their resounding 2-1 victory over Tramed at home. I believe that match instilled remarkable confidence within the team and made Coach Clark realize that his squad can indeed compete with the Big Six. So, Peter, if Leeds City triumphs, your team will undeniably be a significant contributor." Ingram chimed in with mirth. "Bobby is right. If you lose to Leeds City at home this Saturday, you will also be a major contributor." Amidst the laughter, Nelson's expression turned sour, as his team found themselves in an embarrassing predicament where either Stan Park Rangers or Leeds City could claim them as a pivotal ally in their championship pursuits. He steeled himself, shaking his head. "Hector, I must remind you that London Bridge is no easy opponent, despite being an away match. They are vying for a Europa League qualification against North London Wanderers." Ingram solemnly stated, "London Bridge is undoubtedly a formidable adversary, but I have faith that the Rangers will fight until the very last moment." Klein chuckled. "What's with your sudden seriousness, Hector? We are the ones vying for the championship, yet you keep mentioning Tranmere and Stamford Park Rangers." In the White Rose pub, fans of Leeds United shook their heads in discontent at the television broadcasting the program's season in progress. Indeed, Tranmere is the next crucial hurdle. If we cannot secure victory against them away, it is hardly realistic to depend on London Bridge to triumph over Stamford Park Rangers. John Falsigna explained to his companions from an objective standpoint. His reasoning resonated with the group, prompting a sigh from one of them. "If someone had told me right after our successful relegation that Leeds could clinch the Premier League runner-up position, I would have been overjoyed. Even 5 rounds before, I wouldn't have felt disheartened about not winning the league title. But now, I simply cannot accept the idea of losing to Tranmere away and consequently missing out on the championship. Who wouldn't feel the same?" Levin patted his companion's shoulder, raising his glass to clink with his in a gesture of solidarity. "Ricardo, Felipe Ferreira entered the villa's living room to find a 100-inch television screen aglow, displaying the program season in progress. The host Klein, alongside guests Ingram and Nelson, were discussing the upcoming focal matches in a relaxed tone. However, the sofa facing the television was conspicuously empty, which surprised Ferreira. He called out loudly, but received no response. After pondering for a moment, Ferreira resolutely turned towards the direction of the gym. Sure enough, he found the young Portuguese talent, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, vigorously pedaling on a stationary bike. Observing his strained expression, Ferreira quipped, "I guessed you'd be here. What else with the sudden late-night training? I feel I still have energy. So I thought I'd put in some practice," Belia replied through gritted teeth as he pedaled. "Are you feeling challenged, perhaps?" Ferreira observed with a smirk. Belia, focused on his workout, retorted, "Felipe, what makes that French lad better than me? Isn't your goal always Kabongo and Melli? But neither of them is my opponent in the next match." It seemed Belia intended to defeat Leeds United in the upcoming game, thwarting their championship aspirations. "I don't care whether they eventually win the title. I just want to beat them, especially that French guy," he asserted, his teeth clenched. He recalled the first encounter between the two teams this season, reflecting on his duel with Ismail Kamara. His dribble had been intercepted, and in the race to recover, he had failed to match Kamara's speed. Ultimately, he had inadvertently assisted Hulai in scoring, a goal that had led Leeds to a 2-1 victory over Tranmere at home. He was ridiculed by that French lad. Judging solely from this match, despite scoring a goal, Ricardo Balaya would not deem his performance particularly commendable. It was his inaugural goal in the Premier League, yet it was also his first encounter with its harsh realities. Subsequently, both Tramed and Balaya have experienced fluctuating performances in the Premier League, oscillating between good and bad. Considering the hopes that accompanied his arrival at the club, his first season in the Premier League cannot be deemed successful. The upcoming match against Leeds United presents him with a chance to demonstrate his capabilities anew. As Balaya's agent and a paternal figure, Ferreira understands well that Balaya's competitive spirit has been ignited. He has likely been harboring a desire for vengeance since their last encounter. "Thank the heavens, Felipe. If I can triumph in this match, it will surely leave a lasting impression on them." Balaya finally concluded his training, leaping off the bike, panting heavily while grinning at Ferreira. "Ching, your friend has a shot at winning the Premier League. This is truly astonishing, considering they were fighting relegation last season. They haven't secured it yet. First, they must defeat Tramed." "Oh, Lilith, you're following the Premier League?" Li Qingqing paused her activities, glancing in surprise at her teammate Lilith Leza. "Hey, do you look down on me, Qingqing? Why shouldn't I follow the Premier League?" The possibility of Leeds winning the Premier League is garnering attention across Europe. Li Qingqing believed her. Recently, French media has been reporting extensively on the Premier League title race. On one hand, the Premier League stands as the foremost among Europe's top 5 leagues, wielding tremendous influence. On the other hand, Leeds United is indeed a captivating team, and their potential victory would be sensational. The only regret is that Leeds did not clinch the league title in their first season post-promotion, which would have been remarkable. Nevertheless, such miracles in football are nearly impossible today. They have genuinely performed commendably. In fact, I believe that even if they do not win the championship, it does not diminish their achievements, Lilith remarked. Suddenly, she extended an invitation to Li Qingqing. "Qingqing, I checked, and we have no matches on that day. Let us watch the game together and cheer for your friend." Li Qingqing, roused from her thoughts by Lilith's suggestion, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right. P.S. It's the last day of May. If you don't vote now, it will expire. I seek your monthly votes." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 258, Sweetness in Life. As Luo Kai entered the team's training facility locker room, he overheard everyone discussing the same topic, not the upcoming final round of the Eredivisie, but rather the forthcoming Premier League matches. As a satellite club of Tramed, it is only natural for Veronica, located far in the Netherlands, to be concerned about the Premier League. Upon seeing Luo Kai enter, someone waved at him. "Luo? Which team are you supporting in the next round of the Premier League?" To the teammates of Rokai, this must have been a perplexing dilemma. After all, on one side lies his mother club, Tramed, and on the other, his compatriots from the Chinese national team. Emotionally, choosing between the two is akin to the impossible question of whom one would save first, a mother or a friend, when both are in peril. However, to everyone's astonishment, Rokai responded to the inquiry with little hesitation, stating unequivocally, "Of course, I support Tramed." His decisive answer left his teammates taken aback, with the one who posed the question stammering, but Rokai, if Leeds City were to defeat Trained, then who would become the first Chinese player to win the Premier League? As a fellow Chinese, wouldn't you be happy for him? A faint smile crept across Rokai's lips as he replied, I am certainly happy for him. Yet, I am a player of Trained. And if Leeds City is to claim the title, I hope they do not ascend the throne over Trained's fallen remains. Upon realizing this sentiment, the members of the locker room regarded Rokai with newfound respect. His loyalty to his club was commendable, and it was no wonder Trained held him in such high regard. Although Veronica had already been relegated, it was believed that Trained would not relinquish such a prodigious talent. Next season, he would undoubtedly be loaned to a more competitive team for further development, once he accumulates sufficient appearances to apply for a work permit with the national team. He shall return to Trained. He is fundamentally distinct from those players who merely orbit around Trained as satellite club members. Despite the initial struggles in adapting upon his arrival at Veronica, the last couple of months had finally showcased Rokai's extraordinary talent, elucidating why he had garnered Trained's attention. He is indeed a player of remarkable potential. Yet, the question lingered. How could Leeds City hope to clinch the title without conquering Trained? Voices of uncertainty echoed within the locker room. Rokai chose not to respond, and there was no pressing need for him to do so, as the question was inherently challenging for him. If he wished Trained to prevail, it implied that Hulai's aspirations of victory would be dashed. Considering the odds of Stan Park Rangers losing at home to London Bridge were significantly lower than Trained losing at home to Leeds City. Thus, from the moment Rokai aligned himself with Trained, he was acutely aware that his compatriot Hulai's season-long efforts might culminate in futility. Noticing Rokai's silence, a teammate offered consolation, saying, achieving second place in the league is already an extraordinary accomplishment, especially considering we were battling relegation last season. Indeed, if we could secure second place, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. Rokai understood that his teammates were deliberately saying this to uplift him. Yet he required no such comfort. Yin followed the crowd to the elevator, where a sea of heads filled the space, quickly surrounded by people from various companies within the building. The white-collar workers, weary and resigned, huddled together, awaiting the arrival of the elevator. During peak hours, even with 6 elevators in operation within the building, the congestion remained unrelenting. On the evening of Saturday, May 2nd, at 10:30 Beijing time, a highly anticipated match in the Premier League would commence at the Red Roof Stadium, with Leeds City challenging Tranmere. Come and watch the live broadcast of the match on the mobile Gudong video platform, as millions of Chinese fans unite with Hulai to witness his brilliance in Asia and the making of history. An advertisement for mobile Gudong video, showcasing abundant 4K resources, appeared on the screen mounted on the wall of the elevator lobby, catching Yin's attention. Upon finishing the advertisement and redirecting his gaze, he discovered that the dense throng had already packed themselves into the elevator, with even those behind him squeezing in. Although the elevator doors had not yet closed, the sight of the cramped space resembling a sardine made it clear to Yin that he would have to await the next one. The occupants inside regarded Yin, who stood foolishly at the entrance, with expressions of relief and ease. Shaking his head slightly, Yin remained in place. Retrieving his phone to vent his frustration in the WeChat group of the Dongchuan Middle School football team, Jinxing Division, damn. The screen in the elevator usually displays various silly advertisements, yet it just had to show the preview for Hulai's match, causing me to miss the elevator. Phew. Is Yin team going to be late? If there's a penalty, blame Hulai and ask him for a red envelope. Was it that advertisement from Mobile Gudong Video? I saw it too. Hulai shines in Asia and makes history, giving me goosebumps. After several attempts, the elevator doors finally closed, with the occupants inside managing to squeeze in a bit tighter. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, the elevator began its swift descent. Outside, Yin typed fervently, "Listen, I booked the luxury private room for Saturday night yesterday. Whatever happens, push it all to me, and nobody better flake out. Otherwise, if we miss this historical moment, don't say I didn't warn you. Even if Hulai wins numerous championships in the future, this will be his first. The whole nation will witness this milestone, and such an opportunity will never come again." Chu Yifan replied, Yin, your words sound rather awkward. What do you mean by the whole nation witnessing Hulai's first? That sounds ambiguous. Chu team, that's exactly what he means. I feel like Mobile Gudong should recruit Yin team to plan that advertisement. The whole nation witnessing who lies first is undoubtedly more enticing than merely shining in Asia and making history. If I were someone who doesn't follow football, I'd definitely be curious about what Who Lies First was all about after seeing that ad. Puffing with amusement, Yin looked up at the several elevators in operation, then joined the new influx of people at the entrance of the elevator that appeared to be the fastest. He resumed his playful banter in the group chat. Nearby, someone with a laptop bag lowered their head, seemingly seizing the moment to rest their eyes. Some individuals occasionally glance at their watches, beads of sweat forming on their anxious foreheads, seemingly desperate as they await the elevator, fearing they might miss the clock in time and be late. Yet, a greater number of people, much like Yin, are absorbed in their phones, passing the time with their screens. They remain silent, seldom engaging in conversation with those nearby. Some wear headphones, while others play sounds from their phones without regard for their surroundings, drawing the curious glances of those around them. This scene unfolds daily in the elevator of the office building during the morning rush hour, monotonously repeating itself day after day. Truth be told, in childhood, one often yearns to grow up quickly, believing that adulthood would grant the freedom to engage in many activities that were previously forbidden by adults. However, upon truly reaching adulthood, one realizes that the world is not as splendid as imagined in childhood. The life of a corporate worker is dreary and monotonous, with each day spent laboring to sustain oneself. Even with relentless effort, one may not achieve the desired outcome. This experience starkly contrasts with the carefree days of high school and university. Upon graduating and entering the workforce, Yin fully comprehends that there is no ease in the realm of adulthood. Indeed, from the moment one rises early to leave the house, contends for a seat on the bus or subway, and finally arrives at the office building, even the simple act of taking an elevator requires utmost exertion. Where is the ease in that? Nonetheless, amidst the hustle and fatigue, there remain glimmers of anticipation. For instance, the thought of gathering with friends to watch the Who Lie match this weekend makes the currently busy and tense routine seem far more bearable. In the realm of adulthood, ease may be a rarity, yet Who Lie brings us sweetness. Thus, we cheer for Who Lie. If they were to lose, my workweek would surely turn to bitterness. As the elevator doors opened, Yin firmly grasped his phone and, along with those beside him, pushed his way inside. Cramped and on tiptoe, he strained to extend his neck and gaze upward, silently awaiting the elevator's ascent. Much like goods meticulously packed on an assembly line, they were distributed to their respective floors. Embarking on a day filled with work, some industrious, others idling away their time. After the training session, Park Chun-tae found himself surrounded by reporters. One journalist, in English, posed a question. Mr. Park, in the upcoming league match, you will face the Stan Park Wanderers. If you manage to defeat your opponents, it may assist Leeds City in clinching the Premier League title, making you the first Asian player to achieve this. What are your thoughts on this? Will your identity as an Asian player motivate you to perform with greater intensity? Before Park could respond, several Korean journalists turned with indignation towards the questioner. Though he bore a similar appearance to them, they could discern immediately that he was a Chinese reporter. How absurd. Why has a Chinese reporter come here to interview Park Chun-tae? This is an outright provocation. At that moment, the Korean journalists conveniently overlooked their previous memories of seeking out Who Lie for an interview after Park Chun-tae's victory in the League Cup. Park Chun-tae, with a serious expression, remarked, "I will give my all in the match, but not for anyone else. London Bridge has its own reasons to win, unrelated to others. However, I do hope Who Lie can secure the Premier League title, as it would be a source of pride for Asian football, and I will cheer for him." Upon hearing this response, the South Korean journalist erupted into applause for Park, casting glances at the Chinese reporter who had posed the question, hoping he would feel ashamed in the presence of Park's magnanimity. To their disappointment, the Chinese reporter smiled, displaying no sign of embarrassment. How shameless. Many South Korean journalists thought to themselves, forgetting how Who Lie had responded when they sought him out initially. They had already imagined that if Leeds City were to triumph over Stan Park Rangers due to London Bridge's efforts and secure the Premier League title, they would emphasize Park Chun-tae's contribution in their reports on the historic win of an Asian player, reminding Chinese fans of their perpetual indebtedness to them. On the last day of May, Matthew Miller descended from his bedroom on the second floor, only to witness his father, David Miller, exiting through the front door. Momentarily stunned, he soon realized his father had closed the door behind him. He turned to his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and inquired, "Where is Dad going?" Where else could he be going? To meet up with his old pals from the White Rose, his mother replied. A hint of discontent evident in her tone regarding her husband's habitual outings with that crowd. Is he going to watch a match? But why so early? Young Matthew gazed out the sunny window into the afternoon, having just finished lunch. Our match doesn't start until 3:30. His mother removed a dish from the sink, shaking off the water before setting it aside. They agreed to watch the match between the Rangers and London Bridge first, to cheer for London Bridge. Upon hearing this rationale, young Matthew grimaced. Although London Bridge's victory over Stan Park Rangers would grant Leeds City greater leeway, it would be an away game. Even though Stan Park Rangers had succumbed to Leeds City, thus ending their 4-year and 8-month unbeaten home record, it did not imply that Stan Park was a place where any team could strut about with impunity. After their defeat to Leeds City, Stan Park Rangers still maintained an unbeaten home record, having only lost to Leeds City this season. The thought of London Bridge triumphing away against Stan Park Rangers seemed overly optimistic to young Matthew. If London Bridge were to falter, it would only lead to his own disappointment. Damn those London softies. What a bunch of cowards. I knew those Southerners couldn't be relied upon. They have truly let me down. If London Bridge continues to perform like this, they should refrain from participating in the Europa League. It would be an embarrassment for English football. In the White Rose pub, David Miller and his companions were vehemently cursing at the television screen. The source of their ire was displayed in the top left corner of the screen, the live score of the match. The home team, the Stan Park Rangers, was leading London Bridge by a staggering 3 goals, and the first half had yet to conclude. It was no wonder that the Leeds City fans, who had harbored hopes of London Bridge troubling the Stan Park Rangers, were in such a state of despair. How could they not be disheartened? Trailing by 3 goals at halftime offered little hope of assistance. The Stan Park Rangers were dominating their home ground, mercilessly overpowering the fellow Big Six team, London Bridge. Observing the expressions of the London Bridge players, filled with frustration and anguish on the television broadcast, the Leeds City fans felt even more despondent. The Korean journalists in the media section of Stan Park Stadium shared in this disappointment. Prior to the match, they had envisioned Park Chun-tae excelling and helping London Bridge secure victory over the Stan Park Rangers, subsequently proclaiming to Chinese fans whom this league champion should particularly be grateful to. It would be unfair to label the Korean journalists as dreamers, according to London Bridge's tactics. Park Chun-tae indeed had the potential to be a decisive factor in the match. London Bridge, known for their defensive prowess and playing away from home, would undoubtedly adopt a counter-attacking strategy. Our Park Chun-tae, with his remarkable speed and unparalleled individual attacking ability in Asia, was certainly a formidable asset in counterattacks within the Premier League. Thus, Park Chun-tae was expected to be a crucial offensive weapon for London Bridge. If he could capitalize on counterattacks to score a goal or two, the chances of London Bridge triumphing over the Stan Park Rangers away would significantly increase. In reality, the tactical approach mirrored the Korean journalists' expectations. London Bridge employed a defensive counterattack. However, they were unprepared for the relentless assault launched by the Stan Park Rangers from the very first minute of the match. 23 minutes into the game, London Bridge conceded their first goal. A mere 5 minutes later, in the 28th minute, they succumbed to a second goal. Then, in the 43rd minute, Palacio struck again, shattering the London Bridge goal and altering the score to 3-0. The Korean journalists in the media section clasped their heads in despair, nearly resorting to kneeling in disbelief. The stands of Stan Park Stadium erupted with jubilant cheers from the Rangers supporters. The 37th round of the league was deemed pivotal in determining the eventual league champion, as both the Stan Park Rangers and Leeds City faced formidable opponents. Despite the home advantage, the stakes for London Bridge to secure a spot in the Europa League demanded their utmost effort. Not to mention their defensive skills made them a challenging rival. Leeds City, on the other hand, was set to face Tranmere away, a match whose difficulty needed no elaboration. In the final round, Leeds City would host a disinterested Northumbria, a contest deemed relatively straightforward. Meanwhile, the Stan Park Rangers would confront the Highlanders, a team not as formidable as London Bridge. Thus, the outcome of the 37th round of the league may very well dictate the final standings. Currently, Stan Park Rangers lead London Bridge by 3 goals at home. And although the first half is not yet concluded, nearly everyone is convinced that Stan Park Rangers will secure the victory. Consequently, the pressure has shifted entirely to Leeds City. Should they fail to triumph over Tranmere away, Stan Park Rangers will reclaim the top position in the league and maintain that advantage until the season's conclusion. At this moment, The live television broadcast displays the real-time scores. Having played one match, Stan Park Rangers have amassed 91 points, surpassing Leeds City, who have yet to play, and are momentarily atop the league table. In this pivotal moment of the championship race, at the brink of survival, Stan Park Rangers unleash an extraordinary energy. They have transformed Stan Park Stadium back into a fortress, faced with the relentless assault of Stan Park Rangers. London Bridge's proud defense crumbles as if it were made of paper, utterly vulnerable. The reason prestigious clubs are esteemed is their ability to resurrect in the direst of circumstances. They have regained control, and now they can simply relax and watch the match between Leeds City and Tranmere. Listening to the commentator's words, one might mistakenly believe this is a summary delivered at the end of the match. However, it is merely a phase summary at halftime. Yet, no one finds this assertion amiss, with Stan Park Rangers leading by 3 goals against their defensively strong, yet offensively lacking opponents, London Bridge. This halftime score approximates a full-time victory for Stan Park Rangers. However, after a 15-minute intermission, the atmosphere above Stan Park Stadium shifts dramatically. Stepping up is indeed Park Chun-tae. Park. His speed is astonishing. It is remarkable that a 30-year-old like Park can exhibit such pace. Amid the commentators' exclamations, Park Chun-tae utilizes his agility to accelerate suddenly just before the penalty area, evading the defenders of Stan Park Rangers and penetrating the box, then striking just before being surrounded. Stan Park Rangers goalkeeper, Ramos, dives but is a fraction late, allowing the ball to slip through his fingertips and into the net. Park Chun-tae. London Bridge scores a goal back. The Korean reporters in the media section may have cheered louder than the traveling fans of London Bridge. Upon witnessing the ball nestling in the net, they all leapt to their feet, raising their arms in celebration. Their demeanor resembled that of ordinary Korean fans impersonating reporters rather than journalists. Go Park. For your Asian compatriots, give it your all. In the White Rose Bar, Leeds City fans also rally behind Park Chun-tae, who is jubilantly sprinting on their screens. Just 3 minutes into the second half, London Bridge has reduced the deficit, reigniting their hopes. Even if London Bridge cannot secure a win, with the second half just underway, surely they can net 2 more goals. In the end, a draw would be considered a favorable outcome for Leeds City. However, the jubilance of the Leeds City supporters was short-lived. In the 55th minute, Palacios of Stan Park Rangers scored again, extending the lead to 3 goals and rendering Park Chun-tae's earlier goal meaningless. The players of Stan Park Rangers celebrated exuberantly on television, while the deafening cheers echoed from the stands. In stark contrast, the White Rose pub was enveloped in silence, with patrons gazing at the screen in hushed disbelief. It was evident that they had come to terms with a harsh reality. Stan Park Rangers harbored an unwavering conviction, almost an obsession, about securing victory against London Bridge on their home turf. If London Bridge were to cower in submission, it might have been one thing. But should they dare to retaliate, they would undoubtedly face a thrashing. Palacios' goal served as a testament to this, as less than 10 minutes after Park Chun-tae's goal, Stan Park Rangers swiftly netted another, delivering a blatant threat. Dare you score again? Let us see if I can respond. The Leeds City fans realized that they could no longer rely on London Bridge in this match. Stan Park Rangers' victory was all but assured. If Leeds City aspired to clinch the championship, they must take their fate into their own hands by defeating Tranmere in the upcoming match. As June arrives, I wish everyone a joyful Children's Day and humbly request a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 260. I understand you. And I believe in you. In the final 20 minutes of the match between Stan Park Rangers and London Bridge, additional goals were indeed scored. Yet, these occurrences were inconsequential and thus garnered little attention. London Bridge scored once more, as did Stan Park Rangers. Ultimately, the situation remained unchanged. London Bridge had exerted every effort to secure a spot in the next season's Europa League, but alas, Stan Park Rangers fought tenaciously to retain their league title. Effort alone could not prevail against sheer determination. Consequently, the match concluded with a score of 5-2, and London Bridge failed to thwart Stan Park Rangers on their home ground. Following this match, all eyes shifted to another fixture kicking off at 3:30 p.m., Leeds City's away challenge against Tranmere. I hope our players remain unaffected by the outcome of this match. In the White Rose pub, fans who had just witnessed the match between Stan Park Rangers and London Bridge congregated, sipping their drinks and engaging in conversation. Indeed, it was crucial not to dwell on the game between the Rangers and London Bridge, but to focus entirely on the task at hand. The concern surrounding this matter stemmed from Leeds City's erratic performance following Stan Park Rangers' draw with the Navy Port in the previous round. The first half had been abysmal, and without Hulai's last-minute equalizer, a loss could very well have been on the cards. Thus, the fans' anxiety about Leeds City repeating their past mistakes was not unfounded. Stan Park Rangers' home victory over London Bridge signified that the final obstacle to their title defense had been surmounted. In the final round, it is utterly impossible for the Highlanders to thwart the Stan Park Rangers. Thus, Leeds City must secure a victory against Tranmere in this league round. The mere thought of this places immense pressure on even the most casual fans, making it difficult for them to breathe. One can only imagine the reactions of the players. As you are aware, the Stan Park Rangers triumphed over London Bridge at home, which means we must defeat Tranmere away to have a chance at the championship. However, this does not alter our course, for regardless of the outcome between the Stan Park Rangers and London Bridge, we are compelled to conquer Tranmere on their turf. Therefore, the plan remains unchanged, gentlemen. Inside the away team's locker room at Red Top Stadium, head coach Tony Clark is delivering a pre-match rallying speech to his players. As he paces the locker room, he occasionally fixes his gaze upon one or more players, observing their expressions as they absorb his words. With the results of another match already in, he must step forward to alleviate any potential shock felt by the players, helping them shake off their nervousness. To his relief, he notes that he does not see any wavering glances in the eyes of the Leeds City players. What does this signify? It indicates that, unlike the previous match, the mindset of the Leeds City players is commendably composed, unaffected by the outcome of the Stan Park Rangers game. This bodes well as the match against Tranmere approaches. Reflecting on last season's performance here, we played remarkably well. Had it not been for that somewhat controversial penalty, we could have at least secured a draw. Back then, we felt that a draw would suffice. However, that is no longer the case. We seek 3 points. We desire victory. Would anyone consider winning 3 points at Red Top Stadium to be an overwhelming pressure? Clark inquired of his team. No one foolishly answered in the affirmative. Everyone stood tall and responded in unison, no. Clark nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. Last season, we managed to put them in disarray here, and they only overcame us through a contentious penalty. This season, we have grown stronger. Why should we not triumph over them? I know that many voices before the match deemed this contest a stern test for us, as they believe it difficult to defeat Tranmere at home, which is why some perceive the Stan Park Rangers' victory over London Bridge as a dismal outcome. To put it plainly, they do not understand us well enough, nor do they trust us sufficiently. But I know you, and I believe in you. Here at this stadium, we are entirely capable of vanquishing Tranmere. Clark's words invigorated the Leeds City players in the locker room, causing them to sit up straighter, warmth surging through their bodies. Even before stepping onto the pitch, a light sheen of sweat began to form. They were profoundly moved by the coach's final statement. I know you, and I believe in you. As this season has unfolded, the team has found itself in a position to contend for the league championship against the Stan Park Rangers. Who deserves the most credit for this achievement? It is evident that the head coach is the key figure, having instigated a remarkable transformation within the team, thereby granting them the opportunity to stand in this prestigious position. His assertion of understanding them is undoubtedly accurate. It is far from mere sentimentality. When he expresses his belief in them, they can genuinely sense his faith in their capabilities. Although these Westerners may not be familiar with the phrase "a soldier dies for a friend," they are nonetheless willing to fight for a coach who understands and believes in them. In the opulent corridors of the KTV, the air is occasionally pierced by the cacophonous sounds of singing emanating from the open doors of private rooms. Shi Wuyin sidesteps a few obviously intoxicated individuals, only to catch the lingering gaze of a captivating woman who casts a flirtatious glance in his direction. However, Shi Wuyin feigns indifference, pretending not to notice, and turns to enter a private room. Upon entering, he is greeted by an expansive space filled with oversized furniture and a gargantuan television screen, which currently displays a live broadcast. Although the match has yet to commence, the stands of the red-roofed stadium are already brimming with spectators. Wow, Captain Chu, you are late. 3 bottles as a penalty, exclaims someone, brandishing a bottle of beer in front of him with enthusiasm. Late? The match hasn't even started, Shi Wuyin replies, observing the revelers who have already begun to indulge. Within the spacious room, 3 large coffee tables are neatly arranged with dozens of beer bottles, and approximately 20 individuals are seated, all of whom now turn their attention toward him. Yan Yin emerges from the crowd, microphone in hand, declaring, "It's not about being late for the match, but for the drinks. Come on, Captain Chu, self-imposed 3 bottles." Shi Wuyin shakes his head with a resigned smile as he approaches the tables laden with beer bottles. "Take it easy, everyone. Don't get completely inebriated. How will you cheer for Hulai later? Rest assured, Captain Chu, we are merely drinking to enhance the atmosphere." They respond, raising their bottles in unison. Yin continues into the microphone. "What do you think, Captain Chu? How does this place compare to a bar? No interruptions, and we have the entire venue to ourselves. Plus, we received 3 rounds of beer for free with a group coupon. This is far more economical than going to a bar. I believe we could watch the World Cup here too, and there are discounts for recharges." Shi Wuyin picks up an open bottle of beer and clinks it with Yan's. "Not bad, I approve. Old Yan, I trust your judgment," he states. "Now, let us drink up, everyone." In the White Rose Bar, David Miller raises his beer glass high, one foot resting on a chair, addressing everyone present with fervor. "Let us raise this glass in a toast to Leeds City. May they triumph over Tranmere. Cheers! Cheers! Leeds City shall prevail. Leeds City shall prevail. The championship belongs to Leeds City. The championship belongs to Leeds City." After the revelry subsides, everyone lowers their glasses and gazes up at the television. The stands at the red-roofed stadium are now filled to capacity. This match is crucial for Leeds City's championship aspirations, though it holds little significance for Tranmere. After all, they have secured their place in next season's Champions League, and following Manchester Athletic's victory over Stan Park Rangers in the previous round, Tranmere's aspiration to surpass their city rivals has become unattainable. Thus, the outcome of this match holds little consequence for Tranmere. However, in football, the standings do not tell the whole story. At such a moment of great anticipation, should Tranmere succumb to Leeds City, it would not only immortalize their rivals in a historical narrative, but also cast Tranmere as mere background characters in that tale, an unbearable notion. Therefore, Tranmere could not permit themselves to become the stepping stone for Leeds City to etch their name in history. This match has transformed into one that Tranmere simply cannot afford to lose. Every Leeds City supporter is acutely aware of this. Many of them have been deprived of the opportunity to cheer for their team away from home, as the allocation of tickets for visiting fans at Red Top Stadium falls short of 1,000. Organizations like the White Rose have no choice but to watch the match in bars through live broadcasts, unable to support their team in person. This understanding fuels the Leeds fans' hope for a victory over Tranmere, yet they are equally cognizant of the difficulty in achieving such a feat in the pursuit of the championship. No match is without its challenges. This is a test we must endure, just as Stan Park Rangers managed to triumph 5-2 over London Bridge at home. If we cannot secure a victory against Tranmere, it would indicate our unworthiness to claim the championship. David Miller gazed at the throngs of Tranmere supporters on the television, speaking to himself as if addressing the Leeds players far away in Manchester, while also rallying his own spirit. As June arrives, I wish everyone a joyous Children's Day and humbly request a minimum of monthly votes. Chapter 261. My friend, the atmosphere above Red Top Stadium resonated with the shouts and songs of Tranmere supporters. Their chants not only uplifted their own team, but also applied pressure on the visiting Leeds City. This was a more exaggerated reception than Leeds experienced during their visit the previous season. At that time, Leeds was a mere underdog, and the hostility exhibited by Tranmere fans was mild, mostly stemming from regional rivalry. However, they had never truly regarded Leeds as worthy opponents. This season, however, marked a shift. Early in the league, Leeds had defeated Tranmere on their own turf, leaving Tranmere fans considerably displeased. Now, Leeds City is in contention for the league championship alongside Stan Park Rangers, while Tranmere is barely holding on to 4th place. Content with securing Champions League qualification for the next season, the standings of the two teams have undergone a dramatic transformation, as last season's relegation battlers, whom Tranmere fans looked down upon, now stand above them, vying for the championship they can only dream of. Moreover, they must tread upon the lifeless body of Trame to ascend to the throne, a notion that is unbearable for the Tramed fans who once scorned Leeds City. Consequently, this time, their jeers and chants directed at the Leeds players resonated louder and more ferociously from the stands, resembling a genuine tempest. In the midst of such a storm, Tramed relentlessly launched assaults on Leeds City's goal from the very onset of the match. The ferocity of their attacks was so overwhelming that Leeds, known for their offensive prowess, failed to register a single shot in the first 15 minutes. If this trend continued, Leeds City would find themselves in peril. Matthew Cox expressed with a hint of concern. Meanwhile, the players and coaches of Stan Park Rangers were elated as they watched from their television screens. Following their match against London Bridge, the entire team remained in the locker room, utilizing the large screen to catch the live broadcast of the Trammed versus Leeds City clash. The coaching staff joined them in this viewing experience. In the 20 minutes leading up to the match, the players of Stan Park Rangers were in an exceptionally relaxed mood. Dressed casually, some were even shirtless, barefoot, and sprawled comfortably on chairs, the floor, or massage tables, engrossed in the live match. If they had some popcorn and chilled cola, it would have felt akin to enjoying a splendid cinematic experience. At present, this match indeed appeared to be a splendid spectacle for the Stan Park Rangers players. In the live footage, Trammed midfielder Nick Van Dalfort forcefully broke through the center and distributed the ball to the right flank. The advancing right back, Jose Iglesias, received Van Dalfort's pass and delivered a cross without taking a touch. Instead of opting for a high ball, he allowed the football to roll along the grass, horizontally approaching Leeds City's goal. This cross was particularly cunning, as the defending Leeds players hesitated to intervene, fearing an own goal. They could only cling tightly to Trammed's forward, Papou Bonnet, using positional blocking and close interference to prevent Bonnet from taking a shot with ease. Indeed, Bonnet found himself constrained by Leeds City's tactics. Although he had reached the goal area, he was unable to strike. Knowing that shooting might result in a foul against Leeds centre-back, Grister, thus squandering this attacking opportunity, he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled past him. However, the Leeds City fans remained anxious, for the ball had not escaped the danger zone. It merely rolled toward the back post. There, Leeds City's players were absent. But a trained player was present, Bailey. Accompanied by the commentator Matthew Cox's exuberant shout, the young Portuguese prodigy surged forward, adjusted his stride, turned to meet the ball, and unleashed a powerful shot. Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, dived back, but the ball was deftly flicked by Ricardo Bailey past him, narrowly evading Van der Ven's grasp. The ball arced beautifully, finding its way into the net. Bailey. Ricardo Bailey. He opened the scoring for Tranmere. Merely 20 minutes into the match, Leeds City suffered a significant blow, finding themselves trailing away from home. Cox's fervent cries echoed as the players of Stan Park Rangers, who had been seated and leaning against their chairs, sprang to their feet, racing and leaping around the spacious locker room, celebrating with jubilant cheers and songs. The coaches, while slightly more composed than the players, refrained from jumping up, fully aware that Tranmere's early goal meant Leeds City would need to net 2 goals to have any hope of victory. The challenge had escalated further. Although Leeds City had exhibited commendable performance this season, seemingly on the brink of a formidable uprising, history, in its powerful inertia, would inevitably realign itself. Restoring order by the season's end, Stan Park Rangers would emerge as the league champions, albeit through a thrilling journey. They would, of course, extend heartfelt applause to Leeds City, their formidable adversary, acknowledging the honor in having such a great rival, which rendered their championship even more precious. Within the locker room, some players of Stan Park Rangers, given to introspection, began contemplating how to face the media post-victory. Damn, we conceded a goal. In the opulent private room of a KTV, someone, microphone in hand, unleashed a tirade that reverberated through the speakers, his voice the most prominent among the crowd. Others, lacking microphones, joined in the chorus of censure. Since the match commenced, tension had permeated the atmosphere, so palpable that they neglected to drink. All eyes were glued to the television screen, fearful that a moment's distraction might lead to another Tranmere goal. Alas, their fears materialized as Leeds City conceded once more. Lily's Laja sighed heavily, then turned to her companion Li Qingqing, who sat on the sofa cradling a plush toy. Despite the gravity of the situation, her expression was far less animated than Lily's had anticipated. Curiosity piqued, Lily's inquired, "Qingqing, you don't seem overly concerned for your friend? Worried? How could I not be?" Li Qingqing replied, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Yet your demeanor is so tranquil. What should I do? Toss my toy away?" Li Qingqing half-joked, shaking the plush in her hand. Lily's pointed at her, stating, "Exactly. After Leeds City concedes, you can still joke around. That clearly indicates you are not very worried." Li Qingqing seemed to grasp the underlying issue, furrowing her brow in contemplation before responding. "Perhaps it is because I have faith in Hu Lai." "Faith in who?" "Indeed. He is not the type to easily concede, Lilith. However, He is now besieged by players from Tranmere, nearly isolated from his fellow Leeds City teammates. Lilith Lazar pointed at the television screen. The commentator from the French station was reporting, Leeds City's proud offensive prowess has been thoroughly suppressed by Tranmere, particularly their key offensive figure, who has found himself cornered. This has significantly hampered Leeds City's attacking flow. Under such circumstances, Kamara must fight alone. His connection with Hu severed as Tranmere prevents him from easily approaching Hu. He summarized the previous 20 minutes of the match, and indeed, as he said, Hu Lai has hardly made an impact, seemingly engulfed by the encirclement of Tranmere players. Conversely, Kamara has emerged as the most dynamic element in Leeds City's attack. With Hu Lai being tightly marked, he has shouldered the majority of the offensive responsibilities for Leeds City. It is only natural for him to be closely monitored, considering he has already scored 29 goals in the Premier League, isn't it? Yet Li Qingqing countered Lilith. That may be true, but he surely understands this. So I believe he will not remain idle. Lilith, you have no idea. My friend here often surprises people. Lilith turned her head to see Li Qingqing's profile. Gazing at the television screen, her expression particularly serious as she spoke of her friend, a slight smile gracing her lips. At this moment, Lilith averted her gaze, chuckling softly to herself. Chapter 262. Hu Lai's way. Ricardo Bellaria, the scorer, was celebrating exuberantly, appearing quite thrilled. 3 teammates attempted to restrain him, but were unsuccessful. He always manages to use his speed and agile physique to evade his companions, and his full sprint resembled not a celebration, but a relentless offensive drive. He dashed all the way to his coach's bench, where he embraced head coach Kevin Locke, followed by a jubilant gathering of all the Tranmere substitutes and players on the field. Given the pre-match attention on this encounter, the victory held significant importance for Tranmere. No player from Tranmere would accept a home defeat to Leeds City. Thus, their excitement upon leading in the match was palpable. The Tranmere fans in the stands were equally exhilarated, their jubilant songs and cheers resonating throughout the Red Dome Stadium. Even though they understood that defeating Leeds City at home would aid their league rivals, Stan Park Rangers, in clinching the championship, such thoughts were far from their minds. With Tranmere's prestigious stature, they would not allow their team to deliberately lose to Leeds City and compromise their rival's title, an act devoid of sportsmanship. They fought valiantly to overcome Leeds City, and in the end, if Stan Park Rangers secured the championship, Tranmere fans could proudly claim that their victory was made possible by their assistance. Let Stan Park Rangers owe Tranmere a favor, eternally indebted. The reason for Belia's excitement is quite straightforward. He scored the opening goal in the match against Leeds City. Leading up to this match, he had been harboring a strong desire to vanquish Leeds City, aiming to demonstrate to that French lad that he was no longer the same player he had been at the start of the season. He intended to defeat them with his goal, delivering a crushing blow at a critical moment in their pursuit of the league title, ensuring that the memory of this defeat would linger in their minds. In the future, whenever they thought of him, Belia, they would inevitably recall how they lost the Premier League title in the dying moments of the 2025-2026 season. In the heart of the crowd, Belia exerted himself to raise his fist triumphantly toward the heavens. After a jubilant celebration at Tranmere, the match resumed. In the home team's locker room at Stan Park, the players of Stan Park Rangers were still reveling in the excitement of scoring against Leeds City, singing and dancing like the fans in the stands. However, Brooks stood upright, slightly leaning forward, fixated on the screen. His assistant coach, Stephen Brown, recognized this gesture as an indication of Brooks' heightened focus. "What do you wish to observe, Scott?" he inquired. "I want to see how Leeds City responds after conceding that goal," Brooks replied, his gaze unwavering on the screen. "And whether they are affected by this setback?" Brown further probed. Brooks nodded in affirmation. After hearing this, Brown also wiped the smile off his face, concentrating earnestly on the screen. The focus on the field was not solely shared by the head coach and assistant coach of Stan Park Rangers. It extended to all the Leeds City fans watching on television, including those in China. They were all keenly interested in how Leeds City would react post-goal. Would their mentality be shaken, leading to an increasingly frantic performance? Many believed that if Leeds City fell 2 goals behind, their chances in the match would be effectively extinguished, especially considering it was Tranmere's home ground. However, as the match resumed, it gradually became apparent that Leeds City was not as fragile as anticipated. They showed no signs of panic after conceding and actually withstood Tranmere's aggressive onslaught. Remarkably, Leeds City retreated to defend just outside their penalty area. which was quite an unusual sight. As Matthew Cox contemplated this, the television broadcast shifted to a close-up of Tony Clark. Though his expression appeared somewhat grave, he exuded a sense of calm and did not seem flustered. This coach, renowned for his audacious attacking style, surprisingly instructed his team to defend deep in their half to counter Tranmere's advances, which indeed evoked a sense of irony. Sometimes, even the most impassioned individuals must relinquish their obsessions in the face of championship allure, opting for a more pragmatic and secure approach. Thus, despite his utter refusal to mention the pursuit of the title in the post-match press conference of the previous round, words can be deceptive, but actions cannot. Just observe the tactics he employed during the match. They clearly reflected a singular determination to claim the championship. During Leeds City's offensive maneuvers, although Hulai often finds himself ensnared in a web of defenders, it does not imply that he is deprived of the ball. Rather, he encounters significant difficulty in securing opportunities for shots on goal. Nevertheless, he continues to sprint relentlessly in search of potential scoring chances. Simultaneously, he is acutely aware that even if he remains unable to find the back of the net, his movements can create opportunities for his teammates. This is essentially the task that head coach Clark has delineated for him prior to the match. Given that Hulai has already netted 29 goals in the current Premier League season, just one shy of the coveted 30-goal milestone, Clark is convinced that Tranmere will not overlook such an imposing presence as Hulai during the game. They will undoubtedly employ every possible strategy to curtail Hulai's influence, to stifle him, and sever his connections with other Leeds City players, preventing him from taking shots. Thus, he and Hulai have discussed this matter. Ultimately, Clark assigned Hulai a straightforward yet challenging task, to refrain from being the primary attacker in this match, instead utilizing his threat to draw the attention of the opposing defense, thereby creating openings for his teammates. This task, while seemingly simple, is fraught with challenge for Hulai. It is because, since he embarked on his professional career, he has predominantly been the focal point of attack and the team's primary scorer. This is not solely due to his exceptional scoring prowess, but also because scoring is his singular expertise. Asking him to shoulder multiple tactical responsibilities as a modern center forward is beyond his capability, as his training throughout his formative years has not encompassed such versatility. From high school to his tenure with the Neptune youth team, and subsequently to the Flash Stars, every coach has consistently nurtured Hulai as a pure scorer, seldom pressing him on aspects such as dribbling, passing, or playmaking. Although there have been attempts to cultivate these skills, such efforts have often met with failure. As witnessed with Sun He, both Lin Zhiyuan and Zhao Kongming believe that scoring is Hulai's greatest strength and thus aim to hone this ability to perfection. Other skills, while beneficial, were deemed secondary. If their cultivation compromised Hulai's scoring capabilities, they were unwilling to pursue them. Under the tutelage of these two profoundly influential coaches, Hulai ultimately evolved into the player he is today. Now, Clark's request for Hulai to engage in a task outside his comfort zone has taken this background into account. He anticipated that Hulai might resist. Hence, he prepared numerous justifications and arguments to persuade him. To his surprise, Hulai readily acquiesced, asserting that he would fulfill the assignment in his own way. Trusting Hulai, Clark refrained from probing further and simply nodded in agreement. Presently, as Clark stands on the sidelines, his expression is calm yet tinged with a hint of seriousness, eager to witness how Hulai will accomplish the task in his unique manner. Hulai glanced at his side, where Tranmere's central defender Steck Wilson closely shadowed him. Since the match commenced, this defender had not left his side. The moment Hulai entered the 30-meter zone, Wilson would surely be upon him. This season, Hulai was no stranger to such treatment, yet few managed to execute it with the precision that Wilson did. Moreover, it was not just Wilson. If Hulai ventured into the perilous vicinity of the small penalty area, he found himself encircled by not merely one, but several Tranmere players, subtly surrounding him, preventing him from easily gaining possession of the ball. Even when he did manage to secure it, the opportunity to shoot was scant, and passing to a teammate proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus far, he had only taken a single shot, which, under Wilson's tight interference, failed to find the target. He caressed the red string tied around his right wrist, a reward he had exchanged for 10,000 points from the system's marketplace, known as the Lover's Red String. For this match, he had indeed splurged significantly. He adorned himself with the Lover's Red String, the damaged bear shin guards, and the worn bear jersey. The reason he did not utilize the Lingxi card was solely due to a lack of sufficient points to purchase the required quantity, leading him to forego acquiring even a single one. In truth, the system had not issued any tasks regarding league championships, so his extravagant spending was not driven by the prospect of rewards. He simply wished to avoid the bitter disappointment of watching the league title slip away after toiling throughout the season. Every professional player ought to pursue the championship with fervor, and thus, even in the absence of system tasks, he would exert every effort and employ every means at his disposal. After withstanding another wave of Tremade's assaults, Leeds City surged forward. They advanced down the right flank, culminating in Charlie Porter executing a 45-degree cross from the wing. However, under the interference of Tremade's left-back Joseph Rogers, the quality of the cross was compromised. Initially aimed at their tall striker and captain Lorenzo, it instead became a half-height ball that lacked precision. As Porter delivered the cross, Hulai sprinted toward the ball's anticipated landing spot, but Steck Johnson pinned himself tightly to Hulai, ensuring he had no space to receive the ball and shoot. Simultaneously, behind him and on the opposite side, another Tremade player approached, tightening the encirclement. They aimed to ensure that once Hulai received the ball, he would be swiftly subdued, leaving him no opportunity to shoot. Wilson's role was particularly crucial, as he was the primary defender against Hulai. He positioned himself inside, determined to prevent Hulai from threatening a direct shot. Should Hulai attempt a direct strike, Wilson was resolved to either block or effectively disrupt it. Thus, he stayed closely aligned with Hulai, leveraging his physical advantage to impose pressure. Hulai quickly glanced back, seemingly confirming the identity of the Tremade player shadowing him, none other than the Tremade captain, Connor Kirk. Then Hulai swiftly diverted his gaze, leaping towards the football as if to receive it, yet there was an air of uncertainty, as if he might also attempt a shot, leaving the defenders from Tremade momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, Wilson remained closely tethered to him. Meanwhile, Kirk, trailing behind, persisted in his relentless pursuit. As Hulai soared into the air, the ball approached. He raised his right foot high and swung it back forcefully, seemingly intending to flick the ball behind him. However, at a critical moment, he was jostled by Wilson, causing him to lose his balance slightly. Just as he struggled to maintain equilibrium, the ball arrived. His right foot lacked the necessary elevation, and instead of making contact with the ball, his shoe sole inadvertently pressed down upon it. Consequently, the football did not soar directly backward, rather, it dipped downwards, striking the grass. Immediately thereafter, it rebounded sharply upwards, darting precisely between the legs of Connor Kirk, who was closely pursuing him. Due to their proximity, Kirk found himself caught off guard as he witnessed the ball plummet suddenly to the ground and then spring back up towards him. Even he, despite his vigilance, could only turn to follow the trajectory of the ball, only to behold a player clad in a Leeds City jersey suddenly charging forth from the midfield. Kamara! Matthew Cox exclaimed excitedly. It was none other than Ismail Kamara, who had abruptly cut in from the left flank towards the center. While Hulai had drawn the majority of Trame's defensive attention, Kamara made a decisive incision into the heart of their defense. The young Frenchman deftly halted the oncoming ball with his foot, then unleashed a powerful shot. Although Trame's English goalkeeper, Tom Walker, had rushed out to block his attempt, he was a fraction too late. Just as he reached Kamara, the latter had already sent the ball sailing towards the net behind him. The football whisked past Walker's feet, crashing into the back of the net. P.S. It is not that I wish to remain silent. Rather, from today until the 6th, I will be attending the original IP festival and annual meeting in Shanghai, leaving me uncertain about how much time I will have to write. I hope to avoid taking leave during this critical moment, and am currently relying on a few chapters of stored drafts. I kindly ask for your understanding. End of chapter. Chapter 263. Too fast. Leeds City initiated an offensive from the right flank, with Porter receiving the ball, attempting a cross. Oh no, he miscalculated. Yet, he still found Hulai. Hulai, what is this? A splendid play? Kamara. As Kamara positioned himself in the center, ready to receive the pass and shoot, a tremendous chorus of boos erupted from the stands of the Red Roof Stadium. The season-trained fans had evidently anticipated the unfolding drama. Hulai's maneuver was nothing short of brilliant, as he effortlessly evaded 3 trained players, while Lorenzo at the back post drew away another defender, leaving the most perilous center unguarded by any trained player. Even Captain Connor Kirk, trailing behind Hulai, had to turn back to intercept. But was it not too late? Amidst the cacophony of their boos, Kamara struck the ball into the net. The murmurs of disbelief lingered. Yet they had diminished significantly, as numerous fans of Tremade clasped their heads in anguish, momentarily silencing their voices. Wilson turned to gaze at the football nestled in the goal, then swiftly redirected his attention to Hulai, his eyes wide with incredulity. How could this lad possibly deliver a pass to his teammate? Surely he must be guessing. Yet, amidst Wilson's astonishment, Hulai offered a subtle smile. Do you truly think I ran towards the ball by mere chance? Or that I leapt into the air without purpose? Ultimately, do you believe I chose to stamp down on the ball rather than flick it with my heel? It was the only way to outmaneuver your captain. Huh. Everything was meticulously calculated on my part. With that, he left the astonished Wilson behind and turned to dash towards Kamala, who was already celebrating his goal. He was late. Captain Lorenzo was the first to embrace Kamala, followed closely by Peter Williams. Hulai ran alongside Charlie Porter. Along the way, Charlie excitedly exclaimed to Hulai, "That kick of yours was sheer genius. What inspired you to pass the ball to Ismail in that manner?" Hulai cast a glance back at the bewildered Wilson and proudly replied, "It was the result of my careful observation and deductive reasoning. I realized that if I simply flicked the ball to Ismail, it would almost certainly be intercepted by Kirk, who was too close behind me to evade. Thus, I opted to stamp the ball down, allowing it to bounce, catching Kirk off guard and rendering him defenseless." Charlie, with admiration etched across his face, declared, "You truly are remarkable, Hu." Ever since the Eastern Spell incident, he had held Hulai in the highest regard, even perceiving him as possessing a mysterious Eastern power akin to that spell, which helped him make sense of many prior occurrences. How else could Hulai have scored 5 goals in his first 3 matches with the team? How else could he have netted 11 goals in his inaugural Premier League season? How else could he have amassed an astonishing 29 goals this season, rendering the Golden Boot virtually assured? Such seemingly incredible feats had been accomplished by Hulai. If he did not possess a similar enigmatic force to the Eastern Spell, how could one explain it? Conceding a goal was indeed a source of pain and frustration. Yet as the captain, Connor Kirk was the first to extricate himself from such negativity. It was then that he noticed the dazed Wilson. "What is the matter? Have you been stunned into silence?" Kirk felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the 25-year-old center-back's reaction following the goal. Upon regaining his composure, Wilson encountered the captain's serious expression and quickly explained, "No, Captain. Hulai just said that his play was intentional." Wilson relayed the words he had overheard from Hulai to Connor Kirk. However, Kirk did not allow him to finish before delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Fool. He is deceiving you." In that moment, Wilson, perhaps momentarily dazed by the captain's reprimand, found himself at a loss for words. That lad was merely guessing. Otherwise, let him replicate that assist once more. Kirk, in a huff, finished his words and left Wilson to rally the spirits of his other teammates. Having just lost possession of the ball, most were still reeling from the blow. Wilson, however, turned his gaze towards the celebrating Leeds City players, fixating on Hulai's silhouette. After being awakened by the captain's remark, he now reflected on the fact that Hulai's assist was indeed a stroke of luck, without a doubt. But why did he initially fall for his deception? Was it because he subconsciously believed that this individual was capable of doing what he claimed? Including today's match, Wilson had faced Hulai 3 times. On the previous 2 occasions, he had allowed the opponent to score while attempting to defend against him. This was somewhat humiliating for the England international, Wilson, especially considering that during their first encounter, Hulai was just a newcomer to the Premier League, yet Wilson was easily duped. Prior to this match, Coach Locke had insisted that Wilson closely shadow Hulai, underscoring the importance placed on him. Wilson did not perceive this directive as excessive. Rather, he believed that to neutralize Hulai, such an approach was necessary. Unbeknownst to him, he had accepted the reality that Hulai was a formidable opponent deserving of his utmost effort. Consequently, he was all too quick to trust Hulai's words, as he believed the latter was genuinely capable of what he professed. The outcome was indeed a deception. Wilson shook his head with a wry smile, questioning whether he had been utterly intimidated by that lad. Damn it. After Leeds City scored, jubilant cheers erupted in bars across the city. Yet within the home team's locker room at Stan Park in Liverpool, curses and complaints echoed. The players of Stan Park Rangers, who had just been singing and dancing in anticipation of Tranmere defeating Leeds City, were now dumbfounded. While their outburst was somewhat unbecoming, it was not entirely unjustified. Had it merely been a simple equalizer, it would have been understandable. given Leeds City's offensive prowess, the strongest in the Premier League. Scoring at Tranmere's home ground should not have been a cause for alarm. However, the problem lay in the swiftness of Leeds City's goal. Brooks glanced at the match clock post-goal, 28 minutes. He queried his assistant coach, Brown, beside him. When did Tranmere score? 20th minute, Brown quickly responded. 8 minutes, Brooks murmured. Brown remained silent, well aware of what Brooks meant by those 8 minutes. It was far too rapid. Leeds City's pace in equalizing was astonishingly swift. This reminded him of the match where Stan Park Rangers had suffered a defeat at the hands of Leeds City, primarily because Leeds consistently managed to equalize shortly after conceding a goal. This not only maintained their morale, but also laid the groundwork for their eventual victory. Not only did the coaches perceive this shift, but the players of Stan Park Rangers, who were watching the game in the locker room, were equally unsettled by Leeds City equalizing within a mere 10 minutes. The painful memories of their previous home defeat against Leeds surged back, causing them to erupt in furious exclamations. However, after the initial outburst, most fell into a contemplative silence, and the once lively atmosphere of the locker room quickly cooled. Leeds City had leveled the score. Although who did not score, he delivered an exquisitely beautiful assist, a perfect amalgamation of imagination and skill. It was astonishing to witness who execute such a pass. The passionate French commentator on the television lauded Hu Lai fervently. In front of the screen, Li Qingqing gestured to the astonished Lilith, saying, "What did I just tell you, Lilith? He is someone who always manages to astonish." Lilith Laza shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "That was a fluke." Regardless of whether it was a stroke of luck, that assist indeed belonged to him. Li Qingqing retorted boldly. "And can you honestly claim you weren't surprised?" "I was indeed a bit surprised," Lilith admitted, as she could not deny her astonishment upon witnessing Hu Lai's remarkable pass to Kamara, which had elicited an audible gasp from her. "So what's the problem?" Li Qingqing shrugged. Lilith gazed at Li Qingqing, who was now quite self-assured, and suddenly broke into laughter. "You didn't see that coming, did you?" "I didn't anticipate he would assist his teammate in such a manner, but I had foreseen his pivotal role in Leeds City's goal," Li Qingqing asserted with confidence. Lilith remained silent, acknowledging that when it came to understanding Hu Lai, she could not rival the insight of her companion. She was unaware of the story that lay between them, yet one thing was abundantly clear. She and he were far from ordinary friends. Their bond was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 264. Turning the tide following Leeds City's equalizer, Tranmere indeed experienced a moment of panic, and their previous dominance over Leeds diminished. Consequently, Leeds City pressed forward, eager to seize another goal. However, they were unable to find the back of the net before the conclusion of the first half. Of course, they also prevented Tranmere from scoring. Thus, both teams entered halftime with a score of 1-1. In truth, achieving an equalizer before the first half concluded was quite a commendable outcome for Leeds City. As the players made their exit, He Feng and Yin Kong offered a succinct summary of the first half. Yin Kong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this scoreline allows Leeds City to approach the second half with greater composure. However, they must remain cautious not to become overly relaxed. After all, if the match ends in a draw, they will be displaced from the top of the league by Stan Park Rangers. Should Leeds City draw with Tranmere, their points total would stand at 91, while Stan Park Rangers, having triumphed over London Bridge, would amass 92 points. This would relegate Leeds City to second place in the league standings. In this scenario, the only way for the Stan Park Rangers to secure their final away victory against the Highlanders is to ensure that the outcome of the match between Leeds City and Northumbria becomes irrelevant to the ultimate league standings. Thus, for Leeds City, triumph is the sole acceptable result today. A draw would equate to failure. "You have performed admirably, gentlemen." Clark commended his team upon their return to the dressing room. "Despite conceding a goal, we quickly equalized." He continued with a rhetorical flourish. "So now, can we not defeat Tranmere on their own turf? They are not as formidable as the legends suggest. Otherwise, why are they not in our position?" His playful mockery elicited laughter from the Leeds City players. At this moment, Clark was unconcerned that his words might instill arrogance in his players. This team would not succumb to complacency born of pride. Instead, they must shatter Tranmere's aura at the red top ground, instilling in his players the understanding that they faced no invincible foe. After all, Leeds City had triumphed at the once feared Stan Park, an unbeaten fortress for 4 years and 8 months. What could possibly intimidate them about the red top ground? Thus, they were to persist with their strategy in the second half. The more tightly they defend against who, the greater opportunities will arise for the rest of you. After the laughter subsided, Clark proceeded to outline specific tactical arrangements. Conversely, should their lively performance draw attention, who would find himself liberated? In any case, our attacking front must be fully activated to increase the defensive challenge for our opponents. It was evident that Leeds City intended to leverage Hulai to attract defensive attention, thereby creating opportunities for others. We made a mistake in the first half, but I am pleased to see that was the only error. As long as we maintain our overall formation in defense, we will not easily concede space. Tranmere's coach, Kevin Locke, marked his players' positions on the tactical board. Notably, the pieces were closely positioned during defense, which rendered the flanks relatively open. However, Locke repositioned 2 pieces from midfield directly to the fullback positions. Bailey, Payne, you both must drop into these positions to assist in defense, he instructed the 2 wide players. Ricardo Bailey and George Payne, both of whom nodded in acknowledgement. In the second half, Leeds City would undoubtedly launch a vigorous assault. Yet such fervor could not be sustained for long. What we need is patience, more patience than they possess. After all, they are the ones vying for the league championship, not us. At this juncture, Kevin Locke paused, for uttering these words as the coach of Tranmere felt rather bittersweet. We at Tranmere are not contending for the league title. Though we have the power to determine who claims it, this sentiment is truly disheartening. Locke did not allow his momentary distraction to affect the players. He swiftly extricated himself from the depths of that indescribably dismal mood and continued, as they grow increasingly impatient, the gaps behind them will widen. And that will be our opportunity. For now, let us take a brief respite and await our turn. Upon concluding his remarks, he stepped aside to join his coaching staff, granting the players space and time to gather themselves. Leaning against the wall, he reflected on the emotions he had just experienced. Without Leeds City's unexpected rise this season, Tranmere would not have been in contention for the championship. Furthermore, with this season included, they have now gone 5 consecutive seasons without a league title. A lengthy drought for a former Premier League powerhouse. When Kevin Locke played for Tranmere, the club was a dominant force in the Premier League and a renowned powerhouse across Europe. Now, merely securing a spot in the Champions League is deemed a success. Facing the ambitious Leeds City, who are vying for the league title, evokes a sense of nostalgia in Locke. We were once the protagonists in this game. As the second half commenced, the adjustments made by both head coaches during halftime were strikingly mirrored. Despite being the visiting team, Leeds City charged forth with fervor at the start of the second half, launching an aggressive assault on Tranmere's goal, eager to score quickly. In response to Leeds City's relentless onslaught, Tranmere tightened their defense, with even wingers like Ricardo Bailey retreating to the back, nearly transforming into fullbacks. Observing this from the commentary booth, Matthew Cox could not help but exclaim, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just switched on your television, I must emphasize that this match is being played at Tranmere's home ground. Yes, you heard correctly. Tranmere is playing defensively in their own red-roofed stadium, while the visiting Leeds City is mounting an aggressive offensive. In their pursuit of the championship, Leeds City is leaving nothing to chance. However, this could leave them vulnerable at the back, providing Tranmere with the opportunity to counterattack. In fact, Locke may very well be banking on this strategy." The television broadcast, following his commentary, cut to a close-up of Kevin Locke. In the frame, Locke appeared composed, seated in his chair, intently observing the field. Locke intends to execute a counterattack, Randall remarked to Clark. A standard approach, Clark replied non-committally, for nearly every team facing their offense has had similar thoughts. Once their attack subsides, it will be our moment to strike. This underscores the importance of stamina, determining whether our offensive momentum falters first or their defense is breached. While saying this, his gaze remained fixed on the field, closely monitoring the unfolding match, as Tranmere, with deliberate defensive contraction, found Leeds City organizing their attack within the 30-meter zone. Searching for opportunities, Peter Williams elegantly lofted the ball over the Tranmere defense with a delicate pass. Yet his delivery was met with a resolute header from Wilson, the center-back of Tranmere. This time, Wilson chose to take a risk, opting not to retreat alongside Hulai, but instead daringly leapt to head the ball away. He accurately anticipated the drop point, managing to clear the ball before Hulai could make contact, successfully alleviating the threat. However, the ball ultimately fell to the feet of a Leeds City player. With Tranmere retreating deep, they had nearly monopolized all areas beyond 30 meters from their goal. Whenever the ball ventured into this territory, it was almost invariably under the control of Leeds City players. At this moment, the midfield maestro Jay Adams of Leeds City seized possession. After receiving the ball, he feigned a diagonal pass towards the flanks, only to abruptly pull it back to the center, creating space before unleashing a powerful long-range shot. Trained English goalkeeper Tom Walker leapt into the air, diving to parry Adams' strike. However, he could not deflect the ball out of the penalty area, allowing it to remain within the box. A figure dashed towards the falling ball. Hulai? He extended his foot, aiming for a shot. Wilson desperately closed in, managing to nudge Hulai off balance while slightly redirecting the ball. The two then tumbled to the ground simultaneously. Fans of Leeds City and Chinese supporters alike erupted in unison. Foul. Penalty. Yet the referee refrained from blowing his whistle, and the stands at Red Dome Stadium erupted in boos, with trained fans accusing Hulai of simulation to procure a penalty. The referee, however, remained focused on the ball, which had neither gone out of play nor left the penalty area. It remained perilously close to Trame's goal. In other words, the alarm within Trame's penalty box had not been silenced. In the ensuing chaos, Peter Williams surged in from outside the area, beating Connor Cook to the ball, and struck it towards the goal. At that moment, goalkeeper Walker had just regained his footing and attempted to dive back. But it was too late. The ball rolled into the net amidst the confusion. Leeds City had turned the tide, taking the lead 2-1. Chapter conclusion. The bonds of rivalry formed from the moment Jay Adams unleashed his long-range shot. Trame's goal area was engulfed in turmoil. Numerous narratives unfolded during this period, including Hulai's fall. The emotions of both Trame and Leeds City fans fluctuated wildly, akin to a roller coaster ride. When goalkeeper Tom Walker successfully blocked the ball, Trame fans exhaled in relief while Leeds City supporters lamented. As Hulai raced toward the ball's landing spot, Leeds fans erupted in excitement, while Trame supporters were gripped by fear. When Wilson managed to nudge the ball away first, Trame fans rejoiced, leaving Leeds fans disheartened. Following the fall of Hulai and Wilson, anger surged among Leeds fans, mirrored by the fury of Trame supporters. Ultimately, when Williams struck the ball into the net, all preceding anxieties coalesced into a singular moment of triumph. The supporters of Leeds City leapt to their feet, raising their arms in jubilant exultation, while the Tranmere fans transformed their disappointment and ire into a cacophony of boos. The atmosphere at the Red Roof Stadium was electrifying. Peter Williams executed a deft strike, securing the lead for Leeds City. What a splendid moment. Leeds City now holds a slender advantage over Tranmere in this away match, their live score standing at 93 points, surpassing the 92 points of Stan Park Rangers to ascend to the summit of the league table. In the wake of his goal, Williams, brimming with enthusiasm, sprinted towards the visiting section behind the Tranmere goal, waving his fists at the more than 900 Leeds City fans who had journeyed to support their team. The Leeds supporters, though few in number, responded with fervent cheers and waves. Alas, their voices were but a whisper compared to the roar of tens of thousands of Tranmere fans. Their jubilation swiftly drowned out, dissipating into the air like a fleeting shadow. Yet, it mattered not to Williams, nor to the traveling Leeds fans, nor to his fellow players. They rushed to join him, acknowledging the sparse but passionate Leeds supporters with waves of solidarity. Onward! Leeds! 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 Chanted the Leeds fans, their voices unwavering despite the futility of being heard. In pubs throughout Leeds, the same anthem echoed. We love you, Leeds! 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 We have journeyed together through the highs and lows. We stand united until the world ceases to turn. Onward, Leeds! 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 In the White Rose pub, David Miller and John Levin stood as if they were on the actual terraces, clapping along to the rhythm of the song. As the final notes faded, they erupted into ecstatic shouts. We shall claim the championship. The championship belongs to Leeds City. I can scarcely believe we might truly seize the title. I imagine the Rangers fans are now clutching their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom Leeds City's lead at Red Roof Stadium. Haha. In the home dressing room of Stan Park Stadium, several Rangers players sat in stunned silence, heads in hands, fixated on the television screen, showcasing the jubilant celebration of the Leeds players. From the moment Hulai fell in the penalty area, the chatter in the dressing room dwindled to nothing. When Williams scored, the silence was palpable, the only sound being that of the broadcast. During the first half, when Tranmere led, spirits were high, as they believed Tranmere had avoided disgrace against the Big Six. Little did they anticipate the dramatic turn of events in the second half. as Leeds City took the lead and reversed the scoreline. Captain Harry Bernard's voice broke the suffocating silence. The second half has just begun. Tranmere still has a chance. They only need to level the score against Leeds City. Head coach Brooks also stepped in to bolster Captain Bernard's words. Harry is correct. Tranmere will not be easily vanquished. As fierce rivals in the England National Derby, they first sincerely praised Tranmere, hoping that their words would ring true. Their harmonious exchange managed to restore a semblance of normalcy to the atmosphere in the locker room. However, the impact of Leeds United's goal was not so easily dispelled. It lurked in the depths of everyone's hearts in a more insidious manner. Even Bernard, the captain who emerged to rally the spirits, harbored unspoken concerns. What if Tranmere could not equalize? Once this thought crept into his mind, it clung to him persistently. It seemed to hover on the brink of possibility. Furrowing his brow, he continued to watch the match unfold. The celebration by the Leeds players had concluded, as they waved farewell to the fans in the elevated stands before retreating to their half. Throughout the entire celebration, the jeers from Red Top Stadium had been unrelenting, intensifying with fervor. Witnessing the rustic team flaunt their prowess before them, few Tranmere supporters could remain unmoved or composed. How sacred was Red Top Stadium? How could they dare to wreak havoc on our turf? To think they could forge history upon the corpse of Tranmere? Absolutely not. If the animosity between Tranmere and Leeds had previously been mere regional disdain, lacking substantial football-related grievances, now the enmity on the football pitch had soared dramatically. Previous indifferences had now blossomed into deep-seated grudges. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the Leeds players returned to their half, while the Tranmere players stood ready in their positions, awaiting the opportunity to resume play. Head coach Kevin Locke descended from the sidelines, standing with hands in pockets, overseeing the game with keen vigilance. For Tranmere, the outcome of this match was inconsequential. A loss would not affect their league standing nor their prospects for next season's Champions League. However, such sentiments would be mere excuses offered to the players post-defeat. Until the final whistle, he was resolute in his pursuit of victory, refusing to permit his team to concede defeat prematurely. Even in silence, his presence conveyed this conviction. Each player suddenly felt as though a heavy weight pressed down upon their shoulders, yet they were neither resentful nor fearful. Instead, their gazes were fiercely fixed upon the Leeds goal and on the jubilant Leeds players. If you think you have secured victory, you rejoice too soon. You rustic folk of West Yorkshire, you will soon regret the goals you have scored over us. With the sound of the whistle, the cacophony of boos transformed into cheers as the Tranmere fans rallied in support of their team. As Tranmere initiated the play with a simple exchange at the back, they swiftly propelled the ball forward, launching an attack towards Leeds' goal. It appeared they were little affected by the earlier concession. In truth, this represents the psychological advantage held by Tranmere, as they bear no burdens of previous achievements. They are essentially fighting for their own honor. In such circumstances, the players do not carry the heavy psychological burden of a desperate desire to win or a fear of losing, which allows them to exhibit greater composure and ease during the match. Although being overtaken by Leeds City is undoubtedly disheartening, it does not incite panic among them. They merely need to continue playing in accordance with their established rhythm. During the halftime break, Captain Connor Kirk clarified this matter with the team just before they took the field again. Regardless of the challenges that may arise in the second half, they are prepared to respond with a calm mindset, which ultimately aids them in securing victory. Hence, when faced with conceding a goal, Tranmere can swiftly recalibrate their mentality to cope with the situation. The second half has only just commenced, and Tranmere has ample time to equalize the score and then take the lead. Leeds City has finally gained an advantage on the road, but soon after, Tranmere launched a fierce offensive. Might Coach Clark be considering some tactical adjustments? Perhaps a more compact defense? Yin Kong and He Feng began analyzing and predicting the game dynamics. Given Clark's style, I suspect he would not opt for a more conservative defense at this early stage. Furthermore, in Tranmere's home ground, adopting a defensive posture so soon is not a wise strategy. A one-goal lead is hardly secure. The two of them noticed that Sharon, watching from the television, had become tense. She had just cheered for Leeds City's goal, but now realized that the prospects were not as rosy as she had imagined. The crux of the matter is that Leeds City cannot afford to lose or draw. They must win, which is an exceedingly harsh condition. In contrast, Tranmere only needs to score a single goal to level the match, thereby causing Leeds City to tumble from their position atop the league. Scoring a goal does not seem an insurmountable challenge for them. especially considering Leeds City's well-known defensive vulnerabilities. Coupled with the fact that a one-goal lead is anything but secure for them, Leeds City will undoubtedly continue their offensive, presenting Tramd with opportunities to score. However, if they prevent Leeds City from attacking, it will be difficult for them to maintain their slender lead given their defensive capabilities. A dilemma indeed. Sharon sighed heavily. Hulisin glanced at her but offered no comforting words, as he too was uncertain how to ease her worries. His own heart was lodged tightly in his throat. Chapter 266. There is only one path to follow. Even Sharon recognized the vulnerabilities of Leeds City, thus it is hardly a secret. After gaining the lead, Leeds City cannot afford to relax, as they face a formidable challenge in maintaining their advantage until the final whistle. Had the team taking the lead been London Bridge, known for their exceptional defensive skills, they would undoubtedly have opted for a compact defense, resolutely awaiting the final whistle. However, Leeds City is not London Bridge. They lack defensive prowess and have not made any targeted arrangements. Although during the match they initially believed that Tramd's offensive onslaught was overwhelming, prompting them to retreat into their defensive third, this was merely a temporary measure. Leeds City did not remain on the defensive for long before devising ways to launch their own counterattacks, ultimately regaining the upper hand through their offensive prowess. Such brief moments of desperate defense cannot serve as evidence to conclude that Leeds City could maintain their composure for the entirety of the 30-plus minutes of play. Clark indeed did not consider that securing a one-goal lead necessitated a shift to a defensive strategy. He encouraged the team to maintain their usual rhythm and continue to engage with Tramd. During offensive plays, the two fullbacks actively surged forward, augmenting their attacking numbers to create greater threats and suppress Tramd's counterattacks. In defense, all players, including Hulai, were required to retreat to their own half. Even if defending was not his forte, everyone exerted themselves to the fullest. Despite Leeds City's remarkable stamina, as the season reached this critical juncture, even the best fitness levels were nearing exhaustion, particularly given that their style of play inherently demanded greater physical endurance. The immense pressure of leading seemed to manifest as a tangible weight upon their shoulders, making it difficult for them to breathe. After the initial exhilaration of taking the lead wore off, the performance of Leeds City's players began to decline, although they continued to chase further goals. A two-goal cushion was deemed essential for safety. However, the well-prepared Tramd responded with composure, not only fending off their assaults, but also exploiting counterattacks that left Leeds City's defense in disarray. In this context, the young Portuguese player Ricardo Belia took full advantage of his speed and technical prowess, becoming a lethal weapon for Tramd's counterattacks, frequently probing Leeds City's vulnerable spots. Belia cut in. Splendid. He has taken a shot. Oh, what a close call. It slid past the goal. Belia is incredibly swift. He used his speed to outpace defenders and delivered a cross from the flank. The ball was headed away by Grist, but not far enough. Van Daff's long-range effort. It soared high under pressure. On the sidelines, witnessing the precarious situation unfolding before Leeds City's goal, Randier grew anxious. It was evident that Tramd's offense was far more threatening and efficient during this period. Tony, we must make a change, tighten our defense. Regardless of our strengths or weaknesses, this is the only path forward. However, Clark did not heed the assistant coach's suggestion. He merely gazed solemnly at the field. Lost in thought, realizing he could not sway Clark, Randier stepped aside, remaining by Clark's side to observe the match. As an assistant coach, he understood he must never overstep his bounds or issue commands to the players directly, bypassing the head coach. Since the head coach had not made a decision, he would remain on standby. Ultimately, if the team were to lose, the responsibility would rest squarely on the head coach's shoulders. Yet, if he were to issue commands recklessly that resulted in a defeat, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him. Clark was indeed hesitating, uncertain whether to resolutely decide to tighten the defense. The current situation clearly indicated that Tramd was gradually gaining the upper hand. If Leeds City does not tighten its defense, conceding a goal is indeed a possibility. However, if they were to adopt a more compact defensive strategy, Clark is uncertain how long his team could withstand the pressure. He always hopes to score first before conceding. As long as they can net another goal, he would not hesitate to command a retreat into defense. This time, he certainly wouldn't consider a two-goal lead as a guarantee of safety. Yet, reason tells him that if they continue playing this way, they might concede before they have a chance to score themselves. After much contemplation, Clark ultimately made a decision that contradicted his instincts. He turned to Randall and said, Sam. Randall, as if he had been intently focused on Clark, immediately turned to face him as soon as Clark opened his mouth. Clark was about to speak when his gaze caught sight of the lively Portuguese prodigy, Balia, at the edge of the Leeds City penalty area. Forcefully breaking through with his speed, driving the ball towards the baseline. He feigned a cross, but merely executed a clever ruse, retrieving the ball just before it rolled out of play. In an attempt to prevent the cross, Leeds City's right back, Josh Lawler, lost his balance and slid out of bounds. Clark promptly closed his mouth. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd at Red Top Stadium, Randall turned back towards the Leeds City penalty area. After saving the ball, Balia made no further adjustments and, seizing the moment before the Leeds defense could react, delivered a deft pass towards the goal with a delicate flick of his foot. Pap Bonnet leaped at the near post to contest the header, entangled with Grist, but failing to connect with the ball. The ball soared towards the center. Trame's captain, Connor Kirk, burst forth, heading the ball powerfully. Kirk. The ball was struck solidly by Kirk, flying straight towards the net. For the close-range header, Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Wen, could only reflexively raise his hand, which hardly constituted an effective save. The ball struck the edge of his palm, despite a slight deviation. It still found its way into the net. Randall stared in disbelief towards the goal, as Clark's voice resonated beside him. Sam. It seems we have no choice but to continue our assault. Splendid. A beautiful goal. Trame has equalized. In the 66th minute of the match, Connor Kirk scores with a header. Indeed, this is the championship battle we long to witness. Come on, let all tactics be unleashed. The neutral commentator, Matthew Cox, couldn't help but laugh with excitement as the tension escalated. As Leeds City began to show signs of fatigue, Trame's goal served as a potent stimulant. If Leeds City wishes to contend for the league title, they must rally their spirits and give their all. Although this may torment Leeds City, it undoubtedly heightens the anticipation for all those wishing to witness a thrilling championship showdown. Should Leeds City suffer too great a blow from this concession, becoming irrevocably demoralized, it would signify their unworthiness to claim the title, and they should graciously accept the position of league runners-up. For a team like theirs, which has been battling relegation throughout the first half of the season, finishing as runners-up is indeed a commendable outcome. However, if Leeds City harbors any dissatisfaction, they must exert every ounce of effort to contest this match against Tranmere until the final second, and to entangle themselves with the Stan Park Rangers until the very last round of the league. The cheers of the Stan Park Rangers players resonate in his ears, and Brooks finally allows a hint of a smile to grace his face. His joy is not solely due to Tranmere equalizing the score, rather, it is rooted in the realization he gleaned from witnessing Leeds City's faltering performance prior to that equalizer. This insight leads him to understand that Leeds City may have reached a point of exhaustion, teetering on the brink of collapse. With 37 rounds of intense competition behind them, they have consistently been the team with the most distance covered in every match. The fact that they are still able to fight until the end is truly remarkable. However, it is essential to remember that Leeds City is composed of humans, not machines, and thus their bodies will tire and their spirits will wane. If this continues, they risk a complete breakdown. With the possibility of their opponents faltering now apparent, Scott Brooks can finally allow his anxious heart to ease slightly. In the bar, David Miller and his companions clasped their heads in despair, gazing up at the screen displaying the jubilant Tranmere players, whose celebrations feel like a relentless tugging at their hearts, leaving them breathless. At that moment, their minds are devoid of any coherent thoughts. They are at a loss for words. All they can do is remain silent, staring at the television, though the images on the screen have become increasingly blurred through tears that have begun to flow unbidden from their eyes. Oh dear, Lilith Lazar exclaims with a long sigh, reclining back on the sofa. This is quite the predicament. After uttering this, she sits up again, casting her gaze toward Li Qingqing, curious to see how the girl would react. She notices Li Qingqing standing up. Hey, where are you going? To the restroom. Under Lilith's watchful eye, Li Qingqing indeed walks into the restroom, closes the door, and the sound of the lock clicking into place echoes back. She is genuinely going to the restroom. How composed she is. Lilith furrows her brow, staring in the direction of the bathroom. Li Qingqing stands before the sink, gazing into the mirror, her brow knitted and her teeth gently biting down. She is consumed by worry for Hu Lai, feeling utterly powerless. Had she been alone in the apartment watching the game as usual, she would have certainly shouted to vent her frustration. Yet now, she refrains from doing so in front of Lilith, even though Lilith has become her closest friend in Paris. Thus, she locks herself away in the restroom, striving to regain her composure. Time passes, though she cannot tell how long, until she hears a knock on the door. Ching-ching, are you all right? Li Ching-ching suddenly awakened, then turned her gaze back to the mirror, ensuring her appearance was impeccable. She pressed the toilet flush button, feigning that she had indeed used the restroom. Only then did she open the door and step out. Why do you ask, Lilith? I'm fine. Well, I noticed you hadn't come out for a while, Lilith remarked, scrutinizing Li Ching-ching as if searching for hidden signs on her face. Li Ching-ching quickly glanced at the television screen, realizing the match had resumed. And 3 minutes had already passed since she last checked. Not long at all. I simply wanted to avoid watching Traim celebrate. Are you worried about who? Li Ching-ching nodded softly in response. Lilith patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, don't dwell on it too much, Ching-ching. Achieving second place is quite commendable. Li Ching-ching remained silent, as she did not consider securing second place to be a noteworthy accomplishment. End of chapter. My confession: recently, some readers have complained about the pacing being too slow, with others questioning how a single match could take 7 chapters to unfold, suggesting it might stretch to 10 chapters. In response to such critiques, I find myself wanting to retort, writing 10 chapters, or even more, for a significant match is entirely justified, and I must elaborate on it. This book encompasses numerous matches, including those wrapped up in a chapter or two, and even those that cover multiple matches within a single chapter. Should every narrative be confined to a uniform length, capacity, or rhythm, that would not be storytelling. That would be a mere chronicle. If every match were to be extended to 10 or 8 chapters, I would accept the label of being overly verbose. Is it unreasonable to provide a detailed account of pivotal matches? Who, after all, is penning this book? Who holds the reins of the storyline and its tempo? My narrative has consistently maintained this rhythm, ensuring that crucial matches are depicted with meticulous detail, covering every aspect thoroughly. Whether it is this match or the significant ones that preceded it, if I were to gloss over an important match, could it still retain its significance? Have some readers begun with this match and the fox in the box, disregarding the preceding 300,000 words? I had assumed I had addressed this matter enough times. Those who read this far, particularly the loyal readers of the Captain, should be well aware of my narrative style and pacing and not dwell incessantly on such issues. Yet, it seems that whenever a match is described in length, murmurs of verbosity arise. I meticulously detailed Hulai's first match in the Premier League from the pre-match phase, but was still accused of being verbose. I similarly described Hulai's final match in the Super League Championship with great detail, only to be told it dragged on for too long and lacked excitement. For the East Asian Cup match against South Korea, I laid the groundwork extensively, yet some claimed it was overly verbose. There are countless other important matches that I invested significant effort and narrative space into, only to be labeled as excessive. Looking back, I still feel those segments were well written, rich in emotion, with a flowing narrative, properly built-up tension, vivid imagery, and an immersive atmosphere that transports the reader to the scene. Even upon rereading, I remain moved by the descriptive prose within. These words and passages are often dismissed as superfluous. When the protagonist fails to score in a match, some label it as filler. When the protagonist is absent from competition, similar claims arise. Even when I endeavor to develop the antagonist or enrich this fictional realm, the same accusations emerge. I have elaborated on this matter numerous times, which may render me akin to a repetitive storyteller, yet I feel compelled to clarify. If I do not respond to such allegations, it might appear as though I acquiesce to their assertions. Consequently, when I undertake significant matches and produce multiple chapters, I am met with the same refrain of filler. It seems forgotten that I have previously addressed this issue, and I truly do not wish to reiterate myself each time, for it consumes my time and dampens my creative spirit, ultimately affecting the reading experience for all. After all, opinions can sway the collective sentiment, and those who do not perceive the content as filler may also find their enjoyment diminished, potentially inciting discord in discussion forums. Thus, I shall delete any remarks that deem my work as superfluous. I apologize, but these comments are directed at me, having seen them. I choose to remove them to preserve the atmosphere and prevent unnecessary conflict. I have dedicated countless hours to crafting this book, often exceeding 10 hours daily to produce 2 chapters. Therefore, I can sincerely assert that not a single word within this text is extraneous. Every word possesses its own value and significance. Each sentence is imbued with my thoughtful intent. Just because some may overlook this does not render the text devoid of meaning or substance. While this narrative is set in an imaginary realm, constructing such a world from scratch still requires drawing upon real-life experiences and synthesizing previously acquired knowledge to render this fictional universe credible. I have invested even more effort into this work than my previous writings, and I trust that discerning readers will perceive this dedication. I firmly believe that an author's greatest sense of achievement stems from the subtle nuances embedded within the text being recognized and resonating with readers. In essence, there exists a tacit understanding between the author and the audience. If this connection is absent, and one can only discern filler from the thousands of words I have penned, then I regret to inform you that you are not the intended audience for this book. Why subject yourself to such dissatisfaction? I am acutely aware that had I chosen to produce 10 chapters a day, even if they were indeed lacking in depth, few would have labeled my work as filler. For quantity often appeases. Yet, I cannot achieve such output, not from disdain, but from the simple inability to generate that volume of text. Significant matches often culminate in an emotional crescendo, yet the pacing may falter if the build-up is prolonged. What, then, can be done? I cannot conjure chapters in a day. Therefore, for those eager to immerse themselves in pivotal competitions, why not accumulate the chapters and revel in the entirety of a match at once? Impatient to witness the unfolding events, one must exercise a measure of understanding. I possess neither a studio nor an AI scriptwriting program, and I am not endowed with extraordinary capabilities. I cannot attain a state of complete detachment from worldly matters. I am merely equipped with these hands and this pace, which, with the passage of time, can only diminish further. Thus, patience is essential, or perhaps one might consider accumulating anticipation. It is unhelpful to frequently rush to the chapter comments to voice grievances. Such outbursts will neither hasten my updates nor conjure forthcoming content. I shall persist in writing at my own deliberate rhythm. I have also observed comments suggesting that as the narrative progresses, the writing becomes excessively verbose. I apologize for any disappointment, yet this tale is only halfway through its journey. A narrative of at least 6 million words encompassing a pivotal match that determines whether Hu Lai can secure his inaugural Premier League title necessitates considerable exposition. 10 chapters. 30,000 words, representing merely 1/5 of the total count. Is that truly excessive? It is difficult to comprehend. During the annual meeting at the starting point, I found myself in a hotel room, enduring 3 sleepless nights crafting words, only to be met with overwhelming comments in the back-end section. Thus, I felt compelled to express these frustrations, a form of my confessional. Should my fervor offend, I humbly ask for your understanding. In chapter 267, time is of the essence. The match has resumed, and the spirits of the trained players are invigorated as they relentlessly assault the Leeds City goal. According to many supporters of the Stan Park Rangers, Leeds City is teetering on the brink. With a little more effort, Trained could push them into an abyss. After all, prior to conceding, Leeds City had already begun to show signs of fatigue. However, upon the resumption of play, the situation has not unfolded as the Rangers fans had anticipated. In their fervent celebration of Trained's goal, they failed to notice Tony Clark, who, immediately after the goal was conceded, took to the sidelines, vociferously rallying his players. Upon capturing the attention of the Leeds City athletes, he raised his thumb along with his index and middle fingers, signaling a resolute demand for 3 points. His message was straightforward. Despite exhaustion, we must strive until the very last minute. We shall not relent until we secure victory. Thus, aside from attacking, there is no need to contemplate anything else. What? The risk of conceding a goal during an offensive? So what? Can a score of 2-2 assure us a league championship? If we attack, we may lose the match, but if we do not, we will surely lose the title. Either way, it is a matter of life and death. We shall fight with every ounce of strength. Each Leeds City player, upon grasping the coach's intent, felt a surge of determination. They understood this was their final opportunity to strive for the league championship. Should they fail to win this match, the subsequent league round would bear no significance. Conversely, if they could triumph at Trained's home ground, what could possibly hinder them from securing victory in the final home match against Northumbria? To either triumph in the match and secure the championship, or to fight valiantly until the final moment, only to perish, such fervor ignites the hearts of Leeds City players. Dragging their weary bodies, they continue to engage in a fierce contest with Tranmere. For a moment, this relentless spirit causes Tranmere to hesitate, fearing the vulnerability behind them. compelling them to retreat under the pressure of Leeds City's assault. This turn of events leaves the fans of the Stand Park Rangers, who had hoped for Tranmere to decisively overcome Leeds City, in dismay. They console themselves with the thought that even if Tranmere fails to win this match, a draw would still elevate Stand Park Rangers to the pinnacle. Regardless of whether Leeds City can claim the championship this season, their performance is deserving of universal respect. Tony Clark is an eccentric coach, and his madness has forged Leeds City into a formidable team. His unorthodox approach has engendered a transformative performance, making both him and Leeds City worthy of admiration. Leeds City persists in their offensive strategy, seemingly oblivious to anything but attack. It is precisely this relentless pursuit that has catalyzed their extraordinary season. The match is not yet concluded, nor have they surrendered. I am uncertain whether they will fulfill their aspirations, but I wish them the best of luck. Upon witnessing Leeds City's valiant counterattack, Matthew Cox reflects. He had initially believed that a team so lacking in heritage and championship experience, after enduring relentless assaults from Tranmere away from home, would have crumbled. Yet they did not. This team exhibits resilience akin to wild grass, quietly flourishing in the unnoticed corners of the Premier League. When they finally capture public attention, it becomes apparent that they have spread across the landscape. At this point, eradicating such tenacious weeds proves far more challenging than it once seemed. They are indeed wild grass, capable of rejuvenating even after being scorched by fire, having endured much suffering. The tribulations faced today at the Red Roof Stadium may seem trivial compared to the dread of relegation. Cox finds solace in the prospect that this team might disrupt the monopoly of the Big Six. However, if even such a tenacious squad cannot achieve this, then perhaps the current football landscape truly belongs to the elite, with class divisions firmly entrenched. Football, which originated as a sport for the working class, has now morphed into a game of capital. The wealthy, and those exceedingly affluent, always find ways to circumvent UEFA's financial fair play sanctions, wielding their checkbooks to attract the finest players and young talents. Thus, the strong continue to thrive. Smaller teams may occasionally triumph over them in individual matches, but cannot consistently prevail throughout the league. Cox is not a conservative individual. He recognizes that the advancement of modern football is inextricably linked to capital. Yet, beneath his objectively neutral stance lies a fervent hope that someone might truly disrupt this stagnant status quo. After all, when capital grows so vast that it becomes unwilling to accept any constraints, it risks obliterating the sport of football rather than fostering its growth and enhancement as it once did. The tumultuous discussions surrounding the establishment of a European Super League by the elite clubs in recent years have revealed a telling insight. Although they purported to champion the cause of dismantling UEFA's archaic and corrupt dominion in pursuit of fairness in football, their true intention was merely to advocate for a more favorable equilibrium for themselves, equality for all, yet a desire for a slightly greater equity for the privileged few. Ultimately, the European Super League initiative faltered under intense opposition. Yet the elite clubs have never relinquished their ambition to overturn the existing rules of the game and to create a separate arena for themselves. In this context, Cox found great satisfaction in witnessing teams like Leeds City delivering a resounding slap to the faces of those elite clubs. Upon hearing Cox's remarks, the Leeds City supporters in front of their televisions murmured, "We do not seek respect, we only desire the championship." After securing the title, scorn from the masses would be of no consequence. We have never been beloved by many, so their disdain matters little. After all, a championship is tangible. Leeds City's vigorous assault, however, was short-lived due to emerging fatigue. Although reaching the 37th round of the league before encountering such issues is commendable, the timing of this predicament proved unfortunate. Clark substituted the captain, Lorenzo, with the defensive midfielder, Jose Bila, transferring the captain's armband to Peter Williams, the youngest captain among the 20 teams in the Premier League. By replacing a striker with a midfielder, Clark was not conceding to a defensive strategy. Rather, he aimed to push both Williams and J. Adams forward while entrusting Bila with the responsibility of midfield defense, attempting a final push. However, this substitution failed to yield the desired effect, inadvertently allowing Trame to stifle Leeds City's efforts. As time progressed, Trame's attacks became increasingly menacing. It was evident that Trame was genuinely intent on overcoming Leeds City on their home turf. Their singular focus on victory bore no relation to the aspirations of Stand Park Rangers. Had they wished to facilitate Stand Park Rangers' triumph, A mere draw against Leeds City would suffice. Their aggressive onslaught, however, risked the possibility of a counterattack from Leeds City, sending shivers down the spines of Stan Park Rangers supporters. Thus, Tramed's desire to win was independent of any championship ambitions. They simply could not accept the prospect of Leeds City triumphing at the Red Top Stadium. Moreover, Leeds City's tenacious performance could hardly fail to ignite the competitive spirit among Tramed's players. Your resilience is commendable. If we fail to defeat you, would it not be a disgrace for us? As time ticked away, despite Tramed failing to breach Leeds City's defense, the clock was not in Leeds City's favor, and they remained goalless. Hulai, having already scored 29 goals before the match, was merely 1 goal shy of reaching the 30-goal milestone. Yet he had not found the net thus far. Most of the time, he was seen retreating to defend rather than advancing to score, a role that did not align with his usual style of play or his innate strengths. Yet, there is no remedy. He is merely one of the 11 players on the field, lacking the extraordinary ability to single-handedly confront the opposing team's entire squad and score a goal. Even with a miraculous advantage, he remains bound by the regulations of football and the laws of physics. Lilith took a moment to glance at her companion, Li Qingqing, and noticed that the plush toy in her arms had become entirely engulfed, its presence overshadowed by her tense muscles and pale knuckles, revealing the extent of her anxiety. This indicated her nervousness. Her friend was on the brink of making history, yet was cruelly thrust back into reality. Lilith felt a shared sense of empathy. She redirected her gaze to the television screen. The match was nearing its conclusion. In the 85th minute, with only 5 minutes remaining until the end of the 90-minute match, time was dwindling for Leeds City, as Yifeng spoke in a weary tone. Beside him, Yin Kong remained silent, contemplating how to console the disappointed and distressed Chinese fans. He understood that finishing as runners-up in the league was indeed a commendable achievement, but how could he voice such sentiments at this moment? In the opulent private room of the KTV, everyone fixated intently on the large screen, the coffee table strewn with overturned beer bottles. Yet no one reached for a drink or even cast a glance at them. They watched the screen with bated breath, yearning for a miracle to unfold. However, as the seconds ticked away, the likelihood of such a miracle diminished, growing increasingly improbable. Yet, no one sighed first, nor did anyone utter words of despair. They simply remained transfixed by the screen. The surround sound system resonated with the cheers and chants of the Tramed fans. When the fourth official raised the stoppage time board at the sidelines, many were startled to realize that the 5 minutes had swiftly elapsed, marking the final moments of the 90-minute match. From the raised board, it was evident that the stoppage time was set at 4 minutes. In the bar, Levin erupted in expletives. What the hell? Why only 4 minutes of stoppage time? This is at Red Top Stadium. Red Top Stadium. There's never less than 7 minutes of stoppage time at Red Top Stadium. Do you think so little of Tramed's fortress? John glanced at his irate companion, unusually refraining from engaging in a retort. He lacked the spirit for it. In the past, Tramed had experienced matches at their home ground where the referee granted extended stoppage time, ultimately allowing Tramed to snatch victory with a last-minute goal during stoppage time. This led to the humorous notion in English football that stoppage time at Red Top Stadium begins at 7 minutes, with no upper limit. This was, of course, a tongue-in-cheek reference to the perceived favoritism shown to Tramed by referees. Yet, at this moment, Leeds City fans fervently hoped that the referee would replicate those classic moments, granting at least 7 minutes of stoppage time, with no cap, until they could score and triumph over Tramed. But just as jokes remain mere jokes, the aspirations of Leeds City fans could only remain as such. Time is slipping away for Leeds City, with only 4 minutes left to pursue the league championship. Unless a miracle occurs, it seems improbable for them to triumph over Tranmere Rovers at Prenton Park. The Rovers now find themselves a mere 4 minutes away from reclaiming the coveted top spot in the league. However, it is somewhat ironic that they must rely on the assistance of their fierce rivals to ascend to first place, as Matthew Cox remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The players of Tranmere Rovers, seated before their television screens, paid no heed to the commentators' jibes. They had all risen to their feet, standing shoulder to shoulder, hands resting on one another's shoulders. In a manner reminiscent of the sidelines during a match, they formed a line, striving to suppress their excitement as they awaited the final whistle. Even Brooks succumbed to the moment, standing in a row with his coaching staff, his heart racing while his face endeavored to maintain an air of calm. The match was not yet over, and he could not afford to become complacent. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 268. 22 seconds that changed the Premier League. Clark and his coaching staff stood at the sidelines, not far from the Leeds City substitutes, who anxiously gazed onto the pitch. Although hope seemed nearly extinguished, they chose to stand united with their teammates, fighting together even from the sidelines. The substituted captain, Lorenzo, stood out among his peers, occasionally shouting encouragement. This usually mild-mannered captain now bore a visage of urgency. Despite everyone's efforts, time relentlessly marched on, with Tranmere maintaining the upper hand. Reluctantly, Matthew Cox acknowledged the harsh reality. Leeds City's chances of a comeback on the road appeared bleak. One must confront the truth. Leeds City's performance this season has been nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, it has been extraordinary. This season will undoubtedly be remembered as one of the greatest in their club's history. Not claiming the championship does not diminish their greatness. I believe that many years from now, when people reminisce about the 2025 to 2026 Premier League season, they will recall Leeds City, for glory does not belong solely to Tranmere Rovers. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shouted the Leeds City fans in front of their television screens, trying to drown out Cox's words, as if interrupting him could alter the circumstances unfolding on the field. However, not everyone succumbed to such irrationality. John Fockingham remained silent, observing the ruckus created by his companion. Laven. It was merely self-deception, nothing more than self-deception. Football is inherently cruel. It always has been. John took a seat. David Miller noticed John's action and expressed his discontent. What's the matter, John? Have you given up? He gestured toward the surrounding Leeds City supporters in the White Rose pub, all of whom, save for the recently seated John Fockingham, stood up when Tranmere scored their second goal, having overturned their chairs in excitement as they craned their necks to watch the match unfold. John wished to defend himself, yet the words remained unspoken, for he found no justification. Deep within, he sensed that Leeds City's journey had reached its conclusion, after a season of dreams. It was time to awaken. Rise, John, rise. The match is not yet over. David Miller barked, his voice drawing the attention of nearby fans, who turned their gazes toward the seated John. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he could no longer remain seated. He placed his hands on the table and stood, hastily adding, I am not giving up, David. I merely felt faint from standing too long. David Miller dismissed his clumsy excuse and redirected his attention to the television. At that moment, Matthew Cox, who had been reciting poetic verses, suddenly exclaimed, Watch out. Ricardo Balia was advancing down the left flank, closely marked by Kamara. Sensing Kamara's physical challenge, Balia grit his teeth inwardly. I am no longer the player I was at the beginning of the season, you Frenchman. With that thought, he deftly nudged the ball forward with the tip of his right foot and accelerated, positioning himself directly in front of Kamara. In an effort to avoid a foul, Kamara attempted to sidestep, inadvertently allowing Balia to slip past and into the inner space. He chased the ball toward the penalty area. Substituted defensive midfielder Jose Vieira sprinted to intercept, but his movements were sluggish compared to Balia's nimbleness. Despite being closer to the ball, it was Balia who made contact first. In facing the larger but slower Vieira, Balia expertly flicked the ball away with the outside of his right foot, causing Vieira to collide with him, resulting in Balia tumbling to the ground within the penalty area. A chorus of boos erupted as the referee's whistle pierced the air. Balia had been fouled. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. This was a penalty. My goodness. A penalty in the 92nd minute. Tranmere had been awarded a potentially match-deciding penalty. At such a critical juncture, Leeds City faced the dire consequences. Amid Matthew Cox's astonished cries, Leeds City players reacted with despair. Some held their heads. Others spread their hands in confusion, while a few rushed toward the referee. The guilty Vieira, with a sorrowful expression, gestured frantically to the referee, insisting he had not committed a foul. Peter Williams, donning the captain's armband, approached the referee with his hands clasped behind his back, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Sir, no, this is not a penalty. Balia is simulating. Farrell Quinn and Kamara charged toward Balia, flanking him as they vehemently berated, Shameless, you little brat. How dare you? This is not self-defense. This is a blatant dive. Amid their tirades, Balia, rising from the ground, recoiled slightly, raising his hands in a display of nervousness and fear. Fortunately, Tranmere's players swiftly intervened, separating Quinn and Kamara from Balia. Connor Kirk shielded Balia behind him, coldly admonishing Quinn and Kamala to step back, warning them not to earn themselves a yellow card. On the sidelines, Tony Clark, initially taken aback, erupted in anger, bellowing at the fourth official that it should not have been a penalty. The Leeds City fans watching from their screens were equally irate, lambasting Ballier and Tram's lineage with fervor. Their outrage was understandable, as Ballier's fall appeared rather dubious. While Vieira did indeed extend his arms during the collision with Ballier, the Leeds perspective interpreted this as a normal defensive posture commonly seen in football. However, Ballier's reaction was excessively dramatic. He clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Had Vieira's actions occurred outside the penalty area, Ballier might have continued to contest for the ball. Yet within the confines of the box, his fall was both swift and definitive, leading many to believe he was simulating injury. However, supporters of Tramed and Stan Park Rangers had their own counter-arguments. They pointed out that Vieira not only raised his arms defensively, but also pushed outward, questioning why the foul was not called. An experienced defender would be acutely aware of hand movements in the penalty area, with many opting to keep their arms tightly tucked while defending. Yet Vieira brazenly extended his arms, clearly making contact. They argued that Ballier, while sprinting at high speed and losing his balance, had every right to fall if pushed. Furthermore, they reminded everyone that Hulai, a player from their own team, had previously engaged in similar antics. Claiming that minimal contact warranted a fall within the box, where was the outcry then? Setting aside whether Ballier's actions constituted simulation, the timing of the penalty decision was extraordinarily sensitive, provoking an immense reaction from Leeds City. This penalty effectively sentenced Leeds to defeat. Yet, some held a differing view, suggesting that even without the penalty, Leeds had little hope of defeating Tramed away from home. It was evident they had already exhausted their capacity for a counterattack, and securing a draw would have been the best possible outcome. Ironically, the referee's decision provided Leeds with a perfect excuse for losing the league title, allowing them to claim they were victims of a grand conspiracy at the Red Dome Stadium, thus deflecting blame away from themselves. In an era rife with conspiracy theories, it was conceivable that many would believe such proclamations, and the narrative surrounding the injury time at Red Dome would likely resurface. Meanwhile, the players of Stan Park Rangers were already exuberantly celebrating in the locker room, indifferent to the reputation of their league rivals, Tramed. All they knew was that they were inching closer to reclaiming the top spot in the league. "God is on our side," exclaimed assistant coach Stephen Brown joyfully to Brooks. Brooks refrained from echoing the exuberance of others, yet he also chose not to caution against premature celebration. He could not fathom how Leeds could stage a comeback. Even if Tramed failed to convert the penalty, the match would conclude with a score of 2-2, resulting in Leeds drawing away against Tramed, trailing Stan Park Rangers by a single point, thus relinquishing their position to second place. His lack of overt delight, unlike that of the assistant coach, stemmed from his role as head coach, necessitating a semblance of composure in front of numerous players. He gazed at the live broadcast, recognizing that no amount of protest or argument from Leeds players could alter the referee's decision. In fact, both Farrell Quinn and Ismail Kamara received yellow cards for their impassioned remarks. The Leeds players, with palpable reluctance, retreated from the penalty area, some unable to suppress their tears, clearly convinced that defeat was inevitable. Tram's captain, Connor Kirk, stood in the penalty area with the ball, poised to take the penalty kick. However, he suddenly turned and beckoned to the crowd, calling for someone. Ricardo, the young Portuguese player, Ricardo Bailea, was the one Kirk summoned. He gestured for the young player to approach. Bailea had an inkling of Kirk's intentions but did not hesitate. Instead, he stifled his own excitement and ran over. "You will take this penalty." As anticipated, upon his arrival, Kirk placed the ball into Balea's arms and turned away, not allowing him a chance to decline. Bailea pondered a pretense of refusal, but the captain had already made the decision for him, leaving no opportunity for theatrics. He bent down and carefully positioned the ball. As Bailea set the ball, a cacophony erupted at Red Top Stadium. The Tramed supporters on the stands danced and sang, mocking their regional rivals. The Leeds players, "You shall ultimately gain nothing. You shall ultimately gain nothing. You have nothing. You have nothing." The Leeds fans, already simmering with rage, found their anger further inflamed by the Tramed fans' taunts. Some smashed their beer bottles, shouting at the television, "Damn it, offspring of Lancashire." Others retorted, "How dare the Tramed fans sing that song? No matter our current plight, we are still the league runners-up, while they languish in fourth. What is there to boast about starting from the qualification rounds of the Champions League next season?" Many Leeds fans, dissatisfied with not being in their home ground and unable to retaliate directly, raised their middle fingers, declaring, "Next season, wait for us at Flanders Stadium, you Manchester bastards." This uproar continued until Bailey had positioned the ball and stepped back to prepare for the run-up to the penalty kick. The Leeds fans watching from their televisions were tense and anxious, with countless silent prayers directed towards the heavens, beseeching that Tramed would fail to convert this penalty. Despite their awareness that even a miss would likely spell the end for Leeds City, they remained unwilling to witness the ball find its way into their net, especially after being provoked by the fervent fans of Tranmere. Even if they could not clinch the championship, they were resolute in their desire not to succumb to their regional adversaries. To avoid disrupting Bailey's penalty kick, the Tranmere supporters, who had been singing and dancing in the stands, gradually quieted down. However, this silence was merely ephemeral. A tempest of cheers and celebrations for victory was brewing amongst the spectators at the Red Roof Stadium. Even He Feng and Yin Kong, nestled in the capital studio, were rendered mute, uncertain of what to convey. Since the penalty was awarded, they had expressed their opinions, offering critiques and raising doubts. Yet none of it could alter the course of events. Frustration simmered within them, yet they could not unleash it freely. As commentators, they were compelled to maintain an air of objectivity and neutrality, unlike ordinary fans. Thus they swallowed their words in silence. Xiaolon covered her face with her hands, unable to bear the sight of the television. Just moments ago, her excitement had nearly led her to hurl the television, had it not been for her husband's desperate restraint. Now, she had settled into a state of acceptance. Hu Lisin, not entirely at ease, placed a reassuring arm around her shoulders, not as a tender gesture of comfort, but rather as a precaution against her potential outburst. "Is it not yet kicked?" Xiaolon, shielding her eyes from the screen, inquired, having missed the sounds of the live broadcast. "Not yet," Hu Lisin replied softly. Li Qingqing and Lilith stood side by side before the television, their expressions grave and focused on the screen, as though their own teams were the ones facing the penalty. They dared not speak. Even their breathing was deliberately subdued, fearful that any sound might disrupt their goalkeeper's performance. Yet, they understood that their apprehension had no bearing on the distant stadium in Manchester. At that moment, the match clock in the upper left corner of the screen read 96 minutes and 25 seconds. 4 minutes of stoppage time had elapsed. Surely, the referee would account for the time lost prior to the penalty kick. Just as this thought crossed Li Qingqing's mind, the whistle blew. Bailey stood poised at the penalty spot, taking deep breaths to steady his emotions, striving to slow his racing heart. He aimed to wield this penalty as a weapon to secure victory over the French adversary, to etch into the hearts of the Leeds City players the indelible mark of Ricardo Bailey, the one who shattered their championship dreams. The whistle sounded. Bailey exhaled sharply, took his run up, and struck the ball. Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, only dove to the left once the ball was kicked, yet he remained cautious, not fully committing to the dive, as an instinct told him that the shot might be directed down the middle. He was correct, though he had already fallen. His foot trailed behind, intercepting the ball rolling along the grass. Bailey's run up and shot. Oh heavens! Van der Ven, he has blocked Bailey's penalty. But the contest is far from over. As Bailey witnessed the opposing goalkeeper barely deflect the ball with his foot, he sprang forward with a single, decisive stride, poised to take a follow-up shot. The ball, having been blocked, remained stationary, merely requiring a gentle nudge from his foot. Simultaneously, the resilient Van der Ven, who had not completely fallen to the ground, managed to roll over and make a desperate attempt to return, without the time to perform a proper save. He could only brace himself, choosing to use his body as a barrier. This instinctive action was fated to collide with Bailey's hasty poke, propelling the ball squarely into Van der Ven's chest. The ball ricocheted off and narrowly missed Bailey, who had charged past in his pursuit. He turned back, spotting the ball, yet rendered powerless, unable to even lift his leg to make contact. The follow-up shot was thwarted as well. My goodness, an unbelievable save from Van der Ven. The ball bounced to the feet of Leeds United player Bielsa, who, having committed a foul resulting in a penalty for the opposing team, acted without hesitation, sending the ball soaring out of the penalty area with a powerful kick. The ball flew straight towards the right flank of the pitch, where 2 Leeds United players and a Tranmere player raced to reach its landing point. At that moment, the television broadcast, adhering to convention, cut to a close-up of goalkeeper Van der Ven's face, capturing the Dutchman who had executed 2 remarkable saves in succession. Yet, Just a second later, the feed shifted away again, and viewers now beheld the ball at Kamara's feet, advancing along the touchline. This could very well be the pinnacle of Van der Wen's career, but the commentary had barely concluded when. Witnessing this scene, the commentator promptly dismissed Van der Wen's significant saves, exclaiming, "The match is not over yet. Now Leeds United is on the offensive. Kamara is counterattacking." A chorus of boos erupted over the red-roofed stadium. Connor Kirk closed in, seeking to foul Kamara, intending to disrupt Leeds United's attack and bring the match to a halt. He charged at Kamara forcefully, causing the latter to stumble, yet he did not fall. Nor did he lose control of the ball. Seeing Kamara's tenacity, Kirk resorted to grasping his shoulder and executed a tackle. Ultimately, Kamara was brought down, but the ball had already been passed out to Charlie Porter before he hit the ground. Kamara's pass was exquisite. Charlie Porter. Leeds United's counterattack was swift. They had penetrated Tranmere's defensive third, 30 meters from goal. Porter feigned a cross, but did not strike. A clever feint. Rogers approached to block as Porter advanced towards the byline. Another cross. Charlie Porter, just before the byline, delivered a powerful ball towards the goal, sending it soaring over most of Tranmere's penalty area, destined for the back post. There, the rapidly advancing Peter Williams awaited. As he sprinted towards the back post, he kept his eyes on the incoming ball, adjusting his stride before leaping. Tranmere's goalkeeper, Tom Walker, abandoned his goal, leaping high to challenge Williams, simultaneously spreading his body wide in midair to maximize his defensive coverage. A colossal shadow enveloped Williams, completely obstructing his angle for a header. However, Williams had no intention of shooting. Instead, he directed the ball with his head towards the center of the goal. Peter Williams executed a deft header. He placed the ball towards the middle. The hastily retreating Tranmere players narrowly missed the ball and failed to intercept it. Meanwhile, center-back Steck Wilson stood resolutely on the goal line, temporarily assuming the goalkeeper's duties from Walker. He spotted an approaching figure, none other than Hulai, donning the number 14 jersey of Leeds City. With a swift movement, he swung his right leg at the ball. He struck it perfectly. Goalkeeper Walker, having just landed, desperately turned to make a save, but failed to touch the ball. Accompanied by Cox's elongated roar, the ball soared past Walker's outstretched fingers, brushing against Wilson's shoulder as it crashed into the Tranmere net. Hulai. After being contained by Tranmere for 96 minutes, he delivered a last-minute blow to the Red Witch. At this moment, the television screen displayed the match time, 96 minutes and 57 seconds. From the moment Balia took the penalty until Hulai scored in the Tranmere goal, a mere 22 seconds elapsed. This was the final 22 seconds of the match, a fleeting moment capable of altering the course of Premier League history. P.S. All the prior build-up and restraint was for the climactic moment of the decisive goal. This is the essence of football. With an update of over 9,000 words today, I humbly seek a few monthly votes. The end of this chapter. Chapter 269, a heroic moment. When Kamara saw the ball being launched by Vieira towards the right flank, a single thought occupied his mind. The match was not over. This was an opportunity for a counterattack. He sprinted towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. When the penalty was awarded, he had been tormented by guilt, feeling that had he not flinched in fear of committing a foul while defending against Balia, the latter would not have penetrated the penalty area, and thus, the penalty would never have materialized. Ultimately, he attributed the penalty to himself. This was why he rushed to confront Balia, as the sound of the whistle shattered his composure. He understood all too well what being awarded a penalty meant. As Balia prepared to take the penalty, Kamara stood outside the box, still engulfed in self-reproach. To his astonishment, the ball was saved. Upon witnessing Van der Wen's initial block, something stirred within him. He refrained from entering the penalty area to assist in defense, and instead, inexplicably, turned to sprint forward. Indeed, he soon saw Vieira strike the ball forward. In that instant, Kamara realized how he could atone by catching up with the ball and launching a counterattack. This was his only method of redemption. As he ran, he lifted his right foot to deftly cushion the descending ball, then swiftly propelled it forward with another powerful strike. Connor Kirk burst forth from the side, colliding forcefully as he pursued the soccer ball. Kamara staggered slightly from the impact, but managed to deftly pull the ball away, continuing his advance. Ultimately, he compelled Kirk to commit a foul against him. However, prior to the foul by Connor Kirk, he had already passed the ball, only to fall to the ground, becoming a mere spectator in this counterattack. He witnessed Charlie Porter delivering the ball to the far post, followed by Peter Williams leaping to head it into the center, culminating in that ever-reliable man charging into the penalty area and executing a stunning volley. Kamara reclined backward onto the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he raised them skyward, roaring in exhilaration. "Aw, I did it! I did it! I helped Hulai secure a dramatic victory over Tramed. I have atoned for my sins." Kamara's siblings jubilantly raced around the spacious, brightly lit living room, while their plump mother attempted to leap in celebration, but, momentarily hindered, wobbled, and returned to the sofa. She could only raise her arms in triumph, exclaiming, "Well done, my son. Marvelous. Mother will always be proud of you." Upon hearing their mother's cheers, the children rushed back to embrace her, all with tears glistening in their eyes. Bailey stepped up to take the penalty kick. It was saved. Shaylon, with her hands covering her face, heard the gasp from the television and quickly dropped her hands, her eyes widening as she focused on the screen. She saw Bailey rushing towards Leeds goalkeeper, Van der Ven, ready for a follow-up shot, only to witness Bailey's attempt being thwarted once more by Van der Venerable. Vieira's clearance transformed into an unexpected long pass, and Kamara intercepted the ball, sprinting forward. A bold thought flashed through her mind, but she had no time to voice it. She merely stared in astonishment at the screen. Hifeng and Yin Kang's excited voices echoed through the living room. This could be the most significant match of Van der Ven's career, and it's not over yet. Now Leeds City is on the offensive. Kamara is counterattacking. Kirk approaches to defend and fouls him. But it's too late. Kamara has passed the ball. Shaylon quickly scanned the screen for her son, noticing that Hulai had initially moved toward Kamara, poised to support him. But Kamara had opted to pass to the more advanced Charlie Porter on the wing. Consequently, Hulai adjusted his direction, sprinting toward the center of the penalty area. Though his pace was not as swift as that of his teammates charging ahead or the trained players retreating rapidly, this left Shaylon feeling anxious. "You little rascal. Are you on a leisurely stroll? Speed up. Get to the goal." Porter received the ball. He did not cross it immediately, taking a moment to assess the situation, as Leeds City's encroachment had yet to position itself properly. This time, he delivered the cross. Williams, since locating her son, Shaylon's gaze had been steadfastly fixed upon him. In her eyes, as her son reached the edge of the penalty area and saw the ball being directed to the far post, he even slowed down momentarily. It was only when Williams headed the ball toward the center that he suddenly accelerated, charging toward the penalty spot. "Ah!" Shaylon could finally contain her excitement no longer and erupted into a scream. In the midst of the cacophony, Hulai unleashed a powerful kick, sending the football soaring into the net. "Hulai!" Both Hifeng and Yin Kang exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling with excitement. "Hulai! Hulai!" A last-minute victory. This is a stunning finish. Hulai has triumphed over Tramed. He nearly secured the win against Stan Park Rangers as well. "Oh. Ha 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 cough, cough, ha ha." Yin Kang laughed until his voice cracked, yet he continued to roar with joy. Throughout the match, Hulai had struggled to find any worthwhile scoring opportunities, but at the last moment, he revealed his dagger. "I have warned time and again. Do not relax your defense against Hulai, for you shall regret it." Now, Tramed must surely be regretting their oversight. As they hastily retreated, intent on defending their goal, they ran past Hulai without so much as a glance. This is the cost of underestimating him. Even in the final seconds of the match, one must never ease their vigilance against him. Hifeng's mind was in a whirl, his words leaving others unsure of his allegiance. Yet, no one cared about such trivial details. Those before the television screens likely couldn't hear his utterances, for everyone was hoarsely shouting, roaring, and cheering, unleashing a torrent of expletives to express their exhilaration. The soundproof doors were tightly shut, yet the raucous cheers spilled forth from the private room, leaving passers-by bewildered. What had transpired? Why such uproarious celebration? Had a celebrity stealthily visited the KTV? Curiosity piqued, some leaned in closer, peering through the small glass window to catch sight of the television screen displaying the match, amidst a throng of ecstatic fans. "Goodness!" exclaimed a witness at the sight. Those who couldn't press forward inquired from behind, "What is happening? What is going on in there? Hulai scored. By God, Leeds has triumphed over Tramed. Hulai. Hulai. After being contained by Tramed for 90 minutes, he has delivered a decisive blow against the Red Witch in the Red Room." Matthew Cox shouted at the top of his lungs. "Unbelievable. Simply astonishing. Who could have anticipated that Leeds would orchestrate such a dramatic climax to vanquish Tramed? When Tramed was awarded a penalty, every Leeds supporter must have felt despair. But now rejoice. Celebrate. You are the victors. Leeds is victorious. Inside the White Rose Bar, all Leeds supporters raised their arms in triumph, seeking out friends for embraces. Levin, clutching John, sprayed him with the scent of alcohol. Goodness, John. We are winning. We won. Oh my God. My heart might just stop. John weakly replied with a pained voice. Damn it. Levin, if you don't let go, my heart is truly going to stop. Ah, my apologies, John. Levin quickly released him. Are you all right, John? Are you all right? John exhaled deeply and patted him firmly, declaring, It's all right now. I'm still alive. After a brief pause, he added, We are still alive. Lev smiled broadly, echoing, We are still alive. He then spread his arms wide and shouted to the other fans in the bar. We are still alive. After extending his blessings to the Leeds City supporters, Matthew Cox continued, The Leeds City fans may celebrate and breathe a sigh of relief. But the mood of the Stan Park Rangers supporters at this moment is likely quite the opposite, huh? At this point, he chuckled, a sound that resonated sharply among the Stan Park Rangers fans. The previously lively atmosphere in the Stan Park locker room quickly chilled, as everyone stared blankly at the television. Mouths agape yet rendered speechless. They stood frozen, resembling a collection of statues titled Leeds City's last-minute triumph over Tranmere. Who were these individuals? They were the players of the Stan Park Rangers. And what of Leeds City? Leeds City triumphed over Tranmere. Even the stalwart Harry Bernard lost his former commanding presence in the locker room, awkwardly watching the live broadcast. Throughout his lengthy career, he had encountered a multitude of bizarre situations, yet he never imagined Leeds City would break through in such a manner. When Tranmere was awarded a penalty, the locker room erupted in cheers, for they knew that regardless of the outcome, this penalty signified the Stan Park Rangers' return to the top of the league. Bernard was among the jubilant crowd. Now, however, the cheers seemed to linger in the room, transforming into a cruel mockery. This season has been the most exhilarating championship race I have ever witnessed. Indeed, I have seen seasons where the champion was decided in the last minute of the final match. Yet I still maintain that the 2025 to 2026 season has been the most thrilling in terms of the title race. To determine the champion in such a manner is unprecedented. Let me be honest, when Leeds City was awarded the penalty, how many believed they were doomed? 100%, I would wager. Even the most die-hard Leeds City fan could scarcely believe they had a chance, yet here it was. For Leeds City, this is destined to be a monumental season. The same holds true for the Stan Park Rangers and Tranmere. They have all become part of something great. I can only imagine how many Stan Park Rangers fans angrily switched off their televisions, and the fact that they didn't smash their set speaks to their remaining composure. After scoring, Hulai raced towards the corner flag, placing his finger to his lips as he turned to face the stands. He swept his gaze across, gesturing for the Tranmere fans to silence themselves. Perhaps it was his celebratory gesture that rendered the Red Roof Stadium less raucous than before. Where were the boos? The jeers from the Tranmere fans? Most of the Tranmere supporters in the stands were left in stunned silence, unable to muster a sound. They clasped their heads in despair, utterly consumed by their anguish, neglecting to confront Hulai. Even in defeat, they have not truly lost anything. However, in the hearts of nearly all Tranmere fans, it feels as though something precious has slipped away. Hulai was unable to complete his celebratory gesture. He had intended to maintain the silence sign as he circled the field, hoping to hush every Tranmere supporter. Yet, he was soon enveloped by his jubilant Leeds teammates. All of them huddled together, pushing and roaring, unleashing their tumultuous emotions of survival. The red-top stadium was not shrouded in silence, but rather filled with a cacophony of sounds, neither purely jeers nor cheers, but perhaps a blend of both. Heroic moment. Heroic moment, exclaimed the French commentator, extolling Leeds' goal. Ladies and gentlemen, this is football. This is football. A stage for the birth of heroes, where champions emerge. And today, at this very moment, within the red-top stadium, the entire Leeds team stood as remarkable heroes, with the Chinese player Hulai shining as the most extraordinary among them. Marvelous. Ching-ching. Simply marvelous. Oh my. They are incredible. I love football. I love football. Lily Leza bounced with excitement, passionately declaring her admiration for the sport. However, her fervor went unanswered. After a moment, she turned curiously to Li Qingqing, who stood still, biting her lip. tears glistening on her cheeks in the glow of the screen. Unknowingly weeping profusely. A plush toy lay at her feet, stained with tears, yet smiling radiantly. P.S. The inspiration behind Hu Lai's goal from yesterday has been shared in the epilogue at the end of the previous chapter for everyone to peruse. Chapter 270. This frenzied day, Ricardo Balia stood at the penalty spot, his mouth slightly agape as he took deep breaths. He periodically glanced at the referee. Awaiting the whistle, Matthew Cox's voice resonated. Cox has ceded the penalty opportunity to Balia, the young Portuguese player who has earned the trust and esteem of the team in less than a season. This was, of course, a result of his outstanding performance. Now, he was poised to deliver the final blow to Leeds. As the whistle blew, Cox's commentary abruptly ceased. The footage captured Balia exhaling. Then he charged forward to take the shot. He opted to kick down the center, but lacked power, resulting in a slow ball that was deftly intercepted by Leeds goalkeeper Van der Ven, who managed to deflect it with his toes. Balia reacted swiftly, rushing in for a follow-up shot. But Van der Ven thwarted him once more. Subsequently, Vieira cleared the ball with a powerful kick, and Kamara, receiving it in midfield, advanced towards the flank. Connor Cox, quickly returning to defend, fouled Kamara at the edge, yet he could not prevent the pass from being made. Charlie Porter received Kamara's pass at the side, advancing the ball forward. He feigned a cross initially, but refrained, noticing that those converging at the goal were not yet in position. With a determined stride, he advanced further, nearing the edge of the penalty area before delivering the ball. At that moment, Jay Adams surged to the forefront, transforming into a center forward. Although he did not receive the pass, he adeptly pressured two defenders from Tramed, causing one, Steve Wilson, to retreat all the way back to the goal line. This created a vacuum near the penalty spot in the Tramed box, devoid of players from either side. The goalkeeper, Tom Walker, abandoned his post, lunging towards the back post where Williams awaited. Williams leaped, directing the ball sideways into that empty space, and Hu Lai thundered in, unleashing a powerful shot. Throughout this entire sequence, the rapid-fire commentary of Matthew Cox resonated, culminating in an elongated roar. The ball thundered into the net, and the once cacophonous Red Roof Stadium fell into a hushed reverence. Hu Lai sprinted towards the goal line, with other Leeds United players charging forward, relentless in their pursuit of his silhouette. The Leeds players reveled exuberantly upon the Tramed pitch, while several Tramed players collapsed to the ground, covering their faces in despair. Tony Clark bolted onto the field to celebrate, and assistant coach Sam Randall caught up with him, embracing him, only for the two to trip over one another, tumbling to the ground before scrambling back up to continue their jubilant run. Surrounding them were fellow Leeds substitutes and coaches, all sharing in the unbridled joy, their ecstatic figures flickering across the screen. Meanwhile, the live broadcast refrained from showcasing the Leeds celebration, opting instead for a brief close-up of Ricardo Balia, who had missed the penalty. The Portuguese player, hands resting on his knees, bent over with a gaping mouth, gazed in disbelief at the jubilant Leeds players, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This footage swiftly emerged online post-match, becoming a viral sensation across various platforms, both domestically and internationally. On Weibo, Twitter, Facebook, and countless video-sharing sites, the clips spread like wildfire, adorned with titles such as Heaven and Hell in 22 Seconds of the Premier League, the most unbelievable last-minute goal in history. 1 second of heaven, 1 second of hell. Tramed's near miss turns into their downfall. Leeds United shows you what it means to never give up. A plot so incredible, even the most creative authors can't conceive it, such as football. How can you not love it? If you don't watch football, you know nothing of life's ups and downs. Underneath each segment of this video, even those who were not Leeds fans left enthusiastic comments. When I saw that goal in the middle of the night, I excitedly did 30 squats in my room just to contain my exhilaration. Even so, I must tell you all how incredibly thrilled I am. I once believed that Van der Wen's consecutive saves against Balier's penalty kicks were the pinnacle of insanity, but I was merely naive. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. That goal was nothing short of extraordinary. Having watched football for 2 decades, I can confidently assert that it was the most outrageous goal I have ever witnessed. It determined the fate of the Premier League title in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. My friends, this is precisely why I hold a profound passion for football, because one can never predict what awaits in the next moment. When you find yourself in the deepest abyss, Holding on for just one more second might lead you into the light. I am deeply moved by Leeds City, though I was not initially a supporter of theirs. From this moment forth, alongside my beloved Madrid Pirates, I will keenly follow another team, Leeds City. I am delighted that Madrid Kings did not acquire who. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, we might never have witnessed such a beautiful, classic last-minute goal. I shall refer to this goal as the goal of the century. Not only did this goal determine the Premier League champion, but it also transcended individual heroism. It was a collective triumph achieved by the entire Leeds City team. From Van der Wen's penalty save, the counterattack surged forth, with nearly every Leeds City player contributing to this remarkable effort. Although who was the one who ultimately scored? It was a splendid team goal. If someone were to inscribe this goal in a book, I would vehemently criticize the author for penning such absurd nonsense. It would seem entirely implausible and a mere fabrication, a last-minute miracle that could never occur in reality. Yet, here we are, this is indeed reality. The truth is even more surreal. Those above may insist on logic in writing, but who the hell adheres to logic in real life? Allow me to enlighten you. Leeds City barely escaped relegation in the last third of the league last season, and prior to this season, their odds of winning the title were a staggering 5,000 to 1. And now, they stand atop the league table. Can you believe it? A 5,000 to 1 chance is about to materialize. Do you realize what such odds signify? Christmas was supposed to be the hottest day in Britain. Last Christmas was not. Yet now Leeds City is on the brink of championship glory. My God, am I the one who has lost my mind? Or is the world simply too insane? My friend, this is the allure of football. What everyone deems impossible, what dreams seem destined to remain unfulfilled, can all come to fruition in the realm of football. Neil Mullen sat in the driver's seat of his truck, phone in hand, replaying Hulai's goal video over and over. Just half an hour prior, while driving on the highway, he had been listening to the live match commentary via the radio. When Hulai scored the decisive goal, the Leeds broadcaster Ryan Hines erupted in ecstatic frenzy, screaming and laughing maniacally, his voice hoarse as he roared, "Hulai! Hulai! Ah! He has scored a last-minute winner against Tranmere. He has done it. Goal! Unbelievable! I can hardly believe my eyes. Ha! This match is utterly insane. This is a goal that can only manifest in dreams. It is a scene I dared only to envision in my slumber. We saved a penalty from Tranmere at the Red Roof Stadium, then clinched the victory. Unparalleled. Marvelous. To witness this goal with my own eyes. I would have no regrets even if I were to die at this moment. Oh, thank you, God, for allowing me to behold this goal in my lifetime. Thank you. And Hulai, thank you, young man from China. With this single goal alone, you deserve to be immortalized in history. Goodness, Haynes was incoherent, alternating between laughter and tears, until he was utterly overwhelmed with emotion. Mullen could distinctly hear the muffled sobs transmitted through the microphone, carried by radio waves into the cabin of his truck. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the road ahead. He maneuvered the vehicle steadily along the outermost lane of the highway. After locating the nearest service area, he parked the truck and finally relaxed, leaning back in his seat as he picked up his phone. As expected, he effortlessly found the video of Hulai's decisive goal online. From Ricardo Ballier's advance into the box where he was brought down by Vieira, to Ballier's bewildered close-up at the end, the entire sequence of the goal unfolded. Interspersed with the jubilant scene of Leeds City players and coaches flooding the field in euphoric celebration. He watched the 3-minute video countless times, seemingly intent on engraving every frame and every commentary into his memory. He noticed Leeds City's coach, Clark, even sprinting towards the stands at the Red Roof Stadium, seemingly wishing to embrace the trained fans in celebration. He was fortunate to be halted by security personnel. Upon witnessing this moment, Mullen couldn't help but chuckle. Then, suddenly, the video froze as he received a call from Joey ROSD. "Neil, where are you right now?" ROSD's tone was somewhat unusual. "I'm at the service area, old Joe." "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, old Joe. What's the matter?" ROSD could discern Mullen's calmness and exclaimed, "You know, Leeds City clinched the victory against Tranmere." "I know. Old Joe, I was listening to the radio while driving." "My God, how can you remain so calm?" ROSD exclaimed. Mullen laughed heartily. "If it weren't for my years of driving instinct, I might have found myself in a ditch by the roadside, old Joe. It's simply madness. Have you seen whose goal? I was just watching it before you called." "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your excitement, Neil. I'm genuinely worried about you." Everyone is going crazy, including Andy and me. We might be witnessing a new chapter in the history of football in this country. As he was about to conclude, ROSD lowered his voice. Did you really place a bet on Leeds City winning the championship? I know that's what everyone is saying. But I wanted to confirm with you. Mila nodded. Yes, old Joe. I indeed spent £400. Placing bets on Leeds City to win the championship and on who to secure the golden boot. What were the odds when you placed your bets? Leeds City to win was 5,000 to 1, while whose odds for the league's golden boot were 4,000 to 1. On the other end of the line, Irost seemed to pause even his breath, falling into a stunned silence. After about 10 seconds, he finally exclaimed, "My God, then you are a millionaire now, Neil." In the UK, betting winnings are calculated on a cost recovery basis, meaning if Neil Mullen wagered £200 on Leeds City to win, he would first reclaim double his stake, followed by the winnings. £200 at 5,000 to 1 yields £1 million. And for whose golden boot? £200 at 4,000 to 1 amounts to £800,000. Compared to these astounding figures, the initial £400 seems almost trivial. Old Joe, the league isn't over yet. Leeds City could potentially lose at home to Northumbria in the final round. Neil, don't say that. No one believes that Leeds City, having just achieved a dramatic victory against Tranmere away, could falter on their own turf. The championship is theirs. Have you thought about what you will do once you become wealthy? I don't know, old Joe. I never considered that before. Indeed. Who would have truly believed Leeds City could clinch the title back then? Are you planning to resign and leave us? With all that money, what need would you have to continue as a truck driver? Mullen gazed through the truck's windshield into the distant twilight beyond the service area, shaking his head. I don't know, old Joe. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. I mean, aside from driving, I'm not skilled at anything else. If I were to leave being a truck driver, what else could I possibly do? What else? Do you even need to do anything else? If I were you, with such a fortune, I would have long since been off to Spain for a holiday. No, not just Spain. I would travel the world. Old Joe. I am not you. I wouldn't do that. If I did, I would soon be left with nothing and would have to return in shame. By then, the company might not want me back. I think I want to resign. I want to leave you all, old Joe. That is splendid. When you return, remember to treat us to drinks. We are all waiting, including that fellow Andy. He has been shouting that Leeds City owes Tranmere a favor. That rascal. All right. I will definitely come back and treat you all. After hanging up, Neil Mullen did not continue to relish whose dramatic goal. He placed his phone on the dashboard, firmly grasped the steering wheel with both hands, and gazed into the distance. Towards the horizon, the sun was setting, casting a deepening twilight. The sunlight streamed in, illuminating the truck's cabin, with Mullen's upper face shrouded in shadow, leaving only his eyes gleaming. A remarkable and tumultuous day in the history of English football was finally drawing to a close, as the sky became predominantly a deep blue-black, with only a hint of sunset lingering on the horizon, accompanied by the crisp sound of a horn. The fully loaded truck, glimmering with lights, slowly pulled out of the service area. Heading towards the sunset, truck driver Neil Mullen was back on the road. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 271, Rainbow. In a riveting Premier League match held last night Beijing time, Leeds City, featuring our player Hu Lai, triumphed over Tranmere with a score of 3-2, securing 3 invaluable points in their title chase. Unwilling to be a stepping stone for Leeds City's championship aspirations on their home turf, Tranmere fiercely contested from the outset, with the Portuguese prodigy Bailey striking first to give the home team an early lead. Despite being closely marked during the match, Hu Lai executed an unexpected maneuver to assist Kamara in scoring, leveling the match just before halftime. As the second half commenced, Leeds City seized the initiative, with Williams capitalizing in a goal-mouth scramble to put the visitors ahead. However, Leeds City's stamina visibly waned, allowing Tranmere, led by their captain Kirk, to equalize, escalating the match into a heated contest. The climax of the game arrived just shy of 93 minutes, stirring excitement in the television announcer's voice. Bailey penetrated the penalty area, only to be brought down by Leeds City's midfielder Vieira, prompting the referee to award a penalty. This moment was a thunderbolt for Leeds City, as few believed they could mount a comeback. Yet, a miracle unfolded. Bailey's penalty was saved by Leeds City's goalkeeper Van der Ven, who also thwarted the follow-up shot. Leeds City then launched a counterattack, culminating in Hu Lai delivering the decisive blow. As the news broadcast reached this point, the live commentary erupted, with Yin Kong shouting, "Hu Lai? Hu Lai? What a last-minute goal! Hulias clinched victory for Leeds City. He had nearly secured a win against Stan Park Rangers as well. As Li Zhiyuan passed by the security room at the school, he heard the exuberant shout from within. Unable to resist, he turned to look, locking eyes with the guard, who smiled and exclaimed, "Coach Li, congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" Li Zhiyuan inquired, puzzled. Hulai is on the verge of winning the Premier League title. He is your star pupil. Isn't that worthy of celebration? The guard chuckled. Li Zhiyuan furrowed his brow. Isn't it premature to celebrate? There's still one round left in the league. Well, I think it's pretty much a done deal. I honestly don't believe Leeds City will falter at home in the final match. To be frank, Coach Li, after watching their game yesterday, I have a strong conviction that Leeds City will be the champions this season, the guard said, gesturing to his phone, from which the earlier news had streamed. Thus, you should congratulate Coach Li. You've nurtured a remarkable player, bringing honor to our country. The guard laughed heartily before lowering his voice conspiratorially. I just saw our old principal rush out the door with a smile, as if something wonderful had occurred. I wonder if he's off to arrange another banner. Banner? Li Zhiyuan was momentarily taken aback. The guard teased, the banner hanging at the entrance. Congratulations to our esteemed alumnus Hulai for seizing the Premier League championship. Li Zhiyuan, suddenly enlightened, covered his face, reflecting on how the old principal, despite his many admirable qualities, had become increasingly boastful in recent years, rendering his little hobby widely known. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw it was a call from Principal Zhai. Indeed, it was as if the very subject of their conversation had arrived. Li Zhiyuan, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Zhai Guangming's buoyant voice resonated through the receiver, loud enough to seem as if he were on speakerphone. I'm at the school gate. Quickly head to your office and tidy up the room. What's the matter? A television station is coming to interview us shortly. Why again? Li Zhiyuan's initial response was one of irritation. TSK, what kind of tone is that? Zhai Guangming rebuked, having heard his tone. Did you not watch yesterday's match? I did. Then why ask such a question? Li Zhiyuan cast a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper, who was stifling laughter while eavesdropping, and raised his hand in a farewell gesture before turning toward the school stadium. I must tell you, this is a splendid opportunity to promote our school. Do not falter. Principal, we have had our share of promotional opportunities in recent years. That only indicates the excellence of our institution. All right. Just make sure to prepare the room. The reporters will be arriving to film a segment. Principal, let me clarify. I will not fabricate anything during the interview. I shall speak my mind, Li Zhiyuan cautioned. Enough already. You've reiterated that countless times. I've gathered that you were not particularly fond of Hulai when you first recruited him. It's quite evident. If you were to suddenly change your stance, that would indeed be peculiar. Whatever, you can be sure that you've secretly relished this moment many times over, huh? After teasing Li Zhiyuan, Zhai Guangming hung up, seemingly quite busy. Li Zhiyuan gazed at the disconnected call, shaking his head in resignation. The old principal was truly a puzzle. What do you mean by secretly relishing? Am I that sort of person? However, as he recalled Hulai's goal from the previous day, goosebumps crept up his arms. The lad had indeed performed admirably this time. A smile flickered across his serious face. Star, did you catch yesterday's Premier League match? In the hotel restaurant, Jorge Dylan asked, arms crossed, as he stood before Chinxinyi. Mr. Dylan, to ensure optimal performance in today's match, I went to bed early last night, Chinxinyi replied, bowing his head in honesty. The two had now reached a level of proficiency in English communication. Despite Dylan being a Spaniard who had coached in Italy, he spoke fluent English. Yu Jintao stood nearby, serving as a passive listener rather than a translator. Upon hearing Chinxinyi's response, Dylan chuckled. While I do encourage you to rest early, if it is to watch a Premier League match, then staying up a little later is permissible. I am not so unreasonable. Xing. With the head coach's words, Chinxinyi finally raised his head to speak the truth. Indeed, Mr. Dylan, I watched the match. What are your thoughts? As you witness your former club teammates score a goal destined to be etched in the annals of Premier League history, what emotions stir within you? In response to this query, Chinxinyi did not immediately reply, but instead fell into silence. Dylan, not pressing him, remained with his arms crossed, patiently awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Chinxinyi finally spoke. I envy them. You don't seem entirely certain, Dylan observed. Chinxinyi, after another moment of contemplation, continued. Yes, I feel envy. And perhaps a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this admission, Yu Jintao, standing nearby, couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Xingyi's expression, eager to discern any shifts in his demeanor. Chen Xingyi wore a smile, yet it was unlike his usual countenance. It seemed more of a facade. This, however, only confirmed the sincerity of his earlier words. Dylan, uninterested in deciphering Chen Xingyi's internal monologue, nodded at his response and remarked, "What if I told you to hold on a little longer, to finish the World Cup, and then consider playing abroad next summer? The transfer opportunities in summer are far more abundant than those in winter. Would that displease you?" Chen Xingyi maintained his smile, shaking his head. "Not at all, Mr. Dylan. I will follow your guidance." Dylan chuckled heartily. "I was merely jesting, Xing. I know that if I were to keep you here for another year, your heart would surely not remain. Having witnessed whose performance in the Premier League, your aspirations have undoubtedly soared overseas." In Yu Jintao's eyes, Chen Xingyi still bore that veiled smile. "But I must say, it is true that summer transfers offer greater flexibility. Therefore, after the World Cup, you should depart." The concealed smile vanished from Chen Xingyi's face in an instant, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the coach. "Yesterday, my agent sent video compilations of your matches in the Chinese Super League and national team to several friends in Europe. Today, I received calls from them expressing keen interest in you. However, I advised them to be patient and to await your performance in the World Cup. They will likely send scouts to observe you during the tournament. So do you understand what you must do now, Xing?" Dylan inquired with a smile. Chen Xingyi felt a surge of excitement, yet he quickly compelled himself to regain composure and responded in a calm tone, "I will perform to the best of my abilities." "Mr. Dylan." Dylan nodded. "Hu Lai and Luo Kai have showcased two paths to playing in Europe. Use Hu Lai as your motivation to strive, but focus more on Luo Kai, as he represents the most relevant example of what you may encounter in Europe." "I understand, and I will adjust my mindset and position accordingly, Mr. Dylan." "Thank you." Chen Xingyi took a step back and bowed to Dylan, who accepted the gesture with a warm smile. It appears that Chen Xingyi is on the verge of departing abroad. In the depths of the restaurant, the players, who had been casting glances toward the coach, expressed their sentiments upon witnessing this scene. Wasn't this already common knowledge? No, it was merely speculation before, but seeing this, I believe it must be finalized. I'm truly envious. What is there to envy? You could go abroad too. Come on. At my age, how can I still go? Don't speak as if you're ancient. You're only 26. Never mind. Haven't you seen what the media has been saying? They claim that the best time to pursue studies abroad is before the age of 25. After 26, one's path is often set, making it challenging to develop a career in football. Moreover, I now have a family to support and have long since lost my aspirations. My current desire is simply to play well domestically, and I would be content if my next contract offers a modest increase in salary. Coach Zhao, are you looking for me? Having just finished post-match recovery training, Zhang Qinghuan pushed open the door to head coach Zhao Kongming's office, only to find not just Zhao Kongming inside, but also the club's general manager, Dong Wen. Manager Dong? This came as a surprise to him. Dong Wen, with a cheerful demeanor, waved to Zhang Qinghuan. "Qinghuan, come here. I have something to discuss with you. The club has received an offer from FC Sarria in Barcelona. They wish to sign you." Zhang Qinghuan maintained a calm expression, even less surprised than Dong Wen. Sensing this, Dong Wen understood that Zhang Qinghuan had likely heard the news already, presumably through his agent, Yongjun. Technically, this could be considered private contact with a player. But Dong Wen did not dwell on that, continuing to speak cheerfully. "I consulted with Coach Zhao, and he has no objections to your transfer. Therefore, I'd like to hear your thoughts." Zhang Qinghuan was indeed already aware of this development, as he had been in continuous contact with Uncle Yong, who had informed him first. Moreover, Uncle Yong had shared that Sarria's interest was not a fleeting whim. Since Hu Lai began playing abroad, several European clubs had been eyeing the talent of Anton Shining Star, with Sarria being one of them. They had been observing him for over a year and had developed a solid understanding of his capabilities. However, Zhang Qinghuan did not anticipate that the club would act so swiftly. It was only upon seeing Dong Wen that he realized Sarria must have made a direct offer for Anton Shining Star. He had assumed that a club like Sarria would wait until after the World Cup to make a move, as it would be a more prudent strategy to assess a player's potential during the tournament, thereby mitigating risk. Sarria, being a mid-tier team in La Liga, certainly does not rank among the elite. In a place like Barcelona, overshadowed by the colossal Catalan league, Sarria's standing is quite precarious. Transferring to such a club might not satisfy the vanity of some. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan remained unfazed, with Hu Lai's successful experience as a guide. He understood that a club's reputation held no significance for him. What truly mattered was finding a suitable fit. So, was Saria a suitable choice for him? Zhang Qinhuan was uncertain. Yet, many situations unfold this way. There are no foolproof solutions or guarantees of perfect compatibility. If one were to seek a club that was a perfect match, Zhang Qinhuan might never have the opportunity to play abroad until retirement. Regardless, Uncle Yong had assured him that he had been in communication with the club for quite some time and believed their interest was genuine, stemming from a thorough understanding of Zhang Qinhuan before deciding to pursue his signature. Thus, Zhang Qinhuan placed his trust in Uncle Yong's judgment. He nodded to Dongwon. "I have no objections, Manager Dong." After exchanging glances with Zhao Kongming, Dongwon nodded and said, "In that case, I will negotiate the terms with them." With that, he bid farewell and left the room. In the office, only Zhao Kongming and Zhang Qinhuan remained. The master and apprentice exchanged glances, and it was Zhao Kongming who finally shattered the silence. "You were supposed to be the one to go abroad to play football before Hulai." Zhang Qinhuan shook his head, replying, "Director Zhao, why do you say that? I'm not envious of Hulai." Yet Zhao Kongming stubbornly insisted, "I mentioned this to remind you, Qinhuan. The allure of Europe is far greater. You must maintain your composure." Zhang Qinhuan quickly smiled. "Rest assured, Director Zhao. In my youth, I indulged in all that needed indulging. Now, I simply wish to focus on playing football." Zhao Kongming, amused yet exasperated, retorted, "Your words sound almost boastful. Just what did you indulge in?" Zhang Qinhuan waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, nothing worth mentioning, nothing at all." He swiftly shifted the topic. "So, Director, what about the team now that I'm leaving?" Zhao Kongming scoffed. "With Hulai gone, our team hasn't been relegated. We don't have anyone indispensable. Just go. You needn't worry about the team." "Indeed, Director Zhao, your wisdom is unparalleled." Observing Zhang Qinhuan nodding eagerly, Zhao Kongming felt a sudden sense of relief, stating, "All right, I called you here just to convey this. Now, you should hurry back. Then I shall take my leave, Director Zhao. Go on." As Zhang Qinhuan reached the door, he glanced back, only to find Zhao Kongming had turned away, gazing out at the first team's training ground. Thus, he expressed, "Thank you, Director Zhao." Zhao Kongming waved his hand without turning, remaining silent. Zhang Qinhuan bowed to that retreating figure before finally exiting. After hearing the door close, Zhao Kongming did not turn around, but continued to gaze at the training ground below. The training had concluded, and the club staff were tending to the used turf. Someone was watering the field with a hose. The evening sunlight slanted in, casting a rainbow across the verdant pitch. Chapter 272. Our golden era. Scott Brooks furrowed his brow as he surveyed the players before him, barely concealing his anger. "What is going on? What kind of team is this? Have you all conceded defeat already?" His frustration was understandable, for the players of the Stan Park Wanderers appeared listless, standing on the training ground with their minds evidently elsewhere. Although a day had passed, it seemed they had yet to recover from the blow of Leeds City's last-minute victory over Tranmere. Initially, everyone had gathered in the locker room to watch Tranmere face Leeds City, driven by their concern for the match's outcome and their fervent request for the coaching staff to allow them to watch the game together. Yet now, Brooks deeply regretted that decision. Nothing was more demoralizing than witnessing everyone collectively facing the devastation of Leeds City's triumph over Tranmere. The league was not yet over. Only one round remained. Leaving aside whether Leeds City could defeat Northumbria in the final round, did they truly intend to surrender without waiting for the results of that match? Do you recall the motto of the Stan Park Rangers? Bernard. At the call of his name, Harry Bernard stepped forward. "Tell them," Brooks said, glancing at the other players. With his head held high, Bernard proclaimed, "Rangers, never give up." Some raised their heads, looking towards their captain Bernard and coach Brooks. "Rangers, never give up." More players lifted their gazes. "Rangers, never give up." After repeating it thrice, Harry Bernard paused. Brooks surveyed the players. "Now do you know what is expected of you?" On the first team's training ground, Tony Clark observed the players before him, his gaze sweeping across each face. After scanning everyone, he nodded and remarked, "Good. No dark circles under your eyes, no signs of excessive indulgence. It seems you all rested well at home yesterday. I am pleased that you took my advice to heart the day before." Following the match against Tranmere, the entire Leeds City team hurried back to Leeds overnight. Upon arrival, Coach Tony Clark announced a day off for all first-team players selected for the match, allowing them to skip training at the base the following day. This decision stemmed from the realization that even the players with exceptional stamina faced fatigue during the match against Trained, prompting Clark to understand the necessity of ensuring adequate rest for the players at crucial moments, thus avoiding the possibility of falling short in the final round. However, he also reminded the players that the league was not yet concluded. The final round remained. Therefore, the victory against Trained did not guarantee that Leeds City would clinch the championship. It would depend on the results of the last match. He urged all players to remain vigilant, to keep their focus sharp until the final round of the league was played out. We delivered an extraordinary performance at the Red Top Stadium, and that last-minute winning goal has become a topic of fervent discussion across European football within just a day. Each of you has brought honor to your faces. But if we fail to secure the championship in the end, think carefully. Do you truly deserve the accolades from that match and that goal at the Red Top Stadium? In the upcoming match, we will play at home against an opponent who does not seem as formidable as Trained. So how could we possibly lose? Yet, if such thoughts cross your minds, defeat is inevitable. Therefore, cast aside the points, and in these remaining days, concentrate solely on preparing for the match against Northumbria. Do not grant the Stan Park Rangers even the slightest opportunity. After Clark concluded his address, assistant coach Sam Rander stepped forward and blew the whistle. Time to warm up, lads. In the distance, the cameras of reporters captured Leeds City's entire team commencing their warm-up, marking the start of their training for the day. After a day of rest, the Leeds City team reconvened to train, preparing for the final round of the league. Following the training session, Coach Clark expressed his satisfaction with the players' performance during practice in an interview with us. However, he still declined to discuss the league championship, which is understandable given his respect for their final league opponent, Northumbria. The television in the White Rose pub was broadcasting the day's football news, showcasing scenes of the entire Leeds City team warming up on the training ground. After David Miller and his companions finished watching the segment related to Leeds City, they shifted their gaze back to their drinks, engaging in fervent discussions. At this moment, why was the media not criticizing Clark for his apparent unease? Instead, they spoke of respect. When Clark previously refrained from mentioning the championship, was that not a form of respect for the opponent? Alas, was that not simply because we now genuinely stand a chance of securing the title? Do you think the media is honoring our adversaries? Incorrect. They are honoring the champions. They have been fervently discussing who lies last-minute goal for an entire day, and it remains the second hottest topic in the White Rose pub. Originally, it held the top spot, but it was usurped by the topic of the league championship. How would the club celebrate if they were to win the championship? It is said that the club has prepared a plan to hold a celebration ceremony directly at Flanders Stadium if Leeds City claims the title. I heard that the city council is preparing for the team to embark on a bus parade around the city. Why do we have completely different information? Who knows? It feels so chaotic. What should we do then? It's our first championship. After all, we have no experience. Let's be understanding, David Miller said. Upon his remark, everyone suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? David Miller was taken aback by their reaction and furrowed his brow, asking, Am I wrong? No, John shook his head. You are absolutely right, David. This is Leeds City's first championship. Hearing this, David Miller also realized the truth. Indeed, this is a first for everyone. Strictly speaking, this is not Leeds City's first championship, as they had won the Northern National League Championship 31 years ago. The Northern National League ranks 6th in the entire English Football League system. That was the last time Leeds City claimed a title. Prior to that, they had won several regional league and cup championships, which held little prestige and were of no significant importance. Since then, regardless of the league level, Leeds City has never reached the pinnacle. Their ascent to the Premier League was based on finishing as runners-up, not as champions. The championship from the Northern National League is far too distant, and considering its lack of influence and prestige, many Leeds City fans do not even count that title among the club's honors. In their eyes, if Leeds City were to secure this season's Premier League championship, it would indeed be the first championship honor in the club's history. Is it any wonder that Leeds City is regarded as a complete underdog in English football? Their history is far too insipid. It could be summarized on half a sheet of A4 paper, with space to spare. As the representative team of England's third-largest city, the historical significance is undeniably mismatched with the stature of its home city. Now, this blank canvas has been vividly adorned, and the very first stroke is none other than the Premier League championship. Even now, I can scarcely believe that we are on the brink of seizing the title. Do you know that? After the match against Tranmere, The next morning when I awoke, I thought that the so-called dramatic win over Tranmere was merely a figment of my imagination, until I opened my phone and was flooded with news and videos. At which point I realized I was not dreaming. Levin murmured softly, as if speaking in a trance. Who among us isn't? John raised his glass, tapping it gently against his own, before drinking deeply. Levin refrained from drinking, instead continuing his rambling. When we first ascended to the Premier League, I meticulously explored the histories of those teams, reading descriptions that spoke of their glorious eras, such as the 1940s being their most illustrious period. I pondered, even the teams fighting for relegation have had their moments of glory. And what of Leeds United? We have existed for nearly a century, yet our record remains blank. At that time, I believe participating in the Premier League would mark our glorious era, and when we look back years from now, those Premier League moments would surely shine as our pinnacle. I could never have imagined that we would eventually claim the Premier League title. Finally, there is something to write in Leeds United's history, the 7th team to become champions in Premier League history. At this juncture, Levin suddenly became animated, raising his glass and exclaiming, "This is the golden age of Leeds United. Let us toast to this." John gazed at his empty glass, muttering, "FK Levin. I drank mine before you even spoke." Amidst the laughter, John raised his empty glass and shouted, "Who is sharing some with me? Don't even think about mooching off my drink, John. Exactly, every drop of our drink is precious." The owner, Leo White, who had been silently observing from behind the bar, called out to the bartender, "Pour our John another drink, it's on me." The crowd erupted, "I want one too." Old White, "Yes, you can't be so biased, Leo." White ignored the raucous banter, raising his whiskey glass. "As Levin has said, gentlemen." Upon seeing his gesture, the noise subsided, and everyone turned to watch him. "Here's to this golden age. Cheers," he proclaimed. "Cheers." All the Leeds United fans in the bar lifted their glasses high, the golden liquid spilling over, resonating like the echoes of this golden era. End of chapter. Chapter 273. Best of the season. Saturday, May 9th. The final round of the Premier League commenced with simultaneous whistles. Pullai. Pullai. The roar of Matthew Cox reverberated in the room, only to be abruptly halted as someone pressed the pause button. Bobby Klein set down the remote control, casting a glance at the television screen, which was frozen on the moment Hulai turned to run towards the stands after scoring a goal. His profile, captured in that instant, bore an expression tinged with ferocity. He then surveyed the other individuals in the room. "I trust you all have viewed the video of this goal numerous times over the past couple of days. The voting button for this goal appeared last on the website, yet it now commands the highest number of votes. In the fans' voting segment, this goal has triumphed overwhelmingly, devoid of any suspense. However, we are all aware that the final decision for the season's best goal requires unanimous agreement from our panel of expert judges. Therefore, does anyone dissent from the notion of this goal being awarded the title of season's best?" After exchanging glances, the others in the room nodded in agreement. No objections. It should indeed be recognized as the season's best goal. Excellent. Now, let us proceed to the next award, the season's best player. As a former England international, a renowned star, and the host of the acclaimed Sky Sports program Season in Progress, Bobby Klein has been invited by the Premier League to preside over the selection committee for the season's best player, best goal, and best lineup. Although the Premier League has yet to conclude, various awards are already underway. After all, the best of a season is not swayed by a single match's performance unless the candidates' displays are exceptionally close. Unlike the voting for the best goal, the best player voting is highly competitive. Currently, in the fans' voting segment, Malvin Stones holds the lead, with Hulai in second place. Klein elaborated that while Stones may not match Hulai in individual goals scored, tallying 24 goals alongside 10 assists, Hulai boasts 30 goals and 3 assists. Frankly, both players have delivered outstanding performances this season, which is why one has been awarded the season's best player by the Football Writers Association and the other by the Professional Footballers Association. Just yesterday, the Football Writers Association announced their choice for the season's best player. Malvin Stones, the English forward playing for Manchester Athletic, received the accolade selected by England's professional journalists. This marks his second consecutive season receiving this honor. Earlier today, the Professional Footballers Association also revealed their results for the season's best player. Hulai, having scored 30 goals and leading the league's scoring chart for Leeds City, has secured this prestigious recognition for the first time. He is also the first Chinese player and Asian player to be awarded the Premier League season's Best Player title. Throughout a season, 3 awards for Best Player exist in the Premier League, the official Best Player award currently being deliberated by Klein and the judges. The Best Player as voted by the Football Writers Association, and the Best Player as voted by the players themselves in the Professional Footballers Association. Although all 3 represent the best player, it does not imply that there can only be one. Indeed, it is rare for any single individual to claim all 3 honors. Ultimately, the differing perspectives of the selection committees and the factors they consider lead to varying conclusions regarding the best player. The Best Player award from the Premier League Players Association is determined by votes from fellow players, signifying the esteemed position of the recipient among their peers. To be recognized in this manner implies that the player's performance has thoroughly impressed their opponents. As the saying goes, fellow players are rivals. Thus, the acknowledgement of any individual as the season's best is no small feat this season. Hulai has achieved this honor, which is all the more commendable considering it is his first complete season in the Premier League. Conversely, the Best Player award from the Football Writers Association is a product of analysis conducted by sports journalists, representing the opinions of experts. This selection is less influenced by emotions and popularity, focusing more on technical aspects. This time, the journalists favored Stones over Hulai, perhaps believing that Stones, with 24 goals and 10 assists, contributing to a total of 34 goals for his team, displays a more comprehensive skill set and a greater tactical contribution than Hulai, who is primarily a striker. Consequently, the journalists cast their votes for Marvin Stones. Among fans, there are rumors suggesting that, based on the notion of rivalries among peers, the Players Association award holds greater prestige. However, others argue that the opinions of experts carry more authority. Thus, supporters of each award often engage in vigorous debates over which accolade is more significant. It is, however, difficult to ascertain which of the 2 awards is superior, as their foundations differ. Regardless of who wins, the outcome signifies that they are among the top performers in this Premier League season. In contrast to the selections of the Players Association and the Writers Association, the official Premier League awards typically involve retired legends serving as judges, along with fan voting, adding a more entertaining dimension to the process. Nevertheless, it remains a highly significant annual award. The official Premier League Best Player does not necessarily align with the choices of the Players Association or the Writers Association, allowing for the possibility that the 3 awards may be bestowed upon 3 different players. However, this season, it is unlikely that such a scenario will arise, as both Hulai and Stones are exceptionally talented and distinguished, while other candidates struggle to compare. Thus, the question arises, Stones or Hulai? Klein inquired. Unlike the unanimous consensus on the season's best goal, a divergence of opinions emerged within the small office of the Premier League headquarters. I believe Stones deserves the award. His performance of double figures in both goals and assists is simply remarkable. I would argue that Hulai truly epitomizes the season's best. Although his assist tally is relatively low, this discrepancy arises from the differing tactical roles and demands placed on the 2 players. I do not think this is due to differing demands. It is evident that Hu is not adept at creating opportunities for his teammates. Not adept? Are you certain? In the match against Tranmere, the assist from Hulai to Kamara, where he skillfully controlled the ball with his foot, could easily be deemed the season's finest assist, if such an accolade were to exist. However, this is merely an occasional flash of brilliance, lacking substantial reference. It is akin to stating that any player could be considered a king of the ball if one only examines highlights. Yet, when assessed over the course of an entire lengthy season, the narrative may differ significantly. Now, considering the disparity in overall strength between Leeds City and Manchester Athletic, it is undeniable that Manchester Athletic's midfield and forward players possess superior capabilities compared to those of Leeds City. This point is hardly contentious, is it? Therefore, under the circumstances where Hulai's teammates are not as formidable as those of Manchester Athletic, his ability to score 30 goals only underscores his exceptional talent, does it not? I must respectfully disagree. While it is true that Manchester Athletic boasts a more formidable attacking lineup on paper, the injury to Cabanca this season has severely hampered their offensive organization, resulting in Stone's goal tally falling short of expectations. Nonetheless, he has still managed to score 24 goals and provide 10 assists. Such a performance is surely commendable. Yet, despite his contributions, Stone's efforts did not culminate in a league championship for Manchester Athletic. while whose 30 goals could potentially etch his name in history. In terms of significance and impact, I firmly believe who is deserving of the title of season's best. Stone's goals did indeed contribute to Manchester Athletic securing the FA Cup. Is the FA Cup not a commendable achievement for Manchester Athletic this season? We are discussing the Premier League season, not the cup tournaments. Clearly, the weight of the Premier League title surpasses that of the FA Cup. Are you then dismissing the venerable history of the FA Cup? It is crucial to remember that prior to the establishment of the Premier League, the FA Cup was regarded as the pinnacle of football honors worldwide. The judges in the room engaged in a fervent debate, evidently unable to persuade one another, rendering the prospect of reaching a conclusion in the near future nearly impossible. Until Klein coughed softly. Upon hearing his cough, the other judges fell silent, casting their gazes toward this esteemed veteran summoned by the Premier League. As the chief judge, Klein's opinion carried the most weight, and he possessed the decisive vote in the selection of the best player. After all, the external narrative indicates that the best is chosen by legends, and he must take responsibility for the outcome. The other judges merely provide him with advisory input. Ultimately, the final decision rests with him. Gentlemen, I must remind you of a point you seem to have overlooked. In addition to being named the Players Association's best player, Hu Lai has also secured the award for the season's best young player as selected by the same association. The last individual to achieve the remarkable feat of winning both the best player and best young player awards in a single season was Manchester Athletic's Kendall Cabanca, a Brazilian prodigy renowned alongside Melibar Benegazzi. At this juncture, Klein paused momentarily and adopted a different tone. Of course, I am not suggesting that our official best player selection must align with the Players Association's results. I merely wish to draw attention to the fact that since the inception of the Best Young Player Award, only 2 individuals have accomplished the rare feat of sweeping both honors in a single season, with Cabanca being one of them, having also clinched the official season's Best Player Award in that very year. The judges exchanged glances, and then someone inquired, "Mr. Klein, who do you believe should be awarded the official player of the season?" Klein pointed towards the figure frozen on the television screen behind him, stating, "I cast my vote for him." As the 2025 to 2026 Premier League season neared its conclusion, although the league champion remained undecided and the top scorer could still theoretically change. For Hu Lai, he had already received 2 significant accolades. Just yesterday morning, the PFA announced its Player of the Year, and our very own Hu Lai was honored as the best player, selected by his fellow players. Additionally, he was awarded the Young Player of the Year, becoming only the second player, after Kendall Cabanca, to simultaneously claim both honors in a single season. Later that afternoon, the Premier League officially announced the various season awards. The goal of the season was awarded to Hu Lai for his dramatic winning goal against Tranmere. He, along with teammates Ismail Kamara and Peter Williams, was also selected for the team of the season. Furthermore, Hu Lai received the Premier League's official title of Player of the Season. At this point, the news anchor's voice became increasingly exuberant. The screen then displayed Hu Lai, who stood before 3 prestigious trophies, engaging with reporters. I truly did not anticipate receiving such recognition from my peers, especially considering how many goals I scored. He joked. It is an immense honor to be acknowledged by my fellow players. This achievement is remarkable. I am equally delighted to receive recognition from the Premier League. However, I believe this award does not solely belong to me. It is a testament to the entire Leeds City team. As is well known, I am merely a player who scores goals, and without my teammates providing passes and support from behind, I would not have scored nearly as many. Hu Lai appeared on screen, smiling sincerely, articulating humble words that did not come across as insincere. Watching such a son, Xiaolon felt immense joy and pride. Turning to her husband to say, "Surely these 3 trophies can be displayed at home?" Of course, Hu Lai nodded repeatedly, now believing his wife must be born in the year of the dragon, increasingly fond of glittering possessions. Chapter 274. The final round at Flanders Stadium on Saturday, May 9th. An hour before the match was set to commence, the fans had nearly filled the stadium to capacity. The stands were a sea of black-clad supporters, comprising men and women of various ages, adorned in Leeds City jerseys from different eras, either seated or standing. The large screen on site was already broadcasting live television signals. And with the match yet to begin, the cameras captured numerous empty shots. When they panned over the stands filled with Leeds City fans, it was evident that most wore serious and tense expressions. Typically, when cameras scanned the stands and fans spotted themselves on the large screen, They would enthusiastically wave and interact with the camera as if playing a game. However, today, every Leeds City supporter who appeared on the giant screen at the venue was far from inclined to play games with the cameras. This day holds immense significance for Leeds City, and it is only natural that the fans were devoid of any frivolity. One might even assert that today represents perhaps the most pivotal moment in the lives of numerous Leeds City fans, in a country where football reigns supreme. And such a statement is hardly an exaggeration. Observe the elderly supporters, their hair flecked with gray, donning Leeds City jerseys from the 1950s and 60s. The mere presence of such vintage attire in the stands carries a profound symbolic weight. After all, the preservation of a jersey from decades past speaks volumes about its cherished status in the heart of its owner. Today, at Flanders Stadium, there are thousands of similar jerseys on display. For these fans, it is indeed a grand occasion. The seriousness of their demeanor is a reflection of the stakes at hand, as this match determines whether they can secure their first ever Premier League title. In the face of such a historic moment, the Leeds City supporters found it impossible to relax. Their expressions were tense, marked by anxiety, until the moment the screen illuminated with an image of the Premier League trophy, igniting a stir within Flanders Stadium. Look, the Premier League trophy. My goodness, although I have seen it countless times on television, I never imagined it would be so close to me one day. In truth, the trophy is also being showcased through the lens of the camera, yet for the Leeds City fans, the psychological distance to the trophy no longer feels insurmountable. The champion trophy now stands quietly in a specially prepared room, displayed for all to see through the camera. The trophy glimmers with a silvery sheen, captivating the gaze of every Leeds City supporter as if under a spell. Regardless of where they sat in the stands, all Leeds City fans turned to the screen, their expressions blank and entranced, utterly mesmerized. Levon gazed at the screen and murmured, "I wish I could touch the trophy. I wonder what it feels like. Perhaps as delicate and smooth as my first girlfriend's skin." John cast a sidelong glance at him, then shifted aside, unwilling to stand too close to this oddity. Since both Leeds City and the Stan Park Rangers had the opportunity to claim the Premier League title, the league had dispatched two teams with trophies to the stadium. However, the genuine trophy was destined for Leeds Flanders Stadium, while a replica was headed to the Highlanders, as Leeds City currently held a higher probability of triumph. The shimmering trophy also graced the screens of viewers in China, as He Feng and Yin Kong narrated the scene. Let us hope Leeds City can muster the strength to keep this genuine article at Flanders Stadium, Yin Kong remarked with a hint of jest. After a lengthy season, the momentous conclusion is finally at hand. The players of Leeds City need not concern themselves with the outcomes of the matches involving Stan Park Rangers and the Highlanders. They simply must focus on their own performance. Victory is paramount, for should they win, the championship shall be theirs. In front of the television, Shi Wuyin exclaimed with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. They must win. While the final relegation spot is yet to be decided between Holt and Sitcherts, and the battle for Europa League qualification remains fiercely contested between North London and London Bridge. The most captivating aspect of this final round of league matches undoubtedly revolves around the championship title. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flanders Stadium, where we will witness Leeds City face off against Northumbria. As the players emerged onto the pitch, Matthew Cox proclaimed loudly, "This round of the Premier League will commence simultaneously," meaning that at this very moment, the Highlanders in the north will also be hosting Stan Park Rangers. Both Northumbria and the Highlanders have publicly declared before the match that they will not allow their opponents an easy path to 3 points. Thus, the suspense surrounding the league championship will persist until the final whistle of the last round. In the pre-match press conference, Northumbria's head coach, Michael Harris, addressed the media with a serious demeanor. "After a season of rigorous challenges, our team has grown significantly compared to the beginning of the season. Although we are playing away against a formidable Leeds City, we remain confident in our ability to thwart them on their home turf." As the season reaches its conclusion, Northumbria finds itself in 7th place, a remarkable achievement for a newly promoted team, far exceeding their own expectations. This ranking has greatly bolstered the confidence of Northumbria's squad, as they seem poised to make a significant impact at Leeds City as home ground. As the match commenced, they aggressively pushed towards the Leeds City penalty area, as if it were their own home ground. In Harris's view, Leeds City, for the first time in their history, stands so close to the Premier League title. Their lack of experience may hinder their performance, with tension and anxiety potentially affecting their play. At this moment, should Northumbria capitalize on their momentum, Leeds City could very well falter. However, just 26 minutes into the match, Northumbria's goal was breached first. That marks the 31st goal of the league season. He has scored his 31st league goal this season. The Golden Boot is undoubtedly his. For who? This season has been nothing short of a bountiful harvest. Matthew Cox cheered. He had just been awarded the Player of the Season by the Players Association and the Premier League's official Best Player of the Season. If all goes according to plan, the Premier League Golden Boot will also be his. It's simply astounding. Ladies and gentlemen, can you fathom such a performance from a player experiencing their first complete season in the Premier League? Cox shouted hoarsely, for even with noise-canceling headphones, he was still overwhelmed by the cacophony, uncertain whether his voice was being adequately captured by the microphone. Just as Wuyin struck the football into the goal, a tempest brewed above Flanders Field. This storm engulfed the entire stadium, sweeping everyone into its fervor. Every fan in the stands was swept up in the jubilation, cheering and raising their arms in exultation. Prior to this, however, Flanders Field had been relatively quiet. The Leeds fans were anxious, fearing their team might falter at a crucial moment due to their inexperience. Indeed, all Leeds supporters watching this match were not indulging in enjoyment, but rather were on edge, especially after Stan Park Rangers had taken an early lead against the Highlanders. The news of this development stirred a commotion among the Leeds fans in the stands, which even reached the pitch, compelling Leeds coach, Tony Clark, to admonish them from the sidelines to remain calm. Fortunately, this unrest did not last long, as Wuyin soon scored. Some say Wuyin is merely a goal scorer, with little else to offer. Yet, if a player consistently finds the net at critical junctures, can one not argue that they are indeed playing a pivotal role? Wuyin's goal was a testament to this. It was evident that after his goal, both Leeds players and fans alike breathed a collective sigh of relief. Heaphoon lavished praise on Wuyin's strike. Yet, it was not only the Leeds fans and players who relaxed. All Chinese supporters, including himself, exhaled in relief. Everyone understood clearly, regardless of the outcome of the match between Stan Park Rangers and the Highlanders, as long as Leeds triumphed, we would be crowned champions of the league. This was a confidence born of not having to heed the opinions of others. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Chapter 275. This championship is secured. Damn it. Leeds has scored again. Alas, the spectre lingers. The scorer was who again? This marked his 31st goal of the season. An astonishing feat that altered my perception of Chinese players. Hey, this is not the time for praising the opponent. My apologies. Brooks heard the curses and murmurs emanating from the coaching bench, but he offered no response, remaining focused on the unfolding match. Standing beside him was assistant coach Stephen Brown, who glanced back at the other coaches before saying to Brooks, "It seems Northumbria cannot stop Leeds." Brooks interrupted Brown, preventing him from continuing. "Let us not dwell on that. Stephen, let us focus on our own tasks." In the distance, the large screen at Tiny MP Stadium was displaying the current score of the match. The Highlanders were trailing 0-2 against Stan Park Rangers. As Leeds completed their celebratory run back to their half, the captain, Lorenzo, shouted to his teammates, "Hold on, lads. We have made a promising start, so let us not squander this opportunity." Peter Williams is also urging everyone on. Do not become complacent. We are merely one goal ahead. This score does not guarantee our victory. Let us continue to strive and score. Witnessing this scene from the sidelines, Tony Clark turned to Sam Rander and smiled, saying, "It seems there is no need for you to gesture and remind them any longer." Rander shrugged and replied with a smirk, "If after 2 seasons under your guidance they still do not understand your temperament, then that would truly be a nightmare." He chuckled afterward. Wuyin's goal liberated everyone from their tense and anxious emotions, and even the assistant coach, who usually maintained a stern demeanor, could not help but display a hint of joy. After all, Rander had not accumulated many notable accolades in his coaching career and had seldom encountered grand occasions. The English Premier League Championship was indeed the most impressive highlight of his professional journey. It was evident that the self-motivation displayed by the Leeds City players was not mere performative clapping or shouting slogans. Upon the resumption of the match, they seized the momentum from the goal and launched relentless assaults on the Northumbria goal. During their first league encounter earlier in the season, Northumbria had suffered a surprising 0-2 defeat at home to Leeds City, primarily due to Kamara's unexpected vivacity catching them off guard. Following that match, Northumbria's league performance had been commendable. They had only narrowly lost 0-1 to Stan Park Rangers at home and managed a 3-3 draw with Trained. Alongside a 1-0 victory over Shipyard Port and a 3-1 triumph against North London Wanderers. These outstanding performances had secured their survival in the league early on, and they had even ascended to 7th place in the standings. The players began to entertain thoughts of disrupting Leeds City's success on their home turf, intending to leave a lasting lesson. However, apart from the initial moments of the match, when Leeds City players were somewhat nervous and restrained, Northumbria found themselves thoroughly dominated by Leeds City. It was at this juncture that the Northumbria players, who had hoped to spoil Leeds City's good fortune, came to a profound realization. Leeds City's position at the top of the league was not solely attributable to the underwhelming performances of the other Big Six teams this season. The inherent gap in strength between them and Leeds City was indeed vast. After all, one team was ranked first, while the other sat in 7th. Leeds City's relentless and continuous offensive onslaught left Northumbria's players feeling utterly overwhelmed. In matches against other teams, after a flurry of attacks, there was often a pause for breath, much like a boxer needing a moment to recuperate between punches, allowing for counterattacks. However, facing Leeds City, Northumbria's players felt as if their opponents were not human, but rather an unyielding punching machine, delivering blow after blow. Perhaps each individual punch lacked immense force. Yet the constant barrage was what proved most devastating. This consistent and stable output was truly the most formidable aspect. The sensation experienced by the players of Northumbria is no mere illusion. It is a sentiment echoed by several Premier League teams when facing Leeds City this season. Of course, this is contingent upon Leeds City maintaining their physical fitness, as evidenced in the previous match against Tranmere, where their stamina waned too rapidly, leading to a noticeable decline in performance. This time, Clark has granted the team an additional day of rest to ensure the players can recover thoroughly and prevent a recurrence of their previous fatigue. As the first half neared its conclusion, Leeds City struck again. The goal was netted by Charlie Porter, who seized the opportunity in the penalty area, altering the score to 2-0. Following his goal, Porter removed his shirt once more, showcasing his Eastern incantation to the camera. In that moment, he wholeheartedly believed in Hulai's words, regardless of how others interpret that phrase or its true meaning. For Charlie Porter, it embodies his Eastern mantra, a significant factor in his stellar performance this season. Chinese fans were filled with joy, not merely for Porter's tattoo, but for Leeds City's 2-goal lead, which presented a substantial opportunity for them to maintain their momentum. Heifeng quelled his initial urge to express a boastful sentiment, opting instead for a more tactful approach. Upon returning to the locker room at halftime, the atmosphere among the Stan Park Rangers players was inevitably somber, as they were acutely aware of Leeds City's 2-goal advantage over Northumbria, despite having executed their own game plan effectively in leading 2-0 against the Highlanders. Such efforts seemed feeble in the face of Leeds City's dominance. Brooks observed the despondency among his teammates and clapped his hands to uplift their spirits. Let us not concern ourselves with their progress. Let us focus on our own responsibilities. The rest is in the hands of fate. Stephen Brown, overhearing Brooks, couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, pondering how Scott could suggest that fate be left to divine intervention. It seemed he too felt the daunting challenge of reclaiming the league title from Leeds City. Brown lowered his head, wishing to shield his expression of disappointment from his teammates, not wanting to witness the disheartened faces of those who had toiled throughout the season. As the second half commenced, the Stan Park Rangers players continued their relentless assaults on the Highlanders' goal, seemingly unaffected by the earlier disappointment of Leeds City's lead. Honestly, Stephen, I take immense pride in my players, the head coach, Scott Brooks, remarked to his assistant coach, Stephen Brown, as he watched the unfolding match. Indeed, they have done everything within their power. This season, our performance has been commendable, Scott. Last season, we claimed the title with fewer than 90 points. Yet now we stand at 92 and find ourselves in second place. Leeds City is truly enigmatic. This team is nothing short of extraordinary, Brown mused, covering his mouth in astonishment. Reflecting upon their performance last season, it appears as though this team has undergone a complete transformation, akin to a collective player overhaul. Even with such a drastic change, achieving this level of performance is a remarkable feat, as they must still re-establish their chemistry. Brooks, with a hand over his mouth, remarked, "If you reflect deeply, Stephen, you will realize that the signs of this team's metamorphosis were evident. Their commendable efforts in the latter half of last season, when they fought to avoid relegation, were already promising. With the introduction of several key players this season, It is not surprising that this team has erupted into form. Brown nodded in agreement, acknowledging Brooks's insight. We, along with Manchester Athletic and Tranmere, have underestimated this team, failing to regard Leeds City as a competitor. This oversight caught us off guard when we faced them, leading to a devastating home defeat, which solidified Leeds City's confidence in their championship pursuit, drawing strength from their victory over us. As Brooks spoke, a hushed gasp erupted from the coaching bench behind them. Who has scored again? Leeds City leads Northumbria 3-0. That was the only utterance, and silence quickly ensued. Brooks and Brown exchanged glances, fully aware that the faces on the coaching bench were undoubtedly etched with anguish. Just as Brown was about to speak, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands, unmistakably from the Highlanders supporters. Following the cheer, they began to sing, "Your championship has flown away. Flown away, like a bird that never returns. Never returns. Damn it," Brown cursed, visibly agitated by the song. The players of Stand Park Rangers, upon hearing the Highlanders chant, no longer needed to inquire among their teammates. They understood what had transpired. Clearly, Leeds City had scored yet again, from a 2-goal lead to a 3-goal advantage. With over 20 minutes remaining, the outcome appeared all but assured. This goal symbolized the collapse of Stand Park Rangers' season-long efforts. Their attempt at defending the title had failed. The weight of this setback was immense, and it soon manifested in the players' demeanor. Upon hearing the Highlanders' song, the Rangers players appeared dazed, their focus waning, leading to an increase in unforced errors and a palpable sense of anxiety. Assistant coach Brown furrowed his brow, wishing to shout a reminder, but was restrained by Brooks. "Let it be, Stephen. We cannot demand more from them at this point." Brooks gently shook his head. Sensing the resignation in the head coach's tone, Brown refrained from further protest and stood beside him, ready to endure the final 20 minutes of the season together. As the minutes passed, Stephen suddenly suggested, "Substitute Harry. He should prepare for the World Cup." Brooks nodded in agreement. "Very well." Ho, ho, ho. As who descended from the heavens and executed his signature celebration, the first roar of the crowd reverberated through the stadium. The echoes did not cease as they typically would. Instead, a second and third cheer erupted. The entire stadium resonated with such cries, surging from every direction, completely engulfing the figure on the field. Even the most cautious Leeds United supporters, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but declare with conviction, "This season's Premier League title is undoubtedly ours." Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 276, The Dust Settles. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. As the Leeds players completed their jubilant celebration of the third goal and returned to their half, commentator Matthew Cox remarked on the situation. Although there remained approximately 20 minutes until the final whistle, any rational observer would hardly interpret Cox's statement as a slight against Northumbria. Just observe the Northumbria players. They seemed convinced that victory over Leeds was no longer within their grasp. As the Leeds players reveled in their third goal, the Northumbria team stood frozen, as if turned to stone. They did not even attempt to alert the referee, protesting against the Leeds players' prolonged celebration, which they perceived as a deliberate delay. They simply watched as Leeds celebrated right before their eyes for several minutes. This detail alone reflects that Northumbria had long abandoned any hope of triumph. In truth, they had already secured their safety from relegation, and with no European qualification for the next season, what was left for them to fight for? Initially, they may have sought to thwart Leeds' ambitions, but now, recognizing the vast disparity in strength, they understood that Leeds' championship was beyond their interference. Thus, there was no longer any need to engage in a futile struggle against Leeds. With the players devoid of competitive spirit, was there any suspense left regarding the match's outcome? Certainly not. Hence, Cox felt emboldened to make such assertions, unafraid of being proven wrong. Just 5 minutes after Hulai scored his second goal, Tony Clark substituted him. With approximately 15 minutes remaining in the match, Clark intended for Hulai to bask in the adoration of the fans, enjoying their applause solo. Although Hulai had experienced similar farewells in previous matches, today was markedly different. It was Leeds United's final match of the season and a decisive one for the championship. By substituting Hulai at this moment, Clark expressed his favoritism toward Hulai and rewarded him for his outstanding performance throughout the season. Indeed, as Hulai departed, the entire Leeds crowd rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for him. In the private box at Flanders Stadium, Yong-jun, after applauding Hulai, turned his gaze toward the esteemed guests in the box, who were also applauding. This scene filled Yong-jun with a sense of nostalgia. He recalled the first time he and Hu Lai stepped into the city of Leeds, and the initial reception Hu Lai had received from the fans. The fact that the club had to exert effort to invite Chinese students to the joining ceremony underscores how unwelcome Hu Lai's arrival was perceived. Jun was genuinely concerned for Hu Lai. After all, it is no small challenge for a newcomer to offend the fans while attempting to acclimate to an unfamiliar environment. However, what appeared daunting to him was effortlessly resolved by Hu Lai. He recalled Hu Lai's words, "Uncle Yong, football is quite simple. If you perform well, people will like and support you. If the Leeds fans do not favor me, so what? Will they refrain from cheering when I score for the team?" Indeed, this young man had hit the nail on the head. Once he began to score goal after goal, even those Leeds fans who had initially harbored biases against him shifted their allegiance. Just look at the magnificent scene now. It is all a result of Hu Lai's goals. In just 1.5 seasons with the team, he has netted 43 goals and provided 3 assists, aiding the team in securing their Premier League status and ultimately clinching the championship. Reflecting on this, Jun let out a gentle sigh, followed by a smile. This young man seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to simplify complex issues, transforming them into goals. Perhaps it is because, at heart, Hu Lai remains a youth, unburdened by convoluted thoughts. Much like his playing style, he focuses solely on perfecting one task, excelling in it to the utmost. In the face of such determination, many difficulties are effortlessly overcome. As Jun spent more time with Hu Lai, he increasingly realized that this purity and focus were the paramount reasons for Hu Lai's success. Professional football is, after all, a vast arena of fame and fortune, where few can wholly resist the allure of its glittering distractions. Particularly in youth when one is prone to meander, the distinction lies in those who can navigate back to the right path from their detours, and those who become utterly lost along the way. Yet, amidst this dazzling world, Hu Lai has never lost his sense of direction. He seems to know which path to tread and in what direction to move. Honestly, when Jun recognized Hu Lai's remarkable clarity, he immediately thought of Shi Wuyin. Had Shi Wuyin possessed such lucidity during his youth, how much further he might have soared. He would not be 26, and only now venturing abroad to join a team languishing in the lower echelons of La Liga. Nonetheless, Jun also understood that Shi Wuyin was fortunate, for he had emerged from his detours and returned to the right path. Many other talents like him have faded into obscurity. When Jun emerged from his reverie, he noticed that Hu Lai had returned to the bench. The Leeds fans in the stands had redirected their attention to the match, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that their minds were no longer on the game. Their thoughts were consumed by the upcoming awards ceremony and the celebrations that would follow. The Leeds supporters stood in the stands, singing and dancing, exuberantly performing nearly every cheer they could muster. A Premier League match unexpectedly transformed into a concert. While English fans are particularly adept at conveying their emotions through song, the intensity of singing witnessed in this instance was remarkably rare. It vividly illustrated the excitement coursing through the supporters of Leeds City. After cycling through their repertoire of songs, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, as they found themselves devoid of further melodies. Eyes lifted to the clock, revealing that the match had entered stoppage time. With mere moments remaining, the Leeds supporters fell silent, solemnly awaiting the final whistle, poised to embrace the most pivotal moment of their fan existence. Their anticipation was short-lived. As the 3 minutes of added time drew to a close, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded. Cox exclaimed with fervor, marking a new chapter in the annals of Premier League history. Leeds City had clinched the championship. Along this journey, they triumphed over traditional giants such as the Queen's Park Rangers, Tranmere, and Manchester Athletic, as well as formidable newcomers like Northumbria, and they had trampled the established mid-tier teams. The match ended with Leeds as champions. Hu Lai is the Premier League champion. Splendid. Marvelous. The first Premier League title for a Chinese player. The inaugural Premier League championship for an Asian player. Remarkable. Hu Lai. Extraordinary. You are not only the hope of the entire village of Chinese football, but also a beacon of hope for Asian football. The Chinese audience was met with the ecstatic roars of Hifeng. Although many recognized that Leeds City's championship was secure when Hu Lai was substituted, the reality of that moment ignited an uncontrollable thrill. At that instant, countless fans across China shed tears of joy or erupted in exuberant shouts, downing their drinks in celebration. Many among them were not originally Leeds supporters. Some even hailed from rival factions, the Premier League's Big Six. Yet, in that moment, They set aside their former rivalries and stood united in the same trench. After all, beyond their identities as fans of respective Premier League powerhouses, they were all compatriots. They shared in Hulai's success with immense pride, as he represented their own. This profound sense of national pride was an experience that had eluded many Chinese fans in the wake of previous Premier League triumphs, marking a novel sentiment for them. At the Flanders Stadium, as the referee's whistle pierced the air 3 times, deafening cheers erupted from the stands. Almost immediately, Leeds fans surged across the LED advertising boards, flooding onto the pitch. Like a beacon, an increasing tide of Leeds supporters poured into the stadium, reminiscent of a dam breaking free. In a remarkably brief span of time, the fervent fans surged down from the stands, flooding onto the pitch, filling the verdant field with their exuberance. These ardent supporters sought out every player from Leeds City, embracing them, exchanging high fives, capturing photographs, and hoisting them aloft in celebration. The seasoned Hulai, aware that the fans were not there to disrupt him, offered no resistance, allowing himself to be lifted and reveling in the shared joy with the crowd. Perched upon the shoulders of his admirers, he gazed out over the sea of faces, witnessing the throng of enthusiastic smiles. The last occasion they had surged into the stadium was to commemorate their successful relegation battle. This time, however, they had gathered to celebrate their triumph as champions of the Premier League. An overwhelming sense of accomplishment enveloped him, warm and gratifying. "Oh, we are the champions." He raised his fist, exulting to the ecstatic fans. As the tidal wave of supporters receded, the pitch returned to its former state. The stadium announcements repeatedly reminded the Leeds City fans, after capturing precious moments with their idols and sharing embraces, to return to their seats. They retraced their exuberant steps across the LED advertising boards, their faces aglow with excitement. Among them were older women, some not even clad in Leeds City jerseys, merely dressed in their everyday attire. One hand grasped a tote bag, while the other steadied against the LED board as they maneuvered to cross over. It felt as if they had merely stepped out to purchase groceries and, captivated by the thrilling match, momentarily forgot their errands. Once all fans had vacated the playing area, the Leeds City players returned to the dressing room for a brief respite, preparing for the moment they would lift the trophy. The players, unable to contain their elation, danced and sang, celebrating their championship triumph. Naturally, Hulai could only dance, as he was forbidden from singing, lest he dampen the joyous spirit of their victory. Although he felt this was unjust, he realized he could not contend against the collective might of his teammates, and thus resigned himself to silence, lamenting the scarcity of understanding companions. While the Leeds City players celebrated in the dressing room, staff hurriedly erected the stage on the pitch. The coveted championship trophy was carefully escorted from its small chamber and placed upon the podium. The television cameras focused intently on it, while the Leeds City fans in the stands directed their gaze towards the gleaming trophy. Even the raucous players in the dressing room fell silent when they caught sight of the broadcast. "I never imagined that one day in my career, I would have the opportunity to touch this trophy with my own hands. If this season were merely a beautiful dream, I would pray to the heavens to let me remain in eternal slumber, never to awaken. But alas, this is not a dream. We have truly secured the league championship," Captain Lorenzo said with a smile. As a professional player who has never been selected for the Italian national team, Lorenzo Esposito has remained relatively obscure in Italy. Otherwise, he would not have ended up playing for Leeds United, then in the championship. Unexpectedly, as his career approached its twilight, he received the most significant honor of his professional journey. His unremarkable career finally found its purpose. Jay Adams gazed at the trophy on the television screen, marveling at the fact that he could lift the league championship trophy in his very first season with Leeds United. It was simply extraordinary. Moreover, he played an indispensable role in this championship-winning team, delivering exceptional performances. He recalled the feelings he experienced upon learning that he had been sold to Leeds United by London Bridge, a calm exterior concealing a heart heavy with despair. He believed he was merely coming to serve as a substitute for a younger prodigy, resigning himself to a career spent languishing on the bench. Yet, upon arrival, head coach Clark instructed him to alter his position and become a starter. Hesitant yet obedient to the coach's directive, his career embarked on a remarkable renaissance. Adams no longer lamented his inability to return to the attacking midfield position. He resolved to excel in the defensive midfield role, determined to reclaim the promising self he once was. Charlie Porter, eyes gleaming at the trophy, exclaimed excitedly, "As league champions, Surely the ladies at the nightclub will be more welcoming to me now. Hu Lai doused his enthusiasm. You're mistaken, Charlie. That has nothing to do with being league champions. Laughter erupted among the group. Amidst the mirth, everyone gazed at the shimmering trophy, as if they could glimpse their innermost thoughts reflected within its brilliance. When Hu Lai beheld the trophy, he thought, damn, why hasn't the system issued any tasks regarding the league championship? Does it underestimate me, Hu Lai? Does it think we cannot achieve the league title? Now that the league was concluded, he had scored 32 goals this season and secured the Premier League Golden Boot. He had successfully completed the 2 tasks set forth by the system at the season's onset, scoring 30 goals and winning the Premier League Golden Boot. This not only spared him from point deductions, but also earned him a total of 620,000 points, a considerable windfall. Yet, Hu Lai remained unsatisfied. With the World Cup looming, he needed to purchase numerous items to bolster the team's combat effectiveness. Thus his desire for points was insatiable. The more, the better. Before winning the league title, he had not considered the system tasks, but now, he found himself feeling somewhat resentful. The podium was meticulously prepared, and the Leeds United players, dressed in their attire, emerged from the locker room. Amidst the thunderous cheers and uplifting music, they ascended the podium to receive their well-deserved championship medals. The players of Leeds City, who have never clinched a league title, meticulously examined their gold medals after receiving them, comparing the distinctions among their prizes. Hu Lai sighed while holding his medal, catching the attention of Charlie Porter beside him. What else with the sigh? Porter inquired, puzzled. I just feel that the Premier League is rather stingy, Hu Lai responded. Stingy? Porter was bewildered. In China, every player who wins the league title not only receives a gold medal, but also possesses a league champion trophy. Hu Lai elucidated. Porter's eyes widened in astonishment. Everyone gets one? A champion trophy? Indeed, it's specifically designed for the victorious players to take home and display when you host guests. They'll immediately know you've won the league title. How impressive, Hu Lai remarked. I have a trophy from the Chinese Super League at home, prominently displayed by my mother. She had hoped I could bring back an English Premier League trophy, but alas, I could only manage this small gold medal. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Porter glanced at the diminutive gold medal in his hand, reflecting that, according to Hu Lai's description, the notion of having a Premier League champion trophy for each player made his previously cherished gold medal seem less appealing. As the Leeds City players approached one by one to receive their medals, the fans in the stands were jubilantly watching. Levon in the north stand exclaimed, if I could take home a Premier League champion medal, I would gladly sacrifice a year of my life. I'd trade 2 years. John shouted, 5 years for me. I'd be willing to forfeit 10. Wow, are you guys serious? Levon was taken aback. At this rate, a championship would cost 10 years. What if Leeds City wins again? That would be 20 years gone. John scoffed, it's just talk. I wouldn't actually give up 20 years. Besides, I'm not asking for much. A single championship would bring me joy for a long time. I don't aspire for more titles. John's sentiment resonated with many, as the prospect of Leeds City winning a Premier League title had surpassed the wildest imaginations of most fans. They were easily satisfied, and one Premier League title was more than enough for them. As for Levon's usual banter about winning several championships, it was best not to take it to heart. Neil Mullins stood alone in the stands of Flanders Stadium, surrounded by jubilant Leeds City fans with whom he was unacquainted. Although he was a season ticket holder for Leeds City, his work commitments often prevented him from attending matches. After all, once the truck was in motion, weekends were a luxury. He had precious little time to enjoy moments at home with his wife and children. Most of his days were spent in his truck, a Volvo, which had become his second home. Occasionally, he would return to the company depot to rest, and then set off again on another assignment. Day after day, year after year, he had become accustomed to this nomadic existence. Yet, out of loyalty to his hometown team, even if he could not attend the matches in person, he still purchased a season ticket. This habit has been ingrained since the time when Leeds City played in England's third-tier league, League One. He could only contribute to the team in such a modest manner. However, on this occasion, he remarkably set aside his commitments, driving his large truck from London back to Leeds solely to witness a historic moment in Leeds football. His trailer truck is now parked in the designated area for buses outside the stadium, while he himself is seated in the stands, having just enjoyed the match. Surrounded by strangers, it matters not. Within the stands of Flanders Field, they are united as Leeds City supporters, sharing in the collective breath and fate with fellow fans. They cheer for every splendid performance by the Leeds City players. As Hula executed his signature celebration, he joined the other fans in a harmonious chorus of hoo. These moments, previously experienced only through television broadcasts or highlight reels, he now savors in person, imparting a sense of fulfillment. No regrets, huh? No regrets. Neil Mullen laughed joyfully, feeling no different from the unfamiliar Leeds City supporters beside him. It's coming, David Miller suddenly exclaimed. The jovial companions immediately fell silent, turning their gaze to the central podium. There stood Leeds City captain Lorenzo Esposito, stepping forward to the trophy. In unison, the Leeds City fans in the stands began to quietly chant, "WOO." As Lorenzo's hands touched the trophy, the volume crescendoed. With the captain lifting the trophy, the cheers reached a euphoric peak. Streamers erupted from behind the podium, and the stadium sound system resonated with the classic "We Are the Champions." Matthew Cox shouted, "Congratulations, Leeds City. They are the champions of the 2025-2026 Premier League season. Welcome to the ranks of champions." This is a victory for the common people. A new chapter in Premier League history. Chapter 278. The birth of a tradition. Yesterday marked the conclusion of the 2025-2026 Premier League season, with Leeds City, an underdog, unexpectedly claiming the championship after 38 fierce rounds of competition. Following the trophy presentation, Flanders Field transformed into a sea of joy, with fans reluctant to depart. Ultimately, they followed the team's bus for a city parade, which, of course, encountered a few unexpected incidents, including minor traffic accidents. Given that this is Leeds City's first Premier League title, such occurrences are understandable. Still, I must remind everyone to prioritize safety. The television broadcast displayed scenes from last night's victory parade. Young Matthew, carrying a sports bag filled with jerseys and shoes, dashed down the stairs to catch a glimpse, only to find his father absent from the television. He inquired of his mother in the kitchen, "Mom, where's Dad? Wasn't he supposed to take me to training?" "He is outside preparing the car," my mother gestured towards the yard. Young Matthew rushed out, and there he found his father, David Miller, crouched beside the driver's door of their Citroën, meticulously applying a decorative sticker. In the areas already adorned, young Matthew discerned the emblem of Leeds United. And as his father gradually smoothed the design next to the emblem, he began to recognize it as the Premier League trophy. David Miller, wholly absorbed in his task, remained oblivious to his son's presence. Satisfied with his handiwork, he gazed at the Premier League trophy beside the Leeds emblem with growing delight. Consequently, he began to hum the Leeds anthem. "We love you, Leeds, Leeds, Leeds. We have journeyed together through the ups and downs until the earth ceases to spin." As he hummed, he stood to return, only to be met by the astonished gaze of his son, Matthew. After a moment of shock, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "When did you come out?" Matthew regained his composure and teased, "Dad, I heard everything. To be honest, your singing is on par with whose. I've heard people at the club say who sings terribly." David Miller shot a stern look at his son. "Is this how you regard our team as championship hero?" Matthew widened his eyes in disbelief. "No way. Dad, seriously? Who was it that said he was just here to sell jerseys?" Taking a deep breath, David clenched his teeth and replied, "If you don't want to walk to training today, you'd better keep quiet." Taking the hint, Matthew quickly opened the rear door, tossing himself and his sports bag inside, exclaiming, "You're the best, Dad." David Miller, standing outside the car, found his son's antics both amusing and infuriating. Deciding not to argue further, he climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove towards Leeds United's training facility. On their way, they passed numerous vehicles of various makes, models, prices, and classes, yet all shared a commonality. Each bore stickers celebrating Leeds United's triumph. When such cars met, their drivers would honk in camaraderie. Beep beep. Forward. Honk honk. Leeds. This was the secret signal among Leeds fans. 2 honks and 2 responses signified shared allegiance. The drivers would exchange knowing smiles as they passed, each continuing on their way. Throughout the journey, David Miller lost count of how many times he honked, engaging with numerous Leeds fans from afar. He even noticed someone on the roadside taking a picture of his car, undoubtedly captivated by the decorative sticker on the driver's side. Proudly, he rolled down the window and gave a thumbs up to the onlookers. This gesture, along with the sticker, was captured in a snapshot. Suddenly, from the back seat, Matthew, who had been engrossed in his phone, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, someone has actually bought Leeds United's championship merchandise even before the season has begun." At that moment, The odds were 5,000 to 1. The truck driver who won the prize claimed he would continue driving, which seemed quite insane. If I possessed such wealth, I would certainly abandon my studies. A deep grunt from my father interrupted. No, I meant, if I won such a fortune, I would undoubtedly buy you a new car, Dad. With odds of 5,000 to 1, he wagered £200, and now that amounts to £1 million. Father, as a devoted Leeds United fan, why didn't you think to place a bet back then? Who could have anticipated Leeds United would clinch the championship? David Miller scoffed. Neither did Neil Mullen. Young Matthew pointed at his phone, stating that during an interview, he mentioned betting was merely a way to express his support for the team. Father, look at the love he has for the club. Shut up. Young Matthew grinned, and then turned his gaze towards the window, exclaiming, so many people at Red Chili. Wang Haoshi, Pei Yu, and Song Xinghe all looked up at the restaurant sign hanging on the wall. Red Chili. Wang Haoshi exclaimed excitedly. A pilgrimage to the holy land of Chinese football. Let us go. He waved his hand dramatically and led the way inside. Following behind, Song Xinghe commented. What pilgrimage to the holy land of Chinese football? Clearly, he is just looking for an excuse to eat at Red Chili. Pei Yu chuckled. I see no fault in commemorating the first Premier League title of Chinese players by indulging in Chinese cuisine. The trio entered the restaurant, collectively gasping in awe. The establishment was nearly full, bustling with chatter. The waitstaff had to hustle to attend to the guests, ensuring that no one felt neglected. Moreover, as they glanced around, they noticed many patrons were not East Asian like Wang Haoshi and his friends, but rather local Leeds residents. Wang Haoshi was taken aback, realizing that Red Chili held a significant status among the locals, yet he had never seen so many foreigners dining there at once. Song Xinghe remarked beside him, Old Wang, why did you choose to eat at Red Chili? That explains their presence here. Just then, a waiter passed by, glanced at them, and said, sorry, we're fully booked. Would you like to wait outside? Without further ado, he rushed towards the kitchen, disregarding the three students who were of a similar age. Wang Haoshi, Song Xinghe, and Pei Yu stepped back and began to queue outside. Soon, others joined them in line. Let us take a group photo first, Wang Haoshi suggested, pulling out his phone and gesturing for his roommates to come closer. They gathered together, posing against the backdrop of the Red Chili restaurant sign, capturing the moment. Wang Haoshi then lowered his head to his phone, posting on social media. Pilgrimage to the holy land of Chinese football, the designated restaurant for the Leeds United celebration feast. Red Chili. Following the conclusion of the championship celebration parade yesterday, the entire Leeds City team promptly reassembled at the Red Pepper restaurant. This marks the second consecutive season in which the entire team has dined collectively at this establishment, raising questions about whether this has become a new tradition for Leeds City. Naturally, after the meal, who clarified during our interview that this was merely a small wager between him and the head coach, Clark. Prior to the season, Clark had bet him that if he could secure the title of top scorer, he would treat him to a meal at Red Pepper. However, somehow this information leaked, and what was initially intended as a meal for just him transformed into a feast for the entire team. Nevertheless, I consider this a splendid collective activity. A post-season dinner funded by the head coach for all players can foster camaraderie, uplift morale, and enhance the relationship between players and coaches, allowing for better collaboration in their future endeavors. Although we initially misjudged the situation, I believe Leeds City might genuinely contemplate establishing this as a tradition worth upholding. After all, one aspect has undeniably become a tradition for Leeds City, the panda mascot that competed with Hu in a juggling contest during his joining ceremony. Since Hu's arrival, this panda has been a constant presence at every home match, joyfully cheering for the team. Over time, Leeds City fans have grown accustomed to this endearing figure at the sidelines, with many believing that the panda brings good fortune, contributing to the team's victories. Thus, what began as a commercial act has seamlessly evolved into a new tradition for the club. So, why shouldn't the team's collective dinner at Red Pepper after the season evolve into a new tradition? Regardless of its original intent, when an action is repeated numerous times, a tradition is established. Much like the New Yorkers' Christmas tradition of dining on Chinese food, which originated from the Jewish community's observance of the holiday. When most restaurants are closed and only Chinese eateries remain open, what started as an individual or family habit eventually transformed into a citywide tradition. What does it matter if there was no tradition before? Creating a new tradition from scratch is entirely feasible. Just as Leeds City once had an unremarkable history, like a blank slate, they now boast the Premier League championship. Perhaps, years from now, This championship will mark the inception of Leeds City's legacy of triumphs. Leeds City Gazette columnist Jason Lowe's article The Birth of a Tradition, Chapter 279, National Team Training Roster. Zhou Shanghai glanced at the advertisement playing on the television before turning his gaze towards his son's bedroom. He then stood up and walked over to knock on the ajar door. "Aren't you going to watch the training roster announcement? What is so interesting about it?" Zhou Ziyuan replied without turning his head, lounging in bed and engrossed in his phone. "Wasn't Shi Wuyin present at the venue to watch your match against the Blue Moon in the first 2 rounds? Perhaps the guidance is here to assess our team's son and the players from Blue Moon? Sun Rong is merely the national team's substitute goalkeeper. What is there to evaluate? Moreover, you have performed commendably this season with the Mariners. How could they possibly overlook you?" Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Ziyuan finally set aside his phone, turned over, and gazed at him. "Dad, this is the training roster for the World Cup. Do you realize how many people have fought tooth and nail for a spot on this list? Yes. I scored 3 goals and provided 3 assists in the Chinese Super League this season. The statistics seem decent, but so what?" He shrugged. "Our team's captain Jiang, an old national player, is desperately seeking connections just to get back on the national team. Do you have any idea how many are vying for this World Cup spot? There's no chance for me." With a heavy sigh, Zhou Ziyuan rolled back onto his bed, resuming his game. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Shanghai shook his head, refraining from further persuasion, and returned to the living room sofa to continue watching the television broadcast of the Chinese national team's World Cup training roster announcement. The advertisements had concluded, and the scene shifted back to the press conference. The host, also a renowned football commentator from CCTV, He Feng, expressed his excitement. "Dear viewers, welcome to the announcement of the Chinese national team's World Cup training roster. Today, we shall unveil the 30-player list from which the final 23 will emerge to represent China at the 23rd World Cup in the United States and Canada." In his bedroom, lying on the bed while playing games, Zhou Ziyuan muted his phone and remained perfectly still, secretly straining to listen. The announcement of the national team's training list has garnered immense attention from all sectors of society, reflecting the significance of football in the hearts of the populace. Thus, the coaching staff of the Chinese national team has compiled this training list with a professional and responsible attitude. On the television, He Feng continued to brief the audience about the details of this training roster. However, Xia Xiaoyu's mother sat anxiously in front of the television. "Oh dear. Enough with the chatter. Just announce the list already." Her husband remained silent, yet his expression mirrored her impatience. In truth, they were unaware whether their son, Xia Xiaoyu, would be selected for the training list. In recent days, online discussions have been rampant, with some asserting confidently that Xia Xiaoyu would undoubtedly make the roster, citing his stable and rapid progress during his 2.5 seasons at Shining Stars. Why shouldn't he be included in the World Cup training squad? Conversely, others argued that with so many seasoned players in Chinese football, more experienced and renowned than him, vying for the World Cup, how could a young player like Xia Xiaoyu possibly be chosen? To speak candidly, even if Xia Xiaoyu does not make it this time, opportunities will arise in the future. But what of those veterans? This may well be their only chance in a lifetime. As parents, they naturally wish for their child to participate in the World Cup, which is why they are glued to the television, awaiting the announcement of the training roster. They would have preferred a simple press release with the list instead of this elaborate announcement ceremony. It seems more likely that the Football Association is merely seeking to capitalize on advertising revenue, Xia Xiaoyu's mother murmured, and as her words faded, He Feng completed his introduction, only for the television broadcast to cut to a commercial. Look, she exclaimed, her finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. "Xiaoyu, aren't you going to watch the training roster announcement?" Wang Guangwei called from the living room, holding a remote for the projector and television box, his voice rising as he shouted upstairs. Soon, Xia Xiaoyu rushed down from above, yet she did not fully enter the living room. Instead, she stood at the corner of the staircase, explaining to Wang Guangwei from a distance, "I'm not going to watch it, Brother Wang. I'm not on the list anyway." After saying this, she turned to head back up, but was embraced by Zhang Qinghuan, who wrapped his arms around her neck. "Since you have nothing else to do, you might as well watch. As a member of the National Olympic team, it is your duty to concern yourself with the significant matters of Chinese football." With that, he held on to Xia Xiaoyu and guided her down the stairs, simultaneously instructing Wang Guangwei, "Old Wang, turn on the TV." Morikawa Junpei followed them down and encouraged Xia Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, always hold on to hope. believe that wonderful things will happen. He paused for a moment before adding, if, unfortunately, you are not selected, treat this setback as motivation to continue moving forward. As they spoke, the four of them settled onto the sofa in front of the projection screen. The projection screen illuminated, revealing the scene of the announcement ceremony. The national team coach, Shi Wuyin, strode onto the stage to the stirring sounds of music, holding a piece of paper. The television broadcast quickly zoomed in on the white printed sheet. Everyone knew this was the much-anticipated World Cup training roster. Unfortunately, the list was folded, concealing the names within. It's coming. At that moment, countless viewers perked up in front of their televisions. Even Xia Xiaoyu felt a surge of nerves. Although she had often expressed her lack of hope regarding participating in this World Cup, who could truly resist the allure of the event? Who could remain indifferent to the opportunity of attending the World Cup? Even while stating, "I'm not on the list," a flicker of hope and fantasy lingered in her heart. Perhaps, once on stage, Shi Wuyin wasted no time. He unfolded the list in his hands, glanced briefly at the camera, and then lowered his gaze to read the names one by one. Each name he announced was accompanied by the player's photo, position, and club information displayed on the large circular screen behind him. Goalkeeper, Hao De, Sun Rong, Lin Zhiyuan, Chen Farren. Defender, Yao Huaxing, Mao Junzheng, Wang Guangwei. When Wang Guangwei heard his name called, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Zhang Qinghuan and the others did not cheer or congratulate him. After all, this was not an unexpected outcome. Given Wang Guangwei's current performance in both club and national team, it would have been surprising had he not been selected for the training roster. Not only Wang Guangwei, but Zhang Qinghuan also felt certain about his inclusion in the training list. This was a 30-player training roster compiled by the national team coaching staff, selecting 30 players who had excelled in the league to gather for training. Then, 23 players who meet the tactical requirements of the team, exhibit exceptional performance, and maintain good health will be selected to form the final roster for the World Cup. The names of the goalkeepers and defenders have already been announced, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over Xia Xiaoyu's parents. Their son is neither a defender nor a goalkeeper, so they paid no heed to the names previously mentioned. Their minds solely focused on the impending announcement of the midfield players. Midfielder, Zhang Qinghuan. As Zhang Qinghuan gazed at his photograph on the screen, his expression remained stoic. Yet he cast a furtive glance at Xia Xiaoyu, noticing the evident tension taking hold of him. After a moment's contemplation, he chose silence. This was not the time for jesting. Patience was required. Whether to congratulate or console, the ultimate outcome would be revealed in less than a minute. Lu Jiao, Jiang Wanqing, Zhou Shanghai. Upon seeing the name and image of Jiang Wanqing, the captain of the Shanghai Mariners, could not help but swiftly glance towards his son's bedroom. It seemed that his son had indeed predicted the return of this veteran to the national training squad, a player who had been overlooked since Shi Wuyin's appointment. Could it be that Shi Wuyin had attended the match specifically to observe Jiang Wanqing? Gui Jianfu, Xia Xiaoyu. At the moment Shi Wuyin announced this name, Xia Xiaoyu's parents were momentarily taken aback, only to exchange incredulous glances when they saw their son's image on the television screen. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they turned back to the screen. Indeed, it was their son. How wonderful. The couple embraced joyfully. Ah, Wang Guangwei exclaimed. Huh. Zhang Qinghuan playfully patted Xia Xiaoyu on the back. Yoshi, Sichuan Junping, caught up in the excitement, inadvertently slipped into his native language. Xia Xiaoyu stood in stunned silence, gazing at his image projected on the screen. Zhou Zijing maintained his previous lounging position, frozen in place as he eavesdropped on the commotion outside, fearful that even the slightest movement might drown out the sounds emanating from the television. He was reluctant to ask his father to turn up the volume, especially after having just presented a cool facade. Should his father discover he was eavesdropping, his carefully crafted image would be shattered. Then he heard the name of his teammate from the national under-23 team, Xia Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had truly made it onto the training list. Following his initial astonishment, Zhou Zijing's mind began to race uncontrollably. If Xiaoyu had been chosen, could it be? He heard the sound of Shi's voice continuing to announce names outside, and he involuntarily held his breath. Forward, Hu Lai, Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, Gao Chen. One familiar name after another was called out, and Zhou Zijing suddenly realized he had forgotten to keep count, unaware of how many of the 30 spots remained. An overwhelming worry gripped him. What if there were no more names to follow after this one? Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Shanghai clasped his hands before his mouth, fixated on the television screen, his body trembling slightly, a clear sign of taut muscles. Although he often dampens his son's spirits when the boy becomes overly confident, reminding him that missing this World Cup is not an insurmountable setback and that he is still young with ample opportunities ahead. The moment has arrived. And Zhou Shanghai cannot help but worry for his son, feeling a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, just as he finds himself lost in thought. A familiar name echoes in his ears, Zhou Zijing. His eyes quickly fixate on the screen, and indeed, he sees a photograph of his son. Thud! A heavy object crashes to the ground from his son's bedroom. Chapter 280. Truly amusing and delightfully charming, the 30 national team players selected for training will convene in Annong, Jincheng on the 15th, where they will also engage in warm-up matches against 2 teams. Following the training in Jincheng, the national team will announce the final roster of 23 players, before embarking on a journey to Shanghai and then to the United States for the 23rd North American World Cup. Xiaolon did not watch the live broadcast of the training list announcement the previous night, confident that her son would undoubtedly be included in the national training squad. Not only the training list, but even the final roster of 23 would surely feature Hu Lai. Hence, Xiaolon was unconcerned about who made the training list. Her thoughts were elsewhere. Upon seeing the news, she picked up her phone to message her son. Dear, I read in the news that the national team training is in Jincheng. Before long, she received a reply from Hu Lai. Yes, Mom. Since Jincheng is so close to Dongchuan, are you coming back? I'll be home. I plan to stay for 2 days before heading to Jincheng to join the national team. Seeing this response, a smile blossomed on Xiaolan's face as she continued to tap on her phone screen. When will you return? Will you be coming back with Li Qingqing like last year? After asking, she anxiously stared at the chat interface, her expression mirroring that of a gambler fixated on the rolling dice in a casino, her eyes wide open, repeatedly wishing. Together, 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 together. Yes, I will be returning with Li Qingqing. Yay. Xiaolon could not help but pump her fist in triumph. Hearing the commotion, Hu Lisan looked up in surprise. Did you win at Dodiju again? It's you who wins at Dodiju. I was asking when our son is coming back. Xiaolon shot a glance at her husband and resumed typing. That's great. I was just wondering how to pick you up. You and Li Qingqing can come back together, so you can ride in her car. Look at you. You're so happy he is coming home. I thought you won a game of cards. Hu Lisan chuckled. Are you not happy that our son is coming home? Xiaolon shot back. Of course I am, but I wouldn't be so overjoyed as to pump my fist. Hu Lisan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had a point. Even after normalizing his relationship with his son, his reserved nature made it difficult for him to express emotions as exuberantly as his wife did. Ignoring her husband, Xiaolon glanced back at her phone, where her son's reply had come through. Huh? Mom, didn't you buy a car? Why can't you come pick me up? I recently purchased a car, and I am still somewhat apprehensive about my driving skills. The journey from Dongchuan to Jincheng spans 300 kilometers round trip, and I fear my inexperience may compromise safety. It is imperative that you avoid any mishaps at this moment. Very well, I shall speak with Li Qingqing about this. Observing her son reluctantly acquiesce, Xiaolon furrowed her brow in frustration. Why can't this obstinate boy understand? He behaves like a child who never matures. It is truly exasperating. Do inform me once you receive any news, she urged with concern. Agreed. I will let you know, he promised, and with that assurance, Xiaolon set her phone down, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Leaning back on the sofa, a blissful smile adorned her face. Just then, Hu Lisan interjected. By the way, since you are driving to pick him up, it seems you have developed a penchant for driving since acquiring the car. Haven't you always longed to venture further? Here lies an opportunity, from Dongchuan to the eastern Dongxing Airport in the southern part of Jincheng, traversing the entirety of the city. Hu Lisan had not realized until now that since his wife began driving, she had developed such a fervor for it, regardless of the traffic. She insisted on driving to work. In her words, even if stuck in gridlock, sitting in her own car, enjoying the air conditioning and music, was far preferable to being jostled among a crowd on public transport. Moreover, during inclement weather, she could simply glide into the underground parking garage, escaping the rain entirely. In addition to her daily commute, every weekend, she delighted in taking him on excursions, exploring the outskirts of Dongchuan, and was now planning to embark on longer road trips. Presently, she spends her free time online, watching videos of solo bicycle tours across China, which leaves Hu Lisan apprehensive that one day, upon returning home from work, he may find that his wife has vanished, leaving behind only a note stating her intent to bicycle across the country. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan shook her head. I cannot pick him up. The car is broken. Broken? Hu Lixin was taken aback. Wasn't it functioning well just yesterday? It broke down after I drove it back yesterday. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I did not wish to cause you concern. Then why didn't you take it to be repaired today? It's not a significant issue. I inquired at the dealership. They said to let it rest overnight and restart it, and it should be fine. Hu Lixin frowned. What sort of nonsense is that? If there's a problem with the car, simply restarting it isn't a solution. This isn't a Tesla? Oh, never mind. Just don't worry about it. After all, you wouldn't comprehend. Xiaolan preferred not to discuss it further. Is it functioning now? It should be. Should be? All right. It will definitely be fine. If that is the case, why can't you go to pick him up? Although it may be functioning now, who can predict if issues will arise again? Typically, my daily commute is inconsequential, but this journey to retrieve our son is quite far. What if we encounter problems along the way? Wouldn't that be a hassle? Thus, I will refrain from picking him up and let him return by taxi, Xiaolan explained. Her reasoning convincingly swayed her husband, and Hu Lixin nodded gravely. Indeed, it is prudent to be cautious. With the World Cup approaching, their son, as the cornerstone of the Chinese team, must not endure any setbacks. While minor scrapes and bruises are inevitable in everyday life, during this crucial time, even the slightest injury is unacceptable. After all, there exist precedents in the world of football for players who have missed the World Cup due to foolish reasons. Your consideration is indeed thoughtful. Ultimately, Hu Lixin also praised his wife. Xiaolan noticed a message just received from her son on her phone. Mom, I've made plans with Li Qingqing to return to Dongchuan together, so you need not worry about me. Her face lit up with joy, of course. When Li Qingqing met Hu Lai at the airport in Paris, she said nothing and simply smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. What is up? Hu Lai was perplexed by Li Qingqing's laughter, and soon he found himself laughing as well, asking amidst his amusement, What are you laughing at? And what about you? Li Qingqing inquired with a smile. You started it, he replied. Haven't you heard a particular song, Hu Lai? Li Qingqing maintained her smile while asking. What song? You look so funny, Hu Lai responded with confusion. Upon seeing the myriad of question marks on Hu Lai's face, Li Qingqing furrowed her brow. No way. Hu Lai, you really haven't heard that song. It was quite popular. What on earth? You mean you look beautiful when you laugh? Hu Lai retorted angrily. That's entirely different. The original title was meant to compliment others, yet you are clearly mocking me. Li Qingqing paused for a moment, finally realizing, but soon she could not contain her laughter, doubling over as she clutched her stomach. What are you laughing at now? Hu Lai asked, exasperated. Ha. The phrase you look beautiful when you laugh and you look funny. Huh? They seem quite fitting. Li Qingqing squatted on the ground, almost pounding it with her hand. What is so fitting about that? Li Qingqing, your focal points are peculiar. And your sense of humor is quite odd as well. All right, stop laughing, or we'll attract attention. Hu Lai, wearing a mask, helplessly raised his hands, as curious glances from nearby individuals were already directed their way. Only then did Li Qingqing manage to suppress her laughter and stand up. Yet a smile remained on her face as she said, Congratulations on winning the Premier League. Hu Lai raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. Don't forget about the golden boot. The golden boot is far too easy for you, Li Qingqing scoffed. Winning the championship is a greater challenge. Securing the title is not solely in your control. Li Qingqing made a valid point. After all, not every team with the league's top scorer ultimately claims the championship. The golden boot merely requires consistent scoring, while the league title demands a collective effort from the entire team. A forward who scores in every match is certain to win the golden boot. However, if he scores consistently while his team loses every match, they may not only miss the championship, but could also face relegation. Despite the validity of Li Qingqing's argument, Hu Lai could only partially agree. Who said the golden boot is easy? Do you know how exhausting it is to pursue that accolade? I feel like I'm on the brink of exhaustion. Ha, Li Qingqing replied dismissively, choosing not to continue the conversation with Hu Lai. To her, he was merely boasting, and she had no intention of playing the supportive role. Let us go. We need to check in our luggage and get through security. It's going to be a long flight. She took long strides ahead. Hu Lai pushed the luggage cart and jogged to catch up with her. In the bustling airport terminal, throngs of people moved about, oblivious to the presence of the Premier League champion, the top scorer, and the Women's League One champion who had just passed by. As the chapter concludes, we delve into Chapter 281, You Dwell, I Dwell. When Li Zhiqiang beheld his daughter and Hu Lai walking side by side, fully equipped as they exited the VIP passage of Dongsheng Airport, he was no longer as astonished as he had been at this time last year upon witnessing the same scene. His daughter had informed him in advance that Hu Lai would be hitching a ride again. Initially, when he heard his daughter's request, Li Zhiqiang felt a surge of reluctance. However, considering Hu Lai's influence and fame, he feared complications might arise if the young man were to take a cab back alone, especially with the World Cup approaching. Thus, in light of the impending event, he acquiesced. Yet, upon seeing Hu Lai, he could not muster a warm demeanor. He maintained a serious expression, nodding curtly at the bowing Hu Lai without uttering any personal words, before turning to his daughter with a caring smile and asking, "Are you tired on the journey?" "Not at all. I have Hu Lai with me," Li Qingqing replied with a cheerful glance at Hu Lai. Li Zhiqiang felt a slight discomfort in his chest, and, glancing back at Hu Lai, remarked in a neutral tone, "Having won the Premier League and the Golden Boot, don't let it get to your head, young man." Hu Lai quickly responded, No, coach. How could I possibly get carried away? You know, while the world may be soaring, I remain firmly grounded." "Very well. Just take care of yourself," Li Zhiqiang said, taking charge of his daughter's luggage cart and leading the way. Behind him, Hu Lai pushed his own cart, with Li Qingqing walking alongside him. Occasionally, Li Zhiqiang would look back, catching glimpses of his daughter's eyes crinkling with laughter. Upon reaching the parking lot, both Hu Lai and Li Zhiqiang took turns loading the suitcases into the trunk, while the backpacks occupied half of the back seat. Without needing instruction from Li Zhiqiang, Hu Lai instinctively settled into the front passenger seat, leaving Li Qingqing to share the rear with their luggage. Li Zhiqiang was the last to enter the vehicle, taking his place in the driver's seat. As he fastened his seatbelt, he informed Hu Lai, "I will drive straight back to our residential community. Your mother can come to pick you up. The city roads should not pose much concern, right?" Hu Lai nodded in agreement. "No worries, coach. As long as you can take me back to Dongchuan, I can manage the rest." From the back seat, Li Qingqing perked up. "Oh yes, the new home. I haven't even stayed there yet." Surprised, Hu Lai asked, "Li Qingqing, you moved?" "Hee, I bought a place too," she replied proudly. "I used the money I saved from playing football over the past few years. Although it's not as spacious as yours, I really love it." "That's truly impressive," Hu Lai exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Flattered by the compliment, Li Qingqing chuckled with delight. Listening to the two youths engage in lively banter, Li Zhiqiang decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. While driving, he inquired of Hu Lai, "Training begins on the 15th. Why return to Dongchuan to make this detour? If you had stayed in Jinsheng, there would have been no need for today's escapade," he added. "Oh, I thought since Dongchuan and Jinsheng are close, I might as well swing by home to see my parents," Hu Lai explained. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhiqiang felt a sense of embarrassment, pondering whether it was inappropriate for someone to visit their parents. Such reasoning seemed utterly unfounded. The conversation came to an abrupt halt until his daughter inquired, "Dad, how does it feel to live in the new house?" "How does it feel?" "Just like that. The community often experiences water outages, doesn't it?" Li Qingqing asked with a cheerful smile. Li Zhiqiang felt a strong urge to reprimand his daughter. But as he remembered the presence of others in the car, he swallowed his words. "Really? Your old community often had water outages?" Hu Lai asked, intrigued. "Indeed. Last year, when we returned home together, I walked to the community entrance while Dad and I discovered upon returning that we had no water. We couldn't even cook, let alone take a shower." Li Qingqing animatedly recounted her challenging experience. Seeing the two young individuals engrossed in their lively conversation, Li Zhiqiang found himself unable to interject, letting out a soft sigh in his heart. Last time, Qingqing had fallen asleep shortly after getting into the car, yet this time, her spirits seemed high, chatting incessantly, as if Li Zhiqiang were merely a dedicated chauffeur. However, as the vehicle cruised along the highway, time elapsed, and eventually, both young people fell silent and succumbed to slumber. Through the rearview mirror, Li Zhiqiang observed his daughter leaning against her backpack, propping her face with her hand. Her eyes gently closed as she nodded off. He shifted his gaze back to the road ahead, where the flow of traffic appeared stagnant, his demeanor softening as he felt less urgency. He thought it best to allow his daughter to sleep a little longer. Yet, this tender moment was abruptly shattered by an unexpected snore. Li Zhiqiang turned to see Hu Lai, his head tilted against the car window, soundly asleep, with snores escaping his open mouth. Li Zhiqiang felt a vain pulse on his forehead. If only it were just himself and his daughter in the car. How heartwarming that scene would have been. Nevertheless, he resolved that next year he would not acquiesce to his daughter's requests, regardless of her charming antics. With this determination, Lin Zhiyuan decided to hasten their journey home. If his daughter wished to sleep, she should do so in the comfort of their home rather than in the awkward position she was in the car. He assessed the distance in the rearview mirror, signaled for a turn, downshifted, and pressed the accelerator, executing a smooth lane change to overtake. The snoring momentarily paused as he brought the vehicle to a stop beside the entrance of Hailan Xingjing. Just 20 meters ahead lay the entrance to the underground garage, where he needed to drop off Hu Lai. Thus, he called out, "We've arrived." The two young individuals stirred awake, blinking their sleepy eyes as they took in the unfamiliar scenery outside, still a bit dazed. Hu Lai rubbed his eyes, gazing blankly at the community entrance. Li Qingqing, clutching her backpack, slowly awakened and, glancing outside at the streets, groggily asked, "Dad, where are we?" Lin Zhiyuan half-jokingly remarked to his daughter, "Oh, are you still asleep? This is the choice you made. Can you not recognize it?" Li Qingqing leaned against the window, gazing at the entrance of the community, her attention ultimately resting on the four gilded characters of Hailan Xingjing. Gradually, her mind began to awaken, and she softly exclaimed, "Ah, it's our home." In the passenger seat, Hu Lai was astonished that the coach knew where he lived and had brought him directly home. When he heard Li Qingqing's murmured words, he turned back to look at her and then at Lin Zhiyuan. Noticing Hu Lai's gaze, Lin Zhiyuan, with a stern expression, inquired, "What is it? This coach, do you live here?" Hu Lai pointed towards the four characters Hailan Xingjing outside. "Yes, what's wrong?" Hu Lai glanced at the coach's stern face, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He could only shake his head repeatedly. "Nothing, nothing." "Well, coach, I'm getting out." "Thank you, coach." With that, he swiftly opened the door and jumped out, heading to the trunk to retrieve his luggage. After hastily unloading his belongings, he waved to Li Qingqing, "Goodbye." Li Qingqing leaned slightly out of the backseat window, smiling as she waved back, "Goodbye." Before her words faded, the car began to drift away. Hu Lai stood by the roadside, watching as the vehicle turned into the entrance of the underground garage. Though a bit disheveled by the wind, he quickly composed himself. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, grasping two suitcases, and turning towards the community gate. After parking the car in the underground garage, Lin Zhiyuan and his daughter unloaded the luggage, each taking a suitcase while allowing Li Qingqing to carry only a backpack as they made their way to the building entrance. Once they were alone, Li Qingqing finally mustered the courage to voice a question that had been lingering in her heart for some time. "Dad, don't you think you're being a bit too harsh on Hu Lai?" Lin Zhiyuan, walking ahead, glanced back at his daughter in surprise. "I see him almost tiptoeing around you. After all, he is the most renowned star in the country, yet he behaves like a student athlete in your presence. If he were genuinely afraid of me, that would be a different matter." Lin Zhiyuan scoffed. "Why is that?" Li Qingqing asked, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Lin Zhiyuan halted and turned to face her, saying, "You just mentioned that he is the biggest star in the nation. Surely, you've seen how the media and fans laud him, praising him endlessly?" Li Qingqing nodded. In fact, after each of Hu Lai's matches, she enjoyed browsing online to see how fans and journalists celebrated him. Previously, when Hu Lai was not yet famous, it took considerable effort to find such accolades. Now, however, there was no need for her to search deliberately. Simply opening her Weibo account revealed a plethora of compliments directed at Hu Lai from those she followed. Thus, he was surrounded by flattering words. "Yet, I deliberately choose to say what he may not want to hear, treating him as I did before," Lin Zhiyuan declared earnestly. "I hope that at the very least, when he is with me, he can maintain a sense of humility and vigilance. Only in this way can he avoid becoming lost amidst all those sweet praises." Li Qingqing was astonished to discover the depth of her father's thoughtful consideration. After a moment of realization, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you are so proud of him, Dad. Even now, you still care for him so deeply." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lin Zhiyuan managed a faint smile and resumed pulling the suitcase, saying, "Let's go home." "Yes, home." With her worries alleviated, Li Qingqing was filled with joy as she skipped ahead, holding the door to the apartment building open and cheerfully announcing, "Father, after you." Witnessing his daughter's playful spirit, Lin Zhiyuan felt a genuine smile emerge from within. Hu Lai pressed the button to ascend in the elevator and stood at the entrance, waiting for the cabin to rise from the basement. Meanwhile, he contemplated whether to inform Li Qingqing that they resided in the same community. While Li Qingqing seemed unfazed, Hu Lai was primarily concerned about the coach. He wondered if, upon discovering the truth, the coach might hastily relocate with Li Qingqing. Surely that wouldn't happen? Although he held a dislike for me, it seemed excessive to uproot their lives just to avoid me. As Hu Lai's thoughts wandered, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. The doors slowly opened before him, revealing two familiar faces within, who also looked back at him in surprise. Li Ziqiang's eyes widened, and Li Qingqing gasped, "Ah?" Hu Lai stood frozen at the doorway, caught off guard to the point that he didn't react as the elevator doors began to close. Thankfully, Li Qingqing acted quickly, pressing the open button, causing the doors to reopen, revealing Hu Lai with his suitcase in tow. "Hu Lai, what are you doing here?" she asked, both surprised and delighted. "That's a question I should be asking you. Why are you here?" Hu Lai replied, gesturing to the ground beneath him. "This is my home," Li Qingqing asserted confidently. "This is also my home," Hu Lai declared with equal conviction. Li Qingqing turned to her father, only to find him utterly stunned. She then faced Hu Lai again, waving him in, "Come inside to talk, or else the elevator will set off an alarm." Hu Lai snapped out of his stupor and squeezed in with his two large suitcases, making the elevator feel rather cramped. Li Qingqing took a step back with her own suitcase, her gaze fixed on Hu Lai's hand, curious about which floor he would select. Upon entering, Hu Lai intended to press the floor button, but noticed that the 10th floor had already been illuminated. He glanced back at Li Qingqing, thinking, "What are the odds? Which floor do you live on?" Noticing Hu Lai's hesitation, Li Qingqing directly inquired, What floor do you live on?" "I asked first." "Ladies first." "Exactly. Which is why I asked first. I meant ladies first to answer the question. What floor do you live on?" "What nonsense!" Li Qingqing protested. In the end, neither answered, as their banter had caused the elevator to stop at the 10th floor. Hu Lai stepped out first, tugging his luggage, followed by Li Qingqing and the silent Li Ziqiang. The three of them stood in the elevator lobby, exchanging glances. Even Li Qingqing, despite her naivety, began to piece it together, her eyes widening in astonishment. "No way. Hu Lai, you live on the 10th floor too?" Hu Lai Xian exclaimed, "Goodness, must it be this melodramatic?" As he took a step forward, he found himself shoulder to shoulder with Li Qingqing, both turning to face the same direction. "I reside in room 1004, he stated. "We live in 1003, Li Qingqing replied, glancing at the number on her door. They then fell into a shared silence, merely turning their heads to gaze at one another. Even Li Ziqiang, who stood behind them, remained silent, caught in a state of stupor. This tranquil moment persisted until the door of 1004 swung open, accompanied by a cheerful voice that shattered the stillness. A middle-aged woman emerged, beaming as she remarked, "I figured the time was about right. I heard you youngsters chatting outside, yet no one knocked. And here you are, standing there in a daze?" As Xiaolan stepped outside, she instantly noticed her son and a girl standing side by side, gazing at each other. The girl, tall and possessing a face that Xiaolan knew all too well, made her words falter. Chapter 282. A Special Destiny. After concluding a day of work at school, Hu Lisin returned to his home. As he stood at the door fumbling for his keys, he was taken aback by the raucous noise emanating from next door. Although he was aware that new tenants had moved in long ago, their presence had been quiet, not the kind of neighbors to disturb the peace. Thus, Hu Lisin had not paid much attention. However, today marked the first time he had heard such a commotion from next door. The lively sounds suggested that guests had arrived. Hu Lisin, disinterested in gossip, briefly contemplated the situation before dismissing the thought and unlocking his own door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his son's large suitcase in the living room, indicating his return. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the house was so eerily quiet. There were no sounds of his wife bustling in the kitchen, nor did anyone rush out to greet him, as though all others had mysteriously vanished. Hu Lisin stood at the entrance, peering inside, and found the lights off. Indeed, no one was there. Furrowing his brows, he took out his phone to call his wife. Just as the ruckus from next door escalated, the door swung open, accompanied by a familiar laughter from within. He turned around to see his wife, Xiaolan, emerging from next door, her face radiant with joy. Upon spotting Hu Lisin, Xiaolan waved enthusiastically, "Old Hu, you're back. Wonderful. Quick, set down your things. Wash your hands, and come with me." Hu Lisin was filled with questions. "Go where? How did you come from next door? Where's Hu Lai?" Xiaolan's eyes crinkled with delight. "Oh, our son is next door too. Isn't it a coincidence? Who would have thought that the neighbor we hadn't met in 6 months was actually Li Qingqing's father?" Hu Lisin's confusion deepened. As Xiaolan walked past him into the kitchen, she continued, Initially, I couldn't believe it either, just like you. Who would have imagined such a twist of fate? Let me tell you, old Hu. When I opened the door and saw our son standing at the entrance with Li Qingqing, I was taken aback, momentarily believing that my son had brought his girlfriend home to meet the family. It was only later that I learned she lived right next door. As she spoke, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming pot. Noticing Hu Lisan still in a daze, she nudged him, saying, "What are you doing? Hurry up. Today, we are celebrating the new year together with the Li family in advance. Go join old Li for a drink. Quick." With that, she briskly turned back into the neighboring house. Hu Lisan scratched his head but ultimately heeded his wife's words, setting down his belongings to wash his hands. After washing up, as he approached the door, he suddenly remembered and turned back to grab a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet, holding it in hand as he made his way to the lively abode next door. The layout of their home differed from his own. As he pushed open the ajar door, he found no entryway and immediately beheld the living room. The furnishings were quite simple. Everything essential was present, while the unnecessary was absent. The living room was empty, with everyone gathered in the adjacent dining area. Turning his head, he noticed the dining table already adorned with dishes, where his son stood side by side with a tall and beautiful girl, both arranging chopsticks and bowls on the table. As Hu Lisan witnessed this scene, a moment of disorientation washed over him. Despite his staunch opposition to his wife pairing their son with Li Qingqing, a peculiar thought surged within him. As if his son truly had brought his girlfriend home to meet them. Hu Lai set down a bowl and turned to see his father standing at the doorway. Lost in thought, he called out, "Hey Dad, you're here?" Li Qingqing also turned, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, Uncle." Hu Lisan pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing, as his wife had said, that there was indeed an uncanny sense of familiarity. Hu Lai gestured towards Li Qingqing, attempting to introduce her. "This is Li Qingqing." Just then, Xie Lan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish, and cheerfully interrupted, "What more is there to introduce? Who doesn't he know Li Qingqing?" At her words, Li Qingqing shyly lowered her head and smiled. This scene brought increasing joy to Xie Lan, who set down the dish, took the liquor bottle from her husband's hand, and pulled him into the kitchen, saying, "Come help out." She then called out to the two youngsters outside, "You two don't come in and crowd the space. There's no room." Hu Lai protested, "We want to help too." "Help with what? You two kids should go play." Xie Lan waved her hand dismissively. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exchanged glances. "What shall we play? Should I give you another tour of your home?" Hu Lai inquired, eliciting laughter from Li Qingqing. Earlier, she had already taken Hu Lai on a tour of her home, even showing him her bedroom. "Let us go sit on the balcony instead. When we bought this house, I fell in love with that view balcony, facing the courtyard. On sunny days, watching the green trees and sunlight outside makes me feel so uplifted," Li Qingqing said as she headed towards the balcony. "What a coincidence. We also fell in love with the balcony at first sight," Hu Lai remarked, following her outside. "My father told my mother that on pleasant days, they could dine on the balcony while basking in the sun." Thus, they sat together on two chairs, gazing through the transparent glass window at the opposite building, the trees and lawn below, and the distant riverside park. The golden light of the setting sun streamed from the western horizon, casting a warm glow over everything in their view. Indeed, this was the essence of a beautiful day. "I never imagined we would even manage to buy a house together. Hu Lai, this must be a unique destiny," exclaimed Li Qingqing joyfully after stretching languidly. "You've already expressed that sentiment 3 times, Hu Lai chuckled. "Well, it truly is remarkable," she replied. "When you first told me you had purchased a house, you never mentioned its location. Though Dongchuan may not be as grand as Jincheng, it still boasts over 4 million residents. In such a vast city, we not only found a neighborhood but also a building, a unit, and even a floor, becoming next-door neighbors. How fortuitous is that?" Hu Lai echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, it is quite serendipitous." Even now, he remained in a state of disbelief at the astonishing revelation that Li Qingqing lived right next door, feeling as if he were caught in a dream. Perhaps he would awaken the next morning to discover that unfamiliar faces resided beside him instead. Li Ziqiang met Hu Lai for the first time, the father who had once been disheartened after suffering a knee injury from Wang Xinke, vehemently opposing his son's involvement in football. "Now you two are in the same field, huh?" Xie Lan enthusiastically introduced the two men. "Our old Hu is currently a football coach at Fonglin Primary School nearby, teaching children how to play." Hu Lisan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not quite a coach. I merely assist in nurturing their interest in football. Compared to Coach Li, I fall woefully short. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyuan quickly countered, you mustn't say that. Your role is undeniably more vital. Without foundational coaches at the primary level, our secondary schools would lack suitable talent. You are laying the groundwork for Chinese football. All right, enough of the mutual flattery, huh? Xiaolan was genuinely joyful today. She patted her husband and turned to Lin Zhiyuan, saying, we owe our son's progress largely to your guidance. Old Lin Zhiyuan's face flushed at her words. Recently, during a television interview, he had stated that although he had selected Hu Lai for the school team, he didn't particularly favor him. Now, with the boy's parents in front of him attributing their son's success to his mentorship, he felt it was a bit too much for him to accept. No matter how thick-skinned he might be. After all, Hu Lai indeed possesses talent and a strong work ethic. He had the least favorable conditions among the team at the time, he acknowledged. Regardless, you are undeniably my son's first coach. Who would have thought we would end up as neighbors? This is wonderful. We must see each other often. Every time Hu Lai returns, he must come to visit you. Huh? Xiaolan laughed. Living this close, if we don't pay respects to his mentor, it would be an affront. Lin Zhiyuan quickly waved his hands. No need. No need. You flatter me excessively. Of course it is necessary. We have always taught Hu Lai to be grateful. You have given him the opportunity to become a player. And thus, you are his enlightening mentor. He must certainly show you respect, Xiaolan asserted with a sense of inevitability. He held a considerable respect for Lin Zhiyuan. Recalling the deferential demeanor of Hu Lai. Hu Lai, my father often wears a stern expression towards you. It is merely a reflection of his high expectations. So do not take it to heart, Li Qingqing hastily explained, reflecting on her earlier conversation with her father in the underground parking lot. Seemingly anxious that Hu Lai might harbor any resentment towards her father. Not at all. What are you thinking? Am I such a petty person? Hu Lai reassured her with a smile. Do you really not mind? What is there to mind? He is my coach after all. Given that he is a coach, isn't it only natural for him to express his opinions about me? But my father no longer coaches you, she noted. Even so, I no longer play under Coach Zhao either. Does that mean I should lose respect for him when I see him? Li Qingqing pondered this logic and found it sound. She believed Hu Lai's words were sincere, and a sense of relief washed over her. Regardless of the circumstances, she need not worry about her father's relationship with Hu Lai deteriorating. How wonderful, she murmured. What do you mean by wonderful? Hu Lai inquired, puzzled. It's just that our home hasn't been this lively in a long time, Li Qingqing replied, seated on a chair, gazing out at the dusk. Behind her, the kitchen was bustling with sounds, and the aroma of delectable dishes wafted onto the balcony, constantly teasing their appetites. It was then that Hu Lai remembered. Li Qingqing's mother had passed away long ago, leaving just her and her father in the household. Now that Li Qingqing was playing abroad, it was only Coach Li who remained in the house. Unlike him, who had the support of his parents while playing overseas, Coach Li was truly alone. Curiosity piqued. Hu Lai asked, has your father never considered finding someone new? Li Qingqing shook her head. I've asked him, and he firmly refuses. Why is that? My father and mother were each other's first love. They met while attending Dongchuan High School. He cannot accept another woman in place of my mother. As the conversation drifted, Li Qingqing sighed. My father has a stubborn temperament, and I cannot persuade him. Whenever I try, he only gets angry, so I stopped. Hu Lai was taken aback, realizing that the usually stern coach harbored such deep sentiments. At that moment, they were interrupted by Xiaolan's cheerful voice from behind. Come on, you two. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Li Qingqing leaped from her chair, exclaiming, coming. She eagerly bounced ahead, while Hu Lai followed, watching her lively figure. Finding it hard to imagine that she had lost her mother at the tender age of 10. After a couple of steps, Li Qingqing turned back to beckon Hu Lai, who was still momentarily frozen in place. Dinner's ready, Hu Lai? Oh right. Hu Lai rose to catch up with her. Together, they approached the bountiful table laden with dishes. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 283. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives at the dining table. Li Qingqing happily invited Hu Lai to sit beside her. A small gesture that brought a smile to Xiaolan's face, while Lin Zhiyuan's hand hesitated momentarily. After a day of airplane meals, Hu Lai gazed at the lavish spread before him, salivating with delight as he lifted his chopsticks to serve himself. However, she was stopped by her mother. You have a special World Cup meal, she remarked before turning back into the kitchen. Upon hearing this name, Hu Lai felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, moments later, he saw his mother emerge from the kitchen, presenting him with a plate filled with boiled chicken breast, poached beef, poached shrimp, and poached broccoli. What kind of World Cup meal is this? Hu Lai protested. This is a traditional French meal. Ah, aren't you going to national team training in a couple of days? I'm worried that too much greasy food at home might affect your physical condition. So I specifically prepared this athlete's menu, all of which I found online, Xiaolon explained. Mom, do you have a misunderstanding about what athletes eat? They can't eat like this every day. Besides, it wasn't tea like this when I came back last time. Aren't we about to compete in the World Cup? I'm telling you. Hu Lai, you are no longer just my son, Xiaolon said with a serious expression. So Mom, are you finally going to tell me that I was just a bonus for a phone recharge? Xiaolon raised her hand, making a gesture to dismiss him. Nonsense. I mean, you are now the hope of all the fans in the country. I have to keep an eye on you to ensure nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, just ask your coach. Following her voice, Hu Lai glanced at Li Zhiyuan, who looked at him with a calm expression. It doesn't have to be so exaggerated, Xiejia. Hu Lai sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face. It doesn't have to be like this every day. However, for the first meal back, it should indeed be lighter, so let us have this meal today. Before his smile could fully blossom, it froze on Hu Lai's face as he looked at the delicious dishes on the table, then back at his own plate. It was as if the food was photographed by two different phones, one evoking appetite, the other making one lose it. Seeing Hu Lai's disheartened expression, Li Zhiqiang's lips curled slightly. With the endorsement of the professional coach, Xiaolon clapped her hands. All right, let us dig in. Everyone, raise your glasses. Oh, Hu Lai, you can only drink plain water. Knowing this, Hu Lai rolled his eyes and lifted the glass filled with water. After ensuring her son was well taken care of, Xiaolon held her wine glass, placing one hand on her hip as she continued. Today's meal is of great significance. Firstly, it is to welcome Qingqing and our Hu Lai back from abroad with honors. This is a reception banquet. Secondly, we congratulate Qingqing and old Li on their new home. From now on, we are neighbors. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Since we are neighbors, we should interact more and support each other. Old Li, if you need anything, just let us know. We will definitely help. Seeing her enthusiasm, Li Ziqiang quickly waved his hand. You don't need to trouble yourselves. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Xiaolon waved her hand dismissively. Hu Linxin, standing nearby, added. Xiaolon is right, Old Li. We're all neighbors, and it's not just a simple neighborly connection. You are Hu Lai's coach. So it's only natural we look out for each other, just as Old Hu said. Indeed, we have crossed paths several times before. Yet who could have imagined that you are Hu Lai's high school coach? I must say, Old Li, you seem familiar, but I never dared to consider this aspect. Xiaolon then turned to everyone. The third point I have already mentioned to Old Li. Ever since Hu Lai began his football career in Europe, he has been unable to return for the spring festival each year. Therefore, we have taken to celebrating the new year in advance during this period. Consequently, the third point is, naturally, the celebration of the new year. The fourth point is that with the World Cup approaching, this meal serves as a send-off to cheer for Hu Lai. Hu Lai quietly muttered, Goodness, just a moment ago, I was being welcomed. And now I'm already being sent off. I haven't even settled in yet. What did you say, Hu Lai? Xiaolon cast a glance at him. And nothing. I merely wish to express gratitude on behalf of the national team for my mother's support. Hu Lai quickly stood up, holding his glass aloft, and initiated a toast. Li Qingqing, who had been sitting beside Hu Lai with a cheerful smile as she listened to his mother speak, also stood up, raising her glass filled with juice. Thank you, Auntie, for preparing such a splendid feast. You've worked hard. Xiaolon beamed and replied. Half of the dishes here are your father's specialties, Qingqing. Li Qingqing then turned to her father. Dad, you've worked hard too. Li Ziqiang gazed at his obedient daughter, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He could tell that since Xiaolon and the others arrived, his daughter had been exceptionally joyful. Perhaps it was because the household had finally become lively, although the idea of being neighbors with Hu Lai was somewhat beyond his imagination. Making him feel as though he had been ambushed, seeing his daughter so happy made him disregard such thoughts. After the passing of his wife, his daughter had become his sole focus. Her happiness brought him joy in return. He raised his glass in agreement. Hu Lisin beside him did the same. The five of them gathered around the table, clinking their glasses together, producing a crisp sound. Cheers. Come, help yourselves. If you can't reach, just stand and extend your hand. Qingqing, this is your home. Please, don't hold back. After the ceremonious first toast, Xiaolon, assuming the role of hostess, began to serve everyone. Old Hu, please take good care of Old Li. Hu Lai, enjoy your World Cup meal. I assure you that if you eat this heartfelt meal prepared by your mother, you'll score many goals in the World Cup. Hu Lai shot his mother a deadpan stare, even more lifeless than the boiled chicken breast he was chewing. As the gathering continued, the sounds of laughter and merriment filled the restaurant, injecting a sense of life into the otherwise tranquil home. Li Qingqing had already finished her meal, yet she remained at the table, listening to Hu Lai's mother recount amusing anecdotes from Hu Lai's childhood, while Hu Lai vehemently denied them, making her burst into laughter. Meanwhile, her father had reached a point of camaraderie with Hu Lai's father, embracing each other's shoulders and whispering secrets. This was the first time she had seen her father drink so much. No, there was that one time when her mother was ill, and she had caught her father in a drunken stupor. However, after that incident, she had not witnessed her father intoxicated since. It remained uncertain whether he had genuinely ceased to drink excessively or if he merely did so in places where she could not see him. In truth, she harbored no fear of her father's inebriation. Rather, she perceived that, under such circumstances, his drunkenness might be a blessing, as it allowed him to vent the pent-up sorrows within his heart. Thus, witnessing her father inebriated brought her a sense of joy, for this version of him seemed to embody the essence of a normal father. Why must he always bear such a weight of sorrow? The daughter had matured, and the promises he had made by her mother's sickbed had been fulfilled. Surely, her mother would take delight in this. Li Qingqing shifted her gaze from her father to Hu Lai's mother, and upon hearing her words, she broke into laughter once more. After she averted her eyes, Lin Zhiyuan, who had been whispering with Hu Lisin, suddenly lifted his head to regard his daughter. Witnessing her radiant smile, he too offered a faint smile in return. He then resumed his previous position, clinking glasses with Hu Lisin. Following a flurry of activity among Xiaolon, Li Qingqing, and Hu Lai in the restaurant and kitchen, they finally managed to restore order to the post-meal chaos. This time, Xiaolon did not decline Li Qingqing's offer of assistance. After all, with both men incapacitated by drink, she truly could not manage alone and required help. Naturally, she did not limit her request to Li Qingqing alone, but also summoned Hu Lai to lend her a hand in the kitchen. As the three of them washed dishes and engaged in light conversation, the towering pile of pots and pans seemed no longer a daunting task. Once their busy work was completed and it was time to bid farewell, Xiaolon inquired, "Qingqing, are you all right on your own? Would you like Hu Lai to assist you?" Li Qingqing smiled and shook her head. "No need, Auntie. I'm perfectly fine. You both must be quite tired. It would be best for you to return and rest. How tired can we be? Besides, it's so convenient to go home. Just a step to the right and we're there. What is the hassle? Are you truly sure you don't need help?" Li Qingqing, resolute, replied, "Really? It's unnecessary, Auntie. Thank you, though." Xiaolon did not press the matter further. "All right then, we're just next door. If you encounter any difficulties, just come over and knock. Don't hesitate, as I generally stay up late." With that, she instructed Hu Lai to assist his father, and the three of them exited, turning right and entering their own home. After closing the door, Li Qingqing turned to her father, who was reclining on the sofa, and softly asked, "Dad, are you all right?" Li Zhiyuan, who had been resting with eyes closed, opened them upon hearing her voice. He suddenly asked, "Qingqing, before you decided to purchase this apartment, did Hu Lai mention to you that his family resides here?" Li Qingqing, somewhat taken aback, shook her head. "No, I didn't know. I only knew he had bought an apartment, which inspired me to seek one for myself. However, I was unaware of its location." Li Zhiyuan gazed intently at his daughter, and after a brief pause, he smiled. "I believe you." With that, he struggled to rise from the sofa. Li Qingqing moved to assist him, but he waved her off. "I'm not drunk." He staggered unsteadily toward his bedroom. "Get some rest. You've been on a plane all day," were his parting words as he closed the door behind him. Li Qingqing did not hasten to her own room. Instead, she turned toward the balcony, glancing to the left and noticing a light emanating from that direction. The warm orange glow of the lights in the night resembles a small lantern, instilling a sense of comfort and tranquility within one's heart at a mere glance. This is precisely the essence of the Hu family. Xiaolon had finally settled Hu Lisin and now stood outside her son's room, knocking gently. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet." The door isn't locked. Upon pushing the door open, Xiaolon found her son reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone. She immediately donned a cheerful smile. "Chatting with Li Qingqing, are you?" "No, just talking with Huang Gu and the others." Xiaolon's expression visibly fell, her smile evaporating in an instant. Hu Lai noticed the change in his mother's demeanor and couldn't comprehend. After chatting all night, What more could there possibly be to discuss? Xiaolon yearned to retort. You wouldn't understand. There's indeed much to talk about. Recognizing that reasoning with his mother was futile, Hulai decided it was best not to engage further, opting instead for a swift concession. All right, I don't understand. Xiaolon recalled she had a matter of importance to address, lowering her voice. There's something I've been meaning to ask. But I haven't had the courage to bring it up in front of them. Why haven't I seen Qingqing's mother? Oh, Li Qingqing's mother passed away from cancer when she was 10. Hulai answered nonchalantly, but Xiaolon's eyes widened in shock. Oh dear, such a cheerful girl. I never would have guessed. Yes, I was quite surprised when I first learned of it. Her demeanor doesn't suggest such a past. She's remarkably strong. More than just strong. At 10, to lose one's mother. What a tragic circumstance for a girl. As she spoke, tears began to well in Xiaolon's eyes, her voice thick with emotion. Witnessing his mother on the verge of tears, Hulai felt at a loss. He sat up in bed, wishing to comfort her, but unsure how. Fortunately, Xiaolon quickly regained her composure. Wiping her eyes and fixing her gaze on her son, you better treat Qingqing well from now on. Hulai was taken aback. What? I didn't foresee myself being caught in this. Mother, your son owes her a meal to the point he might as well sell himself. Isn't that enough? End of chapter. Chapter 284. The place where dreams begin. Li Xin observed his wife, impeccably dressed, seated on the shoe-changing stool at the entrance, absorbed in her phone, and felt puzzled. Why are you already so early today? Her workplace typically required her to start at 9 in the morning, making such an early departure unusual. Sometimes one must be a bit proactive. I can't always rush into the office at the last moment. Xiaolon explained while still focused on her phone. You have no idea. Every time I rush in, Sister Wang rolls her eyes as if they might reach the heavens. Then why aren't you hurrying along? What are you still doing on your phone? Li Xin, who worked as a football coach at a primary school, had no pressing obligations that morning, so he was under no rush. Just then, Xiaolon heard the sound of a door opening next door. She quickly gestured for her husband to be quiet, then rose to peek through the peephole. She spotted Li Zhiyuan and his daughter Li Qingqing in the stairwell, prompting her to hastily open the door. Li Xin understood why his wife had not hurried away moments ago. He chuckled softly. Just as Li Qingqing pressed the button for the elevator to descend, she noticed Mama Hu emerging from the doorway. With a smile, she greeted, "Good morning, Annie." "Oh my. Good morning, Qingqing." "Good morning, old Li." As soon as Xiaolon saw Li Qingqing, her face lit up with a smile, instantly elevating her mood for the day. "Good morning, Sister Xia," replied Li Zhiyuan in kind. "Are you heading to work, Andy?" Li Qingqing inquired. "Yes, heading to work. What about you two? Off for a shopping spree?" "No, we're also going to work," Li Qingqing responded cheerfully. "Also working? What job do you have, Qingqing?" "I'm going to Dongchuan Middle School to train with my father's football team and maintain my form," Li Qingqing explained. Oh, just then the elevator arrived, and the three of them stepped inside together. Xiaolon asked again, "How long will you be home this time, Qingqing?" "Our team reports on July 1st. Barring any unforeseen events, I will be home until the end of June." Xiaolon clapped her hands in delight. "Perfect. We can watch the World Cup together and cheer for the Chinese team." "Absolutely." Li Qingqing readily agreed, with Li Zhiqiang expressing no objections. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xiaolon joyfully remarked, "Watching the game is far more exciting with a crowd, haha." Then, with a hint of melancholy, she added, "I wonder how our Chinese team will perform in the World Cup this time. Everyone seems so optimistic. I just fear that greater hopes may lead to greater disappointments." Li Qingqing comforted her. "I believe it won't be too bad, right? With Hulai on the team." These words delighted Xiaolon, invigorating her spirit. "Exactly. With my son there." With a chime, the elevator reached the underground parking lot on level B1. Xiaolon stepped out first, waving to Li Qingqing in the elevator. "Come visit when you have time. Even if Hulai isn't home, you're welcome." "Sure, Andy. I'll definitely come by when I can," Li Qingqing promised just before the elevator doors closed. 2 days prior, Hulai had been picked up by a special vehicle from the Football Association and taken to the training base in Pujin, located south of Jincheng, to join his national teammates and commence training for the World Cup finals. This was a highly anticipated training session. Li Qingqing had seen countless broadcasts of Hulai's arrival at the training base on television, news, and online. Capturing the moment, he entered the vehicle and arrived at the training facility, occasionally rolling down the window to wave to the fans and reporters outside. This illustrates the immense hope that not only football fans, but the entire Chinese society has placed upon this group of athletes. Outside the training base in Pujin, throngs of fans gathered daily, many of whom were not even avid supporters, simply drawn by the excitement. The number of social media influencers live streaming at the entrance was even greater, despite the fact that they could capture nothing. As the Chinese team operated under a closed management system, with players not permitted to leave unless they had a match. Yet, this did not diminish the fervor of those coming to pay homage. Many merely sought to take a photo or a short video in front of the sign for the Jincheng Football Association Pujin training base. There are individuals online who have meticulously crafted guides for photographing and recording videos at this location. Some refer to it as the pilgrimage to the sacred grounds of Chinese football. Indeed, the Jincheng Football Association training base in Pujin County has thus become a hallowed site for Chinese football, as it marks the inception of the national team's dreams. Regarding the choice of Jincheng as the venue for the national team's final training session before the World Cup, while the authorities have yet to acknowledge it, a widely believed explanation circulates online. Everything traces back to the 2024 season's AFC Champions League group stage, wherein Dong Shining Stars triumphed over Seoul FC in Jincheng. On their journey to play away at Jincheng, Seoul FC encountered inexplicable extreme weather, forcing their flight to divert to a mountainous region, subjecting the players to a tumultuous travel experience. After finally checking into their hotel in Jincheng, they faced yet another trial, a minor earthquake that sent the players, startled and unprepared, rushing down from their rooms. Following such a series of tribulations, Seoul FC was in disarray during the match, falling to the Shining Stars, a team not deemed superior in strength. From that point onward, rumors began to circulate about the ill-fated connection between the Korean football team and Jincheng. It was believed that if the Chinese team were to defeat Korea, there was no better venue than in Dong Jincheng to serve as their home ground, for it had become a veritable stronghold for Chinese football against Korea. This sentiment reached its zenith when the Chinese Football Association ultimately confirmed Jincheng as the host for the Chinese team's home match against Korea in the final round of qualifying. Although the association did not officially endorse this belief, every Chinese football fan held it dear to their hearts. Indeed, prior to that crucial qualifying match, an unexpected incident occurred when key player Park Chun-tae was rushed directly from the plane to the hospital. In a moment of desperation, the Chinese team managed to secure a home victory over Korea. This victory was pivotal in the Chinese team's quest for World Cup qualification, as defeating their strongest adversary, Korea, not only earned them 3 invaluable points, but also bolstered their confidence, paving the way for their subsequent triumphs and their journey to the World Cup finals. Thus, it is entirely justifiable to regard this place as a sacred ground, a blessed site, the very starting point of China's World Cup endeavor. Conducting the training here carries not only commemorative significance, but also, undoubtedly, a hint of superstition, with the belief that Jincheng possesses the power to bestow good fortune upon the Chinese team. Those who train here might just find themselves imbued with luck, potentially leading to commendable results in their inaugural World Cup journey. This notion has proliferated to the extent that some have ventured here solely in pursuit of a stroke of good luck. Chinese football, once regarded with disdain akin to a street rat, has transformed in the eyes of many into a symbol of good fortune. It is undeniable that this phenomenon leaves many longtime fans of Chinese football feeling perplexed. In the eyes of many in the past, the collective darkness of this nation paled in comparison to the profound transgressions of Chinese football. Regardless of how absurd the circumstances or individuals may be, there is an undeniable sense of consensus online that leads to scorn directed solely at Chinese football. However, this situation has since transformed, leaving longtime fans, who have witnessed the darkest hours of Chinese football, somewhat disoriented, as they observe an overwhelming wave of praise for the national team on the internet. A sense of unease settles in, fearing that such attention might elevate expectations and demands, rendering the team's failure to advance past the group stage in the World Cup a dire disappointment. Amidst this fervor, the national team welcomed their first warm-up match in Jincheng, facing the Nigerian national team. Nigeria, set to encounter Japan in the World Cup group stage, sought this friendly to gear up against China. Although China also faces an African opponent in the group stage, Algeria's playing style is distinctly different, leaning more towards European tactics. The purpose of this warm-up match was merely to provide China with a taste of competing against formidable world teams, rather than to simulate their upcoming adversary. To prepare for Algeria, the national team enlisted the U-23 team to conduct simulations during their training in Jincheng, while the U-23 squad simultaneously trained in Shanghai. Their aim was not to prepare for any significant event, but to meticulously study and emulate Algeria's style of play. As the only opponent in their group that China could conceivably challenge, Algeria became the focal point of their analysis. A victory in the first group match against Algeria would set a promising tone, though achieving such a feat would require both relentless effort and a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, they represented the sole opponent that China might genuinely contend with. In the warm-up match against Nigeria, China ultimately succumbed to a 1-3 defeat. The solitary goal for China was scored by Hu Lai, which came as little surprise. Despite the U-23 team having previously drawn with Nigeria's U-23 squad during the Olympics, the dynamics differ significantly when it comes to the national teams. Although several players from Nigeria's current squad had once played in the U-23 team, their performances now diverged greatly from those during the Olympics. Faced with this traditionally strong African side, renowned for their physical prowess and refined technique, China struggled to make any headway. Ultimately, a 1-3 loss was somewhat commendable, as Hu Lai managed to salvage some dignity for the team, preventing an even more humiliating defeat. Following the match against Nigeria, the U-23 team traveled from Shanghai to Jincheng. At the Pujin training base, they engaged in 2 instructional matches behind closed doors with the national team. The outcomes of these encounters were inconsequential, as the significance lay not in the final score, but in the opportunity for the national team to glean insights into Algeria's playing style, particularly in terms of physical confrontations on the pitch. It is certainly true that the Olympic team cannot emulate the national team with great precision. Yet it is undoubtedly better than having no imitation at all. In fact, the suggestion to have the Olympic team mimic the opponents that the national team faces in the World Cup was proposed by Shi Wuyin. Previously, during tournaments such as the Asian Cup, the Olympic team was not utilized for training purposes. The Olympic team and the national team operate with a degree of independence. The latter cannot compel the former to comply. Now, in light of the national team's inaugural journey to the World Cup, engaging the Olympic team for training has not raised any objections or astonishment. Everything seems to have fallen into place, especially considering this momentous occasion in the history of Chinese men's football, the first World Cup. As for the European Championship, I have been silent, primarily due to my busy schedule of writing, leaving me little time for other matters. Additionally, my advancing age and declining health prevent me from staying up late. Most matches occur in the late hours, making it impossible to watch every game as I did during the World Cup of yesteryear. Consequently, I have no intention of watching many matches. Since I will not be viewing them, I feel it inappropriate to venture any predictions regarding scores. However, I am quite interested in tonight's match between Croatia and England, as it is scheduled for 9 o'clock. I intend to watch it. Personally, I have greater confidence in England. After all, Croatia, the current World Cup runner-up, has aged significantly, with Modric being the core of the team, an athlete I greatly admire. Nevertheless, I must adhere to objective realities. I believe England should manage to defeat Croatia by at least 1 goal, and with a stroke of good fortune, a 2-goal victory is not out of the question. Chapter 285. Conclusion of training camp. Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Xia Xiaoyu were engaged in conversation in their dormitory after a day of training. From dinner until bedtime, this time was entirely their own for leisure activities. While they could not leave the training facility, they were free to do as they pleased. The training base was sufficiently expansive. Those unwilling to be confined to their dorms could take leisurely strolls around the grounds. However, many opted to visit the team's physiotherapy group in the evenings for massages to relax their bodies, ensuring they could face the next day's training in optimal condition. Consequently, the physiotherapists were among the busiest individuals, often working until 11 o'clock at night. Before the World Cup roster had been announced, everyone was tense, striving to secure a place on the final list as the training camp concluded. Zhang Qinhuan had just returned from a phone call outside, scanning the room before fixing his gaze on Hu Lai. "Why are you staring at me like that? It's quite unsettling," Hu Lai remarked upon sensing Zhang Qinhuan's attention. "Whose call was it?" Chen Xingyi inquired with curiosity. "It was from Uncle Yong," Zhang Qinhuan replied, withdrawing his gaze. "He informed me that Shining Star has finalized the transfer agreement with Seria Club." The 4 individuals in the room exchanged astonished glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "Wow, congratulations. Well done." Huaigu, you're amazing. The matter of Huan Ji's impending overseas study has long been known to them, yet they were taken aback by the rapid progression of events. This is rather unusual. Hu Lai furrowed his brow, pondering the typical conduct of Manager Dong. Could he truly agree so swiftly without thoroughly scrutinizing Saria? Zhang Xinghuan smiled and remarked, Uncle Yong informed me that Shining Star is demanding 350,000 euros. The occupants of the room gasped in disbelief. Has Manager Dong's account been hacked? Only 350,000. After the initial uproar subsided, Zhang Xinghuan continued. Uncle Yong mentioned that Shining Star is indeed supportive of my overseas journey and has not made excessive demands regarding the transfer fee. However, they retained a clause for a second transfer fee sharing, approximately 30%. That is indeed substantial, Hu Lai commented. When I went to Leeds, Shining Star only requested 20% of the second transfer fee. Regardless, being able to go abroad is a positive development, Wang Guangwei inquired. When will the official announcement be made? Zhang Xinghuan shook his head. I've asked them to wait until after we finish the World Cup to announce it. I don't want this matter to distract anyone from their preparations. That makes sense, Wang Guangwei nodded in agreement, appreciating Huan Ji's thoughtfulness. It's truly enviable. Huan Gu is already set to play abroad. Chen Xingyi exclaimed. Are you not close behind? Zhang Xinghuan asked curiously. Huan Gu, your situation is confirmed. While mine is still uncertain, Chen Xingyi pouted. I've only heard that several teams are observing me. They wish to assess my performance during the World Cup before making a decision. If I do not perform well, will I even have the chance to go? You all are just engaging in a friendly competition. Look at old Wang. He truly doesn't know when he can play abroad. Hu Lai pointed at Wang Guangwei. Hey! Wang Guangwei hadn't anticipated that observing would bring him into the spotlight, and he raised his middle finger at Hu Lai in protest. Don't be upset, old Wang. You still have Xiao Yu at Shining Star to keep you company. Chen Xingyi teased. Xiao Yu, who had remained silent, instinctively searched for a crying emoji on his phone, only to realize they were not chatting online but face-to-face, rendering such expressions impossible. He quickly shrugged. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I'm still uncertain about my own participation in the World Cup. His comment prompted a silence among the group, as it was indeed a difficult subject. Although Xiao Yu had been selected for the training roster, he was not the only one. Several young talents were also included. Upon arrival, it became evident that despite Coach Shi inviting Xiao Yu and Zhou Zijin, both first-time national team members, his primary focus remained on the established players. Throughout both training and warm-up matches, it was clear that Coach Shi did not intend to utilize this precious final training opportunity to refine the team's cohesion or adjust tactics from scratch. Instead, this training session was more about allowing the players to transition from league rhythm to the national team tempo, reacquainting themselves with the essence of international competition. Xiao Yu and Zhou Zijin, in particular, seemed to be there merely to absorb the atmosphere. Although the final roster had yet to be determined, everyone could speculate on who might secure a spot in the 23-man squad. Players such as Hu Lai, Zhang Xinghuan, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai are undoubtedly among the 23 selected for the squad. They have consistently demonstrated their prowess as key players, both in their clubs and on the national team. Without their presence, how can one even contemplate competing in the World Cup? The captain, Yao Huasheng, veteran goalkeeper Hao De, and forward Gao Chun are also indispensable pillars of this team, making their exclusion from the national squad highly unlikely. After careful consideration, how many spots remain? Is there truly a chance for newcomers like Xiao Yu? After all, this is the World Cup, not merely a friendly match for nurturing new talent. Wang Guangwei reassured Xiao Yu. I believe there is still a possibility, Xiao Yu. Our coach is renowned for favoring young talent, and your performance during training has been commendable. Why shouldn't you be included? Xiao Yu smiled, replying, It's all right, Brother Wang. I don't want to think too much about it. I'll focus on my training seriously, viewing this as a valuable opportunity for growth. Being part of the national team and training alongside everyone can only benefit me. Indeed, that is the right mindset. Hu Lai affirmed, patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Consider it an experience to gain, like battling monsters to accumulate experience points. The more you face challenges, the more you learn. And with each level gained, there will be new gear and new adventures. Why worry about future World Cups? I assure you, Xiao Yu, we will surely participate in every World Cup to come. Xiao Yu nodded, believing that Hu Lai was speaking from the heart, not merely offering consolation. In a discreet agreement between Anong Shanxing and Barcelona Saria Club regarding Zhang Xinghuan's transfer, no whispers of this development had escaped into the public domain. Both clubs had maintained an impressive level of confidentiality. The media remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Qinhuan had already secured his opportunity to play abroad after the World Cup. With the focus still on the training camp and the anticipation surrounding the identities of the 23 fortunate players who would represent China. On June 2nd, the Chinese team faced their final warm-up match against Colombia in Jincheng. Given that their last group match would be against Brazil, the choice of this warm-up opponent seemed particularly strategic. Despite being a friendly, it was evident from coach Shi Wuyin's tactical arrangements that he approached this match as if it were a formal competition. The strongest available lineup was deployed from the outset, giving some insight into the probable starting 11 for China's first match in the World Cup. After deliberating between goalkeepers Hao De and Lin Zhiyuan, coach Shi ultimately opted for Lin Zhiyuan. This decision was not surprising, as Lin had garnered considerable acclaim following his outstanding performance in the recent playoff against Paraguay. There had been calls within the country to officially designate Lin as the first-choice keeper. Despite some youthful mistakes, he quickly rebounded, showcasing the invaluable qualities of an excellent goalkeeper, particularly his commendable mindset. Although Mao Junzheng had recovered from injury and performed well in recent matches, coach Shi Wuyin retained the central defensive pairing of Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei that had proven effective during the final stages of the 12-team qualifying tournament. The two individuals have partnered since the playoff against Uzbekistan and through the crucible of 4 crucial matches across 2 rounds. Their synergy and skill have been rigorously tested in the most critical and high-pressure encounters. Wang Guangwei has made rapid progress in the league, and now adorned with the captain's armband of the Anong Stars, he has grown increasingly composed and seasoned. The right back, Shi Wuyin, has opted for Baidi, who plays for the Shanghai Mariners, instead of the former national team's mainstay right back, Yu Daisong. After losing his starting position following a transfer to the South China Tigers, Yu Daisong has moved to the Shanghai Blue Moon, where it is also challenging for him to regain a starting role. Conversely, Baidi, previously a key player for the U23 national team, has shown consistent performance at his club and has secured his position as a starter with the Shanghai Mariners. Notably, in the 2 preparation matches in Europe, Baidi was part of the squad. It is evident that Shi Wuyin is leaning towards replacing Yu Daisong with Baidi. On the left flank, the more offensively inclined Chu Lu takes the position. However, Shi Wuyin is prepared to adjust according to the specific circumstances of the opponent and the tactical requirements. Should there be a need to bolster defense, he would substitute Chu Lu with another left back, Jiao Chirue. Although Jiao Chirue does not possess the attacking prowess of Chu Lu, he excels in obedience and diligence, willingly undertaking the more arduous defensive responsibilities. In terms of defense, Jiao Chirue, who plays for Yunyang Phoenix, inspires more confidence than Chu Lu. In the midfield, Shi Wuyin has made notable tactical and personnel adjustments. The previously aggressive configuration of 2 attacking midfielders and 1 defensive midfielder has been replaced. Aiming for a more cautious approach on the World Cup stage, he has inverted the triangle to feature 2 defensive midfielders and 1 attacking midfielder. Gao Rumin and Jiang Wanqing partner as the defensive midfielders, which also explains Shi Wuyin's decision to recall Jiang Wanqing to the national team after having previously excluded him. Relying solely on Gao Rumin for midfield defense is insufficient. Despite his strong running ability, his youth necessitates the presence of the experienced Jiang Wanqing alongside him for added security. As for the attacking midfielder, there is no contest. It is undoubtedly Zhang Qinhuan, the Chinese team's number 10. Currently, there is no domestic player who can rival him for this position. Even Guo Juanfu, who has performed well with the U23 team, will have to humbly accept a place on the bench for the national team. Ironically, Zhang Qinhuan is only 1 year older than Guo Juanfu, indicating that, barring injury, Guo Juanfu will remain in Zhang Qinhuan's shadow for the foreseeable future. With no ambiguity surrounding the attacking midfielder position, the forward trio is equally clear-cut, who lie at the center, Chen Xingyi on the left and Luo Kai on the right. This constitutes the offensive trident of the Chinese team. It can be said that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Chinese team will field this starting lineup in their first group match against Algeria at the World Cup. This indeed represents the strongest lineup currently available to the Chinese team. Consequently, the performance of this lineup in the warm-up matches is bound to attract significant attention. Commentators in the press box, professional journalists in the media area, and numerous fans both on-site and in front of their televisions hoped to witness traces of the future performance of the Chinese team at the World Cup in this match. The players exhibited remarkable enthusiasm and dedication. One could hardly discern that they were merely engaged in a warm-up match, nor did they hold back due to any apprehensions of injury. Fueled by this spirited endeavor, the Chinese team even managed to take a one-goal lead against Colombia in the first half, thanks to a goal from Lin Zhiyuan. However, as the second half progressed and fatigue set in, the performance of the Chinese team began to wane. This allowed Colombia to capitalize, scoring 2 consecutive goals and altering the score to 2-1. Subsequently, coach Shi Wuyin refrained from having the players continue to battle fiercely against their opponents. Instead, he opted for substitutions, disassembling the strongest starting lineup of the Chinese team. Hu Lai was replaced, with Zhou Zijin stepping in for him. In addition to Zhou, Xia Xiaoyu was also given the opportunity to come off the bench. Both teams made significant substitutions. The remainder of the match unfolded without incident, maintaining the score of 2-1 until the final whistle. Thus, the Chinese team concluded their last official warm-up match prior to the World Cup. Reports suggest that following this warm-up match, the Chinese team will formally announce the 23-man roster for the World Cup, a list that commands far greater attention from the public than the training squad. P.S. What did I mention yesterday? England triumphed narrowly over Croatia. Witnessing Modric lead a Croatian side that struggled to find the back of the net was both heartbreaking and frustrating. It cannot be said that England played exceptionally well. Rather, it was that Croatia faltered, missing a crucial player like Mandzukic. Chapter 286. The 23 indelibly written into history yesterday, after a match. All members of the Chinese team enjoyed a leisurely morning, free from the need to set alarms for early training sessions in the gym or queue for fitness assessments. This relaxed atmosphere made many realize that the final training camp before the World Cup had concluded. The next step involves selecting 23 players from the current pool of 30, who will then travel to Atlanta, USA, for the final training camp in preparation for the first match of the World Cup group stage. In other words, today 7 individuals will bid farewell to the national team, packing their bags to return home, where they will watch their teammates take to the World Cup stage on television from their living rooms. Around 11 in the morning, all players received a group announcement via their phones. Everyone, please gather in the meeting room by 2 o'clock after lunch. This brief notification did not specify the purpose of the meeting, yet all understood the implication. As each player glanced at their phones, the atmosphere of leisure and comfort dissipated. Those who typically greeted each other with laughter and banter now exchanged solemn nods when they encountered one another in the dining area, devoid of the inclination to converse. Even those who were almost certain to be included in the final 23-man roster could not maintain a facade of indifference in such a tense environment. Concerns for the fate of friends weighed heavily on many minds, leaving little room for lightheartedness. Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guowei, and Chen Xingyi are currently preoccupied with concerns regarding whether Xia Xiaoyu will secure a place in the national team. In contrast, Xia Xiaoyu reassures them, stating, honestly, just having the opportunity to train together with all of you feels like a reward in itself. When the time comes, I shall cheer you on. Behind them, Zhou Zijin sighs, if you are not selected, won't you feel any regret? Xia Xiaoyu responds, of course, there will be some regret, but I am mentally prepared. So it doesn't feel like a significant loss. Xia Xiaoyu and the others turn to look at Zhou Zijin, who is walking behind them. They are all en route to the conference room. The distance is not far. After descending from the dormitory building, they proceed straight for 50 meters, then turn left for 30 meters before entering a building that houses the conference room. Yet, they traverse this path slowly, as if by lingering. They might delay the inevitable judgment, as though the outcome could still be altered. Hearing Xia Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Zijin shakes his head. You are truly carefree. Xia Xiaoyu retorts. I am not carefree, Zhou Zijin. I have merely prepared for the worst-case scenario. Thus, regardless of the outcome, as long as it is not the worst, it signifies a favorable result, does it not? Zhou Zijin pouts. Not me. I want to go to the World Cup. I simply wish to be included in the final roster. We shall soon find out if there is hope. He sighs deeply and lowers his gaze as they continue toward the conference room. Upon entering, they discover that despite their delay, many individuals have already gathered inside. Everyone finds a seat and refrains from whispering, a rarity before this meeting, as silence prevails even before the coach announces the commencement. Previously, the room only quieted upon the coach's directive. In this eerie stillness, tension permeates the atmosphere, enveloping everyone present. Eventually, the head coach, Shi Wuyin, enters alongside the coaching staff and team leader, Hong Renjie. Instantly, they capture the attention of all the national team players, who fixate on the white paper in Shi Wuyin's hands. It resembles the announcement of the training list, yet this time, the audience is present to witness it live rather than through a screen. Shi Wuyin, aware of the eager yet anxious gazes directed at him, comprehends the weight of the list containing 23 names. After all, this marks a historic moment for Chinese football. While the national team may one day participate in the World Cup again, nothing will compare to the significance of this inaugural occasion. Everyone present, regardless of the odds, yearns to etch their name indelibly into the annals of Chinese football history. Unlike his previous televised announcements of the training list, Shi Wuyin does not immediately read the names upon taking the stage. Instead, he glances at his watch, noting that there are 5 minutes until 2 o'clock, nearly time. He nods and sets his watch aside, finally unfolding the list he had folded twice. However, he refrains from reading it just yet and addresses the players, saying, "Before I announce the names of the 23 individuals qualified for the World Cup, I would like to share a few brief words with you all. I am immensely grateful for the dedication you all have demonstrated during this training period. Each of you, regardless of whether you ultimately participate in the World Cup, has contributed to the Chinese team's journey towards it. I am uncertain of how the outside world will perceive this, but as the head coach of the Chinese team, I shall remember your contributions. As I have reiterated numerous times during our training, we are a cohesive unit. This unity encompasses all 30 of us, not merely the final 23. The players sat in silence, attentively listening to the coach, though it was unclear how many truly absorbed Coach Shi Wuyin's words at that moment. Now, I shall announce the 23 individuals who have made it onto the final roster for the Chinese team for the World Cup. As Shi Wuyin uttered these words, the already hushed conference room fell into an even deeper stillness, as if even the sound of breathing had ceased. He glanced up in mild surprise at the players, who were now wide-eyed, and then lowered his gaze once more to read the names. Hauda, the seasoned goalkeeper Hauda, who had always maintained a strong demeanor, felt his composure crumble upon hearing his name. This experienced veteran, now in his first World Cup, was anxious not to falter on the eve of such a significant opportunity. The expressions of the other goalkeepers turned complex as they regarded Hauda. With only 3 goalkeeper spots available in the 23-man roster, Hauda had claimed 1, leaving the others to vie for the remaining 2, or rather 1, as Lin Zhiyuan was likely to secure a position as well. Thus, they were competing for a single spot, a battle that could become quite fierce. Lin Zhiyuan. Upon hearing his name, Lin Zhiyuan could not suppress his excitement and instinctively raised a fist in triumph, managing to stifle a shout that might have drawn ire. Shi Wuyin noticed the commotion but remained unfazed, continuing to read the names with an impassive expression. As he called out each name, some exhaled in relief, others, like Lin Zhiyuan, celebrated quietly, while many maintained a tense silence, their emotions a tangled web of anxiety and anticipation. Some who were destined to miss out felt a strange sense of relief, watching the proceedings unfold with a lighter heart. When Zhang Qinghuan heard his name, although not entirely surprised, he felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. He leaned back slightly in his chair, glancing out at the blue sky beyond the conference room window, as if someone up there were watching over him. Xiao Xiaoyu. Zhang Qinghuan's gaze snapped back from the heavens to the present, first to Coach Shi Wuyin, and then to Xiao Xiaoyu, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Well done, Xiaoyu," Hu Lai exclaimed, slapping Xiao Xiaoyu on the back, yet he remained motionless, akin to a statue. At last, the conference room erupted with the loudest reaction thus far. Shi Wuyin heard the commotion, but continued to read without lifting his head. In the midst of the ruckus, Zhou Zijing leaned over his desk, fixated intently on Xiao Xiaoyu. His teammate from the national under-23 team has now been confirmed to participate in the World Cup. An overwhelming surge of envy and jealousy welled up within Zhou Zijing, akin to the sharp acidity of consuming a kilogram of green lemons, leaving him nearly in a state of despair. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Zijing instinctively rose from his seat, exclaiming aloud. This time, Shi Wuyin could no longer contain himself and glanced over at him. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhou Zijing suddenly realized that this was not merely a roll call in the classroom, but rather the exhilarating announcement that he too would be attending the World Cup. He hastily sat back down, resting his head on the desk, trembling with excitement. As the tremors intensified, he began to sob uncontrollably. Lin Zhiyuan, noticing the commotion, turned to look and scoffed softly. What a show-off. Others watched Zhou Zijin, who was overcome with emotion at being included in the roster of 23. Their feelings a complex mix of admiration, jealousy, and sympathetic smiles. Marked by Zhou Zijin's heartfelt tears, the historic roster for China's first World Cup journey was unveiled. These 23 individuals were thus etched into history. Future generations would remain unaware of the emotional turbulence that transpired within the national team during the announcement of the list, left only to speculate about the joys and sorrows hidden behind it. Outsiders, too, would be oblivious to the intricate dynamics within the team, and fans and reporters alike could only share a breaking news update around 2:30. Breaking. The Chinese team officially announces the final 23-man roster for the World Cup. Goalkeepers. No. 1 Hao Hedong Thunder. Number 12 Sun Rong, Shanghai Mariners. Number 23 Lin Zhiyuan, Lingnan South China Tiger. Defenders. Number 5 Yao Huaxing, Lingnan South China Tiger. No. 4 Mao Junzhong, Dashun Golden Arrow. Number 15 Wang Guangwei, Anong Shooting Star. Number 13 Lu Yan, Lingnan Sea God. Number 2 Bai Di, Shanghai Mariners. No. 3 Chu Lu, Lingnan South China Tiger. Number 6 Ding Yuan Hai, Anong Shooting Star. Number 22 Jiao Chirui, Yinyang Phoenix. Midfielders. Number 10 Zhang Qinghuan, Anong Shooting Star. No. 8 Lu Jiarong, Hedong Thunder. Number 16 Gui Jianfu, Xanadu Divine Might. Number 17 Gao Rumin, Capital Dragon. Number 21 Huang Yao, Nanjia Rui Lion. No. 19 Jiang Wanqing, Shanghai Mariners. Number 20 Xia Xiaoyu, Anong Shooting Star. Forwards. Number 14 Hu Lai, Premier League Lead City. Number 9 Luo Kai, Premier League Talamide. No. 11 Chen Xingyi, Dashun Golden Arrow. Number 7 Gao Chun, Haihe Shuanggong. Number 18 Zhou Zijin, Shanghai Mariners. End of chapter 287. Before departure, standing outside his home, Xia Xiaoyu knocked on the door but was greeted by silence. He found it odd. Before returning, he had specifically informed his parents via WeChat, and they had assured him they would be home. Why, then, was there no response? Had they gone out? Xia Xiaoyu felt a hint of disappointment, suspecting his parents had broken their promise and left him hanging. He took off his backpack, rummaged through it until he found his keys, and unlocked the door. The house was shrouded in darkness, indeed empty. He let out a gentle sigh and turned to switch on the lights. As the lights flickered on, a series of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by jubilant shouts of congratulations. Xiaoyu. Well done, Xiaoyu. You have truly achieved greatness. A cacophony of voices emerged from the crowd. Xiaoyu stood dazed, gazing at the throng before him and the smiling faces of his parents in the center of it all. Surprised, are you Xiaoyu? His cousin, Xiao Wu, leaped forward, brandishing a hand-cranked party popper, the very source of the earlier booms, now showering him with colorful plastic confetti that littered the floor. Xiao Wu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, I think I heard you sigh just now. Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, you must have misheard. Brother. Xiao Wu laughed heartily, choosing not to press further. At that moment, Xiaoyu's parents stepped forward to clarify, We wanted to surprise you. Congratulations on making the World Cup roster. Xiaoyu, looking at the relatives and friends crowding his living room, beamed, Thank you all for coming. I will strive to perform well at the World Cup. His grandfather, enveloped by the crowd, stepped forward to offer encouragement. Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Grandpa, I'm merely on the list. It doesn't guarantee a spot on the field. Yet, his grandfather appeared oblivious to his protest, raising his fist in determination. You must not bring shame to the Xia family. With a resigned nod, Xiaoyu replied, All right, Grandpa. I promise not to disappoint. In the bustling corridor of Qingyang High School, excitement filled the air as students craned their necks to glimpse a particular direction. In the midst of the crowd, a relatively open space had been cordoned off. Zhou Zijing and the school's principal, Lin Changji, stood before a wall adorned with a red silk cover. Vice Principal Xia Huaqin passionately addressed the gathered media, stating, As a nationally recognized key school, Qingyang High has nurtured countless exemplary graduates, some of whom have become renowned scientists, successful entrepreneurs, and celebrated figures in the arts and entertainment. They are our esteemed alumni and a treasured asset of Qingyang High. Thus, our corridor also serves as a hall of honor to showcase these remarkable individuals. Today, we are thrilled to add another distinguished alumnus to this wall of honor. At this juncture, she gestured to Lin Zhiyuan, who, alongside Zhou Zijing, unveiled the red silk. As it cascaded down, a half-length portrait of Zhou Zijing, donned in the national team jersey, emerged on the wall. Below the image, an inscription read, Zhou Zijing, class of 2023, former captain of the Qingyang High football team, leading them to national championships thrice and securing the runner-up position. Currently a member of the Chinese national men's football team, competing in the 2026 World Cup in North America. The corridor erupted in cheers, whistles, and applause from the students, who had witnessed other notable figures return to the school to personally hang their photographs on the wall. Yet it was Zhou Zijing who resonated most deeply with them, for he was not much older, and the World Cup was undeniably the most fervent topic of discussion. Their school had produced a national player capable of participating in the World Cup, and all the students of Qingyang No. 1 High School felt an immense sense of pride. In the future, when introducing their alma mater, they need not proclaim it as a national key school. After all, there were numerous such institutions across China. Instead, they could simply ask, "Do you know Zhou Zijing? He is a World Cup participant, and he graduated from our Qingyang No. 1 High School." As the cheers gradually subsided, Zhou Zijing took the microphone and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you to my alma mater for bestowing upon me this honor that can be enshrined on the school's honor wall. It has always been my dream. Now that this dream has been realized, I still feel unworthy, for while I have participated in the World Cup, I have not yet aided the Chinese team in advancing further. I hope that in the next 4 years, I can become a significant contributor to the Chinese team's success in the World Cup." The students applauded fervently, cheering loudly. If, for years hence, the Chinese team were to qualify for the World Cup again, it would undoubtedly be a moment worthy of jubilant celebration. Amidst the applause and cheers, Zhou Zijing stood beneath his photograph, completing this somewhat unique group portrait. In the future, every student of Qingyang No. 1 High School passing beneath that picture would glance over, aware that their school had produced a World Cup player. Although he may not yet rival Hu Lai, he was indeed a source of pride for Qingyang No. 1 High School. Zhou Zijing looked back at his photograph, pondering to himself, "One day, I shall erase the phrase about not measuring up to Hu Lai. Indeed, that day will come." Zhang Qinghuan stood before her father's gravestone, turning to her mother beside her, saying, "Mom, you can go down first. I would like to have a few words with Dad." "You say what you need to. I will be right here," Ren Changmei replied, refusing to leave. Zhang Qinghuan clicked her tongue. "With you here, I cannot speak freely." "Oh, why not? What is there that cannot be said in front of your mother? Have you found a girlfriend?" "What nonsense. If I had found a girlfriend, I would certainly be the first to inform you. Just consider this a conversation between two men, my father and me." Zhang Qinghuan gently pushed her mother away. All right. No need to push. I will go myself," Ren Changmei grumbled as she turned to depart. Zhang Qinghuan watched her mother descend the distant steps, and once she was out of sight, he returned his gaze to the photograph of his father on the gravestone. The once colorful image had begun to fade slightly. "Dad," Zhang Qinghuan called out, but his voice faltered, leaving him unsure of what to say next. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. "I miss you again." After Ren Changmei had descended several rows of graves, she turned back to look upward. From her vantage point, she could only see her son's small silhouette, completely unable to hear what he was saying. Thus, she refrained from continuing her descent, choosing instead to stand there, gazing towards the place where her son and husband resided, patiently waiting. "We have entered the World Cup, a dream once deemed unattainable, and to my astonishment, it has now become a reality. Moreover, I am not only set to compete in the World Cup, but also to play abroad. The path you once envisioned for me has finally been reclaimed." Some assert that parents should not impose their aspirations upon their children. Yet I yearn to embody the person you hope for me to be, Father. I apologize for delaying the fulfillment of the goals you laid out for me until the age of 26. Over the years, I have taken some detours and feared to confide in you, worried about your reprimands. However, now I can finally engage in a heartfelt conversation with you about my journey, as I have achieved the objectives you set for me, and I am less fearful of your disapproval. In light of the World Cup, you won't scold me, will you? Zhang Qinghuan smiled softly. Ren Changmei, fatigued from standing, leaned over the steps, exhaling to disperse the dust, then seated herself. Occasionally glancing back, she continued to wait. The cemetery, shrouded in gloom, was remarkably tranquil, save for the gusts of mountain winds stirring the treetops and her hair. She remained in this state of waiting, the duration unknown, until her son's voice broke the silence. Let us go, Mom. Only then did Rin Changmei lift her face from her hands, turning to see her son smiling at her. Did you finish talking with Dad? Yes, we did. All right. She stood, brushing the dust off her pants. Let us go? What did you and Dad discuss? I can't say. Not even to me. It's a secret among men, Mom. You make it sound as if he secretly took you out for ice cream. Huh. Let us leave it at that, Mom. Fine, if you want to tell. I'll just ask him myself. Well, you'll have to wait then. The two descended the steps together, moving further away side by side. Behind them, the wind rustled through the pines, echoing the sound of waves. As Lin Zhiyuan left the school and walked towards the parking lot, he noticed workers hanging a banner above the entrance of Dongchuan Middle School under the vice principal's direction. He turned to read, "Warm congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu for participating in the World Cup. Great, the old principal will be boasting all summer long." Unlike other students and teachers who lingered at the school gate to take photos, Lin Zhiyuan shook his head and departed. After driving home, he parked the car, took the elevator to the 10th floor, opened the door, placed his bag on the living room sofa, and turned to knock on the neighbor's door. His daughter, Li Qingqing, answered with enthusiasm. "Dad, you're back? Come quickly." With that, she turned and skipped back into the house. Lin Zhiyuan watched her joyful figure with a resigned sigh. Turning around, he spotted Hu Lisin greeting him. "Just finished work, old Li?" "Yes, just finished," Lin Zhiyuan replied quickly. "Did Sister Xia make all those delicious dishes again? Don't forget to prepare a World Cup meal for Hu Lai." Xia Lan's voice floated in from the kitchen. "I haven't forgotten. I'm just about to start." Hu Lai, emerging from the honor room with Li Qingqing, overheard this exchange, and his expression shifted dramatically. Witnessing this change in his demeanor, a smile finally graced Li Zhiqiang's face. Following the announcement of the 23-man roster, Shi Wuyin granted the entire Chinese team a 4-day break. Let them return home to cherish moments with their families, setting aside the pressures and fatigue accumulated during training, and revel in the joys of life. Then, they shall reconvene, embarking once more from the shores and mountains, carrying the fervent hopes and expectations of the entire nation to fulfill a grand appointment. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 288. Elevating the Nation. Esteemed viewers, the scene before you captures the Chinese national men's football team preparing for departure at Shanghai International Airport. Through the lens, we observe a throng of ardent fans gathered outside the airport, donned in the national team's jerseys, brandishing banners and posters, and waving national flags. Numerous media correspondents have also arrived to cover this momentous occasion. On television, live reporter Wang Shanshan exuberantly narrates the unfolding spectacle behind her. Outside Terminal 1 of Shanghai International Airport, a sea of humanity converges. As previously reported, the fans here to bid farewell to the Chinese team are not solely locals, but also supporters from various corners of the country, contributing to this magnificent turnout. They have gathered to witness the historic departure of the Chinese men's football team for the World Cup, eager to become a part of this momentous event. Despite meticulous preparations by transportation and security agencies, the reality of the day still astonished everyone, not merely due to the size of the crowd, but because of the immense affection that Chinese football has garnered within the nation. How could Chinese football ever receive such adoration in the past? It is said that the return of Olympic champions may not even rival the spectacle witnessed outside the airport today. Not only the fans present, but also regular travelers, upon witnessing this scene, hastily retrieve their phones to capture photographs and share them online. Those flying from Shanghai International Airport today initially mistook the crowd for the arrival of a major celebrity, only to realize it was the national team. Go, national team! Unable to be in Shanghai and confined to work, I envy those fortunate enough to witness this live. Please carry my blessings to the team. Go! I have cherished Chinese football for 20 years, and for the first time, I feel empowered to proudly declare my support. In light of such a splendid gathering, the national team has organized a modest departure ceremony in the parking lot outside the terminal, expressing gratitude to the enthusiastic fans and affirming their commitment to the nation. All 23 players of the Chinese team, clad in matching suits, stood in formation before the team's dedicated bus. Team captain Yao Huaxing took his place at the forefront, microphone in hand, addressing the gathered reporters and fans. We, the players of the national team, promise to train diligently, compete earnestly, and give our all during the World Cup. We shall display our skills and spirit, ensuring that Chinese football garners respect. Xia Xiaoyu stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the sea of dark figures before him. Illuminated by the incessant flashes of cameras, his mind still somewhat bewildered. Although 5 days had passed since he learned of his selection among the 23, he occasionally felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was beyond his expectations that he had triumphed over numerous older and more seasoned players to become one of the chosen few. He understood that his inclusion in this prestigious roster was primarily due to Coach Shi's desire to introduce some young talents to the World Cup atmosphere, and he was acutely aware that the chances of him stepping onto the field were slim. Nevertheless, he felt immense gratitude for the opportunity to witness the World Cup firsthand. Even if he didn't play a single minute, he believed he would glean invaluable experience to aid his development. He had previously experienced this sensation vividly during his time with the Stars, as he observed Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Chen Xingyi return from the Olympics, transformed in confidence and demeanor. The most immediate effect of this newfound self-assurance was their willingness to take risks during matches, which held immense significance. After all, if one were to judge solely by training performances, nearly everyone could be deemed a king of the pitch. However, the true distinction between an exceptional player and an average one emerges when faced with the pressures and physical confrontations of a real match. Of course, there are exceptions, like Hu Gu, whose seemingly ordinary training sessions often gave way to extraordinary performances during games. Such individuals appear to be born for the grand stage. Reflecting on this, Xia Xiaoyu turned to glance at Hu Lai, who was 3 places away from him. To his surprise, the Hu Gu he admired for his aptitude in significant moments appeared somewhat lost in thought amidst the grandeur of the occasion. After the initial shock, Xia Xiaoyu found solace in this realization. At such a pivotal moment, many, including himself, felt a surge of nerves, yet Hu Gu remained unfazed, seemingly wandering in a realm beyond, showcasing his remarkable composure. Truly, he was a person meant for the grand stage. In truth, Hu Lai was not as composed as Xia Xiaoyu envisioned. As he surveyed the throngs of fans, waving flags and brandishing various slogans, a wave of emotions washed over him. This was the World Cup. Regardless of the time or place, the World Cup was an unparalleled spectacle. Every child who plays football has dreamed of one day competing in the World Cup, regardless of whether that dream comes to fruition. Now, he had finally realized that dream. Having traversed into this world nearly 7 years ago, he found himself gradually relinquishing doubts about the nature of his existence here, almost forgetting his identity as a traveler. He firmly believed he belonged to this world, a native of its essence. Perhaps the experiences before his arrival were merely the longest dream he had ever lived. In that dream, he experienced the despair and anguish of an ordinary football fan witnessing the repeated failures of Chinese football in its quest for World Cup glory. If that were indeed a dream from which he could never awaken, what kind of person would he become? Would he possess an advantage? Would he encounter Li Qingqing? Would Dongchuan High School have a national competition to participate in? Would Chinese football improve after 2019? Most importantly, when would we once again breach the gates of the World Cup? However, pondering such questions now seems futile, regardless of whether that realm was a dream or not. And what it might entail, the present Hu Lai exists within this reality, where Chinese football has undergone significant transformation and has finally reached the World Cup for the first time. Would Chinese football in this world, akin to that other realm, revel in the joy of entering the World Cup only to find that nothing has changed, leaving behind nothing but chaos? As a player, Hu Lai's capabilities are limited. All he can do is exert himself to the fullest, allowing others to perceive a glimmer of hope. As for how to exert himself, that naturally relies on the system's assistance. System, it's time to get to work. Hu Lai entered the system space. Having scored 32 goals in the Premier League and earned the Golden Boot, he completed 2 tasks set by the system, thereby receiving a total reward of 620,000 points. Furthermore, he aided the Chinese team in qualifying for the World Cup, fulfilling an earlier task from the system, which rewarded him with 500,000 points, a bottle of cleansing elixir, and a World Wave experience card. He consumed the cleansing elixir upon receiving the task reward. Yet the World Wave experience card remained unused. Hu Lai still vividly recalls the moment when he was pressured by Li Qingqing's father during his time in the Dongchuan school team, and, relying on sheer luck, drew this card to complete the challenge. Back then, he was merely a novice who had practiced for a month, yet under the influence of this card, he was able to execute a beautiful bicycle kick. The strength of this card is therefore quite evident. Although the points reward for completing the World Cup task was only 500,000, seemingly not much more than that for the Golden Boot task. Hu Lai felt that the value of the World Wave Experience card justified the difficulty of the task. He intended to reserve this card for the 3 group matches of the World Cup, ideally deploying it when the team needed just 1 goal for victory, maximizing the card's worth of 1 million. Setting the card aside, Hu Lai currently possesses 1,115,000 points, which is the remainder after deducting the points spent on various items in the Premier League. This is a level of wealth he has never experienced before. Now, with his newfound affluence, Hu Lai is not hesitant to expend 300,000 points to acquire 10 Lingxi cards, which he intends to store in the system space for his 10 starting teammates before the first group match. The remaining points, aside from being exchanged for items such as the damaged giant bear leg guards, the worn giant bear jersey, and the lover's red string, can also be utilized to procure additional Lingxi cards for teammates who are substituted in. Ultimately, during these 3 group matches, Hu Lai must ensure that no aspect is overlooked, with comprehensive support for the Chinese team. Were it not for the restriction that items can only be used personally, he would have eagerly distributed the set of the lover's red string, the damaged giant bear leg guards, and the worn giant bear jersey to every player. As long as it could swiftly enhance the strength of the Chinese team and lead to commendable results in the World Cup, Hu Lai harbored no psychological reservations about cheating. While Hu Lai was organizing his items in the system space, he finally heard that long-awaited, emotionless voice. Mission: achieve an outstanding performance in the World Cup. Mission reward: a guaranteed 300,000 points, with additional rewards dependent on final performance. After Yao Huashan concluded his speech, Shi Wuyin also addressed the audience on behalf of the coaching staff of the Chinese team, with both players and coaches expressing their resolve. This simple send-off ceremony came to an end. All members of the Chinese team, amidst the cheers of fans and the lenses of reporters, turned towards the special passageway at the airport prepared exclusively for them. They would board a chartered flight alongside a vast logistical team, staff from the Football Association, and official media reporters, heading to Atlanta, USA. Watching them depart, countless viewers in front of their televisions silently chanted or even shouted aloud, "Go, China team!" Appendix: Groupings for the 2026 23rd World Cup in the USA and Canada. Group A: USA, France, Uruguay, South Korea. Group B: Brazil, Russia, Algeria, China. Group C: England, Mexico, Czech Republic, Egypt. Group D: Germany, Croatia, Ghana, Iran. Group E: Spain, Nigeria, Japan, Norway. Group F: Italy, Colombia, Poland, Australia. Group G: Argentina, Portugal, Cameroon, Costa Rica. Group H: Canada, Netherlands, Belgium, Ivory Coast. P.S. Tonight promises to be a veritable feast of football for fans. At midnight, Portugal faces Hungary. At 2 a.m., the Chinese team confronts Syria, and at 3 a.m., France takes on Germany. Except for the last match, which will be difficult to watch in its entirety. The first 2 matches align perfectly. Since I also plan to watch, I'll take a wild guess. Portugal will undoubtedly triumph over Hungary, perhaps by 2 goals. For France and Germany, I favor France, but the outcome may be close, perhaps decided by just 1 goal. End of chapter 289. The World Cup opening. After concluding the afternoon training session, all players of the Chinese national team engaged in post-training relaxation exercises under the guidance of the coaching staff, allowing their muscles to unwind and preventing discomfort following their rigorous workout. This is a standard procedure after each training session. Given the considerable training load imposed by Coach Shi, the importance of these relaxation exercises cannot be overstated. Should anyone wish to shirk their responsibilities during this critical phase, the cumulative fatigue from each training session may eventually erupt at the most unexpected moment. No national player desires to find themselves in the unfortunate position of being sidelined from the World Cup due to an injury sustained during training, especially when their teammates have already journeyed to the United States. Recently, distressing news emerged from the Dutch team. The illustrious football star and captain of the Netherlands national team, Max Kiri, sustained a knee injury after colliding with a teammate during practice, rendering him unable to recover in the immediate future and ultimately forcing him to withdraw from the national squad, thereby bidding farewell to the World Cup. For the 31-year-old Kiri, the prospect of participating in future World Cups now hangs in uncertainty. In other words, this prominent figure in Dutch football may very well have to say goodbye to the World Cup in an utterly unforeseen manner. Although Kiri maintained a facade of coolness during an airport interview, asserting that his absence from the World Cup was a loss for the tournament rather than for himself. Behind the impenetrable glasses shielding his eyes from the flash of cameras, it remains unknown whether his eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. The tragedy of Max Kiri serves as a stark warning to all players participating in the World Cup, particularly for those in the Chinese team, who cherish this opportunity deeply. For many, this might very well be their sole chance to partake in the World Cup throughout their professional careers. Therefore, everyone is particularly vigilant about avoiding injuries. Merely days after Kiri's incident, during a training session, a conflict arose between Jiang Wanqing and Gao Chun due to excessive physicality in a team scrimmage. At that moment, as Gao Chun turned to advance with the ball in the midfield, he was unceremoniously taken down from behind by Jiang Wanqing. Although Jiang aimed for the ball, and indeed made contact first, Gao, feeling aggrieved, rose from the ground and pushed Jiang in frustration. Jiang, unwilling to back down, immediately retaliated, leading to a standoff. Fortunately, no journalists were present at the training ground at the time. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated significantly. The coaching staff and fellow teammates promptly intervened to separate the two. Gao Chun had previously suffered a severe injury inflicted by South Korean player Park Sung-hyung during a match, which precipitated a drastic decline in his career, transforming him from a promising striker for the future of Chinese football into a substitute for Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai. Since his return from injury, Gao has lost some of his explosiveness, and his confidence on the field has waned, leaving him with a palpable psychological shadow. Particularly sensitive to physical confrontations, especially before such an important competition as the World Cup. Thus, his heightened sensitivity is entirely understandable. Conversely, Jiang Wanqing had previously been omitted from the national team following the appointment of coach Shi Wuyin. His return to the squad has been accompanied by rumors suggesting that he leveraged connections to rejoin, which motivates him to demonstrate his attitude and capabilities to Shi through exceptionally vigorous training. This mindset, too, is comprehensible. In the end, under the mediation of Shi Wuyin and the national team leader Hong Renjie, the two men shook hands and reconciled in front of the entire team. Jiang Wanqing first apologized to the younger Gao Chun, acknowledging that his earlier tackle, which was undeniably perilous, warranted such an apology. Gao Chun, in turn, expressed regret for his irrational behavior towards Jiang Wanqing. On the surface, this matter seemed to be resolved. However, the aftershocks lingered in the hearts of every player who witnessed the scene. All felt the immense pressure mounting as the World Cup drew near. Even the 33-year-old veteran Jiang Wanqing and the notoriously good-natured Gao Chun succumbed to the weight of this pressure, transforming into irrational beasts. Though the altercation was swiftly quelled, the sight of the two men shouting and brandishing their fists was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. This was the World Cup. It was the tournament each of them yearned for and anticipated, yet simultaneously feared. Would I be granted playing time? What if my performance falters? If we were to lose to Algeria, would I become the scapegoat for Chinese football? These myriad thoughts swirled in many minds, suffocating in their intensity. Following the conflict between Gao Chun and Jiang Wanqing, it became evident that the players were hesitant to engage fully in training, fearing injury and the potential for further discord. Fortunately, their confrontation occurred without the presence of reporters. Should a similar incident unfold in front of the media, regardless of the team's performance in matches, those involved in the training altercation would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, especially if the team faced elimination. In such a scenario, the instigator of the discord would be vilified as the root cause of Chinese football's failures. The coaching staff was acutely aware of this situation, yet they were at a loss as to how to address it. Encouraging players to give their all in training? Who would be responsible if someone were to get injured? Thankfully, the most critical aspects of their training had been completed during the domestic training camp, and the focus in Atlanta was primarily on adaptation and set-piece tactics. As the weakest team in their group, if China hoped to achieve anything of significance in the World Cup, they would have to rely on set pieces. To this end, Shi Wuyin resurrected the set-piece tactics originally imparted by Hu Lai during his time with the Olympic team, putting the entire squad through training in hopes of utilizing them in matches. During these set-piece drills, laughter erupted on the training field, with many players teasing Lu Yan, the sole representative of the Sea God team. Lu Yan, doesn't he look familiar? Faced with a crowd of seasoned players, Lu Yan could only cover his face and chuckle in resignation. This may have been one of the few relatively light-hearted moments during the national team's preparations for the World Cup. Aside from their interactions with the local Chinese community in Atlanta, after the relaxation training concluded, all the players gathered together, where assistant coach Li Zhiyuan announced an important matter. During dinner, they should not dawdle, and once finished, they were to assemble in the conference room to watch the opening match of the World Cup. The players exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the significance of watching the World Cup opener. Li Zhiyuan continued to elucidate. By observing the matches of other teams, they could grasp the nuances of the World Cup and immerse themselves in its atmosphere, which would aid in their quicker adaptation to the tournament. Watching the games was also a form of learning. As long as there were no scheduling conflicts, efforts would be made to arrange for everyone to watch the live broadcasts of the World Cup matches. A hand was raised. It was Chen Xingyi. "Is it just about watching the match?" he inquired. "Certainly not," Li Zhiyuan replied. "During the viewing, discussions are encouraged. The coaching staff will be present, so feel free to ask any questions. If something is unclear, the coaches will provide clarification. You can also engage in discussions amongst yourselves. As professional players, watching a match should not merely be for entertainment. You must discern the intricacies." Xia Xiaoyu, Wang Guangwei, and Zhang Qinghuan exchanged glances. They were not unfamiliar with this method of learning, as during their time with Flash Stars, they had been called by Lin Gu to watch the Premier League matches of Hulai together. They would tune in as long as the matches were not scheduled for the late hours. During the games, they could freely express their thoughts, pose questions about the unfolding situations, and engage in discussions. This approach allowed them to accumulate experience and enhance their skills. They had grown accustomed to this method of learning through viewing. Little did they know, they had progressed to the national team level. "Are there any further questions?" Li Zhiyuan asked 3 times, and upon seeing no more hands raised, he clapped his hands together. Dismissed. After dinner, the players of the Chinese national team gradually made their way to the hotel conference room. The projection screen had been unveiled, and staff were busy calibrating the equipment. Soon, aerial footage of the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles appeared on the screen, revealing a packed house with fervent American fans filling the grand arena, which could accommodate 100,000 spectators. As it was the match of the host nation, the passionate Americans were naturally present. Even before the game commenced, they had already created an imposing atmosphere in the stands. On June 15th, the World Cup commenced with a sole match, the opening game, set to kick off at 6 p.m. local time, featuring the host nation, the United States, against South Korea. The coaching staff of the Chinese team hoped that by watching this match, the players would swiftly connect with the World Cup experience, especially since South Korea was a familiar opponent from their World Cup qualifiers. Thus, using South Korea as a reference, they could quickly establish a cognitive framework regarding World Cup matches. As Park Chun-tae donned the captain's armband and led the South Korean players onto the hallowed turf of Pasadena Stadium, the Chinese players before the projection distinctly observed the solemn expression on the face of the seasoned Korean captain, as well as the palpable tension exhibited by his teammates behind him. Certainly, it is plausible that the South Korean team's inaugural match in this World Cup coincided with the opening game hosted by the home nation, which undoubtedly heightened the tension compared to an ordinary World Cup encounter. The overwhelming presence of nearly 100,000 American fans indeed created an immense atmosphere, contributing to significant pressure. Nonetheless, the visibly tense expressions of the South Korean players, who have participated in the World Cup finals for 9 consecutive times, left a profound impact on the Chinese team, which was making its debut in the tournament. In their previous confrontations in Asia, they had never encountered such a formidable South Korean team. 90 minutes later, the jubilant exclamations of the American commentators, accompanied by the cheers of the local fans, echoed through the conference room of a hotel in Atlanta. The Chinese players sat in stunned silence, transfixed by the projection screen. There, their long-standing rivals, the South Korean players, were in tears. The scoreline of 2-0 does not fully reflect the disparity in strength between the 20th-ranked American team and the 41st-ranked South Korean team. In this match, the South Korean team adopted a defensive counterattacking strategy against the fiercely determined hosts, who were intent on securing an opening victory. Historically, it has been the opponents of South Korea in Asia who have employed a defensive counterattacking approach, whereas on the World Cup stage, it is South Korea that has resorted to such tactics, highlighting the formidable challenge of the tournament. Despite their attempts to rely on Park Chun-tae's individual skills and speed for counterattacks, the South Korean defense was unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from the American team. Conceding only 2 goals could be considered relatively fortunate. Throughout the match, Park Chun-tae struggled to find significant opportunities as a counterattacking forward, often retreating to assist in defense at the edge of his own penalty area before sprinting up the pitch to initiate counterattacks. After expending considerable energy in this manner for much of the match, he found himself utterly fatigued. By the end, he was running with a cramp. But with all 3 substitutions already made, he could only hobble on the field. The South Korean team had entirely relinquished any chance for counterattacks, retreating defensively as they faced the relentless American team, which continued to attack vigorously amid the frenzied cheers of the home crowd, striving to avoid conceding a 3rd goal. Although they ultimately succeeded, when the final whistle blew, many South Korean players were seen burying their faces in their hands, weeping. The Asian teams, making their debut in this World Cup, were met with defeat. The Chinese players, who typically struggle to empathize with the South Koreans, found themselves sharing a kinship in sorrow after witnessing such a match. If the South Koreans were to face such adversity, what of our own plight? Chapter complete. Chapter 290. Some cannot sleep. Some do not wish to sleep as the Chinese players departed the conference room to return to their respective quarters for rest. The national team leader, Hong Renjia, knocked on Shi Wuyin's door, hesitating momentarily. "Old Hong, if you have something to say, just say it. Do we need to be so formal?" Shi Wuyin smiled. "It's nothing much. I was just pondering whether the coaching staff's suggestion for the players to gather and watch matches for learning might warrant reconsideration. After watching the match between the Korean and American teams, it seems that everyone felt somewhat lost in thought, and Hong Renjia expressed his sentiments. Due to Shi Wuyin's numerous contributions to Chinese football and their personal camaraderie, Hong Renjia spoke with great circumspection, employing the phrase open to discussion rather than resorting to disparagement, which was quite courteous of him. Following the match, they appeared to be even more anxious. As you know, after Gao Chun and Zhang Wanqing's game, the atmosphere within the team was already tense, and now it felt as if they were adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps it would be best to cancel this arrangement altogether and stop watching live matches? Shi Wuyin chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Old Hong, to cancel this event would essentially convey to the players that we acknowledge their dismay and fear, thus choosing to blindfold and deafen them to shield them from further fright. How do you think the players would perceive that? Would they feel less anxious? Might they not feel belittled and consequently more despondent and lacking in confidence?" Hong Renjia also sensed that such an approach was inappropriate. "Here is my perspective, Old Hong. Anxiety is inevitable, especially since this is our first World Cup. Look at the Korean team today. Weren't they nervous as well? Otherwise, how could they concede a goal right at the start? Regardless of whether we allow our players to watch the match or not, their anxiety will persist. Besides, if we don't gather them to watch, do you think they won't view it privately? They will still acquire that information. Thus, their nervousness will remain unchanged, no matter our actions." Shi Wuyin continued. "Nervousness is not necessarily a negative thing, or if it is unavoidable, we should not perceive it as a burden." After hearing Shi Wuyin's explanation, Hong Renjia fell silent. But at the very least, he did not oppose it further. Shi Wuyin added, "Moreover, this is merely the first match. After watching several more, who knows? They might become less anxious. I now feel regretful that we were placed in Group B, and tomorrow will be our match against Algeria. So before the match tomorrow, we can only watch this one. Are you suggesting that we've watched too little?" Hong Renjia was amused by Shi Wuyin's remark. He found merit in Shi Wuyin's words. At the very least, he was persuaded. Seizing the opportunity to lighten the mood, he made a joke, allowing the matter to fade into the background. However, Shi Wuyin did not respond, but instead furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, he said to Hong Renjia, "Old Hong, you are correct about one thing. I should not have allowed them to watch before their first World Cup match, for there are no other games in between. And it does not alleviate their anxiety. If they were to watch other teams' matches after the first game, that anxiety might significantly diminish." Hong Renjia was taken aback by Shi Wuyin's sudden introspection. Shi Wuyin then shook his head and sighed. "What a miscalculation. But it can only be this way. Are you all right, Shi?" Hong Renjia inquired with concern. Shi Wuyin returned to himself and replied, "I'm fine, Old Hong. I simply did not consider this thoroughly." Hong Renjia quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I merely spoke off the cuff. You are correct, regardless of whether we undertake this endeavor. Those who ought to be anxious will remain so. After all, this marks our inaugural World Cup, and it would indeed be strange not to feel nervous." He spoke on behalf of Shi Wuyin, who merely shook his head in response. "You are right, Old Hong. It would be odd not to feel anxious. I too have felt the weight of this, overthinking and over-preparing, ultimately leading to unintended complications. Hearing Shi Wuyin express such sentiments left Hong Renjie somewhat taken aback. Are you genuinely reflecting on this? He thought, assuming Shi Wuyin was merely offering platitudes to convey humility. Thus, he patted Shi Wuyin on the back, offering consolation. You need not be hard on yourself. We are all novices in this endeavor. Our first World Cup journey is inherently a process of identifying and solving various issues. After exiting Shi Wuyin's room, Hong Renjie turned back to gaze at the now-closed door, still contemplating their recent conversation. It was surprising that even Shi Wuyin, who had excelled in the 12-team tournament, could falter. It was truly a testament to the magnitude of the World Cup. Just as Hong Renjie was about to leave, the door behind him suddenly swung open, and Shi Wuyin peered out, saying, Old Hong, please don't wake the players at their usual time tomorrow morning. Let them sleep until they awaken naturally. Hong Renjie was taken aback. Why? I just realized that some of them may not sleep well tonight. Hong Renjie quickly understood. Indeed. Allowing them to rest longer will prevent fatigue during the match. Good. Hong Renjie nodded in agreement. Although Shi Wuyin's suggestion deviated from the norm, it aligned with practicality. With the United States triumphing over South Korea, the 2026 World Cup in North America officially commenced. Many fans in China reveled in South Korea's defeat. However, in Atlanta, the Chinese players found themselves restless that evening. They were not unfamiliar with the disparity in strength between Asian football and the global stage. Yet, the United States, not considered a top-tier team, had decisively overwhelmed a leading Asian squad like South Korea. Previously, the Chinese players would have felt little empathy, as South Korea's struggles in the World Cup seemed unrelated to them. After all, those teams had no opportunity to bestow similar treatment on the Chinese squad. But now, the reality was different. The thought of making their World Cup debut the following day, coupled with the tension of that match, created a restless anticipation on the eve of their first encounter. Hulai? Suddenly, Wang Guanglei's voice echoed in the darkened room. No one responded. Have you all fallen asleep? He mumbled. If you don't call me, I might just drift off. Hulai's voice emerged from the adjacent bed. Apologies, but wait. How can you still be asleep? What else can I do? Keep my eyes open until dawn. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see the match between South Korea and the United States, along with our own game tomorrow. Old Wang, are you feeling anxious or excited? Wang Guanglei pondered for a moment before replying, both, I suppose. A mix of anxiety and excitement. Hey, Hulai chuckled, expressing surprise that old Wang, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, found himself in this situation. What is wrong with me, Hulai? Isn't it perfectly normal to feel nervous and excited? Wang Guanglei retorted. It's nothing, really. I just recalled how you seemed like an out-of-place player back in high school, far more mature than your peers. It made me feel you might be more composed than the rest of us. High school? Wang Guanglei suddenly remembered his own demeanor back then, meticulously styling his hair with gel, carefully curating an image of someone whose hairstyle never faltered. He chuckled in disbelief. Mature? It was sheer childishness. Hulai sighed wistfully. It's a bit nostalgic. Back when we faced each other in high school competitions, who would have imagined we would one day compete together in the World Cup? Have you ever thought about the World Cup, old Wang? I have thought about it, but only in passing, Wang replied. I used to think about it too. Hulai silently added to himself before continuing. So, are you nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm not a heartless machine. How could I not feel nervous? Hulai responded. Startled, Wang Guanglei sat up abruptly, turning to look at Hulai. Really? Hulai turned over. Why are you sitting up? What's the matter? I just wanted to see if you were speaking the truth or trying to fool me, Wang said. What would be the point of lying about my nervousness? If I claimed I wasn't nervous, you'd think I was lying, which would be more normal, Hulai said, half amused, half exasperated. I genuinely am nervous. That you would feel nervous is indeed surprising, Wang Guanglei muttered as he lay back down, rustling the sheets. I didn't see you nervous during the Olympics. Didn't you notice I was restless the night before the Olympics, chatting with you? Wang Guanglei fell silent, recalling that on the eve of his first Olympic match, he had managed to sleep well despite a mix of excitement and anxiety. After shifting positions a few times, slumber had eventually claimed him. Unlike tonight, where closing his eyes only conjured images of the upcoming match against South Korea, making sleep utterly elusive. He sighed. I just remembered that before our first Olympic match, Coach sure had us gather to watch a game, not of our competitors, but of the women's soccer team. I wonder if their victory instilled confidence in us. as I wasn't particularly anxious before facing Nigeria. But this time, we watched South Korea lose, so it's all the fault of those Koreans. Hulai cursed. Wang Guangwei couldn't help but laugh at that. Xia Xiaoyu, having shifted positions multiple times without finding rest, finally opened his eyes and softly called, "Zhou Zijing?" No response came. "Zhou Zijing, are you asleep?" Xia Xiaoyu tried again, only to be met with the sound of snoring from the adjacent bed. Hearing the snores, Xia Xiaoyu let out a gentle sigh. Why could Zhou Zijing sleep soundly, while he was tossing and turning in anxiety? Perhaps he was simply not up to par. He thought of Hu Gu again, the person born for grand occasions, who was surely already lost in slumber. He increasingly felt that he was still far from that level. Zhou Zijing wanted to turn over, but he did not wish for Xia Xiaoyu to notice that he was awake, so he remained in his current position. However, lying still in bed for too long became uncomfortable. After all, pretending to sleep was quite exhausting. Ultimately, Zhou Zijing could no longer endure it, and, in an effort to mask his movements with the sound of snoring, he gradually shifted his body, using the noise to conceal the rustling of the sheets as he adjusted his position. On the adjacent bed, team leader Lin Zhiyuan lay staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself. After about 2 seconds, Yao Huaxing's voice emerged from the neighboring bed. "You haven't fallen asleep yet, huh? What should you do if you can't sleep? You must sleep, regardless." Yao Huaxing spoke sternly. "Tomorrow you are likely to be a starter. If you don't rest well, how can you compete tomorrow? You are our last line of defense. Don't let us down this time." After delivering this severe reprimand to Lin Zhiyuan, Yao Huaxing seemed to reconsider his harshness and softened his tone slightly. "Close your eyes and force yourself to sleep." With that, he turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, compelling himself to drift into slumber. "Are you asleep, old Wang?" Hulai inquired. "Yes, I'm asleep," Wang Guangwei replied, having shifted his position from facing him to turning his back. The room fell silent once more, and it was unclear how much time passed before the sound of steady, tranquil breathing filled the air. The night deepened, and the anxious yet excited players of the Chinese team finally began to fall asleep one by one. Li Qingqing lay on her side, holding her phone as she set her alarm. Initially, she programmed it for 3:50 in the morning, but after a moment's thought, she adjusted it to 3:40. Rising 20 minutes earlier would give her ample time to change her clothes, wash her face, and head to Hulai's home to watch the game. Once the alarm was set, she lay back down. Outside, her father knocked on the door. "What are you doing?" "Just lying down," Li Qingqing answered from behind the door. "So early to sleep? You have to watch the Chinese team play." "All right, Dad. You should also get to bed early. Good night." After finishing her sentence, Li Qingqing pulled the blanket up to cover herself and closed her eyes. The sound of her father's footsteps gradually receded, and the light from the living room that seeped through the door crack also dimmed. Outside the window, the laughter of children playing in the community could be heard. It seemed someone was hosting a gathering, as the sounds of drinking and games faintly echoed. Suddenly, Li Qingqing realized she couldn't sleep. It was only natural. When had she ever gone to bed at 8:30 in the evening? In her attempt to be energetic for the match at 4 in the morning, she had gone to bed early, only to find herself unable to sleep. She turned over and picked up her phone again, glancing at the homepage, where beside the local time in Jincheng was the Atlanta time she had specifically set. It was also 8:30, but in the morning. I wonder how Hulai is doing. Has he already risen? Li Qingqing pondered, hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message. "Are you awake?" She held her phone, waiting patiently. A minute passed, then 3, and eventually 10. There was still no response. Thus, Li Qingqing concluded that Hulai must still be asleep. If he had not risen by this hour, could it be that he had stayed up late the previous night? What could have caused such a late night? Was he anxious? Though Li Qingqing found it somewhat surprising that Hulai could be nervous, she quickly recognized that such feelings were entirely natural. After all, this was the Chinese men's football team's inaugural match in the World Cup. Hulai was only human. She tapped her head, feeling rather foolish. Since Hulai had not replied, she set her phone aside and lay back down, closing her eyes once more, striving to drift into slumber. As Chu Yifan pushed open the door to the private room, he was greeted by the sight of Yen Yen, microphone in hand, singing in a falsetto. She has a blue window of clouds, waiting for someone to share it with. He couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Wow. It seems you all intend to pull an all-nighter. Upon noticing Chu Yifan, Yen Yen turned towards the microphone and exclaimed, "Sleep? No way. Let us get this party started." "Chu Yifan, don't you have work tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, the company has a half day off. The The boss knows we'll be staying up late to watch the match, Yin Yin replied. The others chimed in. Our company declared a full day off. The boss must realize that even if we were to come in, our minds would be elsewhere. Exactly. Anyone who doesn't give a day off is probably getting roasted online right now. So let us sing until 1 and then watch the match. And after the Chinese team plays, we'll head home to sleep. After speaking, Yin Yin joined the music, extending his hand towards Chu Yifan in a playful gesture, singing. Come on, let us have fun. After all, there is plenty of time. The room erupted with laughter. Amidst the merriment, Chu Yifan picked up a bottle of beer from the coffee table and approached the karaoke stage to select a song. Behind him, on the dance floor, someone was shaking their hips to accompany Yin Yin, their comical dance moves eliciting more laughter from the crowd. Yet, whether singing or dancing, everyone was fully immersed, oblivious to the world around them. On the eve of the Chinese team's World Cup debut, some were restless, while others had no intention of sleeping. Chapter 291. Pre-match meeting. Hu Lai awoke and opened his eyes to find that daylight had already broken outside. For a moment, he was stunned. Then he picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 9:10 in the morning. While glancing at the time, he noticed a new WeChat message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Li Qingqing, inquiring if he was awake. Hu Lai replied, just got up. After sending the message, he lay back on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Nearly 10 minutes passed without an immediate response from Li Qingqing, leading him to speculate that she might still be asleep. She went to bed this early? He tossed his phone aside, jumped out of bed, and dressed before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Upon returning, he found Wang Guangwei already seated on the bed. Oh, you're awake? The sound of water woke me. Would you like to sleep a bit longer? Hu Lai remarked that he had just seen a notification in the group chat stating that everyone could sleep in today. Well, I suppose I've naturally awakened, he said. Wang Guangwei, clutching his clothes, leapt from the bed and headed to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower, he announced. No sooner had he entered the bathroom than a knock echoed from the door, prompting him to shout, Hu Lai, I heard you. Hu Lai responded as he made his way to open the door. Standing outside were Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhou Zijing. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Qinghuan inquired upon seeing Hu Lai fully dressed. Not yet. I just finished washing up, Hu Lai replied. Then let us go? We'll wait for old Wang to finish his shower. He gestured toward the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. The four of them then entered to await Wang Guangwei. Xia Xiaoyu, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked Hu Lai, Did you sleep well last night? Not too bad. I suppose it was a natural awakening, Hu Lai answered nonchalantly. That's great. I tossed and turned until 1 before I could finally sleep, Xia Xiaoyu said, a hint of frustration in his voice. Perhaps we were all in a similar boat? I talked with old Wang for quite a while, from high school to our careers. Hu Lai scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Were you nervous too? Hu Lai shrugged. It's the opening match of the World Cup. Who wouldn't be nervous? Let me tell you, Xiaoyu, if anyone claims they're not the slightest bit anxious, they're just putting on a facade in front of you. Unable to resist, Xia Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Zijing, who had asked him earlier why he went to bed so early. To which Zhou Zijing explained that he simply wasn't nervous at all. Hu Lai seized on this moment, chuckling. Zhou Zijing, are you trying to impress Xiaoyu again? Zhou Zijing retorted defiantly. Who's trying to impress anyone? I truly am not nervous. Why would I deceive you? I have no chance of playing. So what reason do I have to be anxious? Zhou Zijing argued, his voice rising in frustration. Have you never imagined yourself coming off the bench and making a name for yourself? Hu Lai inquired. Zhou Zijing paused, clearly caught off guard by Hu Lai's insight. Indeed, he had entertained such thoughts, specifically, last night while lying in bed. He had repeatedly envisioned himself being called upon in a crucial moment to substitute in and help the Chinese team secure a dramatic victory over Algeria. However, he couldn't admit this in front of Hu Lai, as it was Hu Lai he would be replacing. Noticing Zhou Zijing's reaction, Hu Lai burst into hearty laughter. Realizing he had struck a chord, Zhou Zijing, in the midst of Hu Lai's laughter, chose not to argue but muttered, thinking about it doesn't mean I'm nervous. Just then, Wang Guangwei emerged from the bathroom, freshly dressed, his earlier lethargy replaced with a newfound vigor. Let us go eat, Zhang Qinghuan declared, waving his hand, prompting everyone to rise and head toward the dining hall. On their way, they encountered teammates and exchanged greetings. Have you eaten yet? Yes. Are you just heading out? We're waiting for old Wang to finish his shower. Hey, Guangwei is quite the meticulous one. As they chatted, They entered the dining hall and greeted the coaches seated by the entrance. "Good morning, Coach Shi." "Good morning, Team Leader Hong." "Good morning, Coach Li." They then grabbed their trays to serve themselves. Coaches Shi Wuyin, Hong Renjie, and Lin Zhiyuan were already seated at the table closest to the door, having finished their meals but lingering on. Instead, they remained seated, each with a cup of coffee, gazing at the entrance, nodding in acknowledgement to every Chinese team player who walked in. Whenever a player passed by, the three would huddle together and whisper, "This spirit seems decent." There are no visible dark circles, indicating good sleep quality. It was wise to let them rise later. Had we adhered to the original schedule, many would likely be yawning incessantly. Yet, traces of tension are still evident. However, it appears somewhat improved compared to last night. They critiqued the condition of each player they observed, ensuring they were well informed about everyone's status. Lin Zhiyuan glanced down at the list on his table, noting that every name was marked with a check. The team was complete. "All right, let us head back and prepare for the upcoming team meeting." The two coaches departed first, while Hong Renjie remained at the table, turning his gaze towards the Chinese team players dining and conversing in the restaurant. His expression mirrored that of a seasoned farmer watching over his crops, eagerly anticipating a bountiful harvest, yet fretting over unseen pests that might jeopardize the yield. Shortly after the team finished breakfast, they were summoned to the conference room for the pre-match meeting. Such meetings are customary before every game, with the agenda typically divided into two main points. First, a reiteration of tactical strategies to ensure clarity among all. Second, a boost to morale and unity of thought. Generally, pre-match meetings are quite straightforward, especially during league play where they occur regularly, often resulting in repetitive discussions. Therefore, only a brief tactical arrangement is necessary. However, for significant competitions like the World Cup, these meetings take on heightened importance. Additionally, the starting lineup would be revealed during this session, capturing the players' attention more than the previously familiar tactical setups. Every player has exerted tremendous effort in training, and not being selected for the starting lineup does not imply a lack of skill. Remember, we are always a collective. Only as a cohesive unit do we possess the strength to fight. Otherwise, all your training will amount to nothing when it comes to the match. Before announcing the starting lineup, Shi Wuyin typically shared these sentiments, emphasizing the significance of teamwork. His intention was to instill a collective mindset, urging everyone to set aside individual grievances from their clubs and unite in pursuit of a common goal. Given that the Chinese team is not as strong as others, unity is essential for making an impression at the World Cup. Otherwise, they risk humiliation. In Shi Wuyin's view, unity is paramount, even more so than any tactical approach. After reiterating the importance of solidarity, he began to announce the starting lineup. Goalkeeper, Lin Zhiyuan. How to cast a glance at Lin Zhiyuan, who, despite not celebrating with a punch, must have been elated internally. He was not surprised by this outcome. Ever since he was injured and replaced by Lin Zhiyuan, he had anticipated this day. Although he had made it to the 23-man roster, it was quite possible that he would not see a single minute on the field. The position of goalkeeper is particularly unique. Unless the starting goalkeeper is injured, the substitute rarely gets a chance to play. Other positions can be rotated and adjusted, but the goalkeeper's role is seldom altered. Lin Zhiyuan had started in the first match, and unless he made a grave error akin to the one he committed during the playoffs, he was likely to remain the starter in the subsequent group matches. Central defenders Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei stood tall, the latter involuntarily straightening his back. While the result was anticipated, a swell of pride surged within him. Right back Bai Di and left back Chu Lu were also present. Bai Di clenched his fist tightly, lowering his head. As a member of Hu Lai's team, alongside Wang Guangwei, Chun Xingyi, and Luo Kai, he was the last to be selected for the national team. Yet through his remarkable performances at the club level, he managed to catch the final train to the World Cup. Now, he had even advanced further, securing the opportunity to start in the first match of the World Cup. He realized that he would inevitably be etched into history when people looked back at China's inaugural World Cup match. His name and image would be featured in the pre-match photographs. Defensive midfielder Gao Rumin and Jiang Wanqing, attacking midfielder Zhang Qinghuan, and forwards Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Chun Xingyi rounded out the lineup. The latter names elicited little surprise, and those called upon wore expressions of calm. This would be the starting 11 for China's historic first match in the World Cup. After announcing the starting lineup, coach Shi Wuyin emphasized, although Algeria is also making their World Cup debut, half of their players are competing in Europe. Some of them were even born and raised in Europe, receiving European football training. Thus, despite being based in Africa, they essentially resemble a European team. Therefore, we must not underestimate them as novices in their first World Cup. He pointed out that in defense, it was crucial to contain their striker, Nabil Ed, whose footwork is exceptional and who possesses both height and vision, making it imperative to prevent him from delivering passes to his teammates. Nabil Ed is Algeria's star player, currently playing for the mid-tier French team, Almoric, where he serves as the main striker. Last season, he scored 11 goals in the French league, making him the team's top scorer. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he may not boast a robust physique or exceptional heading ability. Instead, his strength lies in his technical prowess. With refined skills, he is adept at both passing and shooting. Behind his impressive tally of 11 goals last season, he also recorded 9 assists and led the team in creating opportunities. It can be said that he is the offensive linchpin for Almoric. And the same holds true for the national team. He does not rely on physicality to play football, so despite being 32 years old, his age does not significantly impact his performance on the pitch. The most formidable adversary that the Chinese team will face in this match is undoubtedly him. During domestic training camps, a substantial portion of the national team's practice sessions focused on devising strategies to counter Algeria, with considerable emphasis placed on preventing Erder from scoring and disrupting their offensive organization. In light of Erder's height but lack of muscular strength, Shi Wuyin adopted a rather aggressive tactical approach. He instructed the defenders to press him immediately upon receiving the ball, using their bodies to limit his movements, and to execute defensive actions with ferocity, avoiding hesitation at all costs. If necessary, fouls could be committed in non-dangerous areas. Admittedly, this strategy carries a risk of receiving yellow cards. However, in pursuit of victory, Shi Wuyin was willing to accept such consequences. Even though Algeria possesses superior strength compared to China, he did not dwell on the implications of a player receiving a yellow card for the subsequent 2 matches, as he believed that losing the first game would render the following matches meaningless. On the offensive front, great attention must be paid to their defensive midfielder and captain, Said Ali. His exceptional stamina and aggressive, even brutal, style of play necessitate that the players not only find ways to evade his defense, but also remain vigilant to avoid injuries during the match. Shi Wuyin directed his gaze towards Zhang Qinghuan while expressing this. As the attacking midfielder, Zhang Qinghuan would directly face off against the opposing captain, Said Ali. He nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. However, compared to Algeria's offense, their defense is relatively weaker. Thus, if we perform well, there is a genuine opportunity to score. If we can take the lead, the situation will shift in our favor. Given that Algeria's strength lies in their attack, falling behind will compel them to push forward, allowing us to consolidate our defense and exploit the spaces left behind as they advance. In terms of our attacking strategy, we must be more versatile. Aside from utilizing the flanks more frequently, I will refrain from imposing further specific directives. I trust that you are all aware of what needs to be done. Shi Wuyin then looked at Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Chen Xingyi, the attacking trio of the Chinese team, whose synergy often proves pivotal in their gameplay. Although Shi Wuyin still found it perplexing that Luo Kai and Hu Lai, with their mediocre relationship, managed to create sparks when on the field together. He was the type of coach who believed that fewer constraints during offensive play would enable players to perform better. This does not imply that he neglects offensive training. Rather, he views the tactical drills as foundational. When the game begins, he clearly does not expect players to replicate training routines verbatim. As long as the players demonstrate diligence in their regular training, they can naturally adapt and innovate during matches, thereby producing distinctive performances. One cannot assert that his viewpoint is unequivocally correct. However, it is evidently well suited for this team, which boasts talents such as Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Luo Kai, and Zhang Qinghuan. Following Shi Wuyin's discourse on tactics and strategies, the national team leader, Hong Renjia, stepped forward, resembling a political commissar, ready to bestow encouragement upon the players. "Gentlemen," he proclaimed, standing beside Shi Wuyin. As he glanced at his watch, it was 1:15. "In less than 3 hours, we shall face our inaugural match in the World Cup. I truly wish to advise you to remain calm, but I recognize that such words may be futile. Those who are anxious will inevitably remain so. Therefore, if you must feel nervous, now is the time to shake it off. Once the match commences, forget everything unrelated to the game and focus entirely on your performance." At this juncture, Hong Renjia raised a finger, Let me say this, regardless of the elusive significance attached to this event, do it for yourselves. Honor the hard work and dedication you have poured into these years. Honor the sweat and tears shed during training. You must give your all in this match. Only then can you return and say you left nothing in reserve and have no regrets about your World Cup experience. Chapter 292. Each their first step as the Chinese team convened behind closed doors in the hotel conference room. The second match of this World Cup. Also the second match of Group A, featuring France against Uruguay, was already in progress. By the time the Chinese team was prepared to embark to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the match between France and Uruguay had concluded. The French team, which had returned home early in the previous World Cup, showcased their formidable attacking prowess in this inaugural match. Payet and Bonnet each scored a goal, complemented by an own goal from an Uruguayan player, leading to a decisive 3-1 victory for France against the South American powerhouse. Currently, France and the United States both hold 3 points with identical goal differences. However, France leads the group due to a greater number of goals scored. Placing the United States in second, Uruguay, having scored 1 goal, ranks third, while South Korea finds itself at the bottom of the group. The first round of Group A has concluded, and it is now time for the matches in Group B. The Chinese team is set to take the field first, facing Algeria. Following their match will be the encounter between Brazil and Russia. The Chinese match will commence at 4 p.m. local time in Atlanta on June 16th, which corresponds to 4 a.m. Beijing time on June 17th. Outside the hotel, a throng of Chinese media reporters and fans who were unable to secure tickets gathered, while those with tickets were already inside the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As the players of the Chinese team, dressed in matching suits, emerged from the lobby to board the bus, the fans erupted with excitement. They waved their 5-star red flags and cheered passionately. Go, China! Hu Lai is amazing! Luo Kai, I love you! Qinghuan! Ah, Qinghuan! Chunxingi! Chunxingi! Meanwhile, reporters captured this moment, immortalizing it on their memory cards. In such a cacophonous environment, the on-site CCTV reporter was compelled to elevate his voice, which rendered him particularly animated. The Chinese team players have emerged. They are about to board the bus to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the first departure of the Chinese team in the annals of World Cup history. Li Qingqing was roused from her slumber not by the alarm clock, but by the blaring sound of the television in the living room. Glancing at her phone, she noted there was still nearly an hour until the match commenced. She then spotted Hu Lai's response. Just got up. It had been several hours since that message, and she deemed it unnecessary to reply at this moment. Hu Lai needed to focus intently on his preparations rather than engage in a chat on WeChat. The reporter's fervent announcement echoed in Li Qingqing's ears. This is the first departure of the Chinese team in World Cup history. Instantly, her drowsiness dissipated, and she sat upright in bed. The Chinese team was heading to the stadium. What was she still doing asleep? It was time to rise and revel in the match. She swiftly donned her attire and, phone in hand, descended from her bed. As she opened her bedroom door, she beheld the television screen in the living room, where the players of the Chinese team were boarding the bus amidst cheers from fans and reporters, red flags waving in the air. Just then, Hu Lai appeared in a close-up shot, with fans vociferously chanting his name. Li Qingqing smiled and inquired of her father, Lin Zhiyuan, who was seated on the sofa. Dad, why are you watching at home? Didn't Auntie Xie say we should go to their house to watch the match? What time is it? They may not even be awake yet. Why go over now? Li Zhiyuan replied, engrossed in his phone. Let us wait until the match is about to start before we knock on their door. Indeed, Li Qingqing had risen earlier than anticipated, by over half an hour. After saying this, she turned to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face, fully awakening herself before rejoining her father in the living room to await the match's commencement. In the television broadcast, all the players of the Chinese team had boarded the bus, the doors closed, and it began to depart, slowly leaving the bustling hotel entrance. Led by police vehicles, it was en route to the match venue, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Hu Lai stood in the players' tunnel, a cameraman positioned right beside him. He was acutely aware that the camera was directed at him, and every move he made would be broadcast to millions of viewers. However, at that moment, he was too preoccupied to indulge in playful antics for the camera as he had during the Olympics. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he had already entered a focused mental space, diligently bestowing himself with a mental boost. Unbeknownst to Hu Lai, his serious expression was interpreted differently by others. He appeared grave before the camera, clearly demonstrating that even Hu Lai felt a rare pang of nervousness as the Chinese team prepared for their inaugural World Cup match. Indeed, He Feng remarked, "I still recall his performance in the first match of the Olympics. He was so composed." Yin Kang concurred, expressing agreement. Today, it was evident that he was not entirely at ease. After the commentator made this observation, Xiaolan surprisingly refrained from rebutting, which puzzled Hu Lisin. He wondered if her discomfort stemmed from the presence of Li Ziqiang and his daughter Li Qingqing, prompting him to glance in her direction. Upon doing so, he realized that Xiaolan had clenched her fists tightly against her mouth, her body trembling slightly. It was not a matter of being unable to relax. Rather, she was simply overwhelmed with nervousness. Hu Lisin did not mock his wife, as her reaction was perfectly natural. He too felt anxious, albeit his demeanor was less overt than hers. Suddenly, unable to suppress her trembling, Xiaolan sensed a gentle hand resting on her knee. Turning her head, she saw it was Li Qingqing, seated beside her. The girl met Xiaolan's gaze with a silent, warm smile, which immediately eased the tension in Xiaolan's body. Grateful, she returned the smile and resumed watching the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinghuan, standing in the lineup, felt a sudden awareness and lifted his gaze toward the diagonal front. There, he spotted a fair-skinned man with shoulder-length hair, intently staring in his direction. It was the captain of the Algerian team, their midfielder, Saeed El Hilali. Zhang Qinghuan initially dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, believing the man could not possibly be looking at him. He turned to check behind him, searching for anyone else who might have caught El Hilali's attention, but saw nothing. Turning back, he confirmed that El Hilali was indeed focused on him. As their eyes met, El Hilali acknowledged him with a slight nod and a smile. This expression, gracing El Hilali's handsome visage, could undoubtedly captivate many women. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan felt a sinking sensation within. The man smiling at him was far from a charming aristocrat. On the contrary, El Hilali, who played for the mid-tier Serie A team San Marco, bore a menacing nickname, the Killing Machine. As the saying goes, there are no misnamed nicknames, only misnamed individuals. From this moniker alone, one could discern the nature of El Hilali as a player. Standing at 6 feet tall, El Hilali did not appear particularly muscular. Yet he possessed remarkable core strength and excelled in running, frequently employing a sweeping style of defense in midfield. While this was characteristic of many defensive midfielders, El Hilali was notorious for his brutal and aggressively tenacious style of defense, making him somewhat infamous in Serie A. Each defensive engagement seemed as though he was intent on incapacitating his opponents. There was no possibility that he would extend goodwill toward Zhang Qinghuan. Such a smile could only be interpreted as a threat. Zhang Qinghuan wished to avoid making eye contact with this volatile individual, redirecting his gaze in an effort to maintain composure before such a significant match. Upon witnessing the reaction of the Chinese players, Seri broke into a broad smile. Revealing his teeth, he turned to withdraw his gaze, positioning himself at the forefront of the team, holding the flag that was to be exchanged shortly. With a slight tilt of his head, resembling a proud general who had just emerged victorious. Soon, the officiating crew approached from behind, addressing the captains of both teams. "Gentlemen, it is time to take the field." Without looking back, Seri's companion, Yao Huasheng, turned to rally his teammates, exclaiming, "It's time to go out. Let us get energized." The other Chinese players followed suit, turning to encourage their teammates behind them, bolstering each other's spirits. Subsequently, both teams took the hands of their respective ball boys and, following the referees and their captains, stepped forward. Amid the crisp sound of cleats on the ground, these two teams, both making their inaugural appearance in the World Cup, took their first strides into the annals of World Cup history. Leading with their national flags, the players lined up on the pitch. The stadium announcer informed everyone that the national anthems of both competing nations would soon be played. For Algeria and China, this marked the first time their national anthems would resonate on the World Cup stage. The arena quickly fell silent. The Algerian anthem commenced first, and every player captured on camera appeared to be teeming with emotion, singing along with tears glistening in their eyes. This was their moment of glory. Following the Algerian anthem, applause and brief cheers erupted. The announcement then stated, "Now, we shall play the national anthem of the People's Republic of China." The cheers abruptly ceased, and the stadium was enveloped in silence. "Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves." As the anthem of the People's Republic of China echoed through the air, those gathered in KTV rooms, including Yin Yin and Chu Yifan alongside their companions, stood shoulder to shoulder, mirroring the Chinese players on the field. They sang along with the anthem blaring from the television. With our flesh and blood, let us build a new Great Wall, not only in that KTV room, but across the vast expanse of the Chinese territory. Viewers before their screens also stood in unison, singing the national anthem. The Chinese nation has reached its most perilous moment. On buses, in subway cars, and along streets, fans watching the live stream on their phones held their devices aloft, standing in solemnity, quietly singing the anthem. Each individual was compelled to release their final roar. Above the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, a deafening chorus erupted. Fans who had traveled from far-off China, along with those already residing in the United States and Canada, lent their voices to this grand symphony. Arise! 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 The broadcast camera swept across the Chinese team's coaching and substitute benches, where both coaches and substitute players stood before their seats, facing the direction of the national flag. We march forward, united as one, braving the enemy's gunfire. The camera once again captured the 11 starting Chinese players, and through the microphone's live audio, television viewers could even hear the melody emanating from their lips. Amidst the enemy's artillery fire, advance, 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 with the final note fading away. An exuberant cheer erupted from the stands of the stadium. The captain, Yao Huasheng, clapped his hands vigorously, shouting to his teammates, "Prepare for the match, brothers." In a KTV booth, Chu Yifan and Yin Yin echoed the captain's excitement, exclaiming, "It's coming! It's coming! The match is upon us!" Countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions also joined in the fervor, chanting, "Go, Chinese team! The World Cup is finally here for our team." It is important to note that during the World Cup narrative, the significance of this section transcends the ultimate performance of the Chinese team. Rather, this World Cup serves as a pivotal moment that bridges the previous and forthcoming events within the story. Its importance is certainly not measured by the final position of the Chinese team. I aspire to utilize this World Cup to vividly portray the key characters, bringing them to life. Therefore, there will be a considerable focus on the matches. However, in light of updates, if I maintain the original pacing, I fear receiving criticism, which might compel me to hastily write, potentially leading to omissions and a lack of thorough character development. In other words, I prefer a more deliberate pace, allowing me to fully express what needs to be conveyed. To enhance the reading experience for those following the serialized narrative, I have decided to implement a schedule of 3 updates a day during the matches, while limiting non-match-related content to 1 update per day. This approach will alleviate the sense of being left in suspense for too long, while also granting me the necessary time to articulate my thoughts during the matches. On days with a single update, I will use that opportunity to catch up on previously drafted content, ensuring that I am not overwhelmed by the update schedule, especially with the summer break approaching and the myriad of daily responsibilities that may affect my writing. I will specify in advance when there will be 3 updates or just 1. To begin with, the next 3 days, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, will feature 3 updates each day. Chapter 293, Reason and Emotion. Chen Xingyi. Run! Zhang Qinghuan bellowed on the field. Suddenly, Chen Xingyi surged forward, accompanied by an Algerian defender. Observing this, Zhang Qinghuan chose not to pass the ball to him, but instead directed it into the space created by his movement. Hu Lai darted in, contending for the ball against Algerian center-back Zakaria Moussaoui. Under Moussaoui's tight defense, he found it impossible to shoot, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. However, the experience gained from playing in Europe enabled Hu Lai, even while on the ground, to stretch out and reclaim the ball just ahead of Moussaoui. Undeterred, he refused to abandon the attack, propping himself up with one hand, rotating his body on the grass of the penalty area, and sweeping the ball towards another Algerian defender who was approaching to clear it. The football struck the opponent's shin and flew out of bounds. Even if they could not complete a shot, securing a corner kick would still be a positive outcome. Hu Lai earned a corner for the Chinese team, as he foamed, the commentator, exclaimed amidst the thunderous cheers. In this match at Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Stadium, nearly 2/3 of the crowd were Chinese fans, with the remaining third composed of local American and Algerian supporters. In terms of fervor, the Chinese fans utterly dominated the atmosphere. From the very onset, their various chants filled the air, and the stands, adorned with Chinese characters and banners, momentarily made one believe they were in a home match for the Chinese team. Prior to the game, some media outlets claimed that the Chinese diaspora across the United States had converged in Atlanta. While that may have been an exaggeration, It certainly underscored the enthusiasm of the Chinese community. This marked the first appearance of the Chinese men's football team on the World Cup stage. And it was not merely a celebration for domestic fans, but also a grand festival for the Chinese diaspora scattered around the globe. Consequently, many supporters cheering for the Chinese team in the stands were not necessarily those who had traveled from China. As the match commenced, the Chinese team did not disappoint their supporters. There were concerns that the players might feel too tense to perform freely, yet their display was commendable, at the very least. There were no glaring signs of stage fright. On the sidelines, Coach Shi Wuyin suddenly remarked to assistant coaches Lin Zhiyuan and Lin Zhiyuan, "I believe we may have overlooked something." "What is it?" Lin Zhiyuan inquired. "I couldn't sleep last night, and while it was due to nerves, it may also have stemmed from excitement. Nerves signify fear, while excitement embodies anticipation." Lin Zhiyuan nodded thoughtfully in response. In the initial minutes of the match, it would be disingenuous to assert that the Chinese players were entirely devoid of tension, yet they did not appear to be as inhibited as they had feared. They played relatively normally, and given that this was their first World Cup match, simply managing to perform at a standard level was already an impressive achievement. The first corner kick for the Chinese team was taken by Zhang Qinghuan, who directed the ball towards the near post. Yao Huasheng failed to make contact, and the ball was cleared with a header. Algeria seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Watch out. Jiang Wanqing appeared precisely where needed, skillfully thwarting the opponent's advance. He managed to clear the ball out of bounds before the opposing player could intervene, executing a timely defensive maneuver. On the broadcast, Jiang Wanqing was seen returning to his position without any extravagant gestures. He did not cheer or shout, simply returning to his spot with composure. One would hardly guess that he was the captain of the seasoned team, Shanghai Shui Mariners, who had once lifted the Chinese Super League trophy. Although he had previously departed from the national team following coach Shi Wuyin's appointment, it must be said that Jiang Wanqing's performance upon his return to the national squad has remained steady and trustworthy. Notably, during the corner kick, while both of the Chinese team's center-backs advanced for the offensive play, he held back to serve as an impromptu center-back. At a pivotal moment in the counterattack against Algeria, a precise judgment of the opponent's intentions prompted an early response, successfully intercepting the ball ahead of Algeria's right midfielder, Sofiane Hatta, and sending it out of bounds. Although this merely constituted a routine clearance devoid of intricate technical finesse, the essence of an exceptional defensive player shines through in such instances, being present in critical positions during decisive moments and executing crucial defenses, even if it is merely a long clearance. Following this, Gao Rumin, who had contributed to the corner kick offense, expressed gratitude to Jiang Wanqing for his defensive efforts. Jiang Wanqing, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. The two, as midfield partners, were intrinsically linked. It was naturally his duty to secure the rear upon Gao's advance. And thus, no thanks were necessary. While the Chinese team had performed reasonably well in the opening 20 minutes, their opponents, Algeria, exhibited a composed demeanor. If the Chinese team's performance did not reflect that of a squad playing in their inaugural World Cup, neither did Algeria's. Dressed in the number 10 jersey, Nabil Ed was particularly vibrant, frequently raising his hand to demand the ball, utilizing his remarkable skills to threaten the Chinese goal. Despite the defensive strategies devised against him, Ed's individual prowess remained formidable. Although he was not considered a top-tier forward in League One, his capabilities were more than sufficient against the Chinese defenders. In the 21st minute, Algeria launched a swift attack from the front. Ed, receiving the ball on the left flank, feigned a breakthrough to the baseline, luring China's right back, by D, to turn and retreat, before deftly redirecting the ball toward the center and cutting inside. Wang Guangwei, stationed centrally, quickly positioned himself to intercept, while Gao Rumin joined him in a coordinated defense. Their focus was entirely on Ed, yet the League One forward unexpectedly executed a clever backheel pass, sending the ball to another Algerian forward, Abdellah Dafour. Ed passes. Dafour. Watch out, Yifeng exclaimed, as Wang Guangwei's attempt to mark Ed left Dafour unmarked in a perilous position. Upon receiving the ball, Dafour made a slight adjustment and took a shot. In that critical moment, Bai D, who had been deceived by Ed, rushed back in with a flying tackle to block the shot. The ball ricocheted off his foot. However, before the Chinese fans in the stadium or the viewers at home could exhale in relief, the ball bounced back to Ed's feet. Having completed his pass, Ed seized the opportunity while the Chinese defense was distracted by Dafour's movement, maneuvering into the penalty area. The ball, having been deflected away from by D. Fortuitously landed before him. Yao Huasheng, attempting to close the distance, was already too late as Ed adjusted his stride and struck with his left foot. It was a beautifully executed curling shot, the ball soaring past Wang Guangwei and heading toward the goal, despite Lin Zhiyuan's valiant attempt to save the shot. His reaction was a fraction too slow when faced with such a close-range strike. By the time he leapt into the air, the ball had already soared past him into the net behind. Oh, alas! He Feng and Yin Kong exclaimed in unison, followed by a simultaneous heavy sigh. Another goal conceded. The Chinese team's defense had, in fact, performed admirably. In truth, it was quite unexpected that Bai Di managed to block Di Funo's shot. Yet, Yin Kong found himself at a loss for words. He Feng interjected, "It's merely that Erda is exceptionally strong." His heel flick maneuver to weave into the box was particularly cunning, and the ball fortuitously rebounded in his favor, allowing him a comfortable shot without the need for adjustment. Yin Kong quickly composed himself and added, "Nevertheless, it's all right. Aside from this goal conceded, the Chinese team's performance has been commendable. We must not let this setback affect us. I believe Coach Shi has certainly anticipated the possibility of conceding. So we must remain calm and recover swiftly from the disappointment of this goal." As he spoke, his voice grew louder, almost as if he were earnestly rallying the spirits of his audience. He understood the profound psychological impact a conceded goal could impose on the players. They may have performed well prior, but one goal conceded could leave them bewildered, leading to frequent mistakes and confusion, if not managed properly. Conceding another goal soon thereafter could become a reality. This phenomenon is not exclusive to Chinese football. It is a crisis that nearly every team worldwide encounters. "Everything will be fine," Xie Lan exclaimed, clapping her hands loudly as she observed the dejected faces of the Chinese players on the television screen. As though she were in the coach's seat, comforting her players. Li Qingqing couldn't help but cast a glance her way. This was the same aunt who had been trembling with nerves before the match, now seemingly convinced that her words of reassurance could indeed soothe the hearts of the Chinese players. Hu Lai's mother is truly a kind-hearted person. Damn. In the KTV booth, Yin Yin and his companions expressed their disappointment with expletives. They were well aware that, given the capabilities of the Chinese team, conceding a goal was quite normal. However, knowing this did little to ease the emotional turmoil they felt when it actually happened. Before the match, they had harbored a flicker of hope that the Chinese team might triumph over Algeria, perhaps even making a bid for advancement from the group stage. But now, having conceded a goal, the prospect of defeating Algeria seemed far more daunting than they had anticipated. After venting their frustrations with a curse, they resumed their previous positions, watching the match in silence, refraining from further discussion. Unlike those who merely vent their frustrations at Chinese football, they refused to dismiss all the efforts of the team based on a single goal conceded, avoiding statements like, "What is the point of continuing to play like this? They might as well disband." After conceding, the Chinese team indeed experienced a period of confusion and tension. After all, no one wishes to concede a goal. The aftermath inevitably burdens the players with a heavy psychological weight, intensifying their mental strain and disrupting their unified focus, leading to the ensuing chaos. During this period, the Chinese team exhibited a sense of impatience in their offensive strategy, often opting for direct passes in an attempt to swiftly breach the opposing defense. This eagerness to achieve immediate results, however, significantly diminished their success rate. Defensively, they appeared quite flustered, causing anxiety among the spectators who feared Algeria might score again during their offensive maneuvers. Fortunately, following adjustments made by head coach Shi Wuyin, the team ultimately withstood Algeria's relentless assaults. In the 30th minute, they even threatened Algeria's goal during a counterattack. At that moment, Chen Xingyi received a forward pass from Chu Lu on the flank, skillfully maneuvering the ball between the legs of the Algerian player marking him, before turning and sprinting forward. This caught the defensive player off guard. Unfortunately, Hu Lai, under the close marking of Musavi, sent the ball soaring over the goal. "What a pity," He Feng instinctively sighed, then remarked, "Nevertheless, given that Musavi stands at 187 meters and weighs 87 kilograms, the fact that Hu Lai managed to connect with the ball speaks volumes about his exceptional judgment of its landing. It is a shame that the disparity in strength between him and Musavi was rather apparent. Indeed, Hu Lai was not the type of forward to engage in a head-on clash with opposing center backs. He excelled at finding gaps and seizing opportunities." Yin Kong nodded in agreement, concerned that the viewers at home might blame Hu Lai. "That player is so infuriating. Xialan exclaimed, pointing at Musavi. He does nothing throughout the match except shadow my son. Li Zhiyuan explained to his sister-in-law that the Algerian coach must have specifically assigned Musavi to mark Hulai prior to the game. As last season's Premier League top scorer, Hulai would undoubtedly face the most formidable defenses during the World Cup. Hu Lisan concurred with Li Zhiqian's assessment, stating, yes. Just as the Chinese team clearly focused on targeting Odegaard, Algeria is similarly concentrating on Hulai. Xialan turned to glance at the two men engaged in their discussion, but said nothing. However, it's all right, Li Qingqing softly reassured her. Although Hulai may not be a forward who engages in direct assaults, he is the kind of player who keeps defenders on their toes, ensuring that few can withstand his relentless pressure without making mistakes. After saying this, she smiled gently at Xialan, offering her comfort. The broadcast then showcased the Algerian coach, a balding middle-aged man, Jimmy Durand, who was visibly dissatisfied with his team's defensive performance despite having successfully thwarted that particular attack. He was animatedly gesturing and shouting, likely frustrated that his players failed to contain Chun Xingyi's breakthrough, which consequently allowed Hulai the opportunity to shoot. As for Hulai, after missing the header, he immediately gave a thumbs up to Chun Xingyi, exclaiming, "That's the way to pass it, little star. No matter the situation, just keep sending the ball my way. I'll take care of the rest." He was acutely aware that he was at a disadvantage in the physical confrontation with Musavi, yet through this contest for possession, he recognized that he was not utterly defenseless. Clad in the bear-themed jersey, he felt a surge in his combative capabilities, instilling him with the confidence to continue challenging Musavi. At the outset of the match, he contemplated evading Musavi's relentless marking in search of space, ready to shoot as soon as a teammate delivered the ball with precision. However, after half an hour of play, he realized that Musavi had evidently heeded the coach's instructions, shadowing him closely. Thus, slipping away from his opponent to find an opening proved to be a formidable challenge. Since a decisive strike with a sharp dagger was not easily attainable, Hulai resolved to employ a dull blade, opting for a gradual wear-down of the opponent. As Baidi advanced, Luo Kai passed the ball to him. Rather than making a run to the byline, he delivered a precise cross at a 45-degree angle, accompanied by Hifeng's enthusiastic shout. The ball arced gracefully into the Algerian penalty area. Baidi executed a low ball that glided past the outstretched foot of an Algerian defender, heading towards the near post. Hulai surged forward, aiming for the near post, and unleashed a powerful shot. Yet, Musavi, closely marking him, managed to deflect the ball out for a corner, having narrowly missed the opportunity. Alas, Hifeng and Yin Kong sighed with disappointment in the commentary booth, lamenting the near miss. However, Hulai appeared unfazed, watching Zhang Qinghuan prepare to take the corner kick. Turning to Musavi, he chuckled and said, "Brother, you failed this time. You've gifted us a corner kick. I must tell you, our set-piece tactics are meticulously crafted and filled with a variety of surprises that might make you question your very existence. Granting us a corner is practically akin to handing us a goal." Musavi was taken aback by Hulai's fluent Arabic. Had he spoken to him in French, Musavi would have been less surprised, given that he played in the Premier League and was expected to know a few phrases. However, this was Arabic. Hulai's proficiency was so flawless that he bore no trace of a foreign accent, completely dispelling any notion that he had merely learned a few phrases to unsettle his opponent. It seemed as though he had mastered the language over many years. Seeing Musavi's astonished expression, Hulai did not anticipate such a reaction. He realized that his earlier chatter might have been in vain. Just then, Musavi, finally recovering from his shock at Hulai's linguistic skills, recalled his words and responded with a hint of annoyance, "There's no use in banter with me." Feeling a twinge of regret, Hulai was instantly amused by Musavi's response. "Brother, you understood me? I thought my Arabic was subpar. To be honest, I only learned this Arabic yesterday." Musavi, incensed by Hulai's comment, thought to himself, "You think I appear foolish and easily deceived? You learned it just yesterday, and yet you speak it so fluently? What a ruse." "Oh, here it comes, here it comes," Yin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the live broadcast. The comedy of football is back. Laughter erupted among the crowd in the private box. At this moment, the Chinese team was preparing to take a corner kick, but the television broadcast had evidently caught on to the conversation between Hulai and Musavi, thus shifting the camera in their direction. Hifeng chuckled, remarking, "Hulai is chatting with Musavi again. This is not his first time engaging with opposing players during a match. We all know Hulai possesses an extraordinary linguistic talent." allowing him to learn foreign languages with remarkable speed and ease. This is why he enjoys conversing on the pitch so much. But what could they possibly be discussing? While positioning himself in the penalty area, Hu Lai continued his dialogue with the ever-present Musavi. Brother, you must believe me. I am not deceiving you. I possess a great gift for languages. Oh, please don't wear that expression. I speak only the truth. If I were to deceive you, I would. His words abruptly ceased as he suddenly darted forward. The corner was taken to the near post. Hu Lai. He made contact with the ball. With a backward glance, he directed the football towards the far post. Alas, it soared just over the crossbar. Oh dear, Hu Lai. Even though he did not score, he had consistently threatened Algeria's goal. After conceding a goal, the Chinese team, having weathered the initial panic, was gradually regaining their composure under Hu Lai's leadership. Keep playing like this, Chinese team. Just like this. He exclaimed from the commentary booth, clapping his hands on the table. After heading the ball and witnessing it fly over the crossbar, Hu Lai let out a regretful shout, raising his hands to his head in dismay. Not far behind him, Musavi wore a scowl, feeling as though he had been played by this young man. The conversation had merely served to distract him, and he had unwittingly fallen for Hu Lai's trick. When Hu Lai had abruptly ceased speaking, Musavi had thought to himself, "What are you? Speak up. What are you trying to deceive me with?" He had never anticipated that Hu Lai would seize this opportunity to escape his marking and create a chance for a header. This was the first time in the match that Hu Lai had managed to gain a step on him. Before the match, head coach Durand had repeatedly warned Musavi to pay particular attention to Hu Lai, the previous season's Premier League Golden Boot winner and Player of the Year, who was not to be underestimated. Do not allow him to slip away from you. Even granting him half a step could lead to a goal. Thus, in the penalty area, he was instructed to remain glued to Hu Lai. The coach's advice was clear. If half a step was already too much, then granting a full step was tantamount to reckless abandon. The reality proved the coach's wisdom. A moment's negligence allowed the opposing player to gain a chance to shoot on goal. Had it not been for the fact that this was a near-post situation, where Hu Lai was facing away from the goal, the difficulty and angle of the shot would have rendered it a challenging endeavor. Yet it was still possible that he could have scored. Musavi was both astonished and furious, his glare at Hu Lai seeming to emit flames. However, upon witnessing Musavi's reaction, Hu Lai's frustration over the missed opportunity evaporated, replaced instead with a playful demeanor. "See, brother? I told you that granting us a corner kick is akin to handing us a goal. So next time, do strive a bit harder and be sure not to give us any corners." Zhang Xinhuan observed that Hu Lai was in fine form today. After all, if he were not in good form, he would hardly have the inclination to engage in such petty tricks during conversation. As the orchestrator of the Chinese team's attacking trident, he bore the responsibility of distributing the ball generously to Hu Lai, thereby maximizing the impact of the sharpest spear within this trident. Thus, upon receiving the ball once again, he instinctively lifted his gaze to assess Hu Lai's position, aiming to pass the ball to him. Unexpectedly, he lost his balance, his body tilting to one side, and the ball beneath his feet was snatched away. "Steady, Lai." He suddenly intervened from behind, dispossessing the ball. Zhang Xinhuan, oblivious to the unfolding situation behind him, was preoccupied with searching for Hu Lai. It was only when he found himself knocked to the ground that he recognized the culprit behind the incident. Lying on the ground, he raised both hands in protest to the referee, alleging a foul. However, the referee paid him no heed, as Saydeli's action was indeed unpunished. Although he had approached from behind, he had cleanly and decisively taken the ball first, merely colliding with Zhang Xinhuan in the process. In other words, Zhang Xinhuan's fall was a mere byproduct. After Saydeli passed the ball to a teammate, he turned around to see Zhang Xinhuan rising from the ground, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. This reminded Zhang Xinhuan of the smile that Saydeli had flashed at him in the player's tunnel before the match, causing a heaviness to settle within him. He realized he had become the target of this ruthless machine. Despite the Chinese team showing signs of resurgence towards the end of the first half, threatening Algeria's goal, they ultimately failed to equalize. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, the score remained 1-0, with Algeria in the lead. The long-awaited first goal for Chinese fans did not materialize. Nevertheless, the team's performance in the latter stages of the half instilled a sense of confidence for the second half. Overall, despite conceding a goal, the Chinese team's performance exceeded expectations. The anticipated scenario of being overly tense and failing to perform even at half their usual level did not occur. marking a significant improvement for a team that historically faltered psychologically. Thus, fans were filled with hope for the team's performance in the second half. We are only a goal behind. With 45 minutes left, anything is possible. Go, China team. Go, Hulai. Go, Luo Kai. Yan shouted excitedly from the VIP box. P.S. The third update will be at 6 in the evening. End of chapter 295. This is the World Cup during halftime. Despite the conceding of a goal, Shi Wuyin refrained from criticizing the team. On the contrary, he praised the players for their performance at both the beginning and the end of the first half. This was intended to bolster the players' confidence. After all, bridging the gap in skill is not easily accomplished. A few additional training sessions would yield little benefit. Given the current foundation of the Chinese team, achieving outstanding performance quickly relied heavily on mental fortitude. Offering praise to enhance their confidence proved particularly beneficial for the players of the Chinese team. After all, many of them are remnants of the previously criticized Chinese national team, which faced contempt and defeat, and it seems only natural to endure criticism even in victory. One might wonder how one could be scolded for winning. Yet, this is the stark reality. If the Chinese team triumphs over weaker opponents, they are derided for struggling to defeat a novice. If they enjoy greater success, they are chastised for only managing to win against teams ranked beyond the 190th position. Alternatively, they may be met with sarcasm. The Chinese national team achieved a resounding victory against the formidable Guam team, taking a significant step towards establishing football as a hallmark of a powerful sports nation by 2035. A crowd of 222 witnessed this historic moment, a fifth of Guam's population. If the Chinese team competes against teams of similar strength and secures victory, they are still met with disdain. If they can't win this, they might as well perish. What is there to celebrate? This is all the Chinese national team is capable of, should they manage to win against a strong opponent. Critics will assert that the adversaries did not field their best players, or perhaps they underestimated their opponents, or they may simply dismiss the victory as a stroke of luck, exclaiming, "No wonder Chinese football is in such disarray." In summary, as a vessel for public discontent, Chinese football seems to be perpetually at fault. While some critics are fueled by disappointment and frustration, others may not genuinely wish for the improvement of Chinese football. They relish the opportunity to vent their frustrations, fearing that a successful national team would deprive them of their outlet for disdain. Consequently, they fervently hope for continued mediocrity in Chinese football. Fortunately, as the national team progresses towards the World Cup, the number of such detractors has diminished, and those who express these sentiments are often met with backlash. Nonetheless, the indiscriminate criticism directed at the players has undeniably impacted their psychological well-being. It is a difficult task to maintain confidence and resilience in the face of constant disparagement, much like how parents are encouraged to praise their children rather than resort to reprimands. Currently, Coach Shi Wuyin aims to reassure his players that they are performing admirably, even in the face of setbacks. Just keep playing like this, and do not overthink it. Focus solely on the game. During halftime, the players received commendations and encouragement from their coach, igniting their passion as they prepared to battle Algeria in the second half. However, mere minutes into the second half, they were dealt a staggering blow. Just 5 minutes into the second half, during the 50th minute of the match, midfielder Gao Rumin, in pursuit of the ball, collided with Algeria's captain, Said Ali, and fell to the ground, clutching his right toe in agony. Feng exclaimed, "It seems Gao Rumin is injured. Let us hope it is nothing serious." However, when the team doctor entered the field to assess the situation, Gao Rumin was unable to rise, sending a wave of concern through the hearts of all. Soon after, the team doctor signaled to coach Shi Wuyin, indicating a need for a substitution. It appears that Gao Rumin can no longer persevere. The Chinese team was already trailing, and now with the injury to their key defensive midfielder, misfortune seems to compound. Feng lamented. Meanwhile, Gao Rumin, covering his face with his hands, was being lifted onto a stretcher. "Damn it!" Li Zhifei exclaimed from the sidelines, unable to contain his frustration at the sight. Beside him, Shi Wuyin urged, "Old Li, summon Xia Xiaoyu." Li Zhifei promptly turned and approached the substitutes bench, beckoning to the attentive Xia Xiaoyu. The young player, clad in a substitute's vest, momentarily froze until Zhou Zijing gave him a firm pat on the back, jolting him from his reverie. He rose from his seat and walked towards assistant coach Li Zhifei. Behind him, Zhou Zijing wore a complex expression, aware that Xia Xiaoyu was about to make his debut on the World Cup stage. However, His entry was necessitated by Gao Rumin's injury. A setback for the Chinese team as they were on the brink of launching a counterattack, now disrupted by the forced substitution, jeopardizing the coach's strategy. The likelihood of defeat in this match had increased, as the Chinese team prepared to make the substitution. The young player Xia Xiaoyu from Anong Shining stood ready to replace the injured Gao Rumin. On television, Xia Xiaoyu was seen performing simple stretching exercises on the sidelines. During halftime, he and the other substitutes remained on the field, warming up under assistant coach Li Zhiyuan's guidance. With the second half just beginning, he needed only a brief stretch. As he stretched, head coach Shi Wuyin stood nearby, leaning in to offer him advice. In front of the television, Xia Xiaoyu's family and relatives erupted in cheers. Although Gao Rumin's injury was unfortunate, they were nonetheless thrilled for their child to have the opportunity to play in the World Cup. Commentator He Feng continued to introduce Xia Xiaoyu, like Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai. He is also a professional player who emerged from the national competitions. During his 2.5 years with the first team of Anong Shining, he had learned rapidly alongside exemplary players like Qin Lin and Zhang Qinghuan. Now, he formed a formidable midfield triangle with Zhang Qinghuan and Sichuan Junping, shouldering the team's responsibilities after Hu Lai's departure and Qin Lin's retirement. Yin Kong further noted, however, unlike the defensively adept Gao Rumin, Xia Xiaoyu's strength lies in orchestrating attacks. After all, he has the defensively skilled Sichuan Junping by his side at Shining. Therefore, with his entry, the team's tactics will necessitate adjustments, and Jiang Wanning will likely assume greater defensive duties. On the sidelines, Shi Wuyin was advising Xia Xiaoyu. In truth, what you will do is not much different from what you do at Shining. You have Sichuan Junping beside you there, and here, you have Jiang Wanning. So, continue to play in your accustomed manner. My expectations are fundamentally the same as when you were at Shining. Assist Zhang Qinghuan in organizing the offense. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, attentively listening. Yet, within him, his heart raced rapidly, the sound of his heartbeat nearly drowning out the coach's voice, comparable to the surrounding clamor. He never anticipated that his first World Cup match would arrive so swiftly, catching him off guard. Am I really about to take the field? Am I truly going on? Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Xia Xiaoyu. Startled, Xia Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, gazing at the serious expression of assistant coach Li Zhiyuan before hurriedly affirming, Coach, I understand. I will play just like I did at Shining Stars. Li Zhiyuan glanced back at Shi Wuyin, who nodded in response. Turning his attention back to Xia Xiaoyu, he firmly patted his shoulder, urging him to stay alert. Get ready to enter the game. Xia Xiaoyu rose from the ground, shedding his substitute vest, and approached the fourth official at the sidelines. Behind him, Li Zhiyuan furrowed his brow and whispered to Shi Wuyin, he is far too anxious. There's no choice, old Li. In the defensive midfield position, we have no one else available. If we change formations, the complications will only multiply, Shi Wuyin replied. On the Chinese team's bench sat substitutes Lu Jiarong, Huang Yao, and Guo Juanfu, all midfielders, yet none suited for the defensive role. Lu Jiarong was an attacking midfielder, prone to advancing and losing his position if played deeper. Huang Yao was a wide midfielder, versatile enough to play as a fullback or winger, his utility being the only reason for his inclusion, and Guo Juanfu, akin to Zhang Qinghuan, was even less capable of filling the void left by Gao Rumin. Xia Xiaoyu remained the sole substitute for the defensive midfield role. Though he was also an organizing midfielder, he had been trained as a defensive midfielder at Shining Stars, where he had genuinely occupied that role, capable of managing some defensive duties. While he could allow Lu Jiarong to take the field, such a move would necessitate tactical adjustments for the Chinese team, and at this critical juncture, Shi Wuyin preferred to minimize significant changes. Li Zhiyuan understood Shi Wuyin's concerns, but remained apprehensive about Xia Xiaoyu. Despite Lin Zhiyuan and Zhou Zijin occasionally being infuriatingly arrogant, it was precisely such a temperament that provided reassurance in moments like these. Soon, the Chinese team executed the substitution, with Gao Rumin already being carried off for treatment. Xia Xiaoyu entered the pitch without anyone to exchange a high-five with. After this brief interlude, the match resumed. However, the challenge faced by the Chinese team extended beyond Gao Rumin's injury. Upon entering the game, Xia Xiaoyu seemed yet to find his rhythm, committing a minor error in ball handling. This did not lead to catastrophic consequences for the team, yet it caught the keen eye of Erdemann, who sensed that this youthful Chinese player might serve as a potential vulnerability in their defense. Consequently, under his guidance, Algeria seized the opportunity presented by the sudden substitution of the Chinese team, launching a series of attacks directed towards Xia Xiaoyu's position. Not only he, but also the right midfielder Hadergawi and striker Defuno were gravitating towards Xia Xiaoyu, forming an offensive triad that relentlessly assaulted the position guarded by Xia. Ultimately, in the 62nd minute, they capitalized on a defensive misstep from Xia, effortlessly breaching the Chinese team's midfield and confronting the defensive line head-on. Then, Eder delivered a sublime through ball, allowing Defuno to exploit his speed and penetrate the penalty area. Upon receiving the pass, he unleashed a shot. Despite Lin Zhiyuan's attempt to block, the ball found its way past him, marking the second entry of the football into the Chinese net. The Xia family, who had just moments ago rejoiced at Xia Xiaoyu's appearance, fell into a profound silence. Not only them, but countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions were also engulfed in a hushed stillness. Especially those who had fantasized before the match about the Chinese team conquering Algeria to lay the groundwork for progressing from the group, now realized that their dreams were but fragile soap bubbles, beautiful in the sunlight but easily punctured, such as the World Cup, where even the most unassuming opponent exceeds their wildest expectations. Chapter 296. A critical moment. Xia Xiaoyu gazed at the jubilant Algerian players celebrating their triumph. His mind nearly blank. A singular thought resonated within him. It's over. I have made a grave mistake. Just moments ago, when Algeria's right midfielder Hadergawi was poised to deliver the ball to Eder from the flank, Xia Xiaoyu had the option to hold his position. While this might have temporarily halted the ball, it could have slowed down the Algerian offensive rhythm. Yet, in that instant, Xia inexplicably chose to recklessly advance. He failed to make contact with the ball and, in a misstep, slipped to the ground, completely losing his position. This allowed Eder to calmly seize the ball and deliver a precise pass, assisting Defuno in scoring. Ultimately, the responsibility for this goal lay squarely on his shoulders. His impulsive advance created a gap that the opposing team exploited, triggering a chain reaction. Yao Huaxing moved up to provide cover, only to leave space behind him, which Eder exploited to pass the ball into that void for Defuno to capitalize on. Thus, the goal was conceded. Defense differs fundamentally from offense. While offense thrives on talent and an understanding of the game, defense relies on discipline and the interconnectedness of collective movement. A single individual or a solitary link faltering can precipitate a collapse. At that moment, the Chinese team's defensive line encountered a critical flaw through Xia Xiaoyu. While Xia remained lost in thought, Lin Zhiyuan knelt on the ground, pounding the turf before him with his fists. Damn. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. In his inaugural World Cup match, conceding 2 goals felt like a disastrous debut for a goalkeeper. Although various factors contribute to conceding goals for a goalkeeper, those reasons become irrelevant. Conceding a goal signifies personal failure. As a goalkeeper, one is expected to be the last bastion for the entire team, needing to counteract any errors made by teammates. Thus, he harbored no grievances against Xia Xiaoyu, but rather loathed himself for failing to thwart both of those shots. Within the Chinese team, the others also refrained from blaming Xia Xiaoyu for his mistakes. However, their silence was not necessarily a testament to their forgiveness. Rather, it stemmed from their profound disorientation in the face of relentless setbacks, leaving them too dazed to voice complaints. As the Algerian players celebrated exuberantly, the Chinese team stood transfixed on the pitch, resembling mere wooden stakes. Not only the players, but even the coaches on the sidelines shared in this stunned silence. Shi Wuyin stood helplessly at the edge of the field, at a loss for words and actions. After conceding a goal in the first half and witnessing the unexpected injury of Gao Rumin at the beginning of the second half, which occurred merely 5 minutes after Xia Xiaoyu's substitution, the series of misfortunes weighed heavily on him. He sighed deeply, feeling mentally exhausted. Alas, for the Chinese team, this was indeed a disheartening ordeal. In the commentary booth, Hifeng felt similarly drained, yet he was obliged to continue narrating the match. He could not afford the luxury of silence due to his fatigue. The fans might remain quiet, but he could not. Otherwise, it would amount to a broadcasting mishap. With Gao Rumin's sudden injury and now trailing by 2 goals, the match had become increasingly challenging. Hifeng furrowed his brow and continued, with 2 goals down. The game has turned difficult. Yan Kong, beside him, remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed at the field. At this moment, he too was at a loss as to how the Chinese team could navigate such a predicament. Or perhaps, Merely avoiding a complete collapse and losing 0-2 would be considered a commendable outcome? Well, this was the Chinese team's inaugural World Cup match. Not being utterly overwhelmed was indeed a relief and perhaps somewhat acceptable. Yet, there lingered a sense of discontent. Yin Kong felt that discontent deeply. Based on their performance in the early stages of the match, it seemed the Chinese team could indeed contend with Algeria. If the goal conceded in the first half was attributed to the exceptional skill of Eder, an undeniable truth, then the events of the second half evoked a sense of fate conspiring against them. First, a key player was injured, followed by Shi Wuyin defensive error leading to the goal conceded. It felt as if a chain of misfortune was orchestrated by divine intervention. Yet, it was precisely this sense of injustice that fueled Yin Kang's frustration. Why should this be the case? Everyone was participating in the World Cup for the first time. Why was it that Algeria could claim the 3 points while they were relegated to mere background figures in their historic narrative? But what could be done in the face of such discontent? In this extreme predicament, what options remained for them? The television broadcast focused on Hu Lai, and Yin Kong glanced at the monitor screen. In the close-up, the star player of the Chinese national team appeared expressionless, seemingly affected by the second goal. Hu Lai stood in the realm of the system, contemplating the purple card in his hand. World Wave Experience card upon use. The shooter's attempt within 10 seconds may transform into a world-class goal. This was the reward he had earned for aiding the Chinese team in reaching the World Cup finals. He found himself hesitating. According to his original intentions, this extraordinary card was meant to be deployed at the most critical moment. For instance, if the match reached a deadlock, with both sides fiercely contesting. He envisioned using this card decisively in the final minutes, executing a stunning long-range shot to secure a last-minute victory for the Chinese team and claim 3 points in the World Cup. After all, if a single goal could herald triumph, it would justify the million points invested. He did not perceive any wrongdoing in achieving China's inaugural World Cup victory through such means. As long as victory was secured, what was the harm in being forthright about it? However, the match did not unfold according to this script. After much contemplation and hesitation, Hu Lai ultimately chose to shelve the World Wave Experience card, deciding against its immediate use. With half an hour remaining, he still harbored hopes of rallying to score 2 goals, which might allow for the card's utilization later on. As the saying goes, one must wield their finest steel at the opportune moment. As the Algerian players concluded their celebrations and returned to their half, the Chinese players resumed their positions. Upon the referee's whistle, the match recommenced. It was evident that the Chinese team was reeling from the impact of Algeria's back-to-back strikes, disoriented and bewildered. The effect was far more severe than conceding the first goal in the first half. After that initial goal, the players could console themselves with the notion that it was merely 1 goal, and with 70 minutes left, they could still turn the tide. However, the second goal instilled a sense of helpless resignation in many, as if fate had conspired against them. Under the weight of such emotions, the performance of the Chinese players on the pitch was abysmal. In contrast, Algeria, buoyed by their second goal, relentlessly pressed forward against the Chinese goal, eliciting